The sun was shining hard on the city buildings, lighting up the front of the Junior Beast Tamer school. As the bell rang with that familiar sound, a boy stood with his back turned, wearing a headband and a side bag, watching the crowd move around. The mood was full of expectation, since everyone remembered that there was less than a week left before the Beastmaster exam, and tomorrow was already the day of the qualification test for Tamers. Inside the classroom, the teacher, neatly dressed in a dress shirt and tie, stood behind the desk, giving the last reminders before letting the class go. He reminded everyone there that they had already made a contract with their first beast, so now the important thing was to rest a lot and get ready to achieve a good result. Right after that, he ended the class. As soon as the bell really rang, nervousness started taking over the students as they left. Near the door, a pretty discouraged conversation happened between some classmates. One of them admitted that he was dying of anxiety because of the test that was coming. The other agreed and vented that, even with what he knew how to do, it would be rough to become even an apprentice beastmaster, and that getting into an advanced academy was something he did not even dare to dream about. But not everyone was feeling down. A blonde guy, super confident and wearing a basketball shirt, raised his fist and let out a loud laugh. He bragged, saying his goal was to go to the Ninjong Beastmaster Academy. To him, even though it was not a top school, his level was more than enough to get into a regular school without struggling. On the other hand, despair was hitting another student hard. The boy leaned on his desk, holding his head with both hands and sweating cold from so much panic. He kept thinking that, if he failed right at the apprentice test, he would have to accept being a totally ordinary person for the rest of his life. While all that drama was happening around him, the protagonist of the story was sitting right behind them, watching everything with total calm. This young man, who had messy black hair covering one of his eyes and wore a blue jacket, rested his face on his hand and simply observed the thoughts about the evaluation that would happen soon. But the reason he was so calm was very unusual. In his mind, it was as if he were floating on his back in the middle of a purple portal full of cosmic energy. The young man wondered what he had to do with all that school pressure, revealing that he was a time traveler. In truth, it had only been 1 week since he had traveled through space-time and ended up straight inside that body. But, after going through the memories he had inherited from the body's former owner, he had already understood very well what kind of mess he had gotten himself into. He began remembering the past of that world. Hundreds of years ago, during a huge disaster, several dimensional cracks opened in the sky. From them came giant monsters and terrifying dragons that started hunting and massacring humanity, leaving the whole earth burning and full of suffering. In the middle of that brutal war against the invasion, humanity did not give up and fought with all its strength. Little by little, people discovered techniques to tame fierce beasts and control them so they could fight on their side, with winged creatures made of pure fire launching burning blasts against the colossal monsters that destroyed everything. That was exactly how the beast tamer profession was born, and it soon became known all over the world. Great warriors began to appear beside fantastic and imposing creatures, like dragons made completely of crystal ice that roared in the skies, followed by their serious-looking tamers in the middle of a snowstorm. Over time, in that new era, beast tamers naturally became great symbols of status, power, and prestige. Powerful and influential figures stood out in society, from elegant young women, accompanied by fire wolves, to respected elders capable of commanding giant land monsters with a simple raise of their hands. It could be said that, by becoming a beast tamer, a person secured a direct pass into society's elite. Because of that, the biggest dream of almost every young person growing up in that world was to become a powerful spiritual master. The rules of that reality were very clear. All young people who were 18 or older could make a contract with their first beast. Success depended a lot on each person's soul, because the stronger the soul was, the higher the level limit of the pet creature that person could contract, like hardworking students proudly showing their beast eggs about to hatch in front of evaluators in suits. But all that grand story had nothing to do with the protagonist. The reason was pretty discouraging. The original owner of that body, even before the time traveler took control, had already used up his chance and made a contract with his first beast. The big problem was that the creature in question was only a small bluish snowball, floating and completely harmless to humans and animals, scaring no one and only managing to act cute. To make things worse, the little creature was not only completely unable to hurt anyone, it also had no ability to evolve at all. Feeling a howling north wind and seeing snowflakes metaphorically falling around him in a whirlwind of pure despair, the young man fell into crisis, questioning whether his fate from then on would only be that of an ordinary person, living a completely mediocre life. Leaning on the school desk with a very grumpy face, he could not stop mentally complaining about his terrible bad luck. He thought that other guys who traveled through time either got amazing abilities, the famous golden fingers, or became so powerful that they could destroy entire worlds. He wondered, full of anger, how fate had given him such terrible luck after he had ended up there. To make the bad day even worse, a classmate with an unfriendly face came up from behind and slapped his hand on Lindsay's shoulder with a mocking smile. The guy told Lindsay not to stress about it, and said that, even if he did not become a beastmaster, he could always work in a regular office, which would not be so bad, since he would not need to run around around taking risks. Another student beside them started laughing loudly at him, and the first guy kept the joke going, saying that if things got rough, the worst thing that could happen was that he could take the little snowman to sell ice cream or cold mineral water at the mall entrance. Hearing that humiliation, the young man was boiling with rage, glaring at the two with a dark expression and grinding his teeth. Suddenly, right in front of the boy, a holographic screen shone in the air, announcing that the system had finished loading and was starting activation. In seconds, a success message flashed on the screen, confirming that the achievement system had officially been activated. The young man's jaw dropped, unable to believe that his long-dreamed golden finger had finally decided to show up after so much waiting in that world. His joy was so huge that he could not hold himself back. The young man started jumping and celebrating in the middle of a super colorful flash of light, cheering at that divine sound and shouting to the world that his trump card had finally arrived to change his fate. Looking more closely at the floating screen, he decided to tap the interface to check his spiritual master data. The panel showed his name, physical attributes of 1.0, and spiritual attributes of 0.8, with a note saying that the standard for a normal adult man was 1, along with 80 spiritual power points, no techniques, and his small snowball, listed as his pet. With a confident little smirk on the corner of his mouth and licking his lips, the young man started getting truly excited. The system explained in detail that he would earn achievement points and bonus items by completing goals, and that those points could be used to boost the creature's growth, unlock skills, and strengthen the tamer's own attributes. Right below, the panel opened the profile of his little blue ice creature, revealing that it was rank 1, stage 1, with a growth rate of 23.48% and the skill of cold air breath. The most shocking thing there was the warning that, once it reached 100% growth, evolution would be activated, and the pet's strength would rise sharply. Standing still and thoughtful with his hand over his mouth, while the little snowball floated right beside him, Lindsay stared at that screen without blinking, mentally repeating to himself that the creature would be able to evolve once the bar filled up. Then, the young man's eyes widened in pure shock. He remembered very well that, according to the rules of that world, it was considered impossible for that species to evolve, and he instantly realized that there was something very unusual going on with his system. To his surprise, the screen revealed two optional and hidden evolution routes. The first was the giant route, which would turn the pet into a giant snow monster focused on pure strength and close combat. The second, much more impressive, was the queen route, which focused on ice magic and transformed the little creature into an ice crystal spirit capable of evolving all the way to the legendary king rank. With a background full of shining ice shards, the young man's face lit up in total amazement. He knew the small snowball had clearly never managed to evolve in anyone else's hands, and he realized that he had just unlocked a secret and exclusive evolution route. Holding the blue little creature full of energy in his hands, the boy opened a relieved and determined smile. He thought that, if things went this way, he would not have to embarrass himself by setting up a small stand to sell ice cream on the street, and that now he had a real chance to become a true beastmaster. While he held the creature giving off mystical energy, the huge and imposing silhouette of the ice crystal queen appeared right behind him, shining in an intense and frightening blue. Celebrating that this was simply great, the system panel detailed the exact requirements for him to reach that powerful form: reach 100% growth, obtain 20 low-level ice essences, and 1 spiritual jade. The boy stood with his back turned, staring at the system's glowing screen, and decided that the first step was to use his achievement points to upgrade his small snowball. He raised his finger, ready to interact with the floating commands. As he browsed the achievement menu, several goals appeared listed on the purple and pink technological interface, including objectives like First Pet Beast, Beast Master Apprentice, and Enrollment. The panel soon warned that for now, there was only one reward available and ready to be claimed. Without wasting any time, he redeemed it, and the system immediately confirmed that the action had been completed successfully, giving him another 100 achievement points and 1 spiritual crystal. The young man watched the glowing panel while his small blue mascot rested on the classroom floor. With the points in hand, Lindsay stretches his palm over his pet. A bluish energy full of glowing particles starts coming out of his fingers and covering the creature, following the system's instruction to use the points he had saved up. Suddenly, with a close-up on the protagonist's brown eye, a huge level up sign appears in the air. The little ice monster gets wrapped in a super bright pillar of light, floating full of energy while mystical sparks fill the whole place. The system interface follows the process closely, showing the creature's starting status at rank 1 and stage 1, with its growth rate rising quickly in the middle of the blue light flow. The glow gets even stronger as a success message flashes on the screen to celebrate the pet's progress. The panel shows that the small creature has moved up to stage 2 of rank 1, reaching 100% growth in that step. Holding the glowing snowball in his hands, the boy opens a huge smile and celebrates, saying the little beast really leveled up and that the thing actually works. In the corner, a small system box explains that he used 77 achievement points, leaving only 23 in his account. But his excitement fades a little right after that. He pulls the little creature close to his face, gently squeezing it, and complains that it it is kind of disappointing for all those dazzling special effects to last such a short time. The system text even throws a little jab at the boy, reminding him that the creature is only classified as an F-class beast, so the current result cannot really be called unfair. Thinking about the future, the young man knows the real path forward is to focus on evolution, but for that, he will still have to prepare 20 ice element essences and 1 spiritual jade. As the images of a sharp crystal and a bluish ring float through his thoughts, he reflects that most people would never imagine such a simple creature needed a formula like that to evolve, and he concludes, with a lump in his throat, that those things definitely will not be cheap. Lin Ze decides to turn his back on the jokes and starts walking away while holding his backpack tightly, already planning his next steps to get some money and go straight to the pet store to buy the evolution materials. But his rival does not let it go and keeps provoking him from behind, gesturing around and asking in a very sarcastic tone if he is already ready to take little Snowball home and start selling ice cream. Not caring about the provocation, Lin Ze looks at the small blue creature floating beside him and gives it a friendly smile, telling his partner not to listen to that nonsense, since tomorrow's qualification test will depend completely on it. The little creature answers right away with a very cute sound, letting out an affectionate meow. That indifference ends up making the bully completely furious. With his face covered by a sinister shadow and his eyes glowing bright red with hatred, he grits his teeth in rage, calls the protagonist trash, and demands to know what he just said. Lin Ze stays calm for a second, knowing very well that the Jiang family is the second biggest family in all of Jiangning City, and that going against the guy right now would not be the best idea, so he thinks it is wiser to hold back and wait to see what happens. Even so, he does not let it slide and decides to hit back. Adjusting his jacket in a cool way with a mocking little smile on his face, he throws the question into the air, asking who there is the real trash, stating with total confidence that everything will be decided and proven by the results of the final Beastmaster exam. The mood becomes super tense, and the rival even spits in disgust at the boy's nerve. Soon after, the troublemaker and his chubby friend burst out laughing shamelessly to try to put the boy down. The leader points his finger and mocks him, asking how he expects to pass anything with just a stuffed little pet that cannot even evolve, adding that, if he were in his place he would not even go near tomorrow's evaluation, because passing it is impossible. The chubby guy joins the mockery, laughing from ear to ear, and telling the young man to hurry home and sell popsicles. Suddenly, Zhang Hao's name echoes loudly through the classroom, making Lin Ze glance back. It is a blonde girl walking with determination through the space between the school desks, wearing a tight black outfit with red star patterns. She stops in front of the troublemaker with a totally imposing posture and a very stern look, telling him not to go too far with that humiliation. Zhang Hao crosses his arms with a very ironic smile when he sees who interrupted the conversation, commenting in a mocking tone that it is Miss Guan. He pretends to be intimidated by her interference, letting out a very sarcastic laugh and saying he is so scared of that nonsense. Right below him, the chubby friend points his finger and agrees with the provocation, saying he does not understand why the girl likes trash like Lin Ze, adding that it would be much better for her to follow Brother Hao. With no intention of dragging out the fight, Lin Ze starts walking away with a very calm and superior little smile on his face. He reassures his ally, calling her A Ning, and says she does not need to waste time arguing with them, because when the right time comes, that whole bunch will naturally understand everything. Then, the young man says he needs to stop by the pet store first, and suggests that she can go home by herself. The girl accepts the answer with a slightly serious and thoughtful look, agreeing with a simple murmur. Much later, standing alone in front of a modern gray brick building under the sunlight, the young man lets out an upset complaint, wondering why the materials needed for a beast's evolution have to be so absurdly expensive. Adjusting his backpack and resting his hand on the back of his neck with a cocky pose, he looks to the side and complains that months of his hard-earned savings were spent all at once. Suddenly, an excited voice appears out of nowhere, interrupting his thoughts and calling out to him. It is Ning, who shows up right beside him, noticing that he has finally come back from the street. She uses the chance to tell him that her mother asked her to ask whether he wants to come have dinner at their house tonight. Surprised, the young man opens a light smile and accepts the invitation right away, saying he will come later. The girl hesitates slightly for a moment, fixing her big reddish eyes on him with a very expressive look, seeming to gather the courage to ask an important question. She then starts walking toward him with determination, catching everyone's attention around them with her perfectly shaped body highlighted by the super tight black outfit. In the middle of a light mood full of sparkles, she takes the initiative and asks if he wants to go with her to the Beastmaster qualification evaluation the next day. As soon as Lin Ze answers that, of course he is going, since he also needs to take part in the test, the young woman's face lights up completely. She gets all flushed with embarrassment and happiness, smiling from ear to ear as she celebrates and reminds her friend not to forget to teach Zhang Hao and his whole gang of lazy guys a good lesson. Turning around to leave, the girl says goodbye with a friendly wave, once again making her silhouette and shaped body clear as she walks away with firm steps. From behind, the protagonist gives her a thumbs up and guarantees with total confidence that she can leave that message to him. At home, sitting on the couch, the young man looks at the very expensive expensive materials he bought and tells his little creature that this evolution is going to cost a real fortune. On the floor, the small snowball only answers with a cute meow. He stretches out his hand and gives the items to the pet, telling it to eat slowly to start the transformation. Right after swallowing everything, the creature lets out a huge burp and starts expanding. A super strong blue flash fills the place, making the boy watch everything in awe while the creature shines intensely. The evolution process creates a freezing wind and a strong burst of energy, forcing the young man to protect himself with his arms. When the light fades, the former snowball appears completely transformed into the ice crystal spirit, floating like an elegant little snow doll. The system panel appears right away to confirm the success, showing that she has reached rank 2 and learned powerful techniques like stalactite and extreme cold domain, while also already listing the requirements for the next evolution. Satisfied and much more confident for the next day's test, the young man celebrates the complete success of the transformation. The boy checks the system panel and is surprised to see that his pet has reached rank 2 directly, placing her far above the average of the other students at the school. The little creature floats forward and rubs affectionately against his face, making the young man notice how powerful she has become, to the point of giving off a freezing mist that starts covering the floor around them. Then, a new notification confirms that he has completed the first evolution achievement, granting him 100 points and 1 strength crystal. Satisfied that he made the right choice with the materials, Lin Z reaches out to collect the floating rewards, a blue strength crystal and a cubic spiritual crystal. The young man understands the importance of both, since the spiritual crystal raises the limit for new contracts, and the strength crystal directly improves the tamer's physical stamina. Without wasting any time, the young man swallows the items to absorb their effects. His eyes shine intensely, and a powerful energy aura explodes around him, transforming his strength. The status screen updates immediately, showing that his physical and spiritual attributes have risen sharply, raising his spiritual power to 180 and confirming his readiness for the qualification test. Feeling steady strength and no longer feeling cold, the young man decides to test his new power by punching the wall directly. He recognizes that, even if he does not need to fight personally, having a strong body greatly increases his chances of surviving danger. The punch is so powerful that it opens a hole in the structure, raising dust. Right after that, the small ice crystal spirit comes closer, making a needy little sound. The young man smiles and decides to invest everything in her, ordering the system to use the rest of his achievement points to strengthen her. Under a beam of light, the little creature levels up and reaches stage 4 of rank 2, gaining a more imposing look. Confident, he plans to surprise everyone at the Advanced Association evaluation. The next day, the two appear walking side by side through the streets on their way to the exam. The girl stretches excitedly and asks if he is ready for the challenge. The young man assures her that he is, fully focused on getting his beast tamer qualification today. Happy with the answer, she smiles and comments that he seems much more motivated now, remembering that, in the past, he would never have agreed to take part. Lindsay only smiles slightly and says that people always change. As the two walk together, some female students start gossiping along the way, pointing out Guan Ning as a very talented student from Pinghai Noba 1 Elementary School, and questioning why she is walking with that loser. Another girl, standing with her arms crossed, complains with disdain, remembering that Guan Ning even rejected the confession of a popular boy the day before, and asking what is so great about her anyway. Hearing the rumors, the young man thinks they should speak a little quieter, and remembers that Guan Ning is his cousin. He knows she is a genius at school, full of admirers and jealous people, but she does not care at all about what others think. As they keep walking, the young woman asks if he is really going to use the small snowball to take part in the qualification evaluation. With a confident look, he tells her not to underestimate the pet. Excited by his answer, she suddenly hugs him and celebrates, saying everyone will party if they pass today, and talking about a shop she has wanted to visit for a long time, leaving the young man completely awkward because of the sudden squeeze. Suddenly, an aggressive voice orders Guan Ning to stop right away. A tall, muscular young man, followed by a girl with her hair tied into 2 round buns, appears and blocks their path. The girl points furiously at Guan Ning and yells to her brother, directly accusing her of stealing her boyfriend. Guan Ning reacts with total indifference, while Lin Zhe only watches the mess from behind. With no patience for the drama, she simply asks who the girl is and who that so-called boyfriend is supposed to be. The young woman shouts that her boyfriend is Zhou Hong. After hearing the name, Guan Ning immediately remembers the guy with colorful hair who used to chase after her with flowers and calls him a bum, making it clear that she never had the slightest interest in him and only rejected his confessions. The accuser gets even angrier and screams that she is lying and that she must have seduced him first. Tired of the argument and not wanting to explain herself, Guan Ning turns around, pulls Lin Zhe and says they should leave because they have much more important things to handle. However, before they can walk away, the muscular young man firmly grabs Guan Ning's shoulder from behind, threatening her for trying to leave without permission and for messing with his cousin. The atmosphere changes instantly when Guan Ning, with her eyes glowing a bright red shade and surrounded by a dark aura, coldly orders him to let her go. Her reaction is so intimidating that the brute freezes in place, completely paralyzed and hit by a sudden shock. Irritated, the brute decides to attack and throws a powerful punch, yelling that he will show them proof of his strength. To the attacker's surprise, Lin Zhe intercepts the strike with extreme ease, blocking his fist in midair. Guanning watches the action in silence, while the other girl yells at her brother to stop playing around, insisting that the young man is useless. Unable to break free, the brute starts sweating nervously and accuses him of trying to play the hero. With a completely cold and focused look, Lin Zhe releases his strength and strikes back with a crushing blow that sends the opponent flying away in a huge burst of dust. With the enemies fallen on the ground, the protagonist calmly adjusts his jacket and warns that, since he is her brother, they can speak directly to him if they need anything. The opponent recovers from the impact, irritated by the strength Lin Zhe has shown. While Guanning privately recognizes her ally's surprising fighting skill, the protagonist himself is impressed by the result of his recent physical strengthening. Furious after being humiliated, the attacker stands up and warns that they have brought destruction on themselves. Determined to switch to beast combat, the man channels his energy into the ground and, under an intense blue flash, summons the Phantom Wolf, a rank 2 stage 1 creature. With an arrogant smile, the tamer mocks the two students and challenges them to face his wolf, knowing that her own pet is only rank 1 and that the odds are against them. Guanning decides to take over the fight and stretches out her hand, focusing her magical energy to make her summon. Guanning is surprised when she sees Lin Zhe step forward to handle the situation. She expresses concern that an injury could hurt his qualification test, but the young man smiles with confidence and asks her to leave everything in his hands. The enemy girl starts laughing loudly, mocking Lin Zhe for having the worst grades in school, and insists that her brother finish them off quickly. The brute accepts the order and commands his beast to attack immediately. Without getting shaken, Lin Zhe gestures with his hand and starts his move. The Phantom Wolf charges fiercely through the air, but it is intercepted and begins to crack under a freezing cold as soon as the Ice Crystal Spirit reveals her powerful extreme cold domain. The enemy creature is completely turned into a solid ice statue in midair, leaving the attacker and his sister totally shocked and frozen in terror. Guanning stares at the transformation with her mouth open and asks if that creature is really the small snowball. Smiling, Lin Zhe confirms the evolution and reveals that she is now called the Ice Crystal Spirit. Desperate, the opponent still tries to scream orders at his frozen Phantom Wolf, but Lin Zhe's beast quickly activates the stalactite skill, completely shattering the enemy creature into several ice fragments. The attacker falls into total shock, shouting that it is impossible for a simple student to instantly defeat a rank 2 beast. Seeing the protagonist's overwhelming power, the siblings fall into despair, and the young man orders an immediate retreat, admitting his miscalculation. However, as soon as they try to run away, Lin Zhe stops them with a dark look and coldly asks whether he gave them permission to leave. Facing the young man's intimidating presence on the frozen field, the two are taken over by absolute fear and become completely paralyzed. Completely cornered, the brute bows before Lin Zhe and begs for forgiveness. With total calm, the protagonist says that he is not the one the attacker should apologize to. The man immediately turns to Guanning, bows and begs for mercy, even promising to beat up Zhou Hong. Seeing his sister still in shock, he slaps her so she will also apologize quickly. With no patience to stretch out the mess, Lin Zhe simply dismisses the two, ordering them to disappear from there. The siblings run away, and the ice fragments around them start melting calmly while the young man pets his beast. Guanning celebrates excitedly after what happened, impressed that he defeated a rank 2 Phantom Wolf, and curious to know how the small snowball managed to reach that evolution. Lin Zhe smiles, but he points out that they are running short on time and need to hurry to get to the tamer qualification exam. Lin Zhe and the other candidates arrive at the imposing building of the Imperial Beast Association. In the large main hall, the crowd walks in and comes across the huge Origin Stone, a massive monument with a glowing green core that catches everyone's attention. Aware that this is the last qualification evaluation of the year, the young man keeps his focus completely, determined to win so he can enter the academy and start a new life. As the gates open, the candidates line up, while an instructor appears to welcome them and explain how the test works. Each participant receives a small bronze medal that works as a key to enter the Origin Stone realm, presenting 4 challenge levels: low, medium, high, and superior. The examiner tells the group to look at the screen and stresses that the higher the difficulty they choose, the richer the rewards will be after getting promoted to Apprentice Beast Tamer. The system details show that the low level gives Spirit +1 and a 5% growth rate for the beast, while the medium level gives Spirit +2, Physical +1, and 10% growth. For those who choose the high challenge, the bonuses rise to Spirit +3, Physical +2, 20% growth, and the opening of the second beast slot. Finally, the superior level offers the maximum return from the exam, rewarding the tamer with Spirit +5, Physical +3, a 30% increase in growth rate, and also the unlocking of the second beast slot. Around them, the candidates start nervously discussing which level to choose for the test. While one young man says it would be amazing to pass the superior difficulty, another quickly brings him back to reality, warning that less than 1/10 of the participants can even clear the high level, which makes many prefer to focus on the lowest difficulty, just to secure the first promotion to apprentice tamer. In the middle of all that noise, Guanning turns to Lindsay and asks which path he plans to take, but the protagonist stays silent, only studying the situation. The examiner then reinforces the importance of the moment, advising everyone to think very carefully, since this decision will directly affect the future of their careers. He insists that each person honestly judge their own strength before marking the right option on the medal. Guanning looks at her token thoughtfully, while the data from the candidates' choices starts being calculated and shown on the large screen of the origin stone. The panel reveals that 46 people chose the low level, 10 chose medium, only 1 dared to pick high, and 1 single person had the nerve to select the superior difficulty. This update immediately causes an uproar in the hall, with students laughing and calling whoever chose superior reckless, mocking that the person must be daydreaming. Some even laugh and comment that some idiot's hand must have slipped when pressing the button. However, completely ignoring the crowd's mockery, Lindsay shows a confident smile while holding his medal, which shines brightly at the superior level, ignoring the judgment of those who think the person responsible for that choice is destroying any chance of entering the Imperial Beast Academy. Guanning notices the golden glow on Lindsay's medal and immediately panics when she sees which option he selected. Shocked, she exclaims that he really chose the superior difficulty, warning him that failing will cost him his only chance to enter the Beast Tamer Academy this year. With total calm, Lindsay shows a relaxed smile and asks her to relax, assuring her that he knows exactly what he is doing. Around them, murmurs quickly spread among the other candidates, who point and whisper, questioning whether the young man pressed the wrong button or simply lost his mind. The commotion draws the attention of the instructor himself, who approaches from behind and seriously asks whether the young man did not clearly hear the warnings to choose carefully. Without getting shaken, Lindsay looks at his medal and firmly answers that this was a decision made after a lot of thought. The mood turns tense, and the examiner's face becomes dark and imposing as he confronts Lindsay directly, pressing him to know if he really thinks he can clear the superior level test. With a stubborn shine in his eyes, the protagonist answers directly that he does. Faced with such confidence, the instructor simply turns his back with an ironic smile, commenting on the arrogance that naturally comes with young people and adding that, if Lindsay wants to play with fire after all the advice he was given, then the responsibility is completely his. Turning back toward the Great Hall, the examiner steps in front of all the candidates and declares loudly and clearly that, with every choice properly made, the exam is officially open. With the official start of the evaluation announced, the candidates sit cross-legged on the floor of the hall. Lindsay and Guanning take their positions side by side, focusing as the test begins. Right after that, streams of mysterious greenish energy start rising from the ground, wrapping around the participants as they enter a trance. At the same time, the huge origin stone fully awakens, releasing an overwhelming glow. The monument's magical interface maps and separates the virtual realm into isolated sectors for each tamer. This movement on the screen immediately catches the instructor's attention, and he watches the panel with fascination, commenting with great interest about Lindsay's choice. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist's mind is transported to the center of a huge empty arena, surrounded by stands that look like a coliseum. He lands smoothly on the ground, and as he stands up to study his surroundings, he realizes that he has successfully entered the virtual environment of the origin stone. While his physical body remains safely meditating with the other students, the test guidelines repeat that any injuries suffered in that dimension will not leave any lasting damage in reality, and that even applies to the death of a pet beast during the challenge. Knowing there is no reason to hesitate or worry about permanent damage, Lindsay gives a confident smile and stretches his arms, fully ready to release all his potential without holding anything back. Suddenly, a holographic system screen appears in front of Lindsay, revealing that he has unlocked an unclaimed achievement after defeating the Phantom Wolf in the previous battle. Satisfied when he realizes he can access the system from inside the test, Lindsay commands it to collect the reward, obtaining 100 achievement points and 1 spiritual crystal. Without hesitation, the young man activates the items he just received, and the panel shows an instant boost in his spirit attribute, which jumps from 1.8 to 2.8. This strengthening directly affects the ice crystal spirit, which becomes wrapped in a glowing aura of pure energy. The floating data confirms an impressive improvement in his pet beast. Her growth rate rises from 24% to 44%, raising the small creature from stage 1 straight to stage 6 of rank 2. Looking at his companion's huge increase in power, Lindsay shows a determined smile and admits that his chances of victory have now become even higher for the challenge ahead. Soon after, a creaking sound echoes through the huge virtual arena, and one of the iron gates begins to open in the distance. A massive paw covered in flames emerges from the darkness of the portal, revealing an imposing bipedal reptile, completely wrapped in fire as it takes its battle stance. The system shows the opponent's data on the floating screen, identifying it as a fire lizard, a flame-type beast at rank 1, stage 7. After evaluating the smoking beast in front of him, the protagonist cannot hide a bit of disappointment and wonders, confused, why a test beast labeled as superior difficulty is presenting an opponent that is only rank 1. The fire lizard attacks by firing a blast of flames. Lin Zi commands the ice crystal spirit to use stalactite, creating huge ice spikes. After an explosive collision against the fire, the creature releases a freezing wave that turns the opponent into an ice statue. Lin Zi confirms the superiority of his attack. The system announces the completion of the first of the 5 challenge levels and opens the passage to the next stage. A bandage monster, an undead type creature at rank 1, stage 9, comes out through the portal. Lin Zi smiles with disdain, noting that the opponent would only be a problem for other competitors. Lin Zi destroys the second enemy without effort. Thinking of the fight as child's play, the examiner watches the monitoring screen, dismisses the achievement as just an elemental advantage, and predicts that the young man will fail in the next stage. The system announces the completion of the second level and opens the gates to the next phase. The new opponent is the Blight Beast, a plant-type creature at rank 2, stage 2. Outside, the instructor claims that Lin Zi will not pass this level because his pet beast is at a lower stage. In the arena, the monster uses its arms to block the stalactite attack, surprising the protagonist with the strong resistance of its thick bark. Then, the creature slams the ground violently, making sharp roots burst from the floor toward Lin Zi. The Blight Beast's roots trap the ice crystal spirit with the withered entanglement technique, then move forward right away to crush the target. Outside, the examiner watches the scene with an arrogant smile, mocking that the young man's talent amounts to only that much. But his expression changes into total shock in the next instant. In the arena, Lin Zi commands a new skill, Extreme Cold Domain. A freezing wave spreads instantly, paralyzing the monster and turning it into a statue in the middle of its attack. With a confident look, the protagonist asks whether the enemy thought he only had one technique and orders the use of stalactite again. Colossal ice spikes burst from the ground, piercing and shattering the creature's frozen body. Lin Zi celebrates the end of the battle as the opponent's remains dissolve in the arena. On the virtual screen, the holographic message confirms that the third level has been cleared successfully. The system shows that Lin Zi's challenge is still moving forward, with only 2 levels left. In the real world, the candidates begin waking up from the virtual trance. Many complain about failing the test, and one of them says the final stage of the low difficulty forced him to face a rank 1, stage 6 beast. On the other hand, one survivor celebrates becoming an official apprentice tamer. Suddenly, the students are shocked when they notice the terrifying vicious claw beast on the monitoring panel. The crowd gets scared and asks how a rank 2 creature could appear in a beginner level exam. Soon, everyone realizes that the screen is monitoring the young man who chose superior mode, showing the monster completely frozen with the notice that the 4th level has been cleared. Inside the virtual environment, Lin Zi celebrates reaching the final stage as the system officially announces the start of the last level. In the hall, the students are stunned by Lin Zi's strength, and one candidate points out that he was not even on the list of top students from the local schools. At that moment, Guan Ning opens her eyes and celebrates the fact that she has become an apprentice tamer, immediately looking for her companion's status. When she looks at the origin stone, she sees the crowd gathered together and finds out that Lin Zi has cleared the 4th level of the superior difficulty, while everyone shouts that the final monster is coming out. The final opponent appears on the screen, an imposing saber-toothed lion, a beast-type creature at rank 2, stage 5. Panic spreads among the candidates, who think it is cruel to demand that a beginner face such a vicious and powerful creature. Inside the virtual arena, Lin Zi gets excited by the arrival of an opponent worthy of him and commands the ice crystal spirit to attack with her stalactites. The feline rushes forward like lightning, colliding directly with the projectiles and making the protagonist recognize, impressed, the enemy's overwhelming speed. The saber-toothed lion charges furiously, starting the final battle. Outside, the instructor watches the screen with tension. He admits the young man has value, but believes this fight will be his final end because he has no more tricks up his sleeve. In the arena, Lin Zi analyzes the risky situation, aware that combat power does not depend only on the beast's level, but also on attributes, environmental conditions, and strategy. The ice crystal spirit is exhausted after 4 battles in a row, facing an opponent that specializes in direct duels and has superior speed and strength. Knowing defeat is certain if he keeps staying only on defense, the protagonist patiently waits for an opening. The feline launches the devastating claw attack, Saber Claw Assault, hitting the ice crystal spirit and making her ice shield start cracking dangerously. However, at the moment the lion leaps from above to finish the fight, Lin Zi sees the perfect chance and orders a counterattack. The small beast fires her stalactites with full force directly at the enemy's paw, freezing the impact and knocking out the terrifying opponent, who collapses defeated on the ground. In the hall, the crowd watches the origin stone screen in shock, not understanding what is happening and wondering if the fight ended in a draw. In the virtual arena, the saber-toothed lion roars in pain with ice spikes stuck in its back, but it shows that it is still far from giving up. The examiner is impressed to see the young man go head-to-head with a rank 2 stage 5 creature, concluding that Lin Zi's beast must be on the same level and that he had hidden this trump card the whole time. He then remembers the protagonist's confidence when he said his choice had been made after a lot of thought. However, the feline roars fiercely and plants itself on the ground, easily breaking the layers of ice trying to trap it. Lindsay quickly understands the reason for so much resilience. Since it is a species born in regions of extreme cold, the lion has very high natural resistance to the ice element, leaving the ice crystal spirit tense and alert for the true battle that is starting again. Lindsay feels the pressure of being at a disadvantage, but a system notification appears, announcing a new achievement. Because he has used skills 10 times, he receives 100 points and unlocks the function to open new techniques. He gets excited by the chance to expand his beast's arsenal, knowing that having more moves expands his tactical options. After evaluating the situation, Lindsay notices that he needs powerful single-target control, since his current area and attack techniques are not enough to deal with the lion. Without hesitation, he spends 50 points and unlocks the skill Arctic Chains. At the exact moment the feline jumps to attack again, Lindsay uses the remaining points to trigger an instant advancement. The ice crystal spirit is wrapped in an overwhelming light, rising to stage 7 of rank 2, with her growth rate at 54%. Outside, the crowd watches the flash on the screen and falls into complete chaos because of the sudden level increase. In the hall, the students are stunned, unable to understand how the beast leveled up in the middle of the battle without using any materials. Fully confident, Lindsay makes a teasing gesture with his hand, calling the opponent forward. He orders his companion to use Arctic Chains, which appear instantly and bind the saber-toothed lion. With the enemy trapped and roaring in pain, the protagonist declares that it is time to end the fight. Lindsay commands another stalactite attack, unleashing a relentless bombardment of ice spikes over the cornered feline. Outside, the audience panics because of the attack. The examiner shouts in complete shock, unable to understand how that creature managed to cast 3 different skills. On the monuments panel, only the image of Lindsay's triumphant victory in the virtual arena remains. Despite the bombardment, the saber-toothed lion still manages to stay on its feet, making Lindsay mock the creature's toughness. Without backing down, the ice crystal spirit prepares with determination for one more clash and lands the final blow, throwing the feline to the ground. Completely defeated, the system screen shines with the victory announcement, confirming that the protagonist has successfully cleared the apprentice-level evaluation on superior difficulty. In the hall, Guan-Ning jumps with joy, celebrating her friend's achievement, while the other candidates fall into shock and outrage, claiming it is impossible, and even suggesting that he bribed the examiner. The instructor, surprised, admits that the brat has become famous overnight. Inside the arena, Lindsay and his beast receive a massive evolution reward. Wrapped in a pillar of golden light, the protagonist's attributes shoot up. His physical rises from 2 to 5, and his spirit jumps from 2.8 to 7.8, reaching 780 spiritual power. His battle companion also advances in an impressive way, reaching rank 3, stage 1, with a growth rate of 84%, and her cold domain improved. Amazed by the spectacular bonus offered by the superior difficulty, Lindsay sees one last floating notification. He is now allowed to make a contract with a second pet beast. Still inside the simulation, Lindsay thinks about what the best option for his second contract would be and decides that he will need to visit a beast shop soon. Right after that, the system officially lists the rewards for clearing the superior difficulty: the title of Apprentice Tamer, 209 achievement points, and 1 spiritual stone. With the rewards distributed, the young man's mind is disconnected from the virtual environment. When he opens his eyes back in the hall, the protagonist finds himself sitting on the floor, surrounded by a crowd of students in complete silence. Their shock quickly turns into a storm of praise and questions about how he managed to get such a powerful and never-before-seen ice creature. In the middle of the commotion, Guan-Ning runs over and warmly hugs him from behind, glowing with joy because she was already sure her companion would succeed. The examiner approaches and, to the students' collective shock, publicly apologizes to Lindsay. The officer admits that the young man's performance was incredible and acknowledges that his confidence came from his true strength, not from arrogance or recklessness. After Lindsay calmly says that he did not take the criticism personally, the instructor makes him a highly valuable offer: a reserve officer position in the Beast Tamer Association with excellent pay, a guaranteed deacon position after graduation, and full compatibility with his plans to enter the Imperial Beast Academy. Guan-Ning insists that Lindsay accept the offer right away, pointing out that only the most outstanding students from the Imperial Academy manage to enter the Tamer Association, after facing extremely fierce competition. Lindsay considers that, if he accepts, all his tuition and living costs will be paid for the next 4 years. However, he reflects that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and the more he receives now, the more he will have to pay in the future. Besides that, the association's countless rules would limit his current freedom. With firmness, the young man politely refuses the offer, stating that he will only make plans after graduation, which leaves the crowd stunned. Another candidate tries to take advantage of the rejection and offers himself for the position, but the officer completely ignores him. Instead of getting angry, the examiner privately recognizes the young man's wisdom, aware that Lindsay's potential will allow him to demand the best possible benefits in the future. future. Respecting his decision, the instructor says he will not force him and leaves the door open in case he changes his mind. Before ending the subject, he points to his ID and reveals his name. He's Xinwen. Lindsay and Guan Ning start leaving the building when two girls from the neighboring class, Lu Xian and Zhang Xiaoyun, run to catch up with them. One of them asks Guan Ning for the young man's contact, while the other walks up to him with her phone in hand, asking to be added as a friend and suggesting that they go out together since they liked him from the very beginning. The situation leaves Guan Ning visibly annoyed and jealous. Noticing the tension, Lindsay quickly makes up an excuse that they still have things to do, and the two run away from there, leaving the young woman behind shouting for him not to forget to accept the invitation. On the way, the protagonist's phone lets out an alert sound with a direct message ordering him to report to the principal's office. When he arrives and peeks through the door, he asks if the teacher was looking for him. Sitting in her chair, the beautiful tutor with long pink hair smiles and says she heard about his success in clearing the test on superior difficulty. Proud of his success, the teacher pulls Lindsay into a tight hug, saying how much she has always valued him. The young man freezes as he remembers when she used to chase him furiously with a whip because of his bad grades in the past. Regaining her posture, the tutor hands him a book called Basic Spiritual Techniques Collection. She explains that the manual contains basic cultivation methods and that it is great for him to get ahead, since the content is required for apprentice tamers. The teacher explains that spiritual techniques are essential and go hand in hand with taming. Tamers with strong cultivation can face and defeat beasts directly, besides creating energy barriers that are crucial for protecting themselves in combat. Excited, Lindsay thanks her and leaves, eager to start training. With a gentle smile, the tutor says goodbye and reminds him that he can come to her anytime if he has questions or problems in the future. Back in his room, Lindsay starts studying the book and focuses on the spiritual guardian technique, which uses energy to create a 360-degree protective shield. Determined to master the basics before entering the Imperial Beast Academy, he sits down to meditate right away. Only 10 minutes later, a powerful blue aura wraps around the young man, and a spherical barrier appears around him. Impressed by his own speed, Lindsay concludes that his high spirit attribute of 7.8 allowed him to master in minutes a technique that ordinary people would take days or months to learn. The system confirms the success and rewards him with 100 achievement points, raising his total to 350 points. Excited when he realizes that the interface also works with spiritual techniques, the protagonist decides to invest his points to improve his survival ability. He uses 100 achievement points and raises Spiritual Guardian straight to level 3. Satisfied, Lindsay notices that the protective shield has become visibly thicker and wider, large enough to shelter and protect 3 to 4 people at the same time. Lindsay calculates that each use of Spiritual Guardian consumes only 10 points of energy, allowing him to activate it up to 78 times with his current limit. Then he remembers the spiritual stone he received as a reward for becoming an apprentice tamer, and decides to use it right away. After absorbing the stone, his spirit attribute jumps from 7.8 to 8.8, and his total spiritual power increases from 780 to 880. With so much energy available, he thinks it would be a waste to focus only on defense and decides to learn 2 more techniques from the manual. He studies Spiritual Arrow, which focuses and fires energy from the fingertips, and Spiritual Impact, which focuses on gathering power in the fist to throw a punch. Night falls as he dedicates himself to training in his room. Concentrating his blue aura, the young man tests the new skill and fires a beam of light, using 10 points of spiritual power. Watching the trail of the shot, he notices with satisfaction that, even though the power is not overwhelming, the technique's precision is as sharp as an archer's. Then Lindsay decides to test Spiritual Impact, gathering golden energy in his fist before throwing a crushing punch. The strike uses 30 points of spiritual power and opens a destructive crater in the wall of his room, leaving him completely shocked by such power. Because he successfully mastered 3 spiritual techniques, the system rewards him with a spiritual refill potion, a valuable item capable of instantly restoring all his energy. Satisfied, he decides to save the item for a real emergency. Right after that, he invests another 100 achievement points to raise Spiritual Arrow and Spiritual Impact to level 2, keeping 150 points in reserve. Exhausted, the young man throws himself onto the bed with a clear goal: save his remaining points and focus on earning money the next day to buy his second pet beast. In the morning, Lindsay goes to the busy city mission center. Standing in front of one of the electronic terminals to choose a job, he reflects with total confidence that, with his current strength, completing common level missions will be a simple task. As he checks the task options on the screen, Lindsay chooses without hesitation the one offering the highest reward, eliminating the beetles in Death Canyon for 40,000 coins. However, he gets furious when the system, aiming to protect his safety as an apprentice, forces him to have 3 teammates and splits the profits equally, ordering everyone to arrive at the location before 2 p.m. When he reaches the top of the dangerous Death Canyon, Lindsay meets the assigned group. He is greeted with clear distrust by the low-level tamers Zhang Lei and Zhao Mingshan, who complain a lot about getting a rookie who has not even graduated from the academy for a real mission. In contrast, the tamer Wang Si So-yoon defends him and openly flirts with the young man, asking the cutie to just follow her closely. Lin-zae takes on a sweet and helpful attitude to win her sympathy, annoying Zhao Mingshan, who demands seriousness from everyone and warns that the mission will be too hard and dangerous for distractions. Wang Xiuyun clicks her tongue with disdain. Ignoring her, Zhao Mingshan takes the role of temporary captain and strictly warns that everyone must obey his commands, threatening to cut Lin-zae's reward if he messes up. Internally, Lin-zae understands that the group is made up of people who failed to enter the Imperial Academy and survive only with basic techniques. Acting harmless, he smiles and agrees with the productivity-based split. Whoever works more gets paid more. Seen as a sensible boy, he follows the team into the canyon. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking in a threatening way. From deep inside the dark cracks, a terrifying horde of death beetles appears, with glowing eyes and sharp jaws. As the group reacts to the flood of monsters, the captain gives the strategy to seal the nest and wipe out the creatures. Taking the first step, Zhao Mingshan summons his beast to the front line, a powerful rank 2, stage 5 horned rhino. Zhang Lei decides to show his skills and summons the windcutter mantis, an insect-type beast at rank 2, stage 6. Right after that, Wang Xiuyun also makes her summon, bringing out a rank 2, stage 5 fear wasp, and uses the chance to tease Lin-zae, telling him to follow her closely. Farther away from the front line, Lin-zae calmly watches his teammates, deciding to see what they are capable of before taking any action. Ahead of the group, the horde of death beetles charges noisily through the area. Zhao Mingshan takes the lead and orders everyone to advance and crush the monsters. His horned rhino leads the attack using the skill Wild Rush, violently trampling the beetles that appear in its path. Thinking the captain's charge is reckless, Zhang Lei takes control of his beast to show his own value. The windcutter mantis rushes forward and performs Scythe Slash, cutting the enemies apart with its sharp claws. Not wanting to fall behind, Wang Xiuyun sends her partner into action, and the fear wasp launches Poison Needle attack, firing a storm of poisonous needles at the opponents. After the first attack, several beetles are thrown away and defeated by the tamer's combined skills. Zhang Lei shows an arrogant smile and tells Lin-zae that the three of them make an excellent team, mocking him by saying all the rookie needs to do is watch and clap. Wang Xiuyun agrees in a teasing way, suggesting that he should pay a tuition fee for the lesson instead of receiving the mission payment, but she promises to share a small part of the reward if he just stays protected behind her. While more insects keep spreading across the ground, Lin-zae coldly analyzes the situation and notices that those flashy attacks are not a real threat for holding back the swarm in the long run. Suddenly, a sharp and terrifying screech echoes violently through the entire canyon. The strange sound instantly breaks the group's confident mood and leaves Wang Xiuyun visibly alarmed, unable to understand where the noise came from. A strong blue energy starts cutting through the air, coming straight from the monster's nest. Zhang Lei panics when he sees a new creature emerge from the hole, screaming desperately that its horns are completely different and that the insects seem to be calling for backup. In the middle of the veteran tamer's panic, Lin-zae keeps his analytical attitude, watching the crack and wondering if a giant death beetle king is about to appear. The horned rhino is surrounded and fiercely attacked. The mantis and the fear wasp fall helplessly, overwhelmed by the swarm. Zhao Mingshan tries to get his beast back, while Zhang Lei covers his ears in panic and screams for someone to save the pets. Calmly, Lin-zae says it is useless to give orders. He explains that the beetle's sound has a paralyzing effect, stopping the beasts from hearing commands. Wang Xiuyun falls into despair when she sees her wasp vulnerable. Angry, Zhang Lei grabs Lin-zae by the collar. He blames him for not warning them earlier and calls him sarcastic trash. Without being shaken, the protagonist keeps a cold look and says Zhang Lei should worry about his own life. Suddenly, a huge wave of beetles rushes through the canyon. Facing the sea of monsters, Captain Zhao Mingshan panics and orders an immediate retreat, admitting that the mission is not common level. He turns around and runs away at full speed to save himself. While the captain tries to retreat in despair, Lin-zae takes control of the situation and activates Spiritual Guardian. A huge blue shield instantly expands around them, sheltering the group and easily blocking the monster's mass charge. After seeing the protective barrier, Zhang Lei falls into total shock. He recognizes the power as an advanced spiritual technique, something that in theory, only the elite tamers of the Imperial Academy should be able to master, and cannot understand how an ordinary student has such an ability. Stopping his teammates' panic, Lin-zae coldly orders him to stop talking nonsense and just watch carefully from behind him. Evaluating the swarm, the young man calculates that the beetles are rank 1, stage 7 at most, and notices that the veterans were cornered simply because they do not have area of effect skills to control the crowd. With total calm, the protagonist stretches out his hand and makes his own summon, the Ice Crystal Spirit. The mystical and imposing creature awakens while releasing an intense freezing mist, leaving the trio of experienced tamers completely frozen and speechless in front of a legendary beast they have never seen before in their lives. Lin-zae says that his rank 3 Ice Crystal Spirit has the perfect ability for large-scale elimination. The creature then activates Arctic Domain, spreading a devastating snowstorm that instantly freezes the entire horde of beetles into solid blocks of ice. Looking at the frozen scene, the young man states his rules to his teammates. They can collect their beasts before it is too late, but only if they agree to give up the entire mission reward. Humiliated and out of options, Captain Zhao Mingshan accepts the demand right away, only asking to recover the pets and leave safely. Unable to accept such nerve, Zhang Lei points his finger in anger and asks if the boy somehow thinks he is Lin Zhe, the legendary candidate who passed the superior difficulty test. Without getting shaken, the protagonist simply answers directly that yes, he is Lin Zhe. The revelation leaves the group stunned. Wang Xiuwen finally understands where so much power came from and begs the legendary rookie to save their beasts, while Zhang Lei, unwilling to accept the truth, shouts in panic for him to undo the freeze quickly and free their partners. Angry at his teammates' arrogance, Zhao Mingsen throws a violent punch into Zhang Lei's face and calls him an idiot. The captain makes it clear that Lin Zhe's strength does not need proof and that they were blind for failing to recognize his superiority. As the frozen structure starts giving way, Lin Zhe warns that time is running out. He tells everyone to collect their beasts and escape before the swarm wakes up. Worried, Wang Xiuyun asks what he is going to do, and the young man explains that the insects have only been held back temporarily. With determination, Lin Zhe decides to go straight into the crack to eliminate the leader of the swarm, stating that to capture the group, one must catch the king first. Fallen down and holding his bruised face, Zhang Lei realizes in disbelief that the rookie plans to invade the nest alone. Without hesitation, the protagonist jumps into the dark abyss with his summon. Despite the total darkness, he notices that the evolution of his attributes has improved his vision, allowing him to see everything clearly. At the bottom of the nest, a massive horde of beetles emerges from the shadows with glowing eyes. Facing the new threat, Lin Zhe goes down through the tunnel protected by his spiritual barrier, ready to use his spiritual impact. Lin Zhe activates Spiritual Guardian to protect himself in the depths of the tunnel, but the number of beetles is overwhelming. The barrier starts cracking under the pressure of the endless attacks, making him realize he will not be able to last very long by staying only on defense. In the heat of battle, he remembers his remaining achievement points. The young man opens the system panel and spends exactly his 150 saved points to unlock two new skills for his beast: Ice Shield for 50 points and Ice Nova for 100 points. With the Ice Crystal Spirit equipped with the new techniques, Lin Zhe creates the perfect plan. Ice Shield will allow the creature to move freely outside the barrier's protection, setting things up to deal massive area damage by coordinating Ice Nova with the local elements. Freezing energy starts gathering intensely along the walls of the dark environment. With a firm command, the protagonist orders the start of the counterattack, calling on his mystical partner's power to release the devastating Arctic domain inside the monster's nest. Lin Zhe casts Spiritual Guardian one more time to secure his defense while the ice element concentrates in the area. With everything ready, he gives the order for his mystical beast to release Ice Nova. The attack creates an overwhelming large-scale freezing explosion. The force of the impact is so destructive that it instantly eliminates 50 death beetles at once, even breaking the protective barrier itself because of the blast's power. Satisfied with the result, Lin Zhe watches the system panel. The Ice Crystal Spirit gains experience and rises to rank 3, Stage 2, reaching an 89% growth rate. The young man realizes that the nest is the perfect place to level up quickly and that his beast may reach the next evolution today. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoes from deep inside the tunnel, and strange new creatures appear from the darkness. Without being shaken, Lin Zhe crosses his arms with total confidence and concludes that the swarm's king is right ahead, preparing himself for the real challenge. Meanwhile, at the top of the canyon, the three tamers catch their breath after escaping. Wang Xuyun, visibly sweaty and worried, says they need to report the real danger of the mission quickly, fearing that Lin Zhe might be in deadly danger down below. Still resentful, Zhang Lei snaps in anger, asking why she cares about that brat when he chose to seek death himself. At that exact moment, firm footsteps echo through the area as someone approaches the shaken group. A mysterious man carrying a large bundle on his back politely interrupts the argument. Introducing himself with a nod, the newcomer in desert clothes asks if the Death Beetle's mission point is just ahead. A system ID soon appears on the screen, revealing the identity of the green-eyed warrior, the bronze beast tamer, Luo Da. Zhao Mingshen confirms that the target is ahead, but he stammers and advises the man not to go. He and the group are shocked when they notice the newcomer's bronze beast tamer badge. The system explains that this association honor ranks the world's elite. Bronze represents the top 30%, silver represents the top 12%, and gold represents the top 3% of tamers in the world. With a confident smile, Luo Da introduces himself and reveals that the association noticed the change in the mission's difficulty and sent him to clean up the mess. Excited, Wang Xiuyun celebrates and begs to go with him, showing off charm and arrogance. Luo Da holds Wang Xiuyun's chin and allows her to follow him to watch his performance. Then he looks at the other two with disdain and warns that they are not qualified to come along. Terrified and relieved, Zhao Mingshan and Zhang Lei quickly nod, assuring him that they do not want to go at all. The system congratulates Lin Zhe for completing the Beast Slayer achievement. He receives 300 achievement points and an explosive seed card, which increases a pet's rank for 60 seconds. Surprised by the generous rewards, the young man collects them immediately. Then, the Ice Crystal Spirit advances to rank 3, stage 3, reaching a 94% growth rate. Lindsay gets excited when he notices that he is only one step away from his beast's next evolution, the Snow Lady. Suddenly, a powerful crash makes the ground shake. From the shadows of the nest, a colossal beetle emerges, impressing the tamer with its massive size. Since the crisis started 1 week ago, Lindsay guesses that the monster must have evolved recently. The system sends out a high danger alert. It is a rank 4, stage 1 death toll striker. Even against such a powerful opponent, the young man refuses to back down because he does not want to lose the payment. Determined to give it his all and turn the risk into an opportunity, he gets ready for the decisive fight. A huge stone golem jumps toward the bottom of the nest, crashing violently into the ground and creating a strong shockwave. Luoda comes down right after that, bringing Wang Shuyun onto the battlefield. When she sees the protagonist perfectly unharmed, Wang Shuyun is surprised and celebrates in relief because he is okay. Lindsay answers with total calm, saying that he is already done there, and asking why they came back with someone else. Luoda steps forward arrogantly and orders the young man to retreat, saying that such a dangerous place is no place for him. The veteran looks at the monster ahead and identifies it as the rank 4 death toll striker, the legendary king that controls the entire swarm and the true cause of the problems in the canyon. Confident, the bronze tamer walks toward the beast and tells them to watch how he handles the situation. However, Lindsay stops his advance by firmly grabbing his cloak, warning him not to interfere because he came to complete the mission, and that boss belongs to him. Deeply irritated by the student's nerve, Luoda stops right away and turns around with an intimidating look, asking if the boy has any idea who he is talking to. The death toll striker lets out a furious roar and launches its attack. With extreme arrogance, Luoda steps forward beside his giant rock monster, a rank 3, stage 9 creature, asking who the rookie thinks he is to speak that way to a bronze tamer. The stone monster charges and collides directly with the colossal insect. At that moment, Lindsay acts fast and casts Arctic chains, summoning massive ice chains to restrain the enemy. Luoda turns around in surprise and realizes that the boy is the legendary candidate who passed the superior difficulty test. He admits that the young man has talent, but makes sure to brag, saying he went through hundreds of real battles before earning his place among the bronze elite. Showing total indifference, Lindsay scratches his ear and dryly says that he will also take part in the fight, leaving the veteran annoyed. The argument is interrupted by Wang Shuyun, who screams desperately for them to stop fighting because of the immediate danger right behind them. The giant beetle advances threateningly from above. Determined to show the crushing gap in level, Luoda uses a strengthening spiritual technique on his golem, instantly raising the giant rock monster's strength to rank 4, stage 2. Lindsay watches the veteran's technique with curiosity. The strengthened stone monster performs a crushing move called Rock Arm Earthquake, slamming the colossal beetle into the ground in a huge explosion of dirt and energy. With the enemy fallen in the dust, Luoda smiles arrogantly. He brags that mastering high-level techniques is not something anyone can do, making the gap in experience between them very clear. The celebration, however, does not last long. The giant beetle lets out a furious hiss, its eyes glow bright red, and it charges forward in a brutal counterattack with horn-piercing strike. Death Toll Striker enters a totally out-of-control berserk state, raising its combat power to the level of a dangerous rank 4, stage 3. Facing that terrifying transformation, Luoda grows tense and realizes the enemy has become incredibly hard to deal with. To stop the furious beast's advance, Lindsay quickly attacks by combining the icicle and spirit impact techniques with his summon, creating a strong explosion across the battlefield. The protagonist steps forward for a direct fight while the berserk creature roars violently. Lindsay brings out his powers and orders the use of the freezing Arctic chains to restrict the monster's movements. When Luoda sees the beast temporarily trapped by blocks of ice, he gives a confident smile and says they are now even in the fight. However, the strength of the Beetle King goes far beyond every expectation. With a crushing impact, the huge insect violently throws giant rock monster against the walls of the lair. The stone golem cannot withstand the counterattack and falls completely knocked out on the ground, with X-shaped eyes in the middle of the dust. Wang Shuyun panics and yells for everyone to run, afraid they will die because of the insect's massive power. Luoda agrees that the enemy's strength is bizarre and decides to retreat so they can reassess the situation later. But Lindsay refuses to run and says he will stay to eliminate the monster. Luoda snaps in anger, calling the young man crazy and reminding him that even his strengthened golem could not do anything against the beast. Lindsay calmly asks if the big level difference mentioned by the veteran was only about using advanced strengthening techniques. After Luo Da confirms it, the protagonist activates the explosive seed card in the system. A wave of golden energy bursts around Lindsay and his creature, triggering a powerful enhancement bonus. Luo Da is shocked when he sees that the boy can also amplify high-level spiritual techniques. With glowing red eyes, Ice Crystal Spirit awakens an overwhelmingly stronger force. As the veterans watch the scene in disbelief, the panel confirms that the beast has risen to rank 4, stage 3 for 60 seconds. Confident that 1 minute is enough with his spiritual support, Lindsay challenges the swarm leader and commands the use of the freezing Arctic chains, skillfully immobilizing the giant beetle. With Ice Crystal Spirit's level raised, Lindsay notices that the skill's power has become much stronger, but he understands that he will not be able to keep control for long. Focused on the flow of energy, he moves forward and releases the powerful spiritual impact. As the system timer shows that 40 seconds of enhancement remain, the protagonist attacks with total determination. The blow creates a violent and destructive rain of frozen shards that hit the giant beetle directly. Worried about the intensity of the attack, Luodai yells for him to stop, warning that overloading spiritual energy like that could be fatal. Lindsay only tells him not to worry, revealing that he has used only half of his power and still has 400 points left. Luo Da reacts in disbelief to what he sees, while Wang Xuyun, amazed by the young man's genius talent, regains hope that they can defeat the creature. Soon after, under the tamer's command, the mystical beast channels all its energy to release the devastating ice nova. The beam of freezing energy explodes directly against the colossal target. The magnitude of the impact creates an overwhelming shockwave that pushes the veterans back, leaving them completely stunned. Luo Da is impressed by the attack's crushing strength and realizes he has never seen a creature like Linze's pet before, raising suspicions in his mind while Wang Xuyun watches in shock. The veteran begins to remember an ancient legend in which humans gathered the 5 supreme elemental beasts to save the world from chaos. Knowing that those legendary creatures disappeared after that, he wonders if the young man's ice spirit has some connection to that myth. With only 30 seconds left before the enhancement ends, Linze decides to put a final end to the insects. Under the command to condense energy, his mystical beast manifests massive ice swords around the area, preparing to deliver the final blow. Death Toll Striker tries to flee desperately, but Linze jumps in to intercept it. With one overwhelming final strike, the monster is completely defeated, and the system confirms the first boss kill. Wang Shuyun celebrates the victory with excitement, while Luo Da feels shaken after losing the spotlight. Then, the strengthening effect ends, and the mystical beast shrinks back to its normal size. The panel shows that it has reached rank 3, stage 5 with 100% growth, needing 10 advanced ice materials to complete its evolution. The system then gives the rewards for the achievement: 500 achievement points, a resurrection potion, and exactly the 10 evolution materials needed. Pleased by the system's convenience, Linze is interrupted by Luo Da, who places a hand on his shoulder and asks to take the credit for killing Death Toll Striker. Wang Shuyun becomes angry at Luo Da's opportunistic attitude, but the veteran offers 100,000 coins to claim the credit for the kill. Linze realizes that Luo Da desperately needs the result for his evaluation and promotion in the association. Thinking that the amount is excellent for buying a new pet, the young man decides to pretend to hesitate so he can gain even better benefits. Luo Da becomes desperate and insists that the amount equals half a year of his savings, also reminding Lindsay that he will still pocket the full 50,000 from the official reward. The veteran ends the offer by adding a personal favor. Lindsay accepts with a smile, knowing favors are priceless, and the payment immediately drops into his phone. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupts them when a huge winged creature appears through a crack in the ceiling, bringing along a blue-haired man. Luo Da turns pale and respectfully greets him as Mr. He, while Wang Soyun becomes thrilled when she notices the silver badge, recognizing him as a legendary silver beast tamer. Mr. He says they have met again, and Linze responds with a nod and a very casual hi. Luo Da starts sweating cold, completely shocked when he notices that the student is familiar with an authority of that level. Then, the newcomer turns to Luo Da, confirms his name, and asks if the mission was completed successfully. Luo Da takes responsibility and says he completed the mission successfully with no one injured. After analyzing the situation, Mr. He notices that the beetle reached rank 4 and concludes that, since Linze's pet should only be rank 2, the victory must have been the result of teamwork, with Luo Da leading as the main force. Mr. He apologizes to Linze for the Beast Tamer Association's mistake in incorrectly rating the mission's difficulty. With patience, Linze plays down the problem and says Luo Da protected them very well, making the veteran feel awkward while Wang Shoyun admires the young man's high emotional intelligence. To make up for the danger, Mr. He offers Linze 100,000 yuan and says he will take the monster's corpse for research. Linze gladly accepts, knowing the money is meant to calm the situation and avoid future problems with the association. Mr. He transfers the money right away, seeing the amount as an investment in a talented tamer who needs funds for his next pet. Mr. He says goodbye and shocks Linze by lifting the colossal body of the dead beetle with only one hand, showing terrifying physical physical strength. As they walk back, Wang Se-yoon happily comments that Lin Zi made a total of 200,000 yuan that day, plus a precious favor. Extremely grateful, Luo Da says goodbye and promises he will never forget what the young man did for him. Wang Se-yoon waves goodbye happily and says the trip was totally worth it because she got to meet two amazing people. As she walks away, she thinks to herself that she needs to train hard to become as strong as her little brother Lin Zi and have the chance to go on missions together again. Smiling, the protagonist waves back and encourages her to keep up the good work, promising there will be new chances in the future. Later, while walking through the city streets at dusk, Lin Zi checks his balance on his phone and thinks that the 200,000 yuan he received should be enough to buy a rank B beast. He goes to a battle pet shop where he is warmly welcomed by a woman at the reception. After the young man shows interest in making a purchase, the attendant asks him to follow her to the display area. The employee leads him up a staircase overlooking the wide main hall of the shop, explaining that all the options are there for him to choose from without rushing. As he walks between the glass displays, Lin Zi concludes that rank B seems to be the maximum limit of that ordinary shop. The system analyzes creatures like Mushroom Child and Bone Snake, but the young tamer rejects both because they do not have any hidden evolution route. His attention is caught by a fire-type flame imp. The system panel reveals that the creature has the hidden Raging Flame Ghost route, although Lin Zi notes that it does not reach the same level as legendary kings like the evolution of his ice companion. When the attendant notices the customer's interest, she praises his great eye and points out that the little demon is an elite rarity that costs 160,000 yuan, leaving the protagonist startled by the steep price. The attendant adds that the price of the flame imp already includes the evolution materials, but Lin Zi prefers to keep looking around the hall. He thinks that the association's traditional ranking classifications are based only on expert experience and are not absolute truths. During the search, the system detects a creature with a hidden king grade route. When he approaches, the young tamer finds a small rock-type stone monster that looks extremely familiar to him. The panel explains that the creature's normal evolution is giant rock monster, the same summon used by Luo Da, but it also reveals a hidden ancient and divine bloodline called Rock God. To activate the intermediate rock ghost form, the requirements are 20 intermediate earth element essences and 500 G of undead powder. Lin Zi concludes that the creature would be the ideal warrior type to complement his ice spirit, which acts as a control mage. The employee promotes the small stone monster, pointing out that it is very popular, cheap, and easy to carry. She offers the creature for 80,000 yuan. The protagonist closes the deal immediately and takes the chance to request the exact rare materials needed for the hidden route. Holding the monster in her arms, the attendant looks confused and warns him that those components are expensive and will not make a rank D creature evolve. To avoid raising suspicion about his secret, Lin Zi smiles awkwardly and lies, saying the materials are for a gift. Lin Zi comically cries when he looks at his phone and sees that his balance has dropped to 20,000 yuan, complaining that the materials are more expensive than the pet itself. Soon after, the attendant hands him the seal pearl with the stone creature inside. The contract with his new partner is completed successfully, giving the protagonist another 300 achievement points. At night, inside his apartment, he arranges the ingredients on the floor and summons his stone monster. Since the system requires a 100% growth rate to unlock the special route, Lin Zi spends 220 achievement points to evolve the little monster straight to rank 2, stage 2. The young man thinks that, despite its goofy look, the pet carries the hidden bloodline of a true rock god. He orders the creature to eat the items, and the little monster jumps forward hungrily to devour everything, even needing a warning from its tamer not to leave the rest of the undead powder on the plate. Lin Zi gets annoyed when the small stone monster refuses to eat, shaking its head irritably. The young man snaps about how much he spent on the materials and calls it picky, but the pet stays stubborn and sulky. When he sees that the creature still refuses to give in, Lin Zi decides to summon his ice crystal spirit, who is already recovering well. The small ice fairy appears with a serious look and holds a frozen dagger, leaving the little stone monster completely terrified. Under the pressure and fear of its teammate, the stone monster starts crying and forcefully swallows the rest of the ingredients. Lin Zi only rubs his head, thinking the pet is way too stubborn because it only obeys when threatened. Right after it swallows everything, a system notification confirms that the growth rate has reached 100%. Suddenly, an intense and terrifying dark energy explodes around the little monster, starting its transformation. The hidden evolution is completed successfully, and the creature takes on an imposing armored humanoid form, awakening as Rock Ghost, Rock and Ghost type. The panel reveals that he has already reached rank 2, stage 9, equipped with the skills Earth Spikes, Stone Bullet Throw, and Crushing Impact. Looking at the new warrior, Lin Zi smiles and thinks about how shocked Luo Da would be if he knew that an ordinary stone monster held such absurd potential. Right after evolving, Rock Ghost roars and suddenly attacks, catching Lin Zi by surprise. The monster activates its destructive earth spikes right inside the apartment, forcing Ice Crystal Spirit to dodge toward the window. The stone creature charges forward recklessly with a crushing impact. However, the Ice Spirit reacts with great skill and raises a powerful frozen shield shield, blocking the attack and brutally throwing the rebel against the wall. Annoyed by the damage to his wall, Lin Zi scolds the new pet for disobeying orders and acting on its own. To restore his authority, the tamer takes advantage of the system alert and consumes the 10 advanced evolution materials to upgrade his first beast. Rock Ghost watches the scene completely intimidated as a mystical snowstorm consumes the room. The transformation is a total success, and the small spirit awakens in an imposing and stunning human form, Snow Maiden, reaching rank 4, stage 1. Lin Zhe is impressed when he notices that his mystical companion's skills have also been upgraded through the evolution. Snow Maiden now has the techniques Ice Shower, a massive rain of ice blades, Ice Crystal Mirror, a defensive shield with rebound ability, and Blizzard, a powerful amplified snowstorm. Feeling the crushing presence of his ally, Rock Ghost steps back in fear. To teach the rebellious pet a final lesson, the tamer orders the use of Ice Shower. The attack falls like a waterfall of frozen shards over the stone creature, instantly overpowering it and making it drop to its knees, completely unable to fight back. Lin Zi takes a stern stance and makes it clear that he demands absolute obedience, warning that he will not hesitate to eliminate him if his troublesome nature continues. Terrified and sweating with fear under the young man's dark stare, the monster bows over and over as a sign of complete submission. The calm does not last long, because loud knocks at the door interrupt the moment. When Lin Zi opens the entrance, he finds a muscular and furious neighbor who shouts about the noise in the middle of the night and demands an explanation for the damage caused directly to the wall of his own home. Lin Zi apologizes for the noise and promises to cover the losses, but the angry neighbor loses his patience. He yells that this is not the first time and demands an absurd amount of 300,000 yuan as compensation for emotional damage. Completely shocked by the abusive amount, the young man tries to argue, but the man grabs him by the collar and threatens him, giving him 3 days to pay. The intimidation is interrupted when the imposing silhouette of the newly evolved Rock Ghost appears right behind Lin Zhe, his red eyes glowing with rage. The monster does not actually strike. He only swings his arm forward and stops his hand in a precise and intimidating way right under the neighbor's throat, cutting off his words instantly. Completely frozen and sweating in fear, the man stammers and asks what kind of creature that is. Lin Zi takes advantage of the moment to tease him, apologizing for his partner's poor training. Rock Ghost stares at the man up close with a terrifying expression, making him swallow his tough guy act. Scared, the aggressor backs away and begs them to forget the whole thing. After seeing the neighbor leave in a hurry, Lin Zi smiles in relief and sarcastically concludes that a man of true character should not stress over these small everyday problems. After the chaos of the previous night, the apartment is in total disorder. Lin Zi sleeps deeply on the bed beside Snow Maiden, while Rock Ghost spends the rest of the night keeping watch, sitting on the floor. In the morning, the phone wakes him with a loud musical ringtone. The young man wakes up startled and jumps when he sees Snow Maiden holding the device with an urgent call from Guanning. Guanning warns him desperately from the other side of the line that the entrance exam for Jiangning Imperial Beast Academy is that day. Panicking because he forgot the appointment, Lin Zi is called an idiot and ordered to hurry over and meet the group at the school gate. When he arrives at the boarding area, the protagonist is spotted by Guanning, who waves hi to call him over. Lin Zi's delay attracts annoyed looks and gossip from the other candidates gathered there, who accuse him of being arrogant and full of himself, even though they reluctantly admit that he passed the superior class test. As soon as he gets close to the group, the young man takes a sharp comedic punch to the face from the long pink-haired teacher, who snaps angrily and asks if he lay down and overslept again. Rubbing his cheek awkwardly, Lin Zi tries to explain that he has been exhausted lately. The teacher changes her tone and seriously asks if he has been practicing his spiritual techniques, making the young tamer nod obediently under Guanning's attentive and curious gaze. The pink-haired teacher gathers the students from Pinghai No 1 school, pointing out that they are the elite, and that the entrance exam for Jiangning Imperial Beast Academy will be extremely challenging. With a warm speech, she encourages them to give it their all, saying that no matter the result, they will still be her proud students. The group cheers with enthusiasm, while the tutor secretly places the institution's greatest hope on Lin Zhe. On the bus, Guanning calls Lin Zhe out for disappearing and not answering her recent messages. The young man apologizes with an awkward laugh, explaining that he was buried in missions. To change the subject, the girl proudly says that her fierce magic bird has also evolved successfully. Lin Zhe congratulates her excitedly, assuring her that with that boost, the test will be easy for her. As the bus moves down the road toward the huge skyscrapers of Jiangning City, Guanning leans excitedly toward the window to look at the scenery. The sudden physical closeness catches Lin Zhe by surprise, making the young man turn completely red. When they realize the awkward mood, the two quickly move away from each other, full of embarrassment, while other female students in the back of the vehicle whisper and giggle at the embarrassing situation. After getting off the bus, the students are dazzled by the colossal and palace-like structure of Jiangning Imperial Beast Academy, facing the monumental courtyard and its huge central fountain. The young people comment in awe that getting a spot there would make every effort in life worth it. Soon, delegations from other elite schools begin showing up for official registration. First, the 17 students from Qinping Ping High School arrive, led by the imposing Li Pengyun. Then, the 21 representatives from Sangxia Nob 3 School make their presence known, with the sturdy Tan Yong and the young Guo Xinyu standing out. Watching the tough competition, a classmate encourages Guan Ning to do her best and not lose to them since she is the class leader, while Lin Ze gives a confident thumbs up in support. However, when the only 2 students from Ping Hai Nob 1 School present themselves, one of the rivals looks down on the group and calls them country bumpkins, since the map reveals that Ping Hai City is located in a much more remote region than the others. The movement is interrupted by the impactful arrival of a man who lands energetically in the middle of the courtyard. Showing a friendly posture in a white lab coat, he formally introduces himself as Qin He, the professor responsible for coordinating the candidates' registration. Professor Qin He begins his speech by congratulating everyone for completing the initial stage, but he gives them a serious warning not to celebrate too early. He warns that the real difficulty of the Academy's exam cannot be compared to anything they have seen before. The instructor shocks the courtyard by revealing that the historical elimination rate is 80%, meaning only 10 candidates from that huge group will be approved. The news instantly spreads panic among the students who barely passed the easier levels. Taking advantage of the tense mood, the arrogant gray-haired rival openly provokes them, saying that no student from Ping Hai No. 1 School has the ability to pass, angering one of the girls in the group. Unbothered by the argument, Tan Yong asks his partner Guo Xinyi who she thinks will survive besides the 2 of them. Watching the competitors, Lindsay stares at the imposing Li Pengyun and mentally recognizes that the guy gives off a real and dangerous strength. On the other side, Guo Xinyi chews her gum while glancing at the protagonist, thinking his attitude is pretty unusual. Tan Yong notices his partner's distraction and asks what happened. Hearing from Guo Xinyi that Lindsay's strength seems simply impossible to read, Tan Yong arrogantly looks down on him, calling the hero a country bumpkin and insisting that the level of his school is far too low to be any kind of threat. Professor Qin He tells all candidates to check in at the Academy Hotel and rest, pointing out that the cafeteria offers free and tasty food during the testing period. Excited by the news, a classmate says she has been starving for a long time and invites the group to eat. Once they are in the cafeteria, Guan Ning's presence catches the attention of students from Xinping School. One of them makes vulgar comments about her body, and he is immediately scolded by a classmate who tells him to be discreet so they do not embarrass their own institution, even though he admits that he also liked what he saw. At the table, Guan Ning fills Lindsay's plate with several chicken legs and insists that he eat more, leaving the young tamer completely overwhelmed by the mountain of food. 2 other classmates come over to interact and joke that the 2 of them really look like a couple, making Guan Ning blush hard and deny it desperately. After witnessing the scene, the boys from Xinping School become angry and jealous of Lindsay's popularity while he is surrounded by girls. The orange-haired student bitterly wonders why the protagonist is so successful, claiming that he is not even as handsome as himself. At that moment, a sturdy student wearing a beanie walks over and asks for permission to sit at the table across from them, receiving Guan Ning's approval. He introduces himself as Zhou Sheng from Xinping School and directly asks Lin Ze if the famous Ping Hai student who passed the superior difficulty test came for the entrance exam. The girls suspect that Zhou Sheng is gathering information to spy on them, but he defends himself by saying he only wants to make friends and that ordinary competitors need intelligence to win. Focused on her meal, Guan Ning rejects the guy and tells him to go back to his seat. Trying to break the ice, Zhou Xiong decides to share what he knows about the favorites, highlighting Li Pengyun. He reveals that the genius has a rank 3 poison ivy monster, leaving the students in panic as they compare it to their rank 1 pets, while Guan Ning worries because her fierce magic bird is only rank 2, stage 7. Next, Zhou Sheng points to the troublesome Guo Xinyi, who advanced quickly in her career as a tamer and has a rank 2, stage 8 steel pattern young dragon. While the group discusses the mystery behind that fast evolution, Guo Xinyi herself notices the conversation and gives Lindsay a wink with a peace sign, which he watches with an apathetic and awkward expression. Finally, Zhou Sheng drops the last bomb about the rivals from Sangsha, Tan Yong, a competitor who carries a dual-element beast. The frightening information makes the girls scream in complete shock in the middle of the cafeteria. Guan Ning explains that beasts with dual attributes are extremely precious, usually live in dangerous areas, and are almost impossible to tame in most cases. As he listens, Lin Ze remembers that his own rock ghost combines rock and ghost types, internally concluding that it is very worth investing in that valuable trait. Zhou Sheng finishes sharing what he knows, and asks the group in exchange to talk about the guy who beat superior difficulty. Quickly, the pink-haired classmate takes control of the situation and lies with a smile, saying that this person did not show up for the exam, and that they do not even know him. Disappointed, Zhou Sheng says goodbye, claiming he will not force the issue. However, as he walks back, he reflects that the group seems to be hiding something, and strongly suspects that the prodigy from Ping Hai is hidden right there among them. At Xinping School's table, one of the rivals watches Lin Ze from afar and plans to test the young man's skills later. At the same time, the pink-haired classmate questions the hero for hiding the truth, arguing that his achievement is something to be publicly publicly proud of. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Lindsay thinks it is better to stay discreet to avoid becoming a target too early, and he also points out that the information brought by the guy may not be completely reliable. Guanning listens to his explanation and admires how careful her brother is when thinking strategically. As they leave the cafeteria, Guanning calls her friends Xian and Xiao Yun for an intense training session that night, determined not to lose to students from the other institutions, and the girls excitedly agree. Guanning innocently invites Lindsay to go to the girls' room at night, suggesting that the four of them spend time together. The young tamer immediately gets distracted, losing himself in a wild and compromising fantasy of the three students in bikinis. The fantasy is suddenly interrupted when the arrogant gray-haired rival approaches Guanning from behind in an invasive way and mockingly asks if they can also go to the room. Furious at his nerve, she turns around to throw a punch, but the aggressor blocks the strike with extreme ease, saying he likes hot-headed girls while his buddies burst into laughter. A completely dark and intimidating presence takes over the area when Lindsay, filled with rage, coldly orders the guy to let her go. Worried about the academy's rules and punishments, Guanning tries to stop her brother and begs him to forget the insult. The provocateur completely ignores the danger, makes a mocking gesture with his pinky finger, and insults the students from Ping Hai, claiming that the girls are pretty, but all the men are weak. Before the rival can even finish the provocation, Lindsay explodes with a brutal punch straight into the guy's face, sending him flying and bleeding across the cafeteria while his allies are left in total shock. Surrounded by a red and intimidating aura, Lindsay makes it clear that no one messes with his sister. The rival's buddies watch the scene completely frozen with fear while the hero coldly warns that he has no intention of letting them get away unpunished. The aggressor gets up furious and tries to start a direct confrontation right there, but Li Pengyun stops him. The leader of Qinping's school grabs his ally's arm and demands that he stop before embarrassing himself. Turning to Lindsay, Li Pengyun says the protagonist's punch already evened the score for the provocation, but the hero states that the matter is far from over. Li Pengyun leaves with his companions and promises that he will punish the provocateur later, leaving the door open if Lindsay still has any complaints. The pressure in the cafeteria reaches its peak when the colossal auras of Lindsay and Li Pengyun silently clash, revealing a powerful rivalry between the two tamers. Guanning pulls her brother away so they can leave, and Lindsay agrees to end the discussion for now, saying goodbye with the promise that he will meet them in the official exam. As the girls leave while praising the protagonist's heroic and charming attitude, Li Pengyun watches the group walk away, and with a dark and calculating smile, fixes his eyes on his new target, Lindsay. At night, steam fills the bathroom in the academy lodging. Guanning gets annoyed when she sees that her friends decided to squeeze into the same bathtub as her. The young women explain with smiles that the gesture is a thank you for the training that raised their pets to level 2, and they offer her a massage. Guanning quickly panics under the flood of hands and yells for them to stop touching her randomly. On the day of the exam, the candidates stand in organized lines inside the grand main hall. Professor Qin He takes the platform and acts mysterious, promising good news after reviewing the recent background of that group. To everyone's shock, the instructor changes his expression and harshly declares that this is the worst batch of students in history. The young people react angrily, and one competitor openly blames the injured rival for lowering the group's overall level because of the punch he suffered earlier. Showing the bruise on his face, the guy shouts furiously and swears to get revenge on Lindsay as soon as the evaluation ends. Ignoring the protests, Qin He announces that the test will take place inside the illusion of the Origin Stone tablet. The giant crystal shines brightly as the master reveals that the challenge will be called Secret Forest and will not have a difficulty level selection. Professor Qin He explains the guidelines for the Secret Forest exam. When they enter deep meditation and step into the illusion filled with wild beasts, a holographic score panel will appear directly on the candidate's arms. Killing creatures will increase their points based on the level of danger. Rank 1 monsters give 10 points, rank 2 monsters give 20 points, and the dangerous rank 3 enemies grant 40 points. In that environment, everyone will be both hunter and prey at the same time. If the tamer or their beast dies inside the illusion, the candidate will be automatically eliminated. The test will have a strict duration of 4 hours, and a central monument in the forest will reveal the real-time location and score of the top 10. The mention of rank 3 monsters terrifies the students because of the risk of instant elimination, and Li Pengyun then asks if the focus should only be on killing beasts. With a dark expression, the instructor reveals that eliminating other candidates is also allowed, which will let the winner take all the points accumulated by the victim. The announcement creates general despair and outrage because of the cruelty of the rule, while some students begin secretly plotting alliances to hunt rival schools. Facing the new dynamic, Tan Yong celebrates and prepares to go all out, while Guo Xinyi fixes her suspicious gaze on Lin Ze. Xin He silences the crowd by ordering them to shut up, reminding them that a real battlefield is infinitely more brutal. He ends by stirring everyone's ambition, revealing that the first place candidate in the ranking will become the leader leader of the freshmen, securing a series of privileges and exclusive rights after admission. Professor Kin-hee watches the candidates' determination while silently wondering who will become the king among the new students. Before they begin, Lin-Zhe tells Guan-Ning to use the flying ability of her fierce magic bird to locate him as soon as they enter the illusion. She accepts the plan with a confident smile, while secretly wishing she can help him even if she does not reach the top 10. The instructor orders everyone to sit in silence to begin the process. In just a few moments, the minds of the young people are transported directly into the virtual environment. Lin-Zhe wakes up alone in the middle of the dense vegetation of the secret forest. As he looks around, he spots the monumental glow of the origin stone tablet rising above the trees in the distance. Checking his own arm, Lin-Zhe notices the counter showing 0 points and exactly 3 hours and 59 minutes left in the test. He realizes that the information on his wrist only shows individual points, making it impossible to know who has entered the top 10. The young man concludes that everyone will be forced to go to the central monument to check the ranking, which will turn that area into the most dangerous and deadly zone during the final stages of the exam. Lin-Zhe understands that focusing only on gathering points without going to the central tablet will still reveal his coordinates if he reaches the top 10, attracting an unavoidable siege from other competitors. He concludes that the real purpose of the exam is to force direct conflict between the players, where the strongest will set the rules and take points from the weak. Confident, he summons his 2 beasts and decides that the most important thing is to have fun during the process. Suddenly, a 2-headed forest python, a rank 1 stage 9 beast-type creature, appears and attacks the hero. Lin-Zhe keeps his spiritual shield active for safety, since the technique consumes very little energy. He calls Rock Ghost into battle, planning to hide his full strength for now, so he can test the true potential of his partner's dual attributes. When the snake sees the rocky opponent, it gets scared and runs straight into the bushes. Lin-Zhe orders Rock Ghost to stop chasing it. He calculates that defeating creatures at the last stage of a rank is not worth it, because stage 9 only gives 10 points, but requires almost the same effort as fighting a rank 2 stage 1 monster, which is worth twice as much. Rock Ghost bangs his fists together with excitement, eager to challenge much stronger opponents. While his partner gets hyped for the hunt, Lin-Zhe looks around the forest and admits a small concern: whether Guan-Ning will be able to find him successfully in that massive place. Guan-Ning explores the secret forest, where her fierce magic bird defeats a flaming centipede, raising her score to 30 with 3 hours and 45 minutes left. After sending the bird out for aerial scouting, she realizes the creature cannot move too far away from her position. Watching other candidates fight against different beasts, she thinks about her strategy and notices that finding Lin-Zhe in that huge territory will be difficult. Confident in Lin-Zhe's strength to reach the top 10, she decides to take her chances by heading toward the origin stone tablet, hoping she can locate his coordinates through the monument. Guan-Ning is suddenly attacked by a golden-backed ostrich. She skillfully dodges the beast's repeated attacks. After identifying the monster as rank 2, stage 5, she concludes that it is no match for her rank 2, stage 7 magic flamebird. As expected, her beast easily incinerates the target, but before she can relax, a surprise attack interrupts her. A humanoid creature identified as an Odo barbarian, rank 2, stage 4, appears beside a familiar competitor. Guan-Ning confronts the opponent, accusing him of being shameless for practicing kill stealing. The rival answers cynically, saying the rules do not forbid that practice, and that his real goal is to steal all the points she has gathered, immediately ordering his creature to attack. Guan-Ning barely dodges a devastating strike from the Odo barbarian, but she ends up falling into a trap. The rival suddenly appears and immobilizes her from behind, covering her mouth so she cannot give any commands to her magic flame bird. The aggressor mocks the situation, explaining that the superior intelligence of humanoid pets allows them to act on their own, making his previous attack a calculated distraction to confuse her actions. While the young woman is held captive, the Odo barbarian captures her magic flame bird in mid-air. With Guan-Ning subdued, the rival shows a twisted smile, saying he plans to enjoy his victory before finally eliminating her from the exam. Meanwhile, Lin-Zhe checks his panel, which shows 40 points and 3 hours and 28 minutes left in the test. He carefully watches the movement in the forest, where other students face dangers like the giant clawed monkey. Lin-Zhe pretends to be naive and acts impressed by Zhou Sheng's pet, a strange type big-mouthed monster, rank 2, stage 7. Zhou Sheng, believing he has easily fooled the young man, insists that he will help him climb the ranking and enter the top 10. Lin-Zhe keeps up his act, pretending to be excited and thanking him for the help, while internally observing that Zhou Sheng's pet is unusual and that he does not know that beast. Zhou Sheng, for his part, is convinced that Lin-Zhe is not the prodigy who cleared superior difficulty, since his information says that person has an ice beast. The manipulator Zhou Sheng plans to use Lin-Zhe to gather points easily, and as soon as the young man becomes a burden or is no longer useful, he intends to eliminate him him and steal all his accumulated points. Guan Ning brutally reverses the situation by throwing her opponent to the ground. The rival, furious and panicking when he realizes he underestimated his opponent, sees the situation completely slip out of his control. Guan Ning declares that she will not let him escape and activates the demonize ability on her beast. The terrifying transformation makes the rival's pet Odo Barbarian panic and run away, completely ignoring its owner's desperate orders to return. Seeing that the pet's independence became the opponent's downfall, Guan Ning prepares the final blow while he lies helpless. The rival begs not to be hit in the same spot where Lin Zhe injured him earlier. With the fight over, Guan Ning collects the opponent's points, raising her total to 70. The current ranking reveals an intense dispute. Li Pengyun leads with 170 points, followed by Guo Xinyi with 120, Lu Gang with 100, Guan Ning with 70, and Zhou Xinyu with 60. Looking at the progress in less than an hour, it is clear that the overall performance of the participants is above expectations, with the leader already passing the 100-point mark. In another area, Li Pengyun finds a spotted tiger, rank 3, stage 1. His pet, the poison ivy demon, rank 3, stage 3, takes action and quickly dominates the fight, using vines to subdue and finish the beast. After the victory, Li Pengyun orders his poison ivy demon to stop playing and get ready to find the next target. Li Pengyun strengthens his lead in the exam, reaching 210 points and securing the top position among the freshmen. Tan Yong and Guo Xinyi watch the updated ranking projected in the forest and plan their strategy, deciding to avoid a direct fight with Li Pengyun for now and focus on hunting other high-scoring students. They locate Guan Ning to the east and decide she will be their next victim, taking the chance to mock Lin Zi's absence from the top, calling him a talentless fraud who probably cheated to gain his fame, and believing he is nothing but someone with an empty reputation. Meanwhile, Guan Ning continues her journey through the forest, guided by her magic flame bird, staying alert against dangerous predators like a wind-cutting mantis on the left and a man-eating plant on the right, while desperately trying to find Lin Zhe. Zhu Xing and Lin Zhe walk through the forest, with Zhu Xing acting as if he is guiding his partner while hiding his true selfish intentions. When a withered beast, a plant-type creature at rank 2, stage 4, appears in their path, Zhu Xing immediately leaves the fight to Lin Zhe, planning to wait until the beast is weakened before showing up and landing the final blow, taking the points for himself. However, Zhou Sheng's plan falls apart when Lin Zhe's rocky pet charges forward with unexpected speed and eliminates the withered beast with a single strike, leaving no chance for interference. The surprise on Zhou Sheng's face is obvious when he realizes his partner defeated the creature instantly, without needing help or any prior weakening, making him shout in shock at the one-hit knockout. Annoyed that he lost the chance to steal the points, he complains to Lin Zhe, demanding a fairer split of the kills, while Lin Zhe keeps up his submissive act, apologizing as if he made a mistake. Far away, an instructor analyzes the updated ranking at the central monument, noticing Lin Zhe's meteoric rise from 33rd to 9th place in less than 2 hours, gathering 120 points. The instructor comments on the young man's skill, suspecting that he is working together with other students to maximize his score, without realizing that Lin Zhe's cooperative dynamic is actually a clever move to deal with opportunistic allies like Zhou Xiong while he continues climbing in the tournament. Lin Zhe and Zhou Xiong continue their journey through the forest, with Lin Zhe declaring that, since the exam is crucial for admission into the academy, he always orders his beast to fight with everything it has, while also offering Zhou Sheng the chance to take the points from the next beast they find. Internally, Zhou Sheng despises Lin Zhe's attitude, seeing him as arrogant and keeping his secret plan to eliminate him at the end of the fight so he can steal all the points the young man has gathered. The tension rises when a notification appears, warning about the presence of a rare beast in the current area. Curious about the chance to earn extra points, Lin Zhe moves forward until he finds an imposing creature that looks like a golden tree. As they approach, they identify the target as a golden withered beast, a plant-type monster at rank 3, stage 9. The environment quickly becomes hostile when the golden withered beast attacks, grabbing Zhou Sheng with its branches and leaving him hanging upside down. The monster begins draining Zhou Sheng's spiritual energy, and in desperation, he calls for his companion's help. Lin Zhe, keeping a cold and calculating attitude, refuses the request for help, reminding Zhou Sheng that they had an agreement that the next beast would be his, leaving him at the mercy of the creature. Realizing the deadly danger, Zhou Sheng begs Lin Zhe to cooperate, insisting that the beast is too powerful to face alone, but his manipulation now seems useless against Lin Zhe's indifference. Seeing his ally's vulnerability and desperation, Lin Zhe does not rush, deciding to use the moment to gain strategic advantages. He makes his help depend on receiving valuable information, demanding details about Li Pengyun and Guo Kengyu's unique soul techniques. Cornered and watching his life energy drop quickly, Zhou Xun gives in to the pressure, promising to reveal the secrets if he is saved immediately. Satisfied with the value of the exchange, Lin Zhe takes control of the situation and orders his rock demon to launch a precise attack, using the crushing impact technique directly against the beast's abdomen. The impact is immediate, destabilizing the golden withered beast and allowing Zhou Xiong to be freed from its grasp. The situation in the forest forest becomes critical for Lindsay and his companion. Rock Demon, a rank 2 stage 9 beast, is in serious trouble, completely immobilized and wrapped by the thick and tough vines of the golden withered beast, a rank 3 stage 9 monster that shows overwhelming strength. The level gap between the creatures is obvious, and the stone monster, despite all his effort and attempted strike, cannot break the golden bindings that squeeze him tighter and tighter. Watching the battle up close, Lindsay analyzes the situation with caution and cold focus. Frustrated by his pet's inability to break free from the enemy beast's vines, he quickly realizes that normal brute force will not be enough to turn the fight around. In a tactical moment of decision, he concludes that he has no other choice but to rely on his trump card, secretly summoning Snow Maiden to finish the battle once and for all before the situation gets completely out of control. While Lindsay plans his next move, the scene around him is pure despair. Zhou Xing, who is also trapped in the vegetation, falls into total panic when he realizes that the golden withered beast is rapidly draining his spiritual energy. Fear takes over him as he screams that they are doomed and that his vitality is about to be completely consumed by the monstrous plant. The exam continues at a ruthless pace, with the remaining time showing 1 hour and 54 minutes, and the total number of eliminated participants rising to 27. From a safe place, an observer analyzes the events, intrigued by the true extent of the power held by the genius who surpassed the hardest test. On the battlefield, Lindsay faces a critical situation, and because he needs to overcome the golden withered beast, he unlocks a new skill, demonic spectral form, lasting 30 seconds. When he activates this technique, his stone monster goes through a metamorphosis, taking on a dark and ghostly appearance filled with blue energy. The skill's effectiveness is shown almost instantly when the golden tentacles of the beast try to attack the stone monster, but instead of hitting their target, they pass completely through his body without causing any damage. Lin Zhou watches the scene, impressed as he realizes that, by entering demonic spectral form, the stone monster no longer has a physical body, allowing him to avoid all kinds of physical damage and crowd control. Lin Zhou checks his rock demon skills, noticing that he has stone projectile, crushing impact, which is currently unavailable, and earth spikes. Determined to weaken the opponent, he orders his pet to use stone projectile, telling him to focus his attacks specifically on the golden beast's eyes and abdomen to maximize the damage. With the strategy set, the rock demon activates his psychic power, releasing intense blue energy around his body as he prepares for the impact. The attack is launched with force, knocking the colossal golden beast down with a heavy thud, causing chaos on the battlefield, and forcing Zhou Sheng and his pink creature to retreat and roll across the ground to avoid the danger. However, Lindsay quickly realizes that the rank gap between his pet and the golden withered beast is too large. The damage dealt, although significant, is not enough to defeat the opponent. Seeing that his companion is in danger, and that victory demands more power, he orders Zhou Sheng to flee the area. With no other option to guarantee success, Lindsay decides to secretly summon his secret weapon, Snow Maiden, to enter the field and end the fight for good. Snow Maiden begins the attack by launching a powerful blizzard against the golden withered beast. As the 30 seconds pass, Lindsay takes advantage of the opening and orders his rock demon to use crushing impact against the creature. The attack lands perfectly and hits the beast with full force. Lindsay tells Snow Maiden to activate her spectral form while ordering her to use Thread Cascade, launching a coordinated assault. Determined to secure the victory, he declares that the fight is not over yet and strikes the opponent with a spiritual energy strike. The combination of attacks proves effective, leading to the final defeat of the golden withered beast, which begins to lose its color as it is killed. With the battle over and the beast defeated, the system notifies Lindsay of his success. As a result of the battle, Rock Demon evolves and advances to rank 3. He unlocks the new skill Ghost Duplication, which allows the demon, while in spectral form, to instantly split into two. The copy has the same attack power and repeats all the movements and skills of the original, lasting 10 seconds at the cost of 100 achievement points. Lindsay thinks about how useful the new skill is, noticing that even though it is expensive, the investment was worth it because, by splitting, the spectral form doubles its combat power and, surprisingly, leveled up during the battle. He checks his current progress, noticing that he has gathered 180 points and only 1 hour and 20 minutes remain in the exam. Meanwhile, an instructor watches the events from afar, clearly impressed by the divine level potential of the ice-type beast summoned by the young man, and wondering how he managed to pull off such a feat against an almost impossible challenge. Lindsay thinks about the consequences of his performance, realizing that the rarity of the rank 3 beast, which gave him 60 points, will make it impossible to keep a low profile from now on. Zhou Sheng arrives at the scene completely confused and stunned, asking what happened and where the golden withered beast went, visibly shocked by the victory. When Zhou Sheng notices Snow Maiden, he points at her and asks who she is and which school she is from. Lindsay realizes his mistake in not dismissing the summon in time and decides he can no longer keep pretending, even though he still tries to maintain the act in front of Zhou Sheng. With an uncertain tone, he says he does not know what is going on and describes the figure as a humanoid ice-type beast that was responsible for defeating the golden withered beast. Zhou Sheng stares at the mysterious girl idle beside his pink creature, completely confused. He tries to understand what is happening, wondering why two beasts would be dueling if she is also a spiritual creature. Soon, he considers the possibility that she may have been summoned by someone, and wonders if her master is hiding nearby. Suddenly, realization hits him, and panic sets in. He understands that she is an ice type. In a burst of desperation, Zhu Xiong starts screaming, guessing that her master could only be the legendary Lin Zhe. Fearing the worst, he concludes that if this master defeated the colossal golden beast, his power must be far greater, meaning that he and his pet will be the next ones eliminated from the test. While his companion collapses mentally, Lin Zhe shows a sweaty and clearly uncomfortable expression in silence. To keep his disguise and avoid having his true identity discovered, he acts fast and sends a hidden system message to Snow Maiden, clearly ordering, "Pretend to attack us." When the ice-type creature receives the unexpected command, she becomes completely confused, with a puzzled expression and question marks floating around her head, unable to understand her master's strategy. Zhou Xiong, totally unaware of the act, points his finger in panic and screams that the creature has chosen them as her target. To strengthen the lie, Lin Zhe simply nods seriously, confirming the fake threat. In the next instant, an overwhelming torrent of sharp ice spikes begins raining violently from the sky. The two are forced to rush for cover behind a large root on the ground. Completely terrified and crying hard, Zhou Xiong hugs his pink mascot tightly, screaming in despair that his suspicions were right and that they are completely doomed. Snow Maiden continues the fake devastating attack, controlling the cold energy around her to make huge shining ice spikes rain from the sky. That freezing assault is only meant to keep up the appearance of the lie she had previously arranged with her master. While trying to escape the supposed fury of the ice creature, Zhou Xiong begins to build a treacherous plan in his mind. He coldly evaluates the exam situation and concludes that it would be a huge loss if both of them were eliminated from the test at that exact moment. Instead of cooperating, the young man makes a completely selfish decision. He chooses to eliminate the competitor beside him to secure his own interests and then run away safely. Putting his trap into action, Zhou Xiong's pink creature suddenly charges forward and swallows Lin Zhe whole. From inside the monster's body, Lin Zhe's voice echoes as he asks why he was swallowed so suddenly. Trying to hide his real intention of eliminating him through digestion, Zhou Xiong answers cynically while running beside his pet, saying that the extreme action was purely to protect him from the enemy attack. At the same time, Lin Zhe uses the isolation inside the creature to send hidden commands through his system screens, ordering Snow Maiden and Rock Demon to return immediately since they are already safe. After getting far away from the danger zone, Zhou Xiong and his monster stop in a forest clearing, completely exhausted, sweaty, and out of breath from the escape. Leaning against his mascot's body, Zhou Xiong shows a malicious smile on his face, celebrating the success of his double plan. He fully believes that he has escaped the chase, and at the same time gotten rid of Lin Zhe through his pet's digestion, which should theoretically give him the rival's points. However, the celebration of his supposed safety is suddenly interrupted by an unbelievable shock that leaves Zhou Xiong completely terrified. To his total astonishment, Lin Zhe reveals himself to be perfectly fine and unharmed, floating in an extremely relaxed way with his hands behind his head inside the monster. The young man is fully protected by a glowing blue sphere of energy, a protective skill known as Soul Guardian, which blocks any attempt at damage or digestion. In a calm and clearly ironic tone, he asks what bad thing could possibly happen to him and suggests that it is about time he gets released. Falling into complete despair when he realizes that his trap has failed miserably, Zhou Xiong tries to come up with a weak excuse to keep his rival trapped. He screams in panic, stammering as he orders Lin Zhe to hang on a little longer inside, under the false excuse that the ice monster is still chasing them from behind. Deep down, Zhou Xiong is falling apart, tormented by the thought that the boy should have already been fully digested and unable to understand how he is still perfectly safe. The pink creature's stomach suddenly contracts in a violent spasm, forcing it to regurgitate the young competitor abruptly onto the grassy slope. Faced with that unbelievable scene, Zhou Xiong instantly turns pale, pointing a trembling finger while stammering in complete shock and asking how he managed to escape from inside alive. Calmly adjusting his blue coat as if nothing had happened, Lin Zhe simply answers with disdain, ironically suggesting that maybe the monster was suffering from terrible digestion. Pretending to be totally innocent about the obvious betrayal attempt, Lin Zhe explains that his reason for letting himself get swallowed was purely strategic, believing that if the ice monster kept chasing them, the two of them could team up to defeat it. Hearing that, Zhou Xiong stays silent for a brief moment, letting out a cynical smile and a drop of cold sweat as he internally concludes that the young man is a complete idiot for being so naive. Without showing any suspicion, Lin Zhe then looks around and points out that since the chase seems to have stopped, it is time for his companion to keep his promise and tell him about the exclusive spiritual technique. Avoiding an immediate answer, Zhou Xiong points to a glowing structure between the trees and suggests they first go to the stone monument to check if their ranks have entered the top 10, saying they can talk along the way. As they walk side by side under the tree canopy, followed by the huge pink creature, the older competitor finally begins to share the promised knowledge. He explains in detail that what they call an exclusive spiritual technique, is actually a unique spiritual ability, awakened by only a select group of extremely talented beastmasters. Zhu Xiong emphasizes that this type of technique can never be learned through books or copied by others, since it depends deeply on the individual physical constitution of each beastmaster, which is why ordinary academy teachers are not even able to teach it. Interested in the revelations, Lindsay listens closely before directly asking what exclusive spiritual techniques belong to the two strongest current competitors, Guo Xinyi and Li Pengyun. A short time later, the two reach a clearing where the imposing stone monument pillar rises, glowing in intense shades of pink and magenta. Zhou Sheng speeds up with excitement, announcing their arrival and stepping forward to inspect the magical ranking records. The glowing surface of the pillar reveals a clear list of the 10 best participants in the exam at that exact moment. Li Pengyun leads alone with 370 points, followed closely by Guo Xinyi with 340 points, while Tan Yong and Lu Gong hold 3rd and 4th place with 250 and 210 points respectively. Right below them, the young protagonist's name proudly appears in 5th place, showing a total of 180 points. At the bottom of the shining panel, the exam timer keeps running without mercy, with only 58 minutes left before the test ends. Zhou Sheng stares at the stone monument glowing in pink tones, confirming with deep frustration that his own name is not on the top list. However, after judging the situation, Zhou Sheng quickly recovers his posture and clenches his fists with greedy determination. He calculates that with only 1 hour of the test left, and the 10th place candidate holding a mere 100 points, there is still a golden chance to qualify if he can take the young companion's points for himself. With that dirty plan in mind, he sneaks up behind Lin Zhe, calling him with fake casualness. However, before he can start any hostile move, Zhou Sheng's eyes widen in absolute shock. Etched on the skin of the boy's arm, a clear crimson glow reveals an impressive score of 180 points. The older competitor jumps back, completely stunned and sweating cold under a red aura of shock, unable to process the fact that this seemingly ordinary guy has such a high score. When Zhou Xiong immediately looks back at the glowing panel of the stone monument, he sees the undeniable confirmation engraved in 4th place, the name tied to that overwhelming score. Filled with crushing fear, he curls up on the grass, trembling from head to toe while stammering and begging to know the opponent's true identity. With his arms crossed and an unshakable stance, the young man keeps a sharp and cold golden stare, calmly answering that his name is Lin Zhe. The reveal hits Zhou Xiong like thunder, making him back away in complete panic as he cries out in despair after realizing who he is dealing with. In the middle of his fear, a crucial memory about the exam rules crosses his mind. Those who overcome the super difficult level test gain the extraordinary right to control 2 pet beasts at the same time. Looking back and seeing the imposing and calm humanoid ice creature, he finally understands that Lin Zhe has been hiding his true power the whole time, and that the divine summon belongs to him, concluding in terror that the young man plans to destroy him. Standing above the situation with Snow Maiden floating in the background, Lin Zhe takes full control of the conversation. He directly and mercilessly reminds the rival that if it had not been for his intervention on the battlefield, Zhou Xiong would have been brutally killed by the golden withered beast. With a voice that accepts no refusal, Lin Zhe demands that he stop wasting time and immediately hand over all the secret information he has about exclusive spiritual techniques. Zhou Xiong charges forward in desperation, trying to stop the huge-mouthed monster from being defeated. He shouts angrily, saying he will not say anything, while ordering the creature to crush the enemy. The monster opens its gigantic mouth and tries to attack, but Lin Zhe appears at high speed and strikes the creature with force. The impact is so brutal that the monster's body is thrown downward while the energy of the attack explodes around it. Soon after, Snow Maiden raises her hand and releases powerful bluish magic. The air fills with shining crystals, and a huge ice creature appears above her, as if it has been summoned to completely dominate the battlefield. The frozen creature falls with imposing force, leaving Zhou Xiong completely unable to react. He ends up sitting on the ground, scared and too weak to continue, while Lin Zhe and his allies remain standing before him. Even though he realizes those beasts may not be worth many points, Lin Zhe decides to take them anyway, since they are still rare rank 3 creatures. Seeing that he has no way out anymore, Zhou Xiong panics. With fear covering his face, he screams that he will tell everything and begs to be released. His confidence has completely disappeared. Lin Zhe, however, changes his mind. He looks at Zhou Xiong calmly and says that, actually, any exclusive spiritual technique he has would probably be the same as the others. Those words leave Zhou Xiong even more terrified, unable to understand how someone can treat rare abilities that way. Then Lin Zhe opens his arms calmly and declares that none of those creatures are a match for him. The difference between the two sides becomes clear, and Zhou Xiong realizes that he is standing before someone far above what he expected. Desperate, Zhou Xiong still tries to fight back. He shouts the name of a skill, calling the Ice Maiden and summoning a rain of ice. But before he can turn the situation around, he is hit violently. The attack lands directly on him, making blood spill from his mouth as his body is thrown backward, ending any attempt at resistance once and for for all. Li Pengyun appears before Lin Zhe, accompanied by his plant-like beast, with glowing green eyes and a body covered in vines. He looks calm, almost satisfied, as if he has been waiting for that meeting for a long time. When Zhou Sheng realizes who the newcomer is, he is surprised and calls Li Pengyun boss. Even though he is still scared, he warns that this young man is Lin Zhe and that they need to be careful with his ice element pet beast. Lin Zhe stares at Li Pengyun seriously. He did not expect to meet that guy there, but he understands that the unfinished matter between them has to be settled at that moment. Li Pengyun, on the other hand, shows no hurry. He simply tells Zhou Sheng to go back and rest, as if his presence is no longer needed. Zhou Sheng gladly accepts and bursts into laughter, happy to have escaped, saying his points were taken by the boss, and that maybe it was not a complete loss. The vine beast soon fades away into a cloud of smoke, while the competitors' scores appear on the ranking. Li Pengyun remains in first place with a huge lead, while Lin Zhe holds 5th place. Even so, Li Pengyun provokes Lin Zhe, calling him to show his true power. He wants to decide who truly deserves to be number 1 among the beginners. Lin Zhe, however, does not care about that title. He calmly answers that he has no interest in being the best beginner, and that if Li Pengyun wants that position so badly, he can keep it. The answer makes Li Pengyun smile cruelly. To him, it sounds like an admission of defeat. He mocks Lin Zhe, calling him a coward, and says that after eliminating him, he will also eliminate everyone else at the top of the ranking. Li Pengyun's mind seems taken over by a dark obsession. He imagines the satisfaction of destroying his rivals, as if erasing their names is something addictive. Then he calls out Guan Ning's name, revealing that Tan Yong, Guo Xinyi, and Guan Ning are all in the same area. Hearing that, Lin Zhe becomes immediately alert. He realizes that Guan Ning is in danger and rushes east without hesitation, leaving behind any pointless dispute with Li Pengyun. Li Pengyun laughs when he sees Lin Zhe trying to escape. Without wasting time, he orders his beast to block him. The vine creature charges violently, leaping through the air to stop his path. The beast tries to surround Lin Zhe and his armored companion with its long vine arms, trapping them in the attack, but Lin Zhe reacts quickly, wrapping himself in bluish protection as he prepares to break through the blockade. Even so, Li Pengyun keeps smiling. To him, Lin Zhe is easy to provoke. All he has to do is use Guan Ning's name, and the young man loses his calm, becoming just a clown without a great name. Li Pengyun's vine beast advances threateningly, opening its vines like claws while he orders it to drain its enemies. The creature looks ready to stop any escape attempt, blocking Lin Zhe's path with its suffocating presence. Lin Zhe clenches his teeth, irritated. He has no time to waste with Li Pengyun, especially after discovering that Guan Ning is in danger. Without hesitation, he makes it clear that he will not stay there playing around. Behind Li Pengyun, Snow Maiden appears silently. Before he can react, she releases a powerful freezing energy, forming a huge ice figure that descends with crushing force over the vine beast. The plant creature tried to move, but it was caught off guard by the speed of the attack. Snow Maiden charged forward like a blue blade, cutting through the air with her shining crystals, while Lin Zhe's armored beast attacked as well, breaking through the ice defenses and striking the enemy with brutal force. Lin Zhe did not look back for long. He had already said he had no time for this. As the ice statue shattered behind him, he kept moving forward beside his companions, leaving Li Pengyun behind. Even after all those blows, the vine beast still had not died. It dragged itself across the ground, showing shocking vitality. From far away, a new participant watched the scene with interest. It was Lu Gang, who noticed the perfect chance to act. Seeing the badly wounded beast, Lu Gang decided to take advantage of the situation. To him, it was like finding prey already weakened by another hunter. If he could finish the creature, he could take Li Pengyun's points and climb the ranking without needing to fight the whole battle from the beginning. So Lu Gang summoned his iron armor dragon, a sturdy rank 2, stage 9 beast. The creature appeared with a heavy body, hard scales, and threatening yellow eyes. Without wasting time, Lu Gang ordered it to attack Li Pengyun directly. Confident, Lu Gang believed he had found his chance to reach first place. He mocked the situation, saying luck was also part of true strength. As his dragon smashed through the pieces of ice along the way, he imagined that all he had to do was capture the thief first to take the points. But something strange happened. Even after the attack, Lu Gang's score did not change. He looked at the counter, confused, unable to understand why the points had not been transferred to him. Behind him, the vine beast began to move again. The vines rose silently, as if they were still obeying a hidden will. Lu Gang realized too late that something was wrong. Suddenly, the vines wrapped tightly around his body. Li Pengyun appeared behind him, calm and smiling, as if everything was still part of his plan. Lu Gang tried to break free, scared, asking what was wrong with him and why he was acting that way. In the end, the one who thought he was hunting ended up falling into the trap. Li Pengyun used his own wounded beast as bait, drawing Lu Gang closer and turning the situation against him. Li Pengyun revealed that there was no problem problem with telling his secrets to someone who was already about to be eliminated. Then his face changed, taking on a dark and monstrous look, with green eyes glowing intensely. That was his exclusive spiritual technique, mimetic synchronization. With this ability, Li Pengyun seemed to merge with his own vine beast, taking on part of its strength and nature. His body gained a terrifying plant-like appearance, and the aura around him became even more suffocating. Lu Gang was terrified when he saw the transformation. Trapped by the vines, he tried to fight back and yelled for his iron armor dragon to attack Li Pengyun. The dragon charged forward, but it was already too late. Li Pengyun's vine beast easily overpowered the iron armor dragon. Its vines wrapped around the creature's heavy body, pinning it to the ground as if it were nothing more than helpless prey. Even while trying to resist, the dragon could not break free. The vines tightened with force, kicking up dust and destroying everything around them as they crushed Lu Gang's beast. Li Pengyun watched everything from a distance, completely calm. To him, the fight had already been decided from the moment Lu Gang chose to approach. Lin Zi stood in the middle of a green grassy battlefield. The wind blew around him as he stared at his opponents with a cold, determined look. The quiet rage coming from him was almost tangible, a direct contrast to the voice that had echoed before, threatening Guo Xinyi and Tan Yang if they dared to touch his sister. In the sunny grass field, the tension between the students was heavy. At the center of it all, the young Guan Ning was trapped and unable to move inside a pulsing bubble of water, an inescapable water prison, watched closely by a dark entity known as the Necromancer. The young man controlling the entity spoke to the pink-haired girl and told her he would leave Guan Ning to her, pushing her to take Guan Ning's points and claim the class leader position. The pink-haired girl, wearing a cheeky expression, teased him by asking if it was because Guan Ning was too pretty and he could not bring himself to attack her. Tan Yang kept a firm and cold posture, crossing his arms as he said with disdain that he had no interest at all in other girls. Facing the situation, he held back his allies' impulse, saying there was no need to rush and that they should wait a little before acting. Curious, Guo Xinyi asked what exactly they were waiting for. Then, with a sly shine in her eyes and a confident smile, she made it clear that the plan was to wait until the big fish finally took the bait. But that calm strategy was brutally interrupted when the ground shook and a devastating earth spike technique was cast, catching Tan Yang completely off guard. To stop the sudden attack that threatened to pierce them, a massive water shield was raised in a hurry, crashing against the huge stone pillars bursting from the ground. Through the debris, the young steel-scaled dragon charged forward like a meteor, smashing the rocks with overwhelming strength and tearing a path through the enemy's defense. Breaking through the smoke, Lin Zi finally reached the scene of the fight, wrapped in a flaming red aura that reflected his anger. With his black hair standing up and his amber eye shining sharply under the shadows, he stared down his opponents and demanded that Guo Xinyi and Tan Yong release the prisoner right away. The boy's crushing presence made both of them step back, cold sweat running down their faces as they realized in horror that he now had two powerful pet beasts with him. Even while trapped inside the uncomfortable water prison, Guan Ning looked at her ally with wide eyes, caught between the shock of seeing the true power of those creatures and her clear worry about the danger. Knowing what the enemies were capable of, she shouted from inside the bubble, warning him that they were really strong and that he needed to be careful. Without hesitating for even a second, Lin Zi kept walking forward with firm, steady steps, calming the girl with unshakable confidence as he promised he would save her right away. Tan Yong stared at the newcomer with narrowed eyes, asking if he really was Lin Zi, the young man who had supposedly cleared the super difficulty level. Beside him, the pink-haired girl suddenly seemed to understand, saying that explained everything, because from the start she had felt there was something completely extraordinary about him. Driven by pride and by the desire to test his own limits, Tan Yong clenched his fists and said he would only know the opponent's true strength by fighting him personally. His companion tried to warn him to be careful, stressing that Lin Zi was not an ordinary opponent, but the warrior had already made his choice. If he won, he would give the points to her so she could become the new class leader. If he failed, she could simply take his own points. Without wasting any time, Tan Yong rudely ordered his necromancer to stop the intruder. The imposing shadow entity obeyed, summoning a dense and magical water prison meant to seal the boy's movements. However, the trap proved useless against Lin Zi. With icy calm, the black-haired boy channeled his energy and released a devastating burst of spiritual force, shattering the water barrier in a massive explosion of liquid shards that terrified his opponents. Tan Yong took a step back, sweat running down his face, unable to believe that the boy's spiritual technique could be so overwhelmingly strong. Taking advantage of the opening, one of Lin Zi's fierce pet beasts rushed at Tan Yong at high speed. Reacting quickly to defend himself, the summoner cast a charging formation of water pillars, violently throwing the armored creature into the air and trapping it inside a floating sphere of water. Satisfied for a brief moment, he shouted for them to capture at least one of the beasts first. But Lin Zi, watching everything with total calm, simply ordered his creature to take on its ghost spirit form. Turning into pure dark energy, the beast passed through the water as if it were not even there and reappeared on solid ground, instantly summoning a deadly rush of earth spikes that burst from the ground to overwhelm overwhelm the enemy. Facing the enemy attack, Tan Yong's necromancer quickly changed its structure, taking on a ghost spirit form that turned it into a floating mass of pure dark energy. Confident in his summon's invulnerability, Tan Yong let out an arrogant laugh, bragging that his creature also belonged to the ghost type and was therefore completely immune to any physical attack. But his moment of triumph lasted only a few seconds before it was interrupted by Guo Xinyi's desperate scream, warning him in horror to look behind him immediately. Before the boy could understand the warning, he was violently struck and thrown through the air, crying out in surprise after being caught completely off guard. A ghost spirit clone, covered in dark blue flames, had appeared behind his back. As Tan Yong crashed to the ground and wiped the sweat from his face in pure nervousness, Lin Zhe looked down at him with a calm posture and said with disdain that, unfortunately for his opponent, he himself was not immune to physical attacks. Humiliated and furious, Tan Yong got up and shouted wildly for his necromancer to use the death spirit seal. The dark entity obeyed at once, releasing a crushing wave of purple energy that surged forward without mercy to seal and destroy the spirit clone. Watching the opponent's stubbornness, Lin Zhe thought to himself that this guy was really annoying and figured that he would soon need to make the Snow Lady step into the fight. Without rushing, he ordered his creature to return to its normal form, keeping it from being defeated by the necromancer's spell. When Tan Yong saw Lin Zhe's beast retreat strategically, he regained his boldness. He began mocking him loudly, laughing with scorn and sarcastically asking if that was the limit of everything the so-called genius had to offer. But the provocation only awakened a cold fury in the black-haired boy. With his amber eyes shining fiercely beneath the shadow of his bangs, Lin Zhe opened his hand and gathered an overwhelming amount of spiritual power while coldly ordering his opponent to shut up, promising to show him the true and absolute meaning of power. Guo Xinyi watched in horror as Lin Zhe released a huge and overwhelming amount of spiritual energy, standing imposingly beside his powerful ice creature. Faced with such power, cold sweat ran down Tan Yong's face, and he immediately realized that this boy was not someone they could fight. He could already see their inevitable elimination if the battle continued. Desperate, the pink-haired girl reached her hand forward as a sign of truce, begging for a moment so they could talk things over. Lin Zhe, keeping his amber gaze fixed on them, only repeated the word with deep disdain. She quickly tried to explain, reminding him that everyone there had already reached the top 10 and that soon they would be classmates, which made the fight completely unnecessary. To prove her good faith, Guo Xinyi suddenly turned around and ordered her partner to release the imprisoned girl immediately. Although Tan Yong protested at first, afraid that the opponents joining forces would make things even worse for them, he finally gave in under his leader's firm authority. With a reluctant command, the boy canceled the water prison technique. The liquid sphere instantly broke apart in the air, allowing Guan Ning to drop safely onto the solid ground, while Lin Zhe's beasts moved closer to support her. Emotional and relieved, she ran to the boy's side and thanked him deeply for saving her. With a warm and comforting smile, Lin Zhe reassured her, firmly promising that as long as he was around, no one would ever dare to lay a finger on her. With his steady gaze and his amber eyes shining coldly, Lin Zhe made it clear that the earlier offer did not please him, saying with disdain that he could save his sister even if he eliminated both of them from the place. Faced with his refusal, Guo Xinyi stepped forward in surprise and said she had something that would definitely interest him. She offered him an exclusive spiritual technique, explaining that she could use her own sensitivity to help him awaken a unique skill. Then she suggested that they form an alliance so they could work together and take first place. The girl's sudden change in attitude left Tan Yong completely shocked and furious, and he stared at her as if he were witnessing an unbelievable betrayal. He shouted angrily at his partner, protesting that there was no need at all to help that guy, but Guo Xinyi seemed fully determined to focus her intentions on Lin Zhe. Watching the disagreement between the two opponents, Lin Zhe kept his calm posture, though he thought to himself that things were starting to get very confusing and troublesome. Consumed by anger, Tan Yong completely lost control. With his eyes glowing a crimson red and a manic look of rage on his face, he roared at the black-haired boy, declaring that he would use all his strength against him and ordering Zini to attack first. He yelled with clenched fists and bared teeth, shouting that they were starting to seriously piss him off and that he would finish everyone, one by one. However, before the fight could begin again, a hand rose in the distance between the trees, and a new voice echoed out, asking to be included in the battle. The group turned their attention to the edge of the grassy field, surprised to see that the person was still alive. It was Li Pengyun, and he had a wooden creature with sinister green eyes lurking behind his back. Wearing a wicked and confident smile, he celebrated the fact that everyone was gathered in the same place, saying with scorn that this was the perfect chance to get rid of them all at once. High above in the observation room, the instructor watched the fight closely through a magic screen. He thought to himself that he wanted to protect these new students, afraid that a wild battle would make the academy lose promising young talents. Turning toward a group of seniors hidden in the shadows of the room, the man ordered them to step in right away, giving them exactly 10 minutes to calm down the freshmen. Meanwhile, out on the grass field, field, Tan Yong quietly questioned Guo Xinyi, confused by the possibility that she might really help Lin Zhe. The pink-haired girl quickly shared her real strategy. The plan was to use Li Pengyun to wear down the opponent and then take advantage of the chaos. However, when she changed her tone and loudly pretended that she truly wanted to support Lin Zhe, she made Tan Yong misunderstand everything. The big guy grabbed his head in total despair and comic panic, horrified by the absurd idea that his partner might have a crush on their rival. Unaware of the scheming and feeling completely insulted by being underestimated, Li Pengyun exploded with rage. Filled with hatred, he bent forward and roared that he would take everyone down by himself. With his wooden creature beside him, its green eyes glowing, he challenged the whole group like a madman, yelling for all of them to face him at once. Before the new clash could begin, a powerful voice echoed across the sky and ordered everyone to stop. The warning shocked them all by announcing that there was no longer any need to fight because everyone there had already been accepted into the academy. However, the calm did not last long. The voice explained that since their abilities were far beyond those of the other students, a special challenge mission had been prepared to test their true limits. A swirling blue energy portal appeared in the middle of the field, and from it came 4 second-year students considered to be at an intermediate level, including a young man in a red jacket with a huge, imposing pompadour. The voice explained the rules of the exercise. They would duel, and if any of the freshmen won, they would receive a unique baptism. If they lost, they would simply keep their regular enrollment. Faced with such an unfair offer, Guanning clenched her fist and protested angrily, arguing out loud that it was not fair, since they had not even been counted as first-year students yet, and were already being forced to face seniors. As the freshmen judged the second-year opponents, they began to feel the weight of their physical exhaustion, knowing they had already gone through many back-to-back battles, and that their pet beasts were also completely worn out. Ignoring the fatigue, Lin Zi showed a confident smile and, with a provoking wave of his hand, challenged the new opponents to come at him. Right behind him, Guanning watched the boy's boldness in complete silence. Li Pengyun, looking at the situation with disdain, turned his back and regretted that he could not eliminate them at that moment, but he comforted himself by saying that since they would all be classmates from now on, there would be many future chances to fight. His rival's arrogance deeply irritated Tan Yong, who clenched his fists and shouted furiously that he should pass the second-year test first, before continuing to talk. Taking advantage of the temporary truce, Guo Xinyi walked up to Lin Zi with a curious look, asking if they were allies now. While the pink-haired girl showed a blushing and affectionate expression, the young man stared back at her with his powerful amber eyes full of coldness. The sudden approach bothered Guanning right away. She clenched her fists and protested fiercely, shouting that her brother had not agreed to anything at all yet. Keeping his focus on the real goal, Lin Zhe centered his thoughts on the absolute need to obtain the baptism reward, knowing it would increase both his physical strength and his soul power. As he looked at the 4 seniors sent for the challenge, he noticed they were outnumbered against the 5 freshmen, concluding that the academy was seriously underestimating them. With his strategy decided, he explained to Guo Xinyi that if she really wanted to team up with him, she would have to form a team with his sister and face one of the opponents together. To Guanning's displeasure, the pink-haired girl complained about the condition, insisting that what she really wanted was to stay by his side. To end the argument, Lin Zi gently placed his hand on Guanning's head, promising that he would fight one of the seniors alone, and stressing that if the 2 girls worked together, they would have a much better chance of securing victory. Si Tao, the senior with the headband, stared at the freshman with his hands on his waist, and asked if their discussion was finally over, challenging them with arrogance and saying he would not care if they all decided to attack him together. Seeing the perfect chance to prove his worth and impress Guo Xinyi, Tan Yong stepped forward with clenched fists, demanding to be the only one to face him. The senior smiled at the rookie's boldness and, in the blink of an eye, summoned his imposing creature, the wind-cutting mantis, a huge rank 3, stage 8 insect. Floating above the beast, Si Tao praised the boy's courage, but firmly warned him not to charge forward in a completely reckless way. In another part of the field, the pink-haired senior dressed as a maid, Zhang Man, walked up to Li Pengyun with a teasing tone, calling him a pretty boy, and openly saying she was interested in having him as her opponent. Li Pengyun covered his face with his hand and let out a sinister laugh, his eyes shining brightly in the shadows as he replied that he would not go easy on her just because she was a girl. Unshaken, Zhang Man accepted the provocation with a confident smile and summoned the majestic Thunder Lion, a rank 3, stage 9 beast completely wrapped in blue electric sparks, challenging the freshman to attack her with absolutely everything he had. As the first fight split apart, Guo Xinyi studied the 2 remaining seniors and, pointing discreetly, told Lin Zhe and Guanning that the girl among them seemed to be the weaker one of the pair. However, the strategic analysis was suddenly interrupted by Wu Zetian, the senior in the red jacket with a massive and imposing pompadour. With an intimidating look and his finger pointed directly at the black-haired boy, Wu Zetian challenged Lin Zhe to a fight, saying with disdain that the freshman's hairstyle deeply annoyed him and demanding to see up close the true power of the one everyone called a genius. Lin Zhe accepted the challenge with an almost teasing calm, giving a light smile as he asked with fake modesty that the senior not be too hard on him. While the boy prepared for the clash, the last member of the senior group, a blue-haired girl named Hui Hui, approached Guo Xinyi and Guan Ning. At first, with a gentle tone, she commented that the new female students that year were really cute. However, Hui Hui's expression changed drastically in the blink of an eye, twisting into pure rage and jealousy. With her teeth clenched, Hui Hui confessed that she hated girls cuter than her more than anything, and swore that she would not hold back, leaving Guo Xinyi and Guan Ning completely frozen and sweating in pure shock. While the decisive tests were happening on the field, the scene inside the academy's Great Hall was one of total misery for the other candidates. Dozens of defeated students were scattered in the corners, holding their heads and bitterly complaining about their fates. A young pink-haired girl cried hard while hugging her friend Xiao Yun, sobbing that it was impossible to win when the test was packed with so many geniuses. Nearby, a blonde boy with a ponytail fell into despair, cursing his own luck for having played it totally safe the whole time, and still ending up eliminated. Through the halls, the feeling of frustration and pain was shared by everyone who had failed so close to their goal. Away from the crowd, the black-haired instructor with spiky hair watched the end of that phase with a slight smile, pleased to recognize that a few specific freshmen had truly stood out in a spectacular way. His silent reflection was interrupted when a firm and friendly hand landed on his shoulder. It was Professor Gao Wenbai, who had a calm and smart look behind his glasses. With total ease, Gao Wenbai took responsibility for the next stage, telling his colleague to leave the remaining candidates in his care. In the academy's Great Hall, the instructor in the white lab coat complained to the newcomer, accusing him of rushing over only to steal his students after all the work he had done to select them. With complete calm, Professor Gao Wenbai argued that his colleague's testing method was way too extreme and could let talented young people slip through, revealing that he still had 10 open spots and planned to dig out some golden picks from among those who had failed earlier. Faced with his insistence, the instructor simply laughed and handed the situation over to him, allowing Gao Wenbai to turn toward the discouraged crowd and announce excellent news to those who had not made the top 10. When he declared that anyone who passed his own test would be accepted to fill the remaining spots, a wave of shock and hope hit the young students. The reaction among the failed students was immediate, and they began to celebrate and cheer in pure disbelief. The pink-haired girl hugged Xiao Yun while crying tears of joy, celebrating the unexpected miracle and promising to work even harder to earn a spot. Meanwhile, the boy with the bandage on his forehead clenched his fists with renewed determination, swearing to himself that he would make full use of this new chance once and for all. However, while a new chance appeared in the hall, the outside battlefield remained merciless for the freshmen facing the seniors. Tan Yong dropped to his knees on the grass, holding his head in absolute despair before a huge green whirlwind that made the overwhelming level gap clear. The senior Si Tao, wearing a mocking smile, bragged about his victory amid intense lightning and blue wind slashes that tore through the air. At the same time, Li Pengyun's fight also reached a harsh end. The senior Zhang Man, riding her imposing Thunder Lion, watched the boy lying on the ground, covered in soot. She ironically praised the freshman's impressive toughness, warning that continuing the duel would only be a one-sided massacre, before mocking him with disdain when she realized he was already too dazed to even hear her words. On the grass, the senior Hui Hui advanced arrogantly beside her summoned creature, an imposing humanoid-type berserker that belonged to rank 3, stage 7. With deep disdain, she mocked Guo Xinyi and Guan Ning, saying with ridicule that calling this kind of thing genius was laughable, since the one thing that Academy never lacked was prodigies. Pointing her finger with a visibly irritated expression, Hui Hui kept pouring her venom onto the two fallen freshmen. She rudely snapped that the time they spent putting on makeup would be much better used if they were training, and she demanded in a bossy way that the rookies understand the message. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Professor Gao openly expressed his disagreement with how harsh the test was. He argued with his colleague that one-sided pressure on that level would only completely crush the confidence and spirit of the new students. Instructor Qin, keeping a firm posture with his arms crossed, immediately pushed back against the criticism. He explained that his goal was exactly to suppress the freshmen's pride on purpose, because otherwise they would enter the institution full of arrogance and quickly forget the lesson that there would always be someone stronger in the world. With a light and calm smile, Professor Gao let out a brief laugh and guided his colleague's eyes back to the magic monitoring screen. In a mysterious tone, he pointed out that despite Qin's theory, there seemed to be one specific student there who was not affected by that intimidation tactic at all. On the battlefield, the scene was shocking. Wu Zetian's powerful mount, a colossal rank 3, stage 9 flaming warhorse, was completely petrified and wrapped in a thick, shining structure of solid ice. Facing the ruin of his fire creature, the senior in the red jacket with the imposing pompadour completely lost his composure. Cold sweat ran down his face, and with his red eyes wide open in pure panic, he opened his mouth in a desperate scream, yelling that this was absolutely impossible. Unbothered by his opponent's shock, Lin Zhe watched the situation from a few meters away with total calm and his arms firmly crossed. With a teasing calmness, he broke the silence by politely calling out to the senior. Right in front of the young freshman, his imposing ice spirit guardian floated while releasing a freezing mist and showing off its crystal horns. With a cold and merciless expression, the creature sealed the end of the duel as Lindsay's words echoed across the field, directly declaring his victory. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Instructor Kin burst into loud laughter as soon as the time ran out. He happily celebrated the fact that he had made a huge profit this time, admitting that although the academy had seen many geniuses before, there was something completely different about this boy. Looking at the magic screen, Lindsay's performance reminded the instructors of the brilliance of the legendary 8 prodigies of the Federation in their youth, a sight they described as truly inspiring. Excited, Professor Gao clenched his fist and said that at that age, not even the 8 prodigies had possessed such terrifying strength. After confirming Lindsay's name, he immediately demanded that the young man be assigned to his class once the class division came. However, Instructor Kin crossed his arms and quickly protested against his colleague's demand. He argued that it would not be fair, since the academy's rules clearly stated that the students ranked in the top 10 had to be distributed strictly according to the standard regulations. On the battlefield, the timer finally hit 0 at the exact moment the system confirmed the flaming warhorse's defeat. Wu Zetian dropped to his knees on the grass, sweating cold and completely crushed, muttering to himself that he had lost the duel. After seeing the clear victory, Guan Ning jumped with joy and raised her fist, shouting excitedly that her brother had really won. Nearby, Guo Xinyi watched the scene frozen in place and sweating from pure shock, admitting to herself that she had never imagined Lindsay could be so strong. Still lying on the grass, Tan Yong released his frustration by punching the ground again and again, bitterly feeling the power gap that still separated him from his rival. With clenched fists, he swore that he would turn all that frustration into motivation to train as soon as he returned. Farther away, the other second-year seniors stared at the scene in complete disbelief. They refused to believe that a freshman, who had not even officially enrolled in the academy yet, could defeat a senior student, even wondering if Wu Zetian had gone easy on him on purpose. Ignoring their doubts, Lindsay remained calm in the center of the field, flanked by his imposing summoned creatures. In a calm and teasing tone, he looked at the remaining group and asked if the seniors wanted to continue. The boy's boldness enraged Xie Tao, who yelled at him and called him a brat, shouting that he should not underestimate them just because he had used some trick to win. With a slight smile and a sharp gaze, Lindsay looked at the remaining opponents and asked with clear provocation if the 3 seniors planned to attack him all at once. Feeling instantly insulted by the freshman's arrogance, the mantis creature launched a devastating vertical strike toward the boy, slicing through the air at high speed as an angry shout echoed about his arrogance. However, the fierce attack was blocked in midair by Lindsay's berserker guardian, which slammed its large blade against the giant insect's sharp claws in a violent clash of force. In the observation room, Professor Gao evaluated the fight through the monitor and suggested stopping the battle, pointing out that Xie Tao had no chance from the very beginning. Instructor Chin agreed right away, warning that letting it continue would completely destroy the second year's morale and only create more unnecessary enemies for the freshmen. The instructor's commanding voice suddenly echoed across the field, officially announcing the end of the test, making Xie Tao step back in shock. The announcement confirmed that Lindsay was the only one who had passed the challenge, though it still praised the good performance of the other rookies and promised that everyone's strength would improve a lot once they entered Jiangning Academy. Unable to accept it and frustrated by the sudden ending, Xie Tao recalled his creature and pointed at the boy from a distance, angrily shouting that they would settle this for good once he was properly enrolled. Showing a teasing calm, Lindsay simply smiled and gave the senior a thumbs up, saying ironically that he should not worry because he was the superior one there. The provocation made his opponent grind his teeth in anger, yelling that the brat had better watch himself and that he would never forget what happened. Completely ignoring the strong threats, Lindsay turned around and began walking calmly across the grass, escorted by his 2 powerful spirit guardians, while the area around him started showing signs of an upcoming transformation. Right after that, a colossal reddish energy flame wrapped around the freshman's entire body, starting his baptism reward. In the blink of an eye, his stats rose sharply on the magic interface, boosting his constitution attributes and expanding his soul power to much higher levels. Under the intense glow of the fading energy, the system announced the successful completion of the procedure, congratulating Lindsay on his official admission into Jiangning Academy and adding another 500 achievement points to his total balance. Right after the baptism ended, the magic interface revealed the new evolution results of Lindsay's creatures. Rock Ghost's growth progress rose to 33%, while Snow Maiden's increased to 12%. When the young man returned to the Academy's Great Hall, he was immediately surrounded by a crowd of impressed students. Among the non-stop chatter and whispers, everyone expressed shock at his strength, saying that this was the true appearance of someone capable of clearing super difficulty. Facing all the commotion and the crowd's fixed stares, Lindsay kept a calm expression, thinking to himself in a humorous way that this noisy atmosphere felt terribly familiar every time he awakened. Taking advantage of the moment of distraction, Guo Xinyi quietly approached from behind behind and grabbed the boy's jacket. In a soft whisper, she revealed that she could feel that his rock ghost had a hidden form that had not been unlocked yet, leaving Lindsay genuinely intrigued. Overflowing with charm, she winked and made a peace sign with her fingers, adding that she even knew how to activate the creature's exclusive soul technique. With a mysterious smile, the pink-haired girl invited him to look for her once the exam ended, if he was interested in discovering the secret. Faced with the loaded offer and his classmate's mysterious tone, the young freshman only showed a completely blank and indifferent reaction, answering with a simple, dry sound. The conversation was abruptly interrupted by the instructor in the white lab coat, who raised his arm and pointed firmly upward under a golden light, demanding absolute silence from everyone present. In a loud voice, he formally declared that the students ranked in the top 10 were officially admitted into the institution. Then the instructor stretched his hand toward the audience to solemnly announce the #1 freshman of that year, Lee Peng-yoon. Under a light shining directly on the chosen student, the professor called on everyone to give the winner a warm round of applause. Although the applause echoed through the hall, a feeling of discomfort and strong suspicion quickly spread among the students. Many began whispering uncertainly, openly questioning how the top spot could belong to him after what they had witnessed on the field. Even though Lee Peng-yoon had officially earned first place, he did not hide his fury, gritting his teeth with a dark and resentful expression. Filled with deep humiliation, he cursed inwardly, knowing that Lindsay had clearly performed far better than him. In the observation room, Professor Gao looked at his colleague with a serious expression and commented that Lindsay clearly deserved first place among the freshmen more, asking if the current result was not a little unfair. Instructor Kin kept his calm smile and said with his arms crossed that they could not place all their bets on a single person. He reminded him that the Academy's rules clearly stated that the top ranking would be decided based on points, making Professor Gao accept the argument and give up. A little later, Professor Gao raised his arm in the main hall and loudly called all students who would take part in the resurrection test to follow him. At the same time, he told the young people who had already secured a top 10 spot to leave, rest, and wait for the opening ceremony that would take place in 10 days. Taking advantage of the announcement, Guan Ning welcomed the failed freshman girls into a warm and comforting hug. As she stroked the heads of the two crying girls, she assured them with her eyes closed that everything would be fine, encouraging them to give their best in the recovery test. While the crowd began to scatter through the hall, a chubby boy wearing a black hoodie and a beanie ran excitedly toward Lin Zi, calling him brother out loud. The black-haired young man turned calmly and only recognized him with surprise. Scratching his head with an awkward smile, the boy admitted that his earlier information had not been good enough to predict the freshman's true potential. He added with amazement that he thought Lin Zi's fight against the second-year seniors was incredibly awesome, and revealed that he had a proposal to make, causing a bored reaction from Lin Zi, who wanted to know what he was planning. Clasping his hands together with his eyes closed in pure excitement, the chubby boy blurted out his big wish without hesitation, begging dramatically to become the boy's official henchman. The strange request left Lin Zi briefly shocked and speechless. The boy kept striking dramatic poses amid imaginary sparkles, shouting with his mouth wide open that his respect for Lin Zi overflowed like an endless river. With total indifference, the young man cut off the fans' excitement right away, coldly apologizing, as he warned that he did not accept subordinates. To bury the hopeful followers' expectations for good, Lin Zi pointed straight at him and added with an apathetic look that, on top of everything, he had not even managed to qualify for enrollment at the academy yet. Completely determined and unfazed by the rejection, the chubby boy sprinted across the hall, dramatically shouting that he would definitely pass the test and telling his boss to wait for him. Lin Zi simply watched him disappear in silence, while in the background, Lee Peng-yoon slowly left the place, letting out a mutter full of pure contempt. From above, the city streets could be seen with cars crossing the asphalt amid the urban movement. Excited by the test results, Lin Zi's sister praised the boy and suggested a special celebration because they had passed the screening and officially become freshmen of Jiangning Academy, proposing that they enjoy the rest of the day in the city instead of going home. Walking down the sidewalk under the red evening sky, Lin Zi stretched his arms upward to ease the tension in his body. He quickly agreed with his sister's suggestion, admitting that the 4-hour trial had been completely exhausting and that they really needed a moment to relax. With a slight blush on her cheeks and a radiant expression, the girl looked at her brother while gesturing excitedly. She suggested that the trip back should wait until the next day, showing great excitement about what they could do together from there. Bursting with energy now that the exams were over, she insisted on extending the outing as much as possible, firmly suggesting that they simply stay and enjoy the night in the city. With a soft smile, Lin Zi readily accepted the idea of spending the night in the city, calmly answering that he was fine with it. After hearing his positive answer, his sister showed a faint blush of happiness on her cheeks. However, the mood changed in an instant when the young man checked his phone and widened his eyes in shock, desperately asking her to wait. On the device screen, a booking app showed insane hotel prices in the area, all close to 3,000 credits, causing a strong feeling of frustration. Panic completely took over as the boy broke into a cold sweat, bitterly remembering that he had spent almost all his savings buying evolution materials for his stubborn rock monster. The interface showed a remaining balance of only 300 credits. Unaware of her brother's financial despair, the girl asked what was wrong and suggested they go eat something first. Awkward and completely broke, the boy only mumbled a vague answer. Soon after, they stopped in front of an imposing and luxurious building, bathed in the sunset. At the entrance, a vertical sign announced a high-end restaurant that allowed customers to dine with their contracted beasts. Facing the grand look of the place, and already imagining the bill, Lindsay became completely disoriented, frozen in a mental storm of doubts and sweating from pure nervousness. When they entered, the wide dining hall showed a strange scene, full of customers peacefully eating beside creatures of all shapes and sizes. As they settled at a round table, the freshman thought with surprise about the existence of a place like that. Radiant to finally visit the restaurant she had wanted so badly, the young girl clasped her hands excitedly and suggested that they also summon their beasts, arguing that they had fought all day and deserved a good meal. Even though he was tense about the critical state of his wallet, Lindsay gave in to his sister's excitement with a resigned smile and a small drop of sweat on his face, agreeing to bring their companions to the feast. Seated at the restaurant table with their creatures, the young girl called her brother's attention. She stared at the snow maiden in wonder, unable to believe the speed of her evolution and her beauty, asking the boy how he had achieved that. Lindsay suggested that his compatibility with the beast must be extremely high, while keeping to himself the thought that the story about the system was long and that he would explain it to Guanning at a better time. Excited, his sister praised him and asked him to train her that very night, then decided to open the menu and choose the meal. The menu revealed exotic dishes with outrageous prices, showing values that ranged from 4,000 to 18,000 credits. When the young man noticed the huge number of zeros in the prices, he swallowed hard and began sweating cold as the incoming damage to his wallet became clear. Unaware of its owner's despair, the rock ghost happily held a fork and knife while humming at the table. Nearby, the snow maiden gently stroked the little fire beast's head, and the small creature returned the affection with overflowing love. As soon as the waitress approached to take the order, the girl excitedly started choosing several expensive dishes one after another, leaving her brother completely horrified and shocked in the background. Without holding back, she added even more options, and just 5 minutes later, the table was already covered with luxurious and shining dishes. Facing the finished feast, everyone at the table widened their eyes in absolute shock. Unbothered by the tension of the moment, the rock ghost let out a loud, satisfied burp, rubbing its completely stuffed belly beside the other companions. Lindsay started sweating cold and fell into total panic, desperately wondering if the only way out was to run away without paying the bill. At that exact moment, the waitress approached politely, announcing that the total for the meal was 37,000 yuan and asking how he intended to pay. To the boy's salvation, his sister raised her hand with a sweet smile and offered to cover the cost, revealing that she had been saving a good amount of secret money. A huge feeling of relief washed over the freshman, and he smiled in comfort because they were finally saved, while the restaurant worker watched the scene from the background with discreet surprise. Later, walking under the starry sky, the young girl spread her arms in wonder at the city lights and commented on how beautiful the city looked at night. Overflowing with enthusiasm, she confessed with determination that just the thought of studying there in the future, alongside her older brother, made her extremely happy. Lindsay, however, kept his thoughts distant and focused on his harsh financial reality, aware that he urgently needed to find a way to make money, though he feared that taking normal academy missions would take too long. Suddenly, their walk was interrupted by loud laughter and excited shouting coming from a place just ahead. Raising their eyes, they saw a flashy red neon sign identifying the Death Arena, a place where the crowd roared intensely for the battles taking place inside. Inside the lively arena, a muscular blue creature with 4 arms showed off its brute strength under the excited screams of the crowd, who celebrated the fact that the freak seemed completely unbeatable while its opponent lay fallen on the floor. The analysis panel revealed that the knocked-out beast on the ground, wrapped in smoke, was a Titan kangaroo, a beast-type creature classified as Rank 2, Stage 3. Getting even more attention in the ring, the 4-armed monster let out a sinister and mocking laugh, being identified by the system as a fearsome mutant-type creature at Rank 3, Stage 2. In the center of the arena, the bald host raised the microphone and loudly called for new challengers, explaining that anyone who defeated the freak would take all the accumulated money and only needed to pay a 300 yuan fee to qualify. When Lindsay heard that the total prize for the winner was 50,000 yuan, he opened a confident and clever smile, celebrating inwardly because he had found the perfect chance to make quick money. Determined to act, the young man stretched his hand forward, making it give off a bright golden glow as he released his summoning energy. While his guardian took position, the organizers reinforced the brutal house rules, which strictly banned soul arts or spells in favor of pure physical combat, while also requiring the signing of a death consent form that freed the ring from any responsibility. When Guanning noticed the boy's movements, she turned to him with a visibly worried expression and asked if he was only planning to watch the fight or if he was really thinking about entering the battle. With a sharp expression full of determination, Lindsay calmly answered answered that, since they were offering easy money like that, he would not be rude enough to politely refuse. The system's quick scan confirmed that the mutant opponent was at rank 3, stage 1, while his rock ghost remained at rank 2, stage 9. Aiming for an absolute safety margin, the freshman aimed his glowing hand at his stone ally and immediately activated its level upgrade. Lindsay watched the system interface, aware that the higher his creature's level became, the more achievement points would be required for future upgrades. When Guan Ning noticed the creature's sudden transformation, she widened her eyes in absolute shock, unable to understand how he had raised his ally's level so suddenly. Walking calmly toward the ring, the young man only smiled and dodged the question with humor, suggesting to his sister that the monster had maybe just enjoyed an excellent meal. Caught up in his optimism, the girl raised her fist with excitement and began cheering loudly, shouting that she fully trusted her brother's success and crushing victory. In the center of the ring, the bald host gestured dramatically to the crowd, announcing the arrival of the new challenger and asking for a round of applause to greet the boy's courage. Linza stepped into the ring with total calm, his hands in his pockets, standing beside his imposing stone monster, while the spectators immediately started calling him a skinny and helpless kid. Even the announcer widened his eyes and yelled into the microphone with the veins in his neck popping out, angrily questioning what that young man thought he was doing by risking himself in such a brutal place. The crowd burst into loud laughter from the stands, pointing at the freshman with mockery and saying the brat had to be completely drunk to do something that crazy. The insults kept echoing from every side of the hall, with gamblers making fun of the clueless challenger's boldness and joking about the strange look of the rocky creature with red hair. Unbothered by the mockery and wearing a dark, threatening expression, the rock ghost only broke the tension by letting out a loud, clear burp, showing that it was ready for battle. The four-armed creature rose over its opponent in an intimidating way, letting out a mocking laugh before the fight began. Right beside it, the blue beast's master, identified by the panel as Seong Shu, looked down at Lin Zhe with a smug smile, warning the boy not to come crying if his monster ended up dead. With total calm and his eyes closed, the freshman simply smiled back politely, calmly asking his opponent to give everything he had in the fight. That calm response annoyed the opponent, who snorted in irritation at the young challenger's clear arrogance. Without wasting any more time, the consent forms were properly signed and stamped by everyone involved at the center of the ring. Standing at the edge of the arena, the announcer shouted energetically into the microphone and officially declared the start of the match. Right away, the rival trainer loudly ordered his four-armed freak to show all of its brute strength. The huge blue beast rushed forward at high speed, throwing a low and violent strike toward the ground to try to crush the stone opponent. Watching his allies dodge closely, Lin Zi coldly realized that in terms of pure speed, his rock ghost still had the full advantage in the arena. In a quick and precise response to the enemy's charge, the rocky creature jumped into the air and launched a powerful kick straight at the mutant monster. The rock ghost struck fast with its left leg, but the blue creature reacted right away and blocked the direct impact with one of its strong arms. Without wasting time, the four-armed monster stretched out its upper right arm and firmly grabbed the stone ally's ankle. With a rough and merciless move, the mutant giant spun around and threw the rocky opponent with extreme violence toward the arena floor. The impact was crushing, making the rock ghost slam heavily into the stone ground and get stuck inside a deep crater full of cracks. Impressed by the physical display, Lin Zhe recognized the creature's terrifying brute strength, while the rival trainer showed a proud smile, bragging that his monster could overpower beings from much higher ranks. The freshman analyzed the situation coldly, realizing that the arena's strict rules really did fully favor the muscular opponent. Taking advantage of its clear edge, the mutant beast joined two of its fists in the air, preparing to deliver a crushing blow from above. In a desperate attempt to escape, the rock ghost quickly rolled backward, managing to dodge the double punch that shattered the ground right after. Even with the quick dodge, the blue creature was even faster and delivered a violent, precise stomp with its left foot directly onto the stone opponent's head. The enemy trainer mocked the fallen beast's toughness while the crowd enjoyed the scene, leaving Linza's sister completely anxious in the stands. Linza knew the rock ghost was losing in brute strength under the ring's rules, but he decided to bet on the danger in front of it to force the release of a new evolution. After being pushed by its master to fight with full strength and stop depending on the snow maiden, the stone monster received another crushing stomp from the blue creature. Under the pressure of the blow, its rocky armor broke apart and fell away, activating the ghost general form with a 300% speed increase for 1 minute. The system confirmed that the shedding of the shell depended on the battle situation, and the new agile warrior leaped down from above against the rival, who was still laughing arrogantly. With the overwhelming speed of its new form, Linze's ally dodged instantly, leaving only a brief red trail in the air while the opponent struck nothing. Outside the ring, the rival trainer widened his eyes and broke into a cold sweat in complete despair, totally unable to understand the movement that had just happened. The four-armed monster tried to quickly reorient itself in in the ring, but it was caught by surprise when it looked back and noticed the opponent floating right above its head. Taking advantage of the perfect opening, the ghostly creature delivered a brutal punch straight into the blue freak's back, showing a dark and sadistic smile right after. Under a relentless sequence of heavy hits, the mutant giant was forced to curl up and cover its own face, completely cornered and unable to fight back. When Lin Z noticed that the system panel warned there were only 10 seconds left before the special transformation ended, he shouted for his monster to stop playing around and finish the fight. In immediate response to its master's order, the ghost general dove straight down from above with its fist clenched, charging mercilessly at the opponent. Unleashing the powerful lightning charge technique, it caused a devastating explosive impact that left the mutant creature completely stretched out and knocked out on the floor. With victory secured, the interface alerts confirmed that the rock ghost had advanced to rank 3 stage 4, while the special mode ended and its stone armor rebuilt itself. Its trainer was completely frozen in shock at the impossible result, while the crowd in the stands broke the silence, horrified by such a display of power. The bald host raised the microphone to announce the official winner of the match, while the huge blue creature remained completely knocked out on the floor. Suddenly, Lin Z widened his eyes in total shock when he was interrupted by a shout from the stage. The spectators in the stands began protesting loudly, claiming that the result was ridiculous because the young freshman had broken the rules by using an ability. The announcer pointed his finger upward and yelled that the violation was confirmed, accusing the summoned beast of using a forbidden soul technique. Guan Ning immediately tried to step in for her brother, arguing with the crowd that the creature had only shed its heavy rocky armor, which should not be considered a spell. Annoyed by the confusion, the sturdy fighter clenched his fist with a teasing smile, warning the boy that he would not take the prize money that easily. After using that trick, in an unexpected move, Lin Z made a new proposal in the center of the ring, admitting his creature's defeat on paper, but challenging the opponent to a direct one-on-one fight for all the money. The brute opened a dark and sadistic smile, unable to believe the nerve of that skinny kid who dared to challenge him to hand-to-hand combat. Jumping dramatically onto the stage, the announcer energetically announced into the microphone that the new contestant intended to face none other than the former professional wrestling champion, Seong-gu. The crowd in the stands went wild at the reveal, raising their fists in the air and passionately calling for a bloody fight. Seong-gu celebrated the direct fight, considering it much more exciting than a battle between beasts, while the stone monster, already back in its normal form, looked disappointed that its part was over. Lindsay comforted his ally, congratulating it for the victory it had earned, and taking responsibility for handling the rest of the fight. The announcer approved the unusual challenge, and promised that if the freshman defeated the former champion, he would still take all the prize money. The crowd burst into loud screams, demanding that Seong-gu teach the young challenger a violent lesson. Staying calm, Lindsay gave his sister a reassuring nod from the ring, showing total control. Wrapped in a purple energy aura, the brute moved forward with determination, eager for real fun in the ring. Later, on the city's bright streets, a young man questioned Guoshini with jealousy, asking if she had really fallen for that boy. The girl immediately snapped back, saying she saw her friend only as a brother and that she would take care of her own feelings. Unable to accept it, the young man gestured dramatically as he compared himself to his rival and tried to protect her from possible disappointment. Ignoring his pleas with her arms crossed, the young girl ended the conversation coldly, telling him to go away and rest. The young man watched Guoshini walk away in the distance and murmured her name, clearly frustrated by the rejection. Alone in a dark alley, he released his anger by kicking a can, swearing that he would surpass them, and declaring that Lindsay should just wait for what was coming. His anger was suddenly interrupted by a cry for help echoing from a nearby alley. When he investigated, he found a girl fallen in front of a dark creature with red eyes, while a rank 1, stage 2 flamehound lay knocked out on the ground. Acting on impulse, the young man leaped forward with a violent flying kick and ordered the creature to back away. After driving off the threat with the impact, he supported the frightened young girl in his arms, asking where such a dangerous beast had come from. A mysterious voice echoed from the top of a building, answering that dangerous creatures did not exist in the world. Frightened, the young man looked up and saw a hooded figure gracefully leap down toward the ground. The person, wearing a greenish cloak with an exotic symbol and showing white hair, repeated the mention of a dangerous beast with clear disdain. With a cynical smile under the hood, the stranger questioned who had decided that a monster was good if it served humans and evil if it did not. The young man stared at the mysterious man, demanding that he reveal what he really meant with those strange words. The hooded man explained that beasts lived much longer than humans, and because of loyalty, many refused to accept a new master after the first one died, ending up alone and being labeled as cruel beasts. Annoyed by the speech, the young man who identified himself as Tan Yong told him to shut up and summoned his dark creature, armed with a blue staff, to stop him from doing anything reckless. The stranger showed surprise when he recognized the young man's name and asked if he was really Tan Yong's grandson. The young man confirmed it and demanded the rival's immediate surrender, threatening to take him to receive proper punishment at the Beast Tamer Association. Ignoring the threat, the hooded man calmly ordered his shadow monster to step back back in the alley. Then he stretched his hand toward the knocked-out flamehound on the ground, making a strong, multicolored mystical energy shine directly from the fallen creature's chest. Under the effect of that powerful reddish aura, the injured wolf began to levitate and was wrapped in an intense transformation powered by a large sphere of energy floating in the air. Tan Yong's summon began to destabilize and disappear right before his eyes, leaving the tamer completely shocked and unable to understand what was happening. The hooded man smiled slightly, saying he had already planned to find them and that he would take the chance to test whether the young tamer had any value. The huge shadow beast charged forward with an overwhelming roar, leaving Tan Yong and his summon completely cornered in the alley. Back at the arena, the fired-up crowd shouted for a bloody fight, while Guo Xinyi walked toward the ring. The spectators screamed for Xiong Gu to crush his opponent, catching Guo Xinyi's attention as she watched everything with curiosity. When they saw Lin Zi getting ready, Guo Xinyi and Guan Ning raised their hands and shouted together to support him with excitement. However, their expressions instantly changed into total shock because of an unexpected reaction in the ring. Xiong Gu showed off his defined muscles with arrogance, bragging about his undefeated record and his fame as the meat grinder. Staying calm, Lin Zi stared at him coldly and judged that the brute's physical constitution was twice that of an ordinary person. When he noticed that the boy did not even blink at his record, the former champion began to sweat cold, bothered by such indifference. Xiong Gu mocked the boy by offering him the advantage of the first punch, while the announcer suggested that Lin Zi should just be careful not to break his own hand. Xiong Gu smiled arrogantly and shouted for everyone in the arena to pay attention to him. Watching the provocation from below, Lin Zi calmly warned that, in that case, he would not hold back. In the next instant, a crushing punch hit the brute right in the face, making blood spray out. The devastating impact of the blow threw the former champion's massive body backward at high speed. Xiong Gu crashed headfirst into the ring floor with a heavy boom, leaving the spectators with their mouths wide open. Stretched out upside down, he showed a completely bruised and swollen face, totally dazed and unable to react. The announcer grabbed his head in absolute shock, screaming desperately into the microphone that the feared veteran had been knocked out with a single punch. In the stands, Guo Xinyi and Guan Ning began celebrating happily, but soon froze with blank, fixed stares as they processed the situation. In chibi versions, the two girls crossed their arms and lowered their heads with sweat drops, clearly embarrassed. On the stage, the announcer waved his arm to interrupt everything, shouting that Lin Zi had attacked before the official gong and had broken the rules. While the young freshman remained completely unmoved with his hands in his pockets, Lin Zi gave him a deeply dark and intimidating look with his glowing eyes, making the announcer sweat nervously and correct himself right away into the microphone, yelling that no rule had been broken and declaring the freshman the rightful winner of the match. Right after the fight, the young man checked his phone and smiled when he saw the notification that he had received 50,000 money, thinking that he now had enough to pay for a hotel. He was quickly interrupted by Guan Ning and Guo Xinyi, who ran toward him excitedly. Guo Xinyi placed her hand on his shoulder and praised him for the spectacular victory, drawing a suspicious look from Guan Ning, who grumbled that they were not that close to him. Winking, the pink-haired girl reminded her that they had already worked together and that this made them partners. She formally introduced herself again with a friendly smile, saying they would soon be classmates and suggesting that they get along, while Guan Ning puffed up her cheeks in annoyance in the background. Showing distrust, Lin Zi scratched his head and asked what she was doing there. Guo Xinyi explained that she had come to help him awaken his exclusive soul power, leaving the siblings intrigued. She raised her finger with a sweet smile, saying she would do it if he accepted her as a friend, which led the group to decide to find a quiet place where they could talk alone. The group arrived at the hotel and passed through the lobby with revolving glass doors. For some reason, the situation ended with all of them booking the same room, leaving Guan Ning and Guo Xinyu sitting together on the bed without really understanding how that had happened. Standing nearby, Lin Zi told them to start, and the pink-haired girl agreed right away. Guo Xinyi explained that her exclusive power was called perception, an ability she had possessed since she was 7 years old, and that allowed her to sense aura, direction, and even future events that normal people could not see. Guan Ning was amazed by the existence of such a gift, while Lin Zi asked how she planned to help them in practice. The young girl asked him to close his eyes, and the boy obeyed right away. She moved very close to Lin Zi, creating a moment of deep concentration wrapped in a soft glow. Guan Ning tried to interrupt the moment, but Guo Xinyi silenced her, explaining that she needed that contact to guide his power along the right path, earning a vote of trust from her friend. With her heart beating very fast, the girl struggled to focus until her eye shone and reflected a hidden spiritual dimension. She saw a huge and mysterious bluish figure immersed in a blinding light. Breaking the connection, Guo Xinyi placed a hand on her head and said in surprise that she had seen a strange contracted beast, one that did not look like his stone ghost or his snow lady. Guo Xinyi explained that the creature actually seemed like a perfect fusion of the two beings. Intrigued by the revelation, Lin Zi questioned that possibility, and the girl confirmed it. She then explained that since her current constitution was still not high enough enough, her perception could only capture vague information. Changing the focus of the session, the young girl turned to Guan Ning and said it was her turn. The girl backed away shyly, asking with hesitation if they really needed to touch forehead to forehead for the process to work. Guo Xinyi moved closer with a determined smile, assuring her that the potential buried deep inside her little sister's soul could only be awakened that way. When she closed her eyes and focused, Guo Xinyi's pupil shone with a mystical intensity, projecting her consciousness into a frightening spiritual dimension. She found herself under a chaotic red horizon, where a giant demonic silhouette appeared, surrounded by an army of small creatures with horns and tails. The terror became absolute when the huge creature opened a single sharp red eye in the darkness and stared back at her. Guo Xinyi abruptly broke the connection with a frightened scream and stumbled back across the room, leaving Guan Ning completely alert and unable to understand what had happened. Swallowing her own fear and sweating cold, the pink-haired girl decided to hide it. She lied, saying she had only seen black shadows and that Guan Ning's potential still needed training before it could appear, keeping the terrible feeling to herself so she would not alarm her friend. The digital clock already showed 11:29 p.m. when Guo Xinyi, sitting on the edge of the bed, began acting dramatic, whining that she was just a helpless girl with nowhere to go and afraid of meeting bad people on the street. Blinking in a pleading way, she used her charm to get shelter, leaving Lin Zhe sweating cold and Guan Ning snorting angrily in the background. With no way out, the siblings finally gave in, and the young girl celebrated in chibi form, pulling both of their arms in extreme excitement over spending the night there. Late at night, under the blue dim light of the room, the three ended up sharing the same mattress. Squeezed right in the middle, Lin Zhe stared at the ceiling completely frozen and unable to sleep, trapped in an uncomfortable silence. To make the embarrassment worse, the two girls secretly opened their eyes and began peeking at him from the corners of their eyes, making the boy sweat from pure nervousness with an awkward smile, completely stuck in bed. Still awake, he focused his thoughts on the imposing bluish fusion, concluding that the stone ghost and the snow lady needed to learn how to get along so he could activate the exclusive soul technique as soon as possible. 10 days passed, and classes finally began in front of the academy's luxurious building, now filled with new students. In the courtyard, a crowd gathered around the news that the class placements had been released, and Lin Zhe watched the digital screen from behind, carefully looking for his name among the first classes. The digital panel shone while displaying number 1, highlighting Lin Zhe and Guan Ning on the list of assigned students. When she saw the result, Guan Ning celebrated excitedly because they were in the same class again, drawing a relieved laugh from her brother. Right behind them, Guo Xinyi let out a small laugh and shared the great news that she had also been assigned to class 1, making Guan Ning's expression instantly wilt in pure dissatisfaction. The conversation was interrupted by Tan Yang, who appeared with his head and arm completely covered in surgical bandages. Guo Xinyi turned around in absolute shock when she recognized him, while the girls asked in horror if he had gotten into another ugly fight. The muscular boy grumbled that he had only run into complicated people on the way, shifting his eyes toward the screen that confirmed his name had been placed in class 2. He sighed in acceptance of his fate, but mentally thanked the heavens that he was not in the same class as Li Pengyun, who passed right behind him. Li Pengyun clenched his teeth with deadly hatred, thinking it was incredibly lucky that he did not have to share a classroom with Tan Yang. Otherwise, he would not be able to hold himself back from killing him, even though he felt an uncontrollable urge to punch him right now. Moving away from the tension, Guan Ning happily ran to greet two friends who had also passed. The black-haired young girl explained that although only classes 1 and 2 were elite classes with better treatment, they had worked hard to enter class 4, while the other friend in chibi style shyly thanked Guan Ning for the training they had received. The professor in the white lab coat took the floor in the class 1 room, announcing that he would guide the elite classes' cultivation for the next 3 years, and that attendance was optional. Sitting at the bench, Guan Ning and Lin Zhe listened carefully to the warning that although attendance was free, cultivation could not stop, and anyone who failed the periodic evaluations would be demoted to an ordinary class. The master raised his finger and revealed that the top 3 students in each exam would receive a scholarship of around 100,000 yuan, which immediately shocked Lin Zhe. While Guan Ning was impressed by the high amount offered by Jiangning Academy, the young man excitedly calculated that just 2 victories would be enough to buy a new high-level contracted beast. The instructor then explained the extracurricular activities, highlighting one mandatory program for everyone: virtual combat. Focused on his words, Lin Zhe learned that the arena was used to gain real experience and level up, connecting the students with all masters across the Federation to compete for bronze, silver, and gold ranks. Determined, the freshman realized that he needed to raise the Stone Ghost's level to match the Snow Lady as soon as possible. Back in the room, he summoned his 2 small creatures and gave the fusion command, but the 2 beings only stared at him in awkward silence while the system displayed a failure warning because of level incompatibility. As soon as class ended, Lin Zhe hurried down the hallway, focused on going straight to the virtual combat area and evolving his beasts. On the way, he was surrounded by excited seniors trying to recruit him. The Winter Club offered him leadership among ice types. The Colossus Manhwa's club focused on rock types, and the Ghost Spirit Club promised extra funds and beautiful girls. Feeling awkward, the young man thanked them and refused, explaining that he did not plan to join any group for now. The commotion was interrupted by heavy footsteps that split the crowd apart as the feared High Mountain Club arrived. The senior girls whispered that it was one of the academy's top 5 clubs and that the imposing second-year student leading it had ranked in the top 3 during the entrance exams. The group of tall, extremely muscular boys moved through the hallway in an intimidating way until they surrounded the protagonist. The squad leader, Luo Han, stopped right in front of the freshman and questioned his identity, receiving an immediate confirmation from one of his lackeys behind him. Watching the scene from the crowd, Guo Xinyi noticed the trouble and remembered with concern that Shi Tao, who had been defeated earlier by Linze, was a member of that same faction. Staying completely calm, the boy looked straight at the senior and confirmed that it was him, asking what he wanted. Luo Han puffed out his chest and made a condescending offer, giving Linze the chance to join the High Mountain Club and forget the past, stressing that they were highly selective. Without hesitation, the freshman politely refused with a wave of his hand, knowing that joining a group right now would only bring useless headaches to his growth. The bold rejection shocked everyone present and instantly triggered the faction's anger. One of the lackeys pointed his finger at the boy, shouting about his ingratitude and threatening to turn him into the High Mountain Club's sworn enemy if he did not give in. With a shrug, Lin Ze simply turned his back and walked away, leaving the seniors foaming with rage as he dropped a dry "he did not care." Amused by the scene, Guo Xinyi showed a knowing smile from the sidelines, proud that she had aimed at the right target. Just ahead, Guanming asked her brother with concern about the consequences of that insult, but he answered firmly, if the seniors were really that good, they could use force to prove it, and try to make him change his mind. The mood changed when they entered the huge futuristic virtual combat hall, where a crowd of students was already meditating on glowing blue mystical platforms. Lin Zi and his sister took their places on their own circular bases, which began buzzing intensely with energy. As she closed her eyes to start the simulation, Guan Ning promised herself she would catch up to her brother's pace, while Lin Zi sank into the digital dimension wrapped in a dense and focused dark aura. When he entered the virtual space, a bluish holographic screen appeared in front of Lin Zi, showing his registration data as a beginner recruit with 0 points and a modest ranking of 573,620. Surprised by the huge number of competitors in virtual combat, he set a simple first goal and focused on entering the top 10,000. Without wasting time, the young man tapped the floating interface to start searching for an opponent, instantly activating the system's matchmaking. The digital panel confirmed the match and started a 10-second countdown before the battle, firing a beam of light that teleported the boy away. The environment transformed into a wide green plain beneath the open sky, revealing his opponent standing just ahead. Wearing flashy clothes with golden patterns, the rival smiled with superiority and asked if this was his first time in virtual battles, and if he was just a student. Lin Zi only confirmed it with a silent nod, making the opponent show an arrogant half-smile. The rival crossed his arms with disdain, commenting that the start of the school year always brought a flood of naive rookies into the system, and he celebrated his luck at getting free points. With energy shining in his hand, he summoned a steel tusk boar, a beast-type creature at Stage 2 Phase 1, which let out a fierce roar across the field. While the opponent got into a fighting stance and called him into battle, Lin Zi calmly moved his hand, totally uninterested as he realized the monster's low level explained why he had been matched with a complete beginner. The stone ghost appeared imposingly, floating directly above the steel tusk boar, which stared at the rocky giant while completely cornered. As Lin Zi's servant only looked at the target in threatening silence, the senior on the other side gestured with total arrogance, laughing loudly as he yelled that he would show the difference that age and experience made in battle. But the show-off act lasted only a moment. With an extremely casual move, the stone monster delivered one clean kick to the boar's head, knocking the animal down instantly with X-shaped eyes. After seeing his Stage 2 beast taken out without the slightest effort, the arrogant opponent fell into total despair, grabbing his own hair with wide eyes and his mouth open in pure shock. The winning streak in the virtual arena keeps moving forward with crushing force. The stone ghost takes down a Stage 2 Viking warrior, making Lin Zi's ranking climb to 573,511. Right after that, a spirit cat is also knocked out by the rocky punch, raising the young man's position to 572,494. Without giving his opponents any breathing room, even a Stage 2 giant carnivorous flower ends up completely smashed, pushing the main character straight to rank 548,325. 2 days pass under a routine of intense, non-stop battles in the simulation network. The results of all that heavy effort appear on the digital interface. The stone ghost evolves to Stage 3, Phase 7, while the snow lady reaches Stage 4, Phase 2. With this insane growth, Lin Ze passes his goal and reaches rank 99,832, earning 1,000 achievement points for entering the top 100,000. Happy with his stone partner's 3-phase improvement, he decides to end the training when he sees the creature teacher exhausted and gasping on the ground. The shocking achievement of the mysterious freshman quickly spreads through the academy forums, where a post goes viral, talking about the ultra-talented newcomer who broke into the top 100,000 in just 3 days with a perfect 100% win rate. In the comments, students say in horror that they were beaten by the prodigy with a single hit. Unaware of all the online chatter, the young man finally wakes up from his immersion in the hall's platform and checks his phone, where he is greeted by Guan Ning, who asks how long he has already been awake. Their conversation is interrupted by the arrival of Li Pengyun, the vain long-haired rival, who shows up with an arrogant smile on his face. He walks over and teases the top freshman for training so late, then says in a superior tone that he has shocking news to share. Completely indifferent, Linze only asks if the senior got kicked out of school. Ignoring the mockery, Li Pengyun raises 3 fingers and proudly brags that he only needed 3 days to break into the Federation's top 150,000. Guan Ning completely ruins Li Pengyun's cocky pose when she looks at her phone screen and says in surprise that her brother's ranking has just updated straight into the top 100,000. The senior, who had been smiling with contempt before, freezes completely and stands there with his mouth open, stunned by the harsh reality in front of him. Later, while walking through the academy's outdoor area under the night sky, the young woman vents that her ranking got stuck around 180,000 and asks for tips on making a contract with a new creature. Linze reacts in surprise and asks when she earned the right to a second pact, which gets him a comical punch in the face as she snaps at him, asking if he forgot that she was the only one in the class to clear the advanced difficulty. Laughing awkwardly, he says he was only joking and asks if she has already chosen her next monster. She says she is still checking growth potential, rarity, and how well it would work with her flame bird. The main character calms her down by promising that he will help her choose, while secretly planning to find a beast with a hidden evolution route. Excited, she suggests visiting the pet shop over the weekend, and her brother agrees. After they say goodbye in the courtyard lit by the school's lampposts, Guo Xinyi walks up to Linze and comments on how incredibly close the two siblings are, always staying together through every training session, study period, and daily meal. Guo Xinyi approaches with curiosity and directly asks what the real relationship between the two siblings is. Embarrassed, Linze only scratches his cheek in silence and tries to change the subject, saying that if there is nothing else, he will head back to the dorm to rest. The relaxed mood is cut short when she suddenly grabs the young man's hand firmly, warning him with urgency that they may get into big trouble very soon. She seriously reveals that Tan Yong was recently attacked by a mysterious person, and that, based on the memories taken from the victim, all the exam candidates have now become targets. When asked about the enemy's identity and goal, the girl admits she does not know. She only stresses that the rival is strong and controls a unique soul art that can demonize pet beasts. Lindsay thanks her for the warning as he walks away with a casual wave, leaving Guo Xinyi confused and tense as she connects that demonization ability to the troubling future she had once seen for Guan Ning. Focused inside his simulation base, Linza sets the goal for the day, breaking through the top 10,000 barrier in the combat ranking. Under the ruthless command of the Snow Lady, who overwhelms opponents with her freezing powers, the young man reaches the impressive rank of 10,002. This meteoric rise catches the attention of a mysterious individual, who watches the young man's data on a laptop, studying his perfect 100% win history and his beasts with unknown attributes. The white-haired man smiles with interest under his hood, deciding that the time has come to test the freshman's skills. The system confirms the match and throws Lin Zi into a rocky desert map in front of his new opponent. The challenger has a strange look, wearing a one-eyed skull mask, which makes the main character wonder in a bored tone when wearing masks in battle became a trend. Without wasting time, the masked man stretches out his arm and performs a double summon on the field. In front of him appear an earth-type spiked shell turtle and a water-type dragonfish, two imposing beasts that are already at stage 4, phase 1. From atop his creature, the masked opponent warns Linze not to think he is the only one capable of controlling two combat beasts. With a confident smile, the young man activates his energy and summons the Snow Lady and the Stone Ghost at the same time, saying that a 2-on-2 fight will be much fairer. As he faces the stage 4 opponents, he silently admits that competitors near the top 10,000 are truly impressive powerhouses, and he can barely imagine what level the top 10 must be at. The masked man reveals that he knows Lindsay and admits that he is surprised by the young man's meteoric rise, but he gestures arrogantly and says that the previous rivals were only weaklings. He points firmly and declares that the freshman will only prove he is true elite material and qualify to work with his group if he can defeat him there. Rubbing the back of his neck with complete disdain, the main character tells the rival not to speak for others without their permission and asks him to cut the talking and start the battle already. Irritated, the man in the skull mask promises to show him that there is always a sky beyond the sky, then orders the dragonfish to fire a massive blast of water. Facing the impact, the Snow Lady quickly reacts by raising a giant wall of ice that blocks the attack, then moves forward with the Stone Ghost for the counterattack. The spiked shell turtle opens the fight by shooting a storm of sharp, rocky shards into the sky. Facing the the relentless bombardment, the stone ghost instantly reacts by activating its ghost spirit form, turning into a dark silhouette of pure energy to withstand the impacts, exploding all around it. Without giving them time to rest, the enemy turtle pulls in its limbs and activates war chariot form, throwing itself forward like a fast, massive wrecking ball. The snow lady quickly takes position and creates a strong ice shield that absorbs the violent hit, managing to repel the impact and send the heavy shell flying back into the air. However, the enemy's tactic turns out to be coordinated when the dragonfish appears from below and traps the snow lady in a water whirlpool, completely immobilizing her. Taking advantage of the frozen guardian's distraction and weakness, the masked turtle changes direction and drops from above in a crushing attack straight toward her. Alert to the danger, the stone ghost strikes the ground with force and makes a sharp row of earth spikes burst out, intercepting the shell's attack in midair. Freed from the pressure thanks to his allies' support, the snow lady pushes her freezing energy to the limit and unleashes a devastating ice nova, burying the battlefield under a complete glacial explosion. The mist from the glacial blast begins to fade, revealing the spiked shell turtle, partly covered in ice, while the dragonfish watches close by. The masked opponent gestures with disdain and praises the freshman, admitting that the young man has real combat skill. Even after the success of the previous strike, Lindsay stays serious, silently recognizing that the coordination between the enemy beasts forced him into a defensive stance, and that he will need to build more synergy between his monsters in the future. The opponent breaks the calm by saying that the real fight starts now, ordering his turtle to immediately activate a mud transformation. In perfect sync, the dragonfish fires a precise jet of water onto the muddy ground surrounding its ally. The masked man celebrates the success of the move as he announces the combined technique water and earth reforging, turning the turtle into an extremely massive fortress of living mud. Surprised that such a powerful combined move exists, Lindsay watches the armored beast charge at high speed like a wrecking sphere toward his team. The stone ghost tries to block the direct impact head-on, but it is caught off guard and pushed back by the brutal force of the charge. Trying to regain control, the main character orders the release of the extreme ice point domain, making the snow lady channel a devastating freezing expansion across the entire scene. The huge wave of energy hits the target directly, but the hardened mud armor proves impossible to break and comes out completely unharmed, allowing the rival to laugh loudly and mock him, saying that his creature's defense now feels like steel and that the young man still has a lot to learn. The dragonfish suddenly counterattacks with a high-temperature blast of boiling water, leaving Lindsay shocked when he realizes that the aquatic beast can also release heat. Right after that, the huge mud fortress drops quickly in his direction, stopping the main character from activating his freezing domain again, because the skill's cooldown is too short. Without thinking twice, the young man jumps in front of his guardian and orders the snow lady to fall back right away and protect herself behind him. The crushing impact of the attack creates a devastating explosion that hits Lindsay head-on, making the masked rival grumble about the boy's boldness. When the dust settles, the opponent crosses his arms with a powerful stance and completely changes his tone, suddenly announcing that the freshman has passed the test. Still unwilling to accept how the battle turned out, the snow lady releases her aura with an angry and aggressive hiss, but the young man quickly holds her back and calmly asks her to stop. Lindsay drops exhausted onto the sandy ground, honestly admitting that they lost that one fair and square, but he also says they still have plenty of time to train and get stronger. The system's virtual screen confirms the defeat, dropping his ranking to position 10,081 and starting the 30-second countdown to eject him from the simulation arena. The masked man stands beside his monster, while the stone ghost lies knocked out in the background. He praises the student's behavior, saying he did not hesitate to risk his own life to protect his beasts at the critical moment, and comments that he now understands why the boss has his eye on him. Standing seriously beside his companion, Lindsay asks what that statement means. In response, the challenger stretches out his hand in a recruiting gesture and invites the young man to join the symbiosis group, promising to help him awaken his hidden potential and take him even further. Lindsay grows suspicious of the invitation and says the symbiosis group does not sound like a campus club, directly asking what their goal is. However, the opponent cuts off the questions and demands only a straight yes or no answer, reminding him that their time inside the simulation is running out. With a firm and determined look, the main character flatly refuses the recruitment and says his answer is no, because he insists on growing stronger on his own and defeating him by himself the next time they meet. Satisfied with the freshman's boldness and conviction, the masked man smiles behind his skull mask and accepts the decision, saying he will be waiting for him. The network forum boils over with the explosive news of the new God of War's first defeat, since he failed to enter the top 10,000. While some users say he is already amazing for a freshman, others celebrate and say he was arrogant and ended up being taught a lesson by a real expert. Someone even asks who the cute girl in the photo is while Lee Pengyun reads the messages on his phone. He walks over to Lindsay in the lobby and asks if he also ran into the symbiosis group. Lindsay says yes and asks if he joined them. Irritated, Lee Pengyun tells him not to look down on him and firmly says he will make anyone who shows off in front of him pay the price. Lindsay Linze asks if he knows where that organization came from, but the rival walks away with determination, only saying that he will find everything out by himself. Alone and deep in thought, the main character thinks about how many members the group has and wonders what they are planning, remembering that Guo Xinyi had already mentioned something that must have been about them. He thinks maybe he can pull information from that masked guy, sensing that something huge and dangerous will happen if they keep acting freely. Walking through the campus, he checks that the Stone Ghost is at Stage 3, Phase 7, and the Snow Lady is at Stage 4, Phase 2. His more than 1,000 achievement points are enough for the Stone Ghost's level, but he notices that he still needs the advancement materials. When he checks the system screen, he sees the requirements for the evolution into Earth Spirit, Stage 3, Phase 9, 100% growth rate, 30 high-grade Earth element essences, and 3 spirit-infused stones. Calculating that the buying cost would go over 400,000, he is interrupted by an excited shout. Zhoshun runs toward him, surprised by the forum rumors about his defeat, and unable to believe that there is an opponent Linze cannot beat. Feeling awkward, the young man says he is not invincible, and takes the chance to ask if his friend knows how to get high-grade Earth essences and spirit-infused stones. Shocked by the request for such rare items, Zhoshun asks how many the big brother plans to get. Zhoshun is completely stunned when he hears the full list of requirements, and cries out in horror that even a robbery would not bring in 30 high-grade Earth essences and 3 spirit stones. However, he soon changes his attitude with a clever smile, revealing that he knows a secret place where those rare items can be found. Hearing the offer, Linze accepts the invitation right away with a determined look, leaving his friend startled by his decision to leave without any hesitation. The pair travels without delay to the imposing Linyun Mountain, moving through an isolated rocky area. As they walk toward a purple crack in the rock, Zhoshun explains that these dimensional openings appeared before the ancient war and connect the world to the true place where pet beasts come from. He adds that although the great academies have colonized stable entrances to gather resources with drones and convoys, the unexplored and dangerous zones were completely sealed because of the high number of disappearances. Standing before the energy portal, the main character asks if the place really hides what he needs, making his ally proudly show off a secret diary he worked hard to get. The informant guarantees that the hidden realm has exactly the materials needed for the evolution. Satisfied, the young man approves the idea and orders them to move toward the glowing abyss, while Zhoshun, sweating from pure nervousness, begs the big brother to be absolutely sure about the plan, afraid they may never be able to get out once they go inside. In front of the glowing crack, Linze firmly says the risk is worth it as long as he can get the materials, telling his companion that he can go back if he is scared. Zhu Xing swallows his fear and clenches his fists with determination, promising that he will go with him, because all the information they collected was meant exactly for this moment. He quickly gets excited, shouting that with the big brother by his side, they will get incredible loot and become rich, earning the main character's approval. After crossing the portal, the two enter the inside of a dark bluish cave, where his friend ends up tripping and falling to the ground with a groan of pain. When he recovers and looks up, Zhoshun is amazed by the bright crystals shining from the rocky ceiling. Without wasting time, the young man performs a summon and brings a round pink creature onto the field, which uses its long appendage to reach up and pick one of the glowing stones. Zhoshun runs excitedly toward the little monster, noticing that those low-grade crystals can raise the level of rock-type or earth-type beasts, and he celebrates the chance to grab them for free in that realm. He shouts with excitement for them to collect even more, but Linze senses that something is wrong in the surroundings and sharply orders them to stop. A new creature reveals itself crawling along the wall, a small bluish reptile with crystal spikes on its back, under the startled gaze of the pink mascot. After confirming through the interface that it is a Stage 2, Phase 4 crystal lizard, the main character figures out that the evolution materials actually grow on the bodies of other beasts. Without hesitation, he gives instructions to his own monster, pointing out that the enemy is low level and that it should definitely be more than capable of handling the fight. Linze realizes in surprise that the evolution materials are actually part of other beasts' bodies, and encourages Zhoshun's mascot to deal with the low-level opponent. Confident, his friend tells the big brother not to underestimate his big mouth beast, which bites down on the reptile and swallows it in one gulp. With his hands on his waist, the boy proudly celebrates and says now they only need to wait for it to digest what is in its belly. The celebration does not last long when the pink little monster makes a sick face and vomits the crystal lizard back out, completely intact and covered in slime. While the creature gulps nervously, Zhoshun translates that the enemy is too hard to chew, leaving Linze completely stunned when he realizes his companion can perfectly understand the language of pet beasts. Recovered, the bluish lizard opens its mouth and lets out a threatening threatening roar that echoes through the rocky crack. The sound soon triggers a loud scraping noise along the walls, frightening the pair as a swarm of dozens of other crystal lizards appears from the shadows and surrounds them from every side. Zusheng panics and shouts that his creature is not suited for group battles, but Linze firmly orders him to retreat. Without wasting time, the Snow Lady channels her powers and summons a powerful blizzard that instantly freezes the enemies in a swirl of ice, opening the way for the stone ghost to deliver crushing blows and smash the frozen enemies apart. Free from the threat, Zhou starts gathering the crystals and happily celebrates that they are going to do very well this time. He suggests putting everything in his mascot's mouth to carry them, offering a split of 70% for the big brother and 30% for himself, but Linze coldly orders him to throw everything away. Seeing his allies despair, the main character explains that the big mouth beast has limited carrying capacity and that these low-level materials are not worth it, promising that he will let him collect much better items deeper inside the realm. The informant agrees with the logic, and they decide to keep moving through the mysterious place. When he spots small glowing beetles along the walls, the young man figures out that the high-grade essences and cultivation stones are not inside those tiny insects. Suddenly, as they walk across a huge carpet of bluish minerals, the ground collapses with a loud crash, and a giant snake-like creature made of pure crystal violently emerges, attacking the pink monster while Zhou screams in horror. The violent attack of the giant rock serpent, a rank 3 and stage 4 beast, forces the group to react quickly on the unstable ground. Zhou complains angrily that those damn creatures run away right after a single attack, leaving them stuck on defense and at a serious disadvantage. Linze stays calm and tells his ally to prepare ahead of time based on their movement pattern, aiming to land a fatal strike the moment they appear again. However, the danger moves first, and one of the serpents bursts out from under the minerals and bites down on the big mouth beast. Overcome by panic, Zhou charges forward while shouting that he will fight all of them, but he is easily captured by another creature in the blink of an eye. Lifted into the air upside down and crying, he begs the big brother to save him. Watching the scene with a drop of sweat on his forehead, Linze only wonders why that pathetic situation feels so familiar. One of the beasts tries a direct charge at the main character, but it crashes into a spherical barrier of blue energy and backs away completely confused. Taking advantage of the opening, the young man orders the stone ghost to subdue the crystal reptile, while the Snow Lady activates Ice Rain. Linze tells his warrior to jump away first, making the freezing shards hit the target head-on. Zhou watches everything with confusion, wondering why the big brother chose to make the stone ghost jump instead of simply activating its ghost form. Right at the moment, the creature pins the opponent down and crushes it against the ground. The stone ghost moves fast, intercepting and lifting one of the giant serpents into the air with brute strength. However, the ground cracks again, and another threat shoots out from the minerals, making Zhou panic and scream for them to dodge right away because the monster is attacking again. With a cold and focused look, Linze firmly orders his ally not to move, and to wait a little longer. At the exact moment the enemies gather together, the main character gives the final command, and the Snow Lady summons a fierce blizzard that freezes everything around them. Seeing the monsters paralyzed, Zhou finally understands the genius of the plan, realizing that the big brother used his own stone warrior as bait to gather all the serpents in one place. Without leaving any room for error, the warrior delivers a crushing impact, breaking the frozen targets into pieces. The system notifies the elimination of the giant python and the obtainment of 2 high-grade earth essences, making Linze calmly calculate that he only needs to defeat 28 more of them. Freed from the restraints, Zhou runs toward the leader, relieved and grateful. Suddenly, the ground under the boy's feet gives way with a crack, and he falls along with his mascot into a completely dark abyss. When he opens his eyes at the bottom of the crater, he sees dozens of red eyes glowing in the shadows and starts screaming in pure terror, regretting that he came there and shouting that they are not tasty. From above, Linze and his beasts look down into the huge deep hole, where their companion has ended up surrounded by a new and gigantic horde of creatures. From below, Zhou clasps his hands together in pure relief and shouts excitedly that the big brother came to save them, while his pink mascot panics because of the glowing red-eyed creatures surrounding them. From the top of the crater, Linze watches the gathered horde and shows a confident smile, pointing his finger straight at the nest below. After mentally calculating that he needs exactly 28 more essences to complete his beast's advancement, he celebrates the convenience of that lucky break and declares that the horde down there will be more than enough to finish the job. At the bottom of the abyss, Zhou raises his arms in relief when he sees his ally and shouts that he knew he would not be abandoned. However, the relief does not last long when the crystal serpents with red eyes charge forward without mercy, making the boy fall into total panic with his eyes spinning, screaming that he is going to die and begging Linze to step in immediately. From the top of the crater, the main main character commands the Snow Lady, who channels her freezing energy to release a devastating ice rain, making sharp and colossal ice stakes fall from the ceiling and crush the enemies. While the glacial bombardment takes place, Jo Seong clings to the big mouth beast while trembling and asks if they are going to die, receiving a desperate squeal of denial from the mascot. The mass attack proves to be a complete success, as system notifications begin appearing on the screen, confirming the elimination of the creatures and the continuous collection of high-grade earth element essences. Lindsay mentally evaluates the situation, thinking that although these young serpents are too fragile and drop few materials compared to adults, their number makes up for it, giving him 9 more essences at once. Zo-seung collapses onto the ground, relieved that he survived, but soon recovers with eyes shining with gratitude, comically declaring that Lindsay is like a sworn brother to him. Suddenly, the ground cracks violently, and another crystal serpent emerges from below, throwing the chubby boy and his monster into the air. Desperate and with his mouth wide open, the young man cries out, asking why this always happens to him, while Lindsay, staying calm, quickly orders the stone ghost to move forward and save them. The stone ghost acts quickly, stretching out its arms to catch Zo-seung and his big mouth beast in midair. With an agile move, it drops them both safely onto the mineral-covered ground and immediately spins its body back, returning to guard position. A huge giant rock serpent rises imposingly in front of them, snorting with rage. Watching the monster's angry reaction, Lindsay shows a teasing smile and brings his hand to his chin, mocking that the opponent has already lost its patience so soon. The young man commands his team, shouting that this is the perfect moment to show the results of their synergy training. The crystal creature charges forward in a fast and aggressive dive, trying to crush them with a direct attack. In perfect sync, the stone ghost activates its ghost form, making its body intangible like dark shadows and causing the serpent's attack to pass straight through it harmlessly. Right behind it, the Snow Lady takes advantage of the opening and channels her powers to summon the Arctic chains, trapping and completely immobilizing the gigantic reptile in massive links of shining ice. Lindsay immediately orders the attack, and the stone ghost charges ruthlessly at the immobilized enemy. Activating its powerful ghost general form, the warrior unleashes a devastating lightning-fast collision that hits the serpent with a catastrophic impact. With the beast destroyed, the system panel confirms that the stone ghost has successfully evolved from Stage 7 to Stage 8 of Rank 3. Lindsay clenches his fist and celebrates excitedly over the new rewards received for clearing the nest, including 500 achievement points, 10 high-grade earth essences, and 1 spirit cultivation stone. Thrilled that he got all the necessary materials and also leveled up his creature, Zo-seung praises the partner's strength and suggests going even deeper into the nest in search of valuable treasures, but the sound of mysterious clapping echoes through the area, praising the fight. An enigmatic figure wearing a green cloak and hood appears in the place, pointing a finger toward the main character and saying with a cynical smile that Lindsay truly deserves all of his attention. Fully on guard, the young man demands to know who the intruder is and how he discovered his identity. With his arms open, the mysterious man proudly reveals that he belongs to the feared symbiosis group, making the leader break into a cold sweat as he realizes he is facing the wicked organization once again. Zo-seung also panics when he hears the gang's name and, when questioned by his ally, shakily confirms that he knows very well the danger they represent. Zo-seung reveals that just 2 days ago, Boss Lee asked him to investigate this organization, explaining that they usually attack beastmasters and steal their creatures. He says the gang pretends to protect monsters, under the belief that freeing beasts is the only path to true symbiosis. A colossal and terrifying shadow entity with a red silhouette emerges behind the hooded man, representing the extremist faction. The invader takes over the speech, recalling that since the Great Catastrophe centuries ago, creatures have appeared through dimensional cracks. Those that accepted humans became pet beasts, and those that refused were hunted as fierce beasts. Filled with a hostile expression under the hood, he furiously questions that division, showing glimpses of a cruel past in the streets. He condemns human society's obsession with deciding who is superior or inferior, treating other species like disposable goods locked inside boxes. Raising his arms in front of Lindsay, he declares that the world is deeply unfair and that the symbiosis group was born to break that injustice. The invader praises Lindsay's talent and invites him to join the symbiosis group, promising to awaken his inner potential and release the true nature of his beasts so they can evolve into real kings. Lindsay is startled when he notices that the man knows the hidden evolution routes of the Snow Lady and the Stone Ghost, but he suppresses his nerves when he realizes the enemy is only trying to manipulate his feelings. In his thoughts, the main character admits that the law of the strong makes the world unfair, but he firmly decides that he will not accept being manipulated by any organization. Zo-seung reinforces the warning by shouting, asking his ally not to listen to that nonsense, and exposing the gang as disguised terrorists who use pretty speeches to fool people. With a mocking laugh, the hooded man notices the boy's skepticism and decides to prove his point, while his colossal shadow creature moves forward with a creepy smile. The monster's dark claw captures a rank 2 stage 7 stone serpent, which is handed to the leader. Holding the small reptile, the villain activates a powerful powerful mystical glow, triggering a mysterious process right there. The energy bursts out violently, completely wrapping the small serpent in a thick and sinister purple aura while it hisses out of control. Facing the horrifying phenomenon, Lin Zi steps back in shock, and Zhou Sheng watches everything in total panic. The hooded man opens his arms in celebration and orders the creature to free itself from its chains and be reborn. Under the stunned eyes of the main character and his beasts, the reptile expands massively, transforming into a colossal and terrifying stone creature soaked in pure red malice. The system panel confirms the worst by revealing the demonic giant rock serpent, now a rank 5 stage 1 threat. Lindsay breaks into a cold sweat when he realizes the monster's power jumped 3 levels instantly, concluding in horror that this beast demonizing technique proves that this man was the true person responsible for the attack on Tan Yong. With complete coldness, the villain points toward the young men and orders his new weapon to show what it can do. The demonic serpent roars with overwhelming force and makes the ground crack as it summons powerful earth spikes that shoot up from below. The attack crashes into the scenery with a catastrophic boom, raising a huge cloud of dust and smoke. At the center of the chaos, the Snow Lady quickly floats in the air, focusing her crystal powers to try to resist and contain the crushing attack of the stone spikes that threaten to bury them. Zhou Sheng falls into absolute panic and clings to the stone ghost while crying, regretting that he did not give his beast one last good meal because he thinks they are completely doomed. Suddenly, he hears agonizing whispers coming from the demonized serpent itself, which cries out in pain that its body hurts too much. After hearing his companion's report, Lin Zi becomes furious at the terrible hypocrisy of the symbiosis group, shouting that they pretend to seek equality, but they only control and torture the weak for their own benefit. The corrupted creature roars and charges violently, destroying the scenery and forcing the main character to act fast. Knowing that running away is not an option, he orders the Snow Lady to use her blizzard to freeze the opponent, and tells the stone ghost to find an opening, but he notices the serious disadvantage. His ice ally is at rank 4 stage 2, while the monster has reached rank 5 stage 1. Lin Zi grits his teeth when he realizes that an ice versus earth fight gives him no elemental advantage, and that beating such a brutal rank gap would be impossible under normal circumstances. Thinking quickly under the pressure of the enemy's attack, the young man figures out that the transformation is not real, and that a spiritual technique forcing a beast's potential will bring a devastating side effect. Determined to turn the fight around, he opens the holographic panel and confirms the use of all his skill points to increase his warrior's growth. The system validates the operation, raising the stone ghost to stage 9 of rank 3 with 100% growth and instantly releasing its imposing ghost general form in the middle of an explosion of flames and floating rocks. The ghost general charges like lightning toward the corrupted serpent. Lindsay knows that even though this transformation boosts his ally's speed by 300%, it also drops its defense to 0, making it vulnerable. To make up for the risk, the young man loudly orders the Snow Lady to perform an immediate cooperation tactic with her partner. Huge ice stakes fall and explode violently across the ground, while the warrior dodges between the projectiles with impressive agility. In the middle of the chaos, the deep connection and determined looks of the two beasts line up, making the system announce in real time that the fusion rate has increased, unlocking the combined skill Ice Core Collapse. Surprised by the appearance of the combo, the main character studies the notification, which explains a devastating technique capable of injecting icy energy into a rock core so it explodes on impact. He immediately realizes that activating the spiritual fusion requires much more than simply keeping the Snow Lady and the Stone Ghost at the same level. The young man concludes that the true trigger for the power was the perfect harmony and mutual understanding developed between his creatures. While the demonic serpent roars, shaken by the ice around it, the Ghost General appears at the top of the screen and dives from the sky without mercy to land the final blow. The Ghost General jumps high, determined to hit the enemy's weak spot, but the giant rock serpent lets out an overwhelming roar and counterattacks without mercy. The corrupted monster's brutal and massive blows collide with destructive force, pushing the stone warrior back and breaking the attack in a burst of shards. Lin Zi notices with extreme anxiety that the frequent attacks prevent the Snow Lady from summoning the ice crystal mirror in time to protect her partner. Meanwhile, the hooded villain hums with complete disdain, teasing the boys to try harder and not die so easily. Realizing that the enemy is only playing with them, the main character orders his beasts to use the combined skill once and for all to end the fight quickly. He turns to Zhu Xiang and orders him and his big mouth monster to draw the serpent's attention and buy the charging time they need. Zhu Xiang falls into total panic at the idea of serving as bait, but Lin Zi shouts back that if they all die there, no one will even be left alive to collect their bodies. Zhu Xiang swallows his fear and points at the battlefield, ordering his big mouth monster to fire its acid attack. The creature jumps with determination ignition and spits out a thick green corrosive blast. The jet hits the demonic serpent directly, burning through its stone armor and making the monster howl in agony amid choking hisses. Taking advantage of the distraction, a massive and chaotic turbulence of icy energy begins to condense in the sky. Absolute cold is injected straight into a huge rocky core, filling the structure with a mystical and deadly glow. The ice core collapse technique fully takes shape and falls like a ruthless meteor toward the target. Working in perfect sync, the Snow Lady and the Ghost General channel their strength to guide the overwhelming impact. Lindsay roars with fury, ordering an all-out attack, which triggers a titanic explosion of ice stakes and frozen shards that consumes the whole place. When the dust settles, the young men and their beast appear safe and unharmed, fully protected inside an unbreakable spherical crystal barrier. Zhou Sheng sweats nervously and exclaims that the creature is still alive, able to hear its cries of pure discomfort perfectly. Determined, Lindsay decides to go there and check the situation up close, ignoring his companion's fear as he desperately begs him to wait. As they approach the frozen rubble, the creature's agonizing whispers become clear, echoing that its body hurts too much. The huge serpent, weakened and suffering deeply under the ice, begs for help, making Zhou Sheng ask Lindsay to put a final end to that relentless torture. In heavy silence, the main character closes his eyes and focuses his icy energy, delivering a merciful strike to finally free the corrupted animal. The system instantly confirms the victory by level leap and the creature's redemption, rewarding him with 1,500 achievement points, high-level earth elemental essence, explosion seed cards, and cultivation stones. Seeing the serpent's spirit finally find peace, Lindsay recognizes that he has obtained the materials and elixirs he still needed to meet all the upgrade requirements for the stone ghost. However, even in front of so many valuable rewards, the young man clenches his teeth with deep bitterness, frustrated by how heavy his heart feels, and furious at the evil of others. The hooded man looks back with a cynical smile, mocking Lindsay's rage and asking if he is angry. Holding the serpent's remaining soul, the villain argues that beastmasters themselves depend on killing creatures to obtain materials. The provocation immediately wakes the main character's anger, making him grit his teeth while the Snow Lady prepares to step in. Lindsay responds firmly, saying that fighting monsters is part of the natural rules of the world, where the one who loses becomes food, but that the hypocrisy of the symbiosis group is intolerable. Pointing his finger straight at the enemy, the young man accuses him of falsely preaching freedom and equality, while forcing his own beliefs onto others and exploiting the weak under the excuse of justice. The villain accepts the deadlock with total coldness, but soon shakes the young man by mentioning Guan Ning, suggesting that the girl with demonic spiritual magic would be happy to talk with him. In absolute shock, after realizing the immediate danger threatening his sister, Lindsay loses control and desperately orders the Snow Lady to trap the enemy before he disappears into the distance. The freezing blast explodes against the scenery, but the hooded man vanishes without leaving a trace, leaving the place completely empty. Lindsay clicks his tongue in frustration when he realizes the villain managed to escape before being restrained. The action immediately moves to Jiangning Beastmaster Academy, where the main character runs desperately through the courtyard. He stops several students along the way, frantically asking if anyone has seen Guan Ning. From a distance, Guo Xinyi and a muscular classmate notice the young man's anxious behavior. Driven by worry, the young woman decides to go to him and understand what is happening, ignoring her companion's protests. When questioned, Lindsay reveals in fear that he found the person responsible for the attack on Tan Young, and that Guan Ning is the next target. Shocked, Guo Xinyi says she just went to practice in the virtual battle room after class. The hero immediately rushes toward that place, determined to save her, while the girl follows him. Right behind them, Zhou Xing catches up to the confused student and explains the evil plans of the symbiosis group, making the muscular young man run with everything he has to help. Lindsay and the others run desperately while shouting Guan Ning's name until Li Pengyun stops them, saying he knows the girl's whereabouts. With a disdainful smile, he cynically demands that the main character beg for the answer if he wants to find the place. With no time for games, Lindsay charges fiercely and grabs him by the neck, demanding the truth under threat. Terrified, Li Pengyun gives in and reveals that Guan Ning left with a friend whose last name is Zhang to buy evolution materials at a beast shop. The hero immediately tries to call Zhang Xiayun's phone, but he panics when he realizes the line is unavailable and orders Zhou Sheng to alert the school and spread the search. Meanwhile, in a dark and isolated warehouse, Guan Ning begins to weakly wake up. When she opens her eyes, the young woman finds herself inside a storage building full of wooden boxes and sees Xiaoyun passed out on the floor. In shock, she realizes she is floating with her arms firmly bound by reddish tentacles, being confronted by two mysterious men. When she demands to know the reason for the kidnapping, the masked leader answers with fake kindness that they do not want to kidnap them, but only want to make new friends. After hearing that the kidnappers belong to the sinister symbiosis group, Guan Ning reacts with full outrage, shouting that no one becomes friends with someone who commits a kidnapping and demanding immediate release. In her thoughts, she plans to summon her demonic flame bird, knowing that her beast's fire attribute is the perfect counter to burn away the plant vines holding her. However, before she can can channel her energy, the tentacles tighten violently, forcing a sharp groan of pain from her. The hooded man appears in the background and reveals with sadism that his poison ivy demon has already injected toxins into her body, warning that if she tries to use her spiritual power, she will end up crippled. Realizing how serious the situation is, the young woman decides to change her strategy and buy time until the poison passes, harshly demanding that they quickly reveal what they want. The masked leader opens his arms theatrically and proclaims that their goal is simple, inviting her to join the symbiosis group for a greater purpose, joining forces to destroy this unfair world. He raises his finger in a threatening way and gets straight to the point, saying he knows the girl has a unique and secret spiritual technique capable of demonizing pet beasts, physically pressured by the vines as they start moving again. Guan Ning desperately responds, explaining that her beast really can transform into a demon, but that this is an inner skill of the demonic flamebird itself, not her own power. The villain turns his back with disdain, coldly realizing that she does not plan to tell the truth, and announcing that they will have to use special and cruel methods to extract the information. Terrified by the coming threat, the young woman starts crying and begs them to stop, shouting in panic that she really does not know anything about any hidden technique. It is at that moment of absolute despair that Lin Zi breaks into the place, surrounded by a colossal red and black aura of pure fury. With his eyes shining with hatred and his combat beast beside him, the main character roars with overwhelming force, ordering the henchman to let her go immediately. When Guan Ning sees her brother appear, she calls out in relief, while the masked villain flinches, confused by the young man's presence since the boss was supposed to deal with him personally. At the same time, Lin Ze recognizes the shape of that sinister mask from a previous fight on the virtual battlefield. The criminal quickly understands how they were found when he notices the rank 2 spirit mastiff charging beside the hero. The hooded accomplice recognizes the tracking beast from the Tamer Association and realizes with frustration that they ended up drawing much more attention than they had planned for this operation. Determined to seal the fate of the two siblings, the hooded man orders his monster to bind them together, making the poison ivy demon roar fiercely. Guan Ning desperately shouts for her brother to be careful, warning him that the creature's poison can block the flow of spiritual power, but massive whips of red vines are already crashing down in a brutal strike. The main character dodges the crushing impact and channels his energy to immediately summon the Snow Lady and the Ghost General to the front line. The masked man mocks him, warning that injuries and death are real there, then activates a combined water and earth skill to shape a colossal creature that charges forward under his command. The enemy's assault begins with the devastating attack of the mud creature, which activates the skill Burning Swamp and floods the place with suffocating heat. The masked villain gestures arrogantly, bragging that his two beasts are rank 4 and demanding submission to spare the hero from greater suffering, while the Snow Lady starts sweating, clearly weakened by the scorching environment. Realizing that the extreme heat limits his ice partner's actions, Lin Zi decides that the Stone Ghost will take the main role in the fight. He fires back at the enemy's provocation by asking if he really thought he was the only one with rank 4 monsters, showing in his palm the spirit cultivation stone needed to trigger his ally's transformation. With an imposing shout, the main character proclaims that his beasts will also reach the peak of power, releasing the energy for the Stone Ghost to begin its transcendence process. The system instantly confirms that the conditions have been met, and a violent light consumes the scene while the monster's silhouette shines with scarlet eyes. The evolution completes under Lin Ze's command, revealing the colossal earth spirit, which appears with overwhelming presence in the middle of a fierce purple aura. Watching from where she is trapped, Guan Ning is left speechless by the incredible speed at which her brother's beasts evolve, but she soon notices something strange happening on the front line. The enemy's armored mud turtle begins trembling violently in fear in front of the new opponent, backing away like a total coward. The masked man panics when he sees his monster's behavior, unable to understand how such crushing fear suppression can exist between creatures of the same element, while Lin Zi only stares at him with complete coldness, ironically agreeing that this should not happen under normal conditions. Lin Zi reveals with imposing confidence that his earth spirit is no ordinary creature, activating the powerful skill Earthly Majesty. The impact creates an overwhelming divine pressure straight from the planet's core, imposing absolute elemental suppression that makes the enemy monster retreat and whimper in pure terror. Realizing the drastic turn in the fight, the masked leader panics and orders an immediate retreat, telling his accomplice to capture the hostage before fleeing. The poison ivy demon's tentacles quickly wrap around Shayun to drag her away, while Guan Ning lets out a painful groan as the vines squeeze her violently. Refusing to become a burden to her brother, the young woman notices that the toxins have finally started to fade from her body and decides to act on her own. Gathering her spiritual strength, she summons the demonic flame bird, which appears with powerful presence and releases a violent wave of heat that burns the restraints in a huge burst of fire. Free from captivity, Guan Ning supports her unconscious friend on the floor and shouts to Lin Zi that both of them are safe and okay. Right after that, with the criminals trying to escape, she firmly calls for her brother to move forward without hesitation and make sure every one of them is captured. The criminals decide to retreat retreat immediately before the search team reaches the place. In a desperate move to cover their escape, the hooded man orders his monster to use poison mist, making the poison ivy demon release a thick curtain of purple smoke throughout the whole warehouse. In the middle of the toxic mist, Lindsay stands still and watches their movement with complete disdain, coldly asking if they really think they can escape so easily. Already running through the streets, the masked man unloads his anger on his ally, blaming him for being useless and not even managing to hold the hostages. The hooded man shouts back, arguing that his companion's own creature chickened out before the fight, and that the evolution of Lindsay's monster is extremely suspicious. The leader tells him to stop talking nonsense and run faster, warning that the mist will disappear soon and the two of them will be hunted down. Their escape is brutally interrupted when the earth spirit drops right in front of them, with a colossal impact, completely blocking the road. The two villains turn pale with pure fear when they come face to face with the massive silhouette and glowing red eyes of the stone titan. Under the starry night sky, Guan Ning confronts the kidnappers with fury. Accompanied by her demonic flame bird, she demands that they explain what the so-called exclusive demonic spiritual technique is and what the group's supposed greater purpose means, while the two villains appear completely immobilized by ice chains and gagged. Hearing that term, Lindsay falls into deep thought, remembering the mysterious white-haired hooded man. He wonders how such an evil and sinister spiritual technique could somehow be connected to Guan Ning. In the center of the warehouse, watched by his elite beasts, the main character removes one criminal's gag and gives them one last chance to tell the truth. With a deadly stare and his eye glowing yellow, he makes the blonde accomplice panic. Terrified, the man immediately confesses that a scout had reported the huge potential of the freshman from Jiangning Academy. To the masked leader's despair, as he tries to protest through his gag, the traitor reveals that the symbiosis group is made up of low-level tamers and flawed beasts trying to gather strength so they can become stronger. He adds that Guan Ning became a target because she demonized her beast during the evaluation, an ability that would be extremely important for them to increase their monster's combat power. Completely confused, the young woman angrily replies that this is only the natural power of her demonic flame bird. Lindsay then asks why they keep chasing his sister if they already control the demonization technique, making the prisoner reveal the final secret. The group's demonization is not a spiritual technique, but the result of using a strange item. Lindsay repeats with curiosity about that strange item, making the blonde prisoner try to trade the object for his freedom, while the masked accomplice tries to mumble through the gag. With no patience for noise, one dry strike silences the leader at once, leaving him dizzy. Looking down on the criminal's nerve, the hero ignores the deal and coldly orders Cao Shou to give them a full body search. Under the terribly freezing touch of the snow lady, the blonde man falls into complete panic and immediately confesses that the object is in his pocket, begging her to step away. With precision, the ice entity searches his clothes and pulls out a shining purple crystal, which the system catalogs as a rift fragment. The sight of the object brings up the history from hundreds of years ago, when the interdimensional rift first opened, bringing the invasion of bizarre beasts and these mysterious crystals filled with overwhelming energy. Guan Ning approaches in amazement beside her beast and admits that she has never seen that gem in the Encyclopedia of Strange Items, while the main character studies the artifact. Born from the dimensional collision of the Great Cataclysm, these supernatural items usually have many kinds of functions, from expanding storage space to boosting the power of tamers through rare ores. However, the system's detailed description points out that this crystal is mainly used as an evolution material, revealing that its twisted use was the real secret of the organization for creating demonized beasts. The demonic flame bird chirps restlessly, showing huge interest in the purple fragment that seems directly connected to its evolution path. Noticing the beast's reaction, Lindsay places the crystal in Guan Ning's hands and asks her to keep it, confirming that it is a valuable evolution material. While the hero silently thinks about the nature of the bird's demonization technique, the support team finally storms into the warehouse. A pink-haired young woman runs in quickly, asking if everyone is safe, and Lindsay reassures her by saying the suspects have already been completely immobilized, despite the protests from the criminals lying on the floor. Nearby, Zhang Xiaoyun rests peacefully, only needing the effect of the poison mist to fully fade before waking from her deep sleep, while the small spirit mastiff runs around the now safe scene in relief and excitement. Captain Yu Yan, leader of Search Team A23 from the Beast Tamer Association, takes control of the place by ordering the scene to be sealed off immediately. He walks up to Lindsay with a friendly greeting, revealing that the academy director himself had already praised him as an exceptional freshman, and formally thanks him for the report against the symbiosis group, promising to request an official reward for the young man's bravery. Lindsay shakes Captain Yu Yan's hand and agrees to cooperate with future investigations by the association, assuring him that there will be no problem. The leader orders them to go to the hospital for preventive exams to avoid internal injuries, while the guards carry away the unconscious Xiaoyun and drag off the handcuffed criminals, with the masked villain screaming desperately on the floor for his lost mask. A little later, the group arrives at the treatment center as night falls. Already settled in a hospital bed, Zhang Xiaoyun smiles in relief and says she only felt dizzy before waking up there, expressing deep gratitude to Lin Zi for noticing the danger and coming to the rescue. Guanning lowers her head with guilt, regretting that she dragged her friend into that situation, but the others quickly comfort her, reminding her that the criminals had already attacked other tamers before. Watching the scene, the pink-haired young woman falls into deep thought about the bandit's testimony regarding the demonization technique. A disturbing memory comes to her mind, pointing back to a sinister scene she witnessed in the past, where a dark and imposing silhouette controlled a horde of small demonic creatures. Intrigued by the possible connection, she turns toward the siblings and firmly asks to speak with Lin Zi and Guanning in private. In the hospital hallway, Lin Zi asks what is going on. The pink-haired young woman asks the siblings if they still remember when she helped investigate the potential of their spiritual techniques in the past, leaving them surprised by the mention. She admits that she did not tell the whole truth back then. In reality, she saw Guanning show non-human demonic traits, with countless demon-type beasts bowing at her feet. Bowing in apology, the girl explains that she hid it because the scene was too strange, and she planned to research the matter before revealing everything. Guanning admits that she has only heard about fierce demon-type beasts, and the ally explains that this special branch grows very fast, but it is so cruel that it corrodes the tamer's mind, making them violent and twisted until they become a chaotic fallen. Because of this danger, the association banned raising these beasts and using their evolution materials, making Lin Zi think about the hooded man he met, who kept a completely clear mind even while standing beside a monster like that. As the hero studies the difference between a fallen devoured by power and the symbiosis group, which suffers from the side effect of reverse energy, he asks his sister how she activates the demonization of her own bird. Guanning reveals that the skill appeared naturally after her bird evolved, explaining that the beast, currently at rank 2, temporarily advances to rank 3 for one single minute, consuming so much spiritual power that she can only use the technique once a day. Lin Zi thinks that the demonized beasts of the symbiosis group are very unstable and suffer from a huge side effect, concluding that the gang wanted to control that energy and targeted his sister because of it. The pink-haired young woman adds that the world is full of mysteries and that current human knowledge is only the tip of the iceberg, then tries to calm them by holding Guanning's arm and suggesting that the priority now is to focus on increasing her power, maybe through a contract with a second beast. Guanning admits that the organization will hardly give up if the power really is a new technique, but she soon raises her fist with determination, decided to evolve so she can control her own fate. She turns to her brother and explains that her demonic flame bird has stagnated at rank 2 level 7 on the eve of the first school test, asking for help choosing a new pet monster, which Lin Zi accepts with a smile while secretly planning to use the chance to examine her bird more closely. Since the night is already late and normal stores are closed, the young man leads them to a 24-hour beast shop that performs preliminary aptitude tests. As she inspects the displays full of curious specimens, Guanning evaluates the little monsters and says they all look pretty average, while Lin Zi and the flaming bird watch the hall surrounded by shelves of creatures, searching for a truly promising option. Lin Zi reaches out and strokes the demonic flame bird's head, activating the system interface to check the creature's evolutionary roots. The first option reveals the standard root of the burning feather eagle, focused on strength and explosive power, which evolves up to rank 5. The second is the hidden and current root of the hellfire demonic phoenix, which awakens an ancient bloodline focused on flame control and can reach the incredible rank 9 as a crimson demon flame owl. Studying the data, the young man thinks about how his sister could have triggered this hidden path and figures out that it is directly related to the dangerous demon type mentioned by Goexini. He concludes that the process is irreversible. The bird must keep following this path or it will stay stuck at this stage forever, forcing Guanning to rely only on a second beast in the future. When he checks the requirements for the monster's next evolution, the panel demands maximum growth rate, 3 feathers from the bird, 18 intermediate fire essences, and a mysterious ancient medium to awaken the blood. Lin Zi finds that last requirement strange, remembering that his own beasts never needed an activation material like that, which makes him suspect it is an exclusive and complex trait of the demon type. Determined to step in, he calls his sister aside to talk and makes up a convincing excuse to explain his knowledge, claiming that he awakened a rare spiritual technique that lets him sense the evolution potential of creatures. While Guanning is amazed by the reveal and connects the dots about Snowball's unusual growth, the hero hides it with a smile, knowing he must keep the system secret at all costs, so he will not be captured and exploited to death by the Tamer Association. Lin Zi explains that he felt an exceptionally powerful sleeping force inside the demonic flame bird, revealing a root that far surpasses the common bloodline of the burning feather eagle. However, he warns that this path is extremely dangerous and wild, meaning future evolutions will be directly connected to the demon type. Guanning thinks in surprise about the possibility of her beast turning into a dual fire and demon type, something rare but not impossible. The young man takes a thoughtful stance and adds that, although his senses are vague, the bird seems to need a very ancient medium to awaken all that hidden potential. Finally understanding why her companion never evolved, the young woman shows determination to master that bird garden together with her monster. Suddenly, a flash of clarity hits her with total shock when she realizes the object she is holding in her own hand. As they stare at the purple crystal, Lindsay mentally confirms through the system that the rift fragment perfectly fulfills the role of an ancient medium. While the hero tries to come up with another excuse to explain this without revealing his interface, Guanning studies the object in fascination, feeling energy waves far beyond a simple resonance with her flaming bird. The demonic flame bird moves forward with hunger, taken over by an uncontrollable desire to consume the purple fragment. In the blink of an eye, the creature swallows the whole artifact, leaving Lin Ze and Guanning completely shocked and frozen by the beast's sudden boldness. Immediately, a colossal wave of purple flames erupts from the bird's body, revealing a powerful and overwhelming silhouette at the center of the whirlwind. The fire quickly spreads through the room, making Guanning call for her brother in panic. But Lin Ze acts at once and creates a protective magic barrier to keep them safe from the scorching heat. Inside the burning vortex, the metamorphosis reaches its peak as new claws and wings take on a majestic shape. The system then announces the success of the transformation. The creature has evolved into the Crimson Demon Flame Owl, a fire-type specimen now reaching rank 3, level 1. Letting out an imposing chirp, the new beast rubs affectionately against Guanning, while Lin Ze celebrates the success of the process and plans to calmly study the next evolutionary stages later. The young woman smiles brightly at first, but the mood soon changes when she notices a strange transformation in herself and calls her brother hesitantly. As they look around the scene now filled with a mysterious mist, she realizes with tension that they have just gotten themselves into huge trouble. The hotel receptionist hands over the bill for the damage and advises the siblings to use a professional field next time they train. Guanning panics when she sees her secret money reserve vanish, while Lin Ze regrets that the reward he just received from the Tamer Association disappeared instantly, leaving him obsessed with the urgent need to make money as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in an isolated warehouse, the mysterious leader of the Symbiosis group stands before a gigantic purple crystal. A subordinate runs in with the news that 2 of their men were captured by the search team, but the boss, completely calm, orders everyone to stop all actions for now. Gesturing toward the crystal's energy, he says they only need to wait for the right time for their enemies to come to them on their own. Focused on recovering financially, Lin Ze accesses the virtual battle arena, aiming for the 100,000 scholarship and the cash rewards from the first evaluation of the new semester. When he opens his apprentice interface and notices that his ranking has dropped almost 2,000 positions because of his days of inactivity, he stretches out his finger with determination and clicks the matching button, ready to advance straight toward the next rank. Lin Ze begins his charge in the virtual arena with the clear goal of entering the top 100 before the school evaluation. His armored humanoid monster easily defeats a rank 2 humanoid monk, making his ranking rise to position 10,038. Right after that, his ice creature crushes a rank 3 cloud-swallowing turtle, freezing the battlefield and pushing his ranking to 8,890. Keeping the crushing pace, he subdues a darkness-type 3-headed dog, jumping straight to position 5,903. Victory after victory, the system notifications fire across the screen at insane speed, showing his ranking dropping again and again to positions 1,234, 580, 199, and finally breaking through the top 37 barrier. The unprecedented feat shocks the virtual platform, which sends out a global announcement celebrating the miracle of the mysterious competitor who climbed from rank 10,000 to the top 100 in a single day, showing off an absurd 99.9% win rate. On the forums and discussion channels, users fall into absolute frenzy, commenting in disbelief that the newcomer wins matches every 30 seconds on average, and wondering if he could break into the top 10 before nightfall. Amid the rumors and the growing curiosity from everyone, online users start desperately asking whether anyone has any real information about that expert's identity. When the next match begins, Lin Ze comes face to face with an imposing opponent who summons an ice bat and a sacred elf, both rank 4. The rival shows that he knows the hero, commenting on his impressive climb from rank 10,000 and admitting that the young man really does have admirable talent. However, after revealing himself as Zhong Liang, the current rank 9 of the arena, the man points his finger with an arrogant smile and declares that the main character's winning streak ends there. Lin Ze gives the signal to start the fight with total indifference, making Zhong Liang furious at his dismissive attitude. The opponent roars and demands that the boy summon his other beasts instead of sending only one, but Xiaoshe settles the fight instantly, freezing the enemy completely inside a solid block of ice that marks his immediate defeat. Satisfied with the result, the young man praises and pets Xiaoshe, realizing that she can crush any rival at the same level. He checks the system panel and notices that the intense battles have finally pushed her growth rate to 100% at rank 4, level 4, unlocking unlocking the route to evolve into the Frost Blue Maiden form as soon as he collects 30 superior ice essences and 1 blue ice tier. The crushing victory also triggers a series of consecutive achievements for reaching the top of the bronze ranking, granting Lindsay thousands of achievement points, spiritual crystals, body strengthening crystals, and a spiritual power potion. Excited by the unexpected chain of missions, the hero clenches his fist, determined to buy the evolution items the next day and use the crystals to improve his own basic attributes. Somewhere else in the academy, Zhang Manman, the stylish president of the Dragonheart Society, enters the room and warmly greets Guo Xinyi. The senior opens her arms and invites the young woman to form a team for the test next week. Relieved, Xinyi accepts the invitation right away, admitting that she had already been thinking about giving up on the event because she could not find suitable partners, then asks curiously who else will be part of the group. Zhang Manman starts listing the members of the group for the next test. Mentioning herself, Guo Xinyi, and Lang Yan, she reveals that they still need 2 more people and tells the young woman to call Lin Zhe, making it clear that her real interest there is recruiting him. With a flashy and radiant pose, the society president laughs and admits that he is the mysterious competitor who just caused a real uproar by smashing records in the virtual realm. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe focuses on his own development and consumes 7 spiritual power crystals, along with 6 body strengthening crystals. A strong purple energy surrounds him during the process, raising his attributes to 13.5 in physique and 15 in spirit, while also maxing out his artistic techniques. Walking back down the street, he celebrates the increase in his power limit, knowing that it will greatly boost the strength of his spells and the combined power of Xiao Shu and the Earth Spirit. Determined to get the evolution materials for his ice partner, the young man goes to the counter of a specialized store and asks for a blue ice tier. The clerk checks the computer helpfully, but her expression soon changes, and she apologizes, informing him that the last unit in stock was just sold. She warns that the component is extremely rare and that restocking may take up to a month, leaving Lin Zhe completely frustrated when he realizes that this deadline is far too long for his plans. Guo Xinyi spots Lin Zhe in the lobby and waves excitedly, saying it is a huge coincidence to find him there. She quickly asks if he has already found a group for the test starting next Monday, and a clever smile appears on her face as soon as the young man says he still has no one. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xinyi invites him to join them, while Zhang Manman approaches in an outgoing way, saying she has heard a lot about the freshman. The senior then introduces herself as the president of the Dragonheart Club and introduces Gu Lenyan, the vice president, who quietly greets the young man in the background. Although he answers politely, Lin Zhe refuses the invitation, saying he does not plan to look for a group, while secretly thinking about how annoying it would be to split rewards with strangers, and how much better it would be to explore the secret realm only with Guan Ning. However, Xinyi cuts off his train of thought by revealing that for safety reasons, the academy requires teams of at least 5 members. The hero falls into complete virtual shock, horrified to discover that this mandatory rule exists. Noticing the young man's tense reaction, Xinyi crosses her arms with a suspicious look and asks if he was really planning to go alone, forcing the main character to scratch his head, completely embarrassed after being exposed. Guo Xinyi breaks the silence and directly asks Lin Zhe if he was trying to buy a blue ice tier at the store earlier. Hearing the question, Guo Lenyan steps forward and opens her hand, revealing a dazzling and bright blue crystal that sparkles intensely. The vice president proposes that if he agrees to join their group, she will give him the precious artifact right after the test ends, along with 10 extra ice-type materials as an incentive. Lin Zhe takes a step back in absolute shock when he realizes that the coveted and irresistible blue ice tier is right in front of him. His eyes almost shine with greed at that perfect opportunity. Although he thinks for a second that giving in so suddenly may not look very proper, the need to evolve Xiao Shui speaks louder. He accepts the deal, but adds the small condition of bringing Guan Ning along, which Gu Lengyan approves without hesitation, while Zhang Manman even promises an extra share of all the rewards they obtain. Showing a huge ear-to-ear smile, the young man seals the new partnership with a warm handshake with Gu Lengyan, saying goodbye eagerly until the next Monday. The vice president returns the greeting with her usual calm, leaving Guo Xinyi behind, watching the whole negotiation completely speechless because of the boy's sudden and greedy change in attitude. On the day of the test, the students gather in front of a colossal gate carved with the glowing image of a mystical winged beast. Guan Ning stares at the structure with her mouth open and comments on how imposing it is, while Zhang Manman approaches and says she was also stunned the first time she saw it. Lin Zhe asks what kind of creature is carved there, and the senior explains that although no one has ever seen this fierce beast tamers privately call it the Void Beast, leaving the young man thoughtful. Silence falls over the place when the instructor asks for everyone's attention and officially announces the start of the first test of the semester in the secret realm. He begins by sharing great news. All materials obtained during the challenge can be freely divided among the group members, with no need to hand anything over to the school, which immediately creates a wave of celebration and joyful shouting among the students. Returning to a serious attitude, the teacher explains that the Red Earth secret realm is divided into 5 concentric rings, where the danger level and the ferocity of the beasts increase drastically as they get closer to the center. Each ring has a specific portal that works as a passage to the next area, with completely different environments and ecosystems. Finally, he stretches out his hand and gives one last strict warning, firmly telling everyone not to try to enter the innermost ring without proper permission. The instructor says the test will last 7 days, giving permission for them to start right away. Guo Xinyi pulls Guanning along excitedly, and the group crosses the portal, appearing in the middle of the wide desert of the secret realm's 5th ring. Gu Lengyan takes the lead and summons her 2 rank 3 beasts, an ice thorn dragon and a thunder-type lightning strike dragon. Next, Zhang Manman summons her own creatures, showing off a rank 4 rock-type dragon lion and a fire-type crimson giant spirit, along with a rank 2 light-focused silver centaur. Lin Zhe watches in awe at the senior's huge power, as she proudly holds the 2nd place rank among the 2nd-year students, and promises that she will protect him during the journey. The young man then decides to summon Xiao Shu and the stone ghost, leaving Man completely enchanted by the stunning beauty of the humanoid ice creature, and curious about the tank route chosen by the rocky monster. The 2 beasts even blush with embarrassment because of all the senior's praise. Curious about the silence, Guan Ning asks why Guo Xinyi still has not summoned her beast, making the young woman reveal a confident smile and say that she has a secret artifact saved for the challenge. Guan Ning notices Guo Xinyi's hair clip and realizes the accessory is actually an unusual artifact. Xinyi smiles and explains in detail that the clip works as a spatial item, and that the pink mist coming from it holds an entity called the Mist Spirit, which is classified as a combat-type artifact. She adds that the energy can attach itself to the holder to protect them from damage, and it can also be controlled directly to launch attacks, allowing her to release power similar to a rank 4 beast. Guan Ning is amazed by the offensive and defensive abilities of that weapon, and says it must have cost a real fortune. Zhang Man steps in with a relaxed gesture and reveals that Xinyi is a direct descendant of a large and powerful family, so she owns valuable relics. The reveal leaves both Lin Zhe and Guan Ning stunned and wide-eyed as they realize they are walking side by side with a young billionaire heiress. While watching the flow of magic energy, Lin Zhe silently thinks that, as his own strength level rises, he will spend more and more time exploring the wilderness and dangerous secret realms. He understands how useful spatial devices can be in practice, and he firmly decides to try to get one for himself as soon as the first chance appears. Cutting through the small talk, Gu Lengyan takes the lead in front of her ice dinosaur and declares that everyone is ready, ordering the squad to move forward through the desert right away. The group advances through the desert and soon comes across the remains of several mummies scattered across the sandy ground. Gu Lengyan crouches down to examine the bodies and confirms that they are ordinary, rank 2 mummies, typical creatures from the 5th ring area. After studying the clean cuts, she notices that all 15 were basically wiped out by one single crushing strike, showing that high-level fighters passed through there. The vice president points to the large number of fresh human footprints marked in the ground and concludes that a powerful team is operating far ahead of them. Far from being worried, Guo Xinyi cheers excitedly, raises her fist, and says that this mysterious group has saved them the trouble of dealing with the fierce beasts, encouraging the squad to keep marching quickly. As they follow the tracks, Zhang Man notices Gu Lengyan's silence and asks what is wrong, seeing that her friend looks thoughtful. The vice president seriously admits that she has never seen creatures like Lin Zhe's or Guan Ning's before. The reveal shocks Man, who is stunned to realize that even the Academy's famous beast encyclopedia cannot recognize the 3 monsters. She fearfully concludes that they must be extremely rare, or maybe even completely unknown in the world. Gu Lengyan explains that the evolutionary routes of beasts are still being constantly researched, and that some large traditional families even have completely exclusive development lines. She silently stresses that a monster's raising method is a key secret for any beast tamer, and unless the relationship is extremely close, it is not something anyone can openly ask about. She decides to hold back her own curiosity, so she does not seem rude. Farther ahead, the group reaches the passage to the 4th ring of the secret realm, where a terrifying roar echoes across the desert. A sinister creature wrapped in bandages and chains appears, blocking the way. It is a necromancer, a rank 3 level 4 darkness-type monster, and the evolved form of a common mummy. The beast charges aggressively, firing a blast of energy at them, but Lengyan's lightning dragon reacts instantly, intercepting and tearing the shadow projectile apart in midair. Taking advantage of the opening, Lin Zi steps forward and asks for permission to handle the battle, explaining that he wants to gain real combat experience, and that this is a perfect chance to test his spiritual techniques in an actual fight. The surviving necromancer crawls angrily through the sand, trying to get back up for a counterattack, but Zhang Man's crimson giant spirit appears like a meteor from above and crushes the monster with an overwhelming impact that ends the fight. Lin Zi praises everyone's good work and smiles inwardly as he notices that the battle was a great chance to increase the growth rate of his technique. techniques. Gu Lengyan and Zhang Manman watch him from the corner of their eyes, and the vice president thinks to herself about how the freshman has excellent manners, keeping a humble attitude even after the victory. An hour later, the group moves through the desert until they come across a colossal structure. Man explains to the newcomers that the huge vertical barrier is known as the Pale Wall, a relic said to have been left behind since the era of the Great Cataclysm. She explains that this wall separates the third ring from the fourth ring, and that everything from the third ring to the central area of the first ring is completely surrounded by these pale walls. The veteran adds that the Pale Wall has only 4 entrances, and that they can find one of the gates simply by moving along the barrier. It does not take long before she spots the exact point, shouting that she has finally found the entrance. In front of the huge closed passage, the imposing stone ghost steps forward with a determined roar and pushes the heavy stone doors open, clearing the way with its overwhelming brute strength. Man celebrates with relief, saying how convenient and easy it is to solve things when someone has such a powerful pet beast. Laughing, she remembers that in the past they needed several people working together to push that broken door, and they used to suffer for what felt like forever. As soon as the gates fully open, the desert scene is left behind, and Lindsay sees the new environment, a dense and mysterious frozen forest, covered in icy mist and surrounded by tall trees full of snow. Gu Lengyan warns the group to be extra careful, explaining that the third ring has beasts that are much fiercer and much higher level than the ones in the previous 2 areas. She points out the existence of a disembodied spirit-type creature called the Pale Lord, stressing that, although one of them alone is not a problem, its truly terrifying ability lies in command. This mounted skeletal leader has the power to summon lower-level members of its own race, always appearing with a huge number of pale guards escorting it. As they move quickly through the snow, the vice president repeats that the final goal is to reach the second ring, so it is crucial to avoid unnecessary fights and save energy. Zhang Manman strokes her dragon lion and calms the freshman, saying there is no reason to panic because the Pale Lord spends most of its time sleeping underground and rarely wanders on the surface. In a relaxed tone, she finishes by saying that unless they are extremely unlucky, they usually will not run into the creature. Lindsay, Guo Xinyi, and Guan Ning react with skeptical and bored expressions, and the protagonist quietly comments from the side that the veteran is basically triggering bad luck with those words. Man laughs awkwardly, asks them to pretend she never said anything, and insists that they could not possibly be that unlucky all at once. Suddenly, a strange noise echoes between the dry trees, and a flock of birds flies up in fear, making the veteran break into a cold sweat as she realizes that something terrible has just awakened. A strong gust of wind blows through the icy trees, carrying sinister energy that cuts through the forest mist. Suddenly, a noisy horde of undead emerges from the shadows and charges fiercely. They are the Pale Guards, rank 3 level 7 undead-type creatures. Shocked by their sudden appearance, Guan Ning asks in disbelief if the veteran's words have just come true, while Zhang Manman, sweating cold, tries to defend herself by saying she really did not mean it. Guo Xinyi panics in front of the skeleton army and desperately asks what they are going to do, or if they should just start running away. Taking the lead on her ice dinosaur, Guo Lengyan quickly explains that the Pale Guards are extremely fast, and undead-type beasts do not suffer from fatigue. She sternly warns that trying to run from them in an open field would be foolish, declares that the best approach is to face them head-on, and orders everyone to get ready for battle. The skeletal monsters rush forward at high speed, swinging their sharp blades at the squad. Lengyan's lightning attack dragon responds in kind and charges at the front, unleashing an electric rush that crashes powerfully into the enemy front line. With a confident smile, Zhang Manman also joins the fight and commands her Crimson Giant Spirit to summon the explosive fireball attack, shooting intense flames that blow up the creatures and send undead bones flying through the air. Guo Xinyi shouts that she is going to help in the fight and controls the pink magic mist from her artifact to whip and tear apart the skeletal undead hordes. While the 2 veterans fight on the front line, Lin Ze's icy humanoid creature floats impressively in the air and casts its Arctic domain skill, creating huge spikes and massive blocks of crystal clear ice. The sudden freezing instantly shatters dozens of Pale Guards into countless frozen pieces. Zhang Manman watches the scene in shock and praises the freshman's overwhelming strength, impressed that he has already mastered such a large-scale area attack technique. In silence, Lin Ze thinks that a riot this huge must be controlled by the Pale Lord somewhere nearby. He finds it strange that he still cannot see the enemy leader on the battlefield, so he decides to act strategically. Guan Ning stretches out her arm and commands her flaming phoenix bird toward the misty sky, ordering it to fly high and track the Pale Lord's exact location. The bird cuts through the fog with its bright wings beating fast. Meanwhile, through the thick white smoke and the sound of bones rattling in the snow, the frightening figure of the terrible rank 3 level 7 skeletal commander finally reveals itself from the shadows, its empty eyes fixed on the squad. The Phoenix quickly finds the target, and Guan warns that the Pale Lord is to the southeast, less than 100 meters away. The fearsome skeletal creature lets out a terrifying roar as it charges aggressively through the forest. Seeing the monster quickly approaching while riding its ghost horse, the girl shouts desperately to warn the group that it is coming straight at them. Lindsay reacts at once and orders the Earth Spirit to intercept the enemy with rocky spikes. The monster is blocked for a moment by the obstacle, but Lindsay realizes how serious the situation is when he notices that the Pale Lord is wounded and has to defend itself from the combined attacks of his beasts at the same time. Acting fast, the protagonist decides to spend 1,200 achievement points to upgrade his spiritual arrow skill to level 6, unlocking a new function that allows him to add spiritual power and greatly boost the damage. With the Snow Maiden and the Earth Spirit keeping the Pale Lord under control, Lindsay sees the perfect opening to launch a massive surprise attack and try to finish the boss in one strike. Gol Lengyan senses a strong wave of spiritual energy in the air and becomes surprised. She warns the young man that a basic spiritual arrow would not be enough to defeat a monster of that level, suggesting a battle of attrition instead. But the freshman is already gathering an absurd amount of bright blue energy in his hands to end the fight. Lindsay pushes back against the idea of retreating, explaining that they will enter deeper into the second ring right after this, and a long battle would only drain the combat strength of his beasts. He adds that, since the Pale Lord is already wounded, there must be other teams operating nearby, making it crucial to settle things quickly. The young man thinks that, for a normal person, a basic spiritual arrow that uses little energy is not very powerful, and using it in these circumstances would be a waste of precious spiritual power. However, with a total of 1,500 points, he compresses 400 points of spiritual power into a level 6 spiritual arrow, creating a super compressed version capable of killing the wounded monster. With a focused command, Lindsay fires the huge bright blue energy gathered in his hands. The attack hits the Pale Lord's chest with surgical precision, shattering its bone structure and making the commander collapse lifelessly from the ghost horse straight into the snow. The whole group watches the scene in absolute shock, stunned to see a single spiritual arrow instantly wipe out the terrifying area boss. Gol Lengyan freezes in place and thinks in fear that he did not use anywhere near that level of power against the necromancer earlier. She knows very well that, to freely control the power injection and increase damage like that, someone needs to master the technique to at least level 6, leaving the vice president in disbelief that Lindsay is only a freshman and has already reached that stage. With the boss defeated in a flash, the remaining Pale Guards fall into shock and begin to retreat. Lindsay stares at them firmly and coldly warns them not to even think about running. Combining the abilities of his beasts in a coordinated attack, a storm crashes down with ice rain techniques and stone projectile launches, creating a massive explosion of smoke that wipes out the rest of the skeletal army in the snowy clearing. Zhang Manman, Guo Xinyi, and Guan Ning watch in awe, praising how reliable and amazing he is for handling everything by himself. Without losing focus, Lindsay tells the group to quickly collect the loot dropped by the monster so they can leave the area soon. Suddenly, a group of students comes running through the trees, and their leader shouts angrily when he recognizes the protagonist, questioning what he is doing there. The squad reacts in surprise at the sudden interruption from the strangers in the middle of the forest. The young man with the headband points his finger in outrage and yells furiously, asking if that small squad has even a shred of shame. Completely out of control, he shouts with clenched fists, questioning how they dared to steal the prey that belonged to the Gaoshan Club. Zhang Manman recognizes the young man with the headband and asks if he is not Luo Han, a member of the Gaoshan Club, sarcastically commenting on how big of a coincidence it is to meet him there. Luo Han snaps back furiously, telling her to stop trying to act friendly, and orders them to hand over all the materials dropped by the Pale Lord. Man raises her eyebrows and fires back, asking if he really meant that the creature was supposed to belong to them. The fur-vested leader of the Gaoshan Club steps in and reminds them that stealing someone else's prey inside the secret realm is forbidden, asking if the Dragonheart Club has forgotten that rule. Man calmly answers that this is only an unwritten rule, and adds that there is another part to it. If the prey escapes, the hunt is considered a failure. Pointing at the bones on the ground, she stresses that from the moment they let the Pale Lord get away, it stopped being their prey. Guan Ning takes the chance to mock them, sticking out her tongue in a teasing way, and saying they do not even have the ability to hold on to their own prey, letting it escape and now having the nerve to come claim it. Luo Han explodes with rage at the provocation and rushes forward with a punch in the air, yelling that he will tear her mouth apart. However, his leader grabs him by the shoulder right away and sternly orders him to come back and stop being so impulsive. Luo Han complains angrily, asking why he should back down and whether they are just going to let them go when the monster was clearly their prey. But the boss stares at him and seriously asks what he plans to do, questioning if he wants to try taking the loot from them by force. The leader of the Gaoshan Club strategically backs down, thinking that they would not gain any advantage in in a direct fight. He remembers that because they are inside a secret realm, there are other ways to make them suffer. With a dark look, he adds that Lindsay has disrespected them again and again, and coldly concludes that since they cannot be allies, they can only be enemies. Luo Han shows a cruel smile and understands the plan right away. The boss declares that they will first follow them closely, then find the perfect chance to give them a big gift. As the rival group moves away, Zhang Manman crouches beside the monster's skeletal remains to search through the loot. Her eyes shine with excitement when she finds a pale bone pearl, and she happily shouts that they are rich, since the item is worth at least tens of thousands. Curious about the clear tension from earlier, Lin Zi asks the veteran if there is some old conflict between the Dragonheart Club and the Gaoshan Club. Manman sighs and confirms that the two clubs have always been at odds, with conflicts breaking out often, and she reveals that situations like today's have happened many times before. Gulingyan watches Lindsay's reaction to what happened, and asks if, based on the way Jingtao acted just now, he also holds some personal grudge against the Gaoshan Club. Feeling awkward, the protagonist scratches his head and dodges the topic, admitting that he guesses so, but asks them not to get into that subject, and to focus on moving forward. Checking a navigation device, the vice president guides the squad, explaining that once they pass through the deep wall, they will officially enter the second ring. She explains that their final destination is Greyblood Valley, an area rich in a rare material called Greyblood Stone, which can be worth up to 5,000 per kilogram. 3 hours later, the group finally reaches Greyblood Valley, a region of reddish soil covered in mist. Go Lengyan says that, with Xeniu's spatial artifact, they will be able to carry plenty of materials, but she sternly warns everyone not to lower their guard, because from this point on, rank 5 fierce beasts will start appearing in large numbers. Looking at the monstrous silhouettes in the fog, Lin Zhe watches the earth spirit beside him and thinks that the beast density in the secret realm is much higher than in the wild world. In less than half a day, his beast's growth rate has increased by 12%, making him conclude that even though the entrance costs money, the trip is totally worth it. Suddenly, Zhang Manman spots large reddish crystals embedded in the rocks and runs forward excitedly, shouting that she has found the gray bloodstones. To quickly extract the precious ores, Lin Zhe commands the earth spirit, which delivers a powerful punch directly into the rocky structures. The massive impact shatters the stone walls, sending a shower of valuable crystals flying through the air. Manman raises her arms to celebrate the achievement and excitedly praises the freshman, shouting that his beast is simply amazing. With the ores scattered across the ground, Guo Xinyi suggests gathering all the pieces for now, while Manman collects the shining crystals and confirms that she still has storage space to collect more. Hidden behind the rocks in the upper part of the valley, the members of the Gaoshan Club watch the squad's movements from a distance. Luo Han notices that they do not seem to be planning to go farther and asks his leader what the next step will be. The boss stares at the group and answers with a dark smile, saying that reaching the road of the second ring is already enough because their plan now is to lure that problem straight toward Lin Zhe and the girls. The leader of the Gaoshan Club smiles sadistically, telling his companions that the real show is about to begin. In the skies above the valley, several flying creatures begin to move in a chaotic and noisy way. On the ground, the yellow electric beast starts trembling violently, suddenly overcome by fear. Gu Lengyan notices the abnormal situation and warns that something is very wrong because the group's beasts are acting extremely strange. Zhang Manman panics, shouting that she did not say anything at all to jinx the group this time. Lin Zhe observes his own beasts, the Snow Maiden and the Earth Spirit, noticing that they do not seem to feel any difference from the hidden presence. At that same moment, Guan Ning's phoenix lets out a warning cry after detecting a massive and frightening approach through the air. Lin Zhe touches Guan Ning's shoulder and asks what is wrong when he sees her frozen in place. In complete shock and sweating cold, the girl stammers in horror, only managing to say the word dragon. She finally manages to warn the squad, shouting that her bird saw a colossal dragon coming straight toward them. The purple draconic creature tears through the sky with its huge wings, leaving the group in absolute shock at the terrifying threat. The purple dragon opens its jaws wide, gathering an overwhelming amount of electricity and bright energy in its throat. A huge sphere of cosmic purple energy forms in front of its mouth, ready to wipe out everything in its path. Seeing the creature prepare to fire, the squad falls into despair, shouting that the situation is terrible and that the monster is going to attack them with full force. Guo Xinyi screams in horror when she realizes that the target of the massive attack is directly their position. Lin Zi reacts with quick reflexes and immediately orders everyone to stay close beside him. The dragon releases a devastating beam of concentrated purple energy, crashing down from the sky like an apocalyptic flood and destroying the ground around them. To hold back the overwhelming impact, Lin Zi activates the ice crystal mirror combined with the spiritual guardian, raising a bright blue dome in the middle of the curtain of smoke and debris. Faced with the size of the threat, the young man instantly spends 1,800 achievement points to upgrade the Spiritual Guardian skill to level 8, unlocking the ability to infuse spiritual power beyond the base cost of 80 points to boost the defensive effect, with a maximum infusion limit of 600 points. The girls watch everything in total shock and cold sweat, stunned by the intensity of the destructive clash. The shield cracks under the violent pressure, and Lin Zi, visibly worn out and gritting his teeth, understands how serious the situation is when he sees that even the level 8 Spiritual Guardian barely managed to hold up and block that terrible blast of energy. The purple dragon roars in the sky, creating several spheres of electric energy around itself. In one fast move, the monster dives fiercely toward the group. The attack slams straight into the raised protective barrier, creating a massive explosion of light and spiritual shards. To stop its advance, the Earth Spirit uses the Phantom Clone technique, creating a dark bluish copy of itself to confuse the enemy. Taking advantage of the distraction, the beast jumps at high speed, boosted by a burst of energy, and performs lightning collision, striking the flying creature with a devastating impact. The clean punch hits the dragon's jaw, making the monster bleed from the force of the direct hit. Right after that, the Earth Spirit summons Earthly Majesty, conjuring a colossal rocky silhouette with glowing eyes behind itself to intimidate the enemy. The system reveals that this skill inflicts divine pressure from the core of the earth, applying level-based suppression against rock-type enemies in the area. Feeling the crushing weight of the attack and the strong suppression, the huge dragon raises its head and lets out a loud roar of pain and frustration. The Earth Spirit takes on its phantom form, skillfully dodging a destructive charge. Go Lengyan analyzes the creature and reveals that it is a mature igneous rock dragon, a dual dark and rock type with a rank of at least 8. Lin Zi grits his teeth, tense as he realizes that the difference of an entire rank explains why the Earthly Majesty technique did not have much effect. The Vice President thinks that this ruler of the first ring would never leave its den without a reason, so she concludes that it must have been lured there. She connects the pieces as she remembers the flying beasts from other teams seen in the sky, realizing that the mind behind the trap can only be the Gaoshan Club. Guo Xinyi becomes furious at the realization, disgusted that they would be so vicious as to try to kill them. Meanwhile, only a few meters away, a beam of purple energy hits one of the rival students directly as he tries to crawl away across the reddish ground. He screams desperately for help, while his companions from the Gaoshan Club run in fear, leaving a trail of smoke and dust behind as they realize they have completely lost control of the situation. The leader of the Gaoshan Club falls into total panic and screams in horror when he sees that another igneous rock dragon is also chasing his own squad. Running desperately across the reddish ground, Luo Han shouts in fear at the approaching danger. Guling Yan watches the scene from afar and warns that their location is not far from there, and that the colossal beast is moving quickly toward the main group. Zhang Manman is stunned by the discovery and immediately guesses that the rivals must have deliberately lured the igneous rock dragon here. Guling Yan adjusts her glasses in an analytical way and mutters that she finally understands the whole situation. Lin Zhe's group ended up meeting the male dragon, while the creature relentlessly hunting the Gaoshan Club is the female dragon. The Vice President explains that dragons are used to living alone, but there is one exception to that rule: mating season. During that specific period, the male and female live together in full cooperation until the dragon eggs hatch successfully. She concludes that the reason they appeared in the second ring is because they chose this valley to incubate their eggs. The girl adds that the people from the Gaoshan Club must have tried to steal or attack the dragon eggs. Since the eggs have a strong bond with their parents, the two monsters are now chasing them non-stop for revenge. Running with what little strength he has left, Luo Han curses angrily as he sees the plan fail miserably. When he looks ahead, he spots Lin Zhe's battle and becomes completely frightened, shouting in disbelief that the members of the Dragonheart Club are still alive even after the massive attack. Luo Han grits his teeth in pure pain and fury, swallowed by absolute despair. Surrounded by a dark aura full of ghostly skulls, he makes a drastic decision, shouting that if he is going to die, he will make sure everyone dies with him. Guling notices the rival's evil intention right away and warns the group that he wants to lure the other colossal beast to their position. In a quick move, the rival leader appears from behind and attacks Lin Zi from the back, trying to shove him straight into danger. The young man dodges at the last second, leaving the attacker exposed, while the huge female dragon with pinkish scales appears hungrily right behind him. Without any mercy, the beast lands a violent slap that sends the attacker flying through the air. Lin Zi watches the enemy crash to the ground covered in blood and says with regret that it is too late now, because since the eggs were stolen, these monsters will not spare any human. The dragon couple gathers on the battlefield, completely surrounding the squad, which makes the protagonist admit that they are in serious trouble. Golan takes the front line with her beast and orders an attack with her dragon's ice spikes. A rain of sharp crystals cuts through the air to hold back the two threats, while Zhang Manman commands her lightning beast to release a thunderstorm and electrify the battlefield. Manman's lightning storm hits one of the beasts head-on. Meanwhile, the small electric beast jumps while letting out a sharp cry, but the female dragon's glowing eyes open among the rocks, releasing thick smoke. The creature roars fiercely, breathing out an overwhelming blast of flames and smoke, forcing the ice spike dragon to try to defend itself in the middle of the impact. With a devastating and destructive strike, the enemy beast completely shatters the ice summon into a rain of rocky debris. Gu Lengyan immediately coughs up a large amount of blood because of the heavy impact, leaving her companions desperate. Guo Xinyi runs over to support her, as she realizes that what happened was the terrible spiritual backlash caused by the death of the pet beast. Still recovering, Gu Lengyan analyzes the situation and warns that the monster is using igneous rock blood mist, its most powerful skill. She explains in detail that unless they have a high resistance technique against abnormal statuses, any lower rank creature that comes into direct contact with that reddish smoke will be completely petrified. As the smoke advances, the remaining beasts instantly begin to weaken. In just a few seconds, the allies' bodies harden completely and turn into gray stone statues in the middle of the battlefield. Wiping the corner of her injured mouth, Zhang Manman panics when she realizes that if the fight keeps going like this, the group's complete wipeout will only be a matter of time. The crimson owl of demonic flames tears through the reddish sky in a desperate attempt to hold back the enemies. The huge bird dives straight into the middle of the fog, buying time by placing itself between the squad and the two colossal dragons. Seeing the creature's sacrifice, Guo Xinyi warns that the bird will not be able to hold on for much longer and insists that they run away immediately. But Gulenyan reacts with discouragement, reminding them that in terms of speed, they would never be able to shake off the two monsters. Determined, Zhang Manman firmly says she has another way to save them. She raises her arm and materializes a shining golden artifact wrapped in strong chains of mystical energy. The young woman lifts the object high and shouts for her companions to use the chance to run toward the valley exit, while she holds back the two beasts alone. Guan Ning watches the scene in surprise, recognizing the mysterious artifact known as the Thousand-Layer Bell. The artifact has a unique and powerful property that can completely ignore rank limits and forcibly restrict a chosen target. However, the system also warns about a severe side effect. When activating this mystical imprisonment power, the user will be totally immobilized and unable to move from the spot. Guan Ning panics for her friend, but Zhang Manman looks back, fully convinced of her choice, and loudly declares that she would rather sacrifice herself alone than watch everyone die together on the battlefield. The rest of the group hesitates in shock, but Zhang Manman loses patience with the delay and shouts, asking why they are wasting time. With a fixed and determined gaze, she directly orders, "Little brother Lin Zi, take them with you." She reinforces the command by rushing the young man and assuring him that Ling Yan will give him the blue ice tier as promised once they get out of there. Lin Zi, however, firmly refuses to abandon his companions, saying with conviction that things have not gotten that bad yet. With a confident look, the young man pulls a shining card from his inventory. The system explains that it is the Explosion Seed card, a powerful item capable of instantly releasing a beast's hidden potential for a short period of time, pushing its abilities far beyond normal limits. Lin Zi stands firmly and summons his two main creatures to the front, the Snow Maiden and the Earth Spirit. Holding the glowing card, he activates an advanced technique and shouts the command to begin the spiritual art fusion. A massive wave of blue and red mystical energy wraps around both beasts at the same time, fusing their forms in an overwhelming display of elemental power. The girls watch the transformation in complete awe, their mouths open, unable to hide their extreme surprise at that monumental evolution. The spiritual art fusion reaches its perfect form, giving birth to the colossal abyssal ice giant spirit. The system panel shows that the newly formed creature appears directly at rank 6, stage 2, with an initial duration set at 60 seconds. Frightened, Zhang Manman stammers in disbelief as she looks at the huge icy entity. Beside her, Guo Xinyi cheers excitedly, recognizing that it is the same mystical beast she had sensed before through Lin Zi's exclusive spiritual technique. Gu Lengyan adjusts her glasses seriously, impressed by the powerful rank 6 aura, but coldly reasons that even so, the fusion still does not seem strong enough to face two rank 8 igneous rock dragons at once. With his eyes fixed on the enemies, Lin Zi calmly pushes back and says the fight is not over yet. In one quick move, the young man officially activates the effect of the Explosion Seed card he already used. Under his command to advance, a violent burst of light and shining particles erupts from the ice giant's body. The overwhelming power forces a new and drastic mystical evolution, instantly raising the summon's attributes to rank 8, stage 4. Guan Ning watches the transformation in a cold sweat and murmurs in total shock, while her companions stare in wonder as they notice that the rank simply doubled, going from rank 4 to 6, and then straight to rank 8. They wonder if that card is some kind of strange artifact capable of breaking the laws of the world to raise a beast's level. With full determination and control of the battlefield, Lin Zi stares at the colossal dragons and calls the imposing abyssal ice giant spirit into the final clash. Lin Zi Linze commands his mystical fusion to eliminate the two igneous rock dragons once and for all. The imposing abyssal ice giant charges fearlessly at the pair of colossal monsters roaring in the sky. With one fast move, the giant intercepts the beast's combined attack, throwing a powerful strike that collides against the opponent's wings and claws in an explosion of energy. Taking advantage of the opening, Linze's creature prepares its special skill, Absolute Zero. Dense freezing energy wraps around its crystal-armored fist before impact. The system explains that the technique deals huge ice damage and applies the deep freeze effect to any enemy hit. The attack lands with precision and hits the dragons directly, creating a violent shockwave that shakes the entire battlefield. The male dragon roars in pain as its scales begin to freeze heavily, while its eyes glow in shock at the opponent's overwhelming power. To lock in its advantage, the ice giant activates another one of its special skills, the Earth Prison Arctic Domain. The technique creates an area crowd control effect that continuously lowers the movement speed of any enemy that steps inside its range. Under the domain's merciless snowstorm, the two dragons' movements become visibly slow and heavy in the middle of the valley. The ice giant dodges a clumsy charge with extreme ease and positions its fist for a counterattack. Without giving them any chance to react, the mystical entity unleashes a brutal sequence of fast punches, bombarding the trapped beasts with a crushing wall of impacts and ice fragments. The girls watch the battle in amazement, completely stunned by the display of strength in front of their eyes. The time of the explosion seed card reaches its end, hitting 0 seconds. A thick cloud of smoke covers the battlefield as the system announces that the spiritual art fusion of the abyssal ice giant has officially been undone. The mystical giant begins to break apart into pure blue energy starting from its legs. In a beam of bright light, the fusion fully collapses, separating the two original entities. The earth spirit returns to its normal form and is supported in the arms of the red flame giant. On the other side, the snow maiden reappears exhausted, and Linze gently catches her, thanking her for the excellent work and effort in battle. The young man recalls his beasts and explains that the spiritual art fusion used too much energy, ordering them to rest. Ga Lengyan and Zhang Manman watch the scene in disbelief, unable to accept that the powerful igneous rock dragons were defeated so easily. Curious, Go Lengyan asks about the card used earlier, thinking that most combat artifacts increase a beast's strength by no more than 3 or 4 minor stages. She points out with extreme surprise that Linze's item allowed his creatures to break through the limits of major ranks. The young woman concludes thoughtfully that the amplification effect is simply terrifying, and that even the most powerful traditional beast-breeding families might not have such a formidable artifact. Guan Ning fully agrees with the analysis, admitting that she has truly never seen an extraordinary artifact like that before. Guo Lengyan takes on a serious tone and warns the group, stressing the absolute need to keep everything that happened there a complete secret, receiving frantic and unanimous nods of agreement from her companions. With the situation under control, Linze calmly turns around and asks if they can take all the valuable loot left behind from the battle. The harvest turns out to be extremely generous, revealing a rich list of rare items dropped by the defeated dragons: fangs, purified blood, horns, shining scales, tough leather, and even highly nutritious dragon meat. Guo Xinyi and Guan Ning's eyes shine like stars at the unexpected fortune, and they begin collecting everything happily. Watching the girls hum while gathering the spoils, Linze scratches his chin in thought, muttering to himself that he feels like something very important is missing there. In a sudden moment of clarity, he finally remembers the main goal that caused all that chaos, the coveted dragon egg, which is still lying near the unconscious rival leader. When Guan Ning sees the young man start searching through things, she walks closer with curiosity and asks what he is trying to do. She lets out a shocked cry when she sees him stretch out his open hand, revealing a glowing ring. The girl steps back with her mouth open, completely amazed, instantly recognizing that the mysterious object is an extremely rare and valuable spatial storage artifact. Guan Ning excitedly encourages the young man to put on the ring and check the hidden contents. Linze agrees and slides the artifact onto his finger, knowing that spatial items do not have blood recognition restrictions, allowing any holder to use them right away. He closes his eyes, focusing his mind to mystically extend his senses and access the inner dimension. His consciousness sinks into a bluish cubic space full of stocked supplies. Linze judges that the space is about 12 square meters, roughly the size of a master bedroom, which is far better than his initial expectations. While searching through the supplies, the young man comes across a large purple rocky egg, carefully protected inside a box lined with red cloth. He pulls the item out and shouts victoriously after finding the igneous rock dragon egg. The system explains the specimen's attributes as dark and rock, highlighting a bloodline focused on primal power and control over dark energies, with the next stage set as hatchling. An extra note explains that the advancement of pure dragons is different from common beasts, progressing from hatchling to primordial dragon, with those titles simply naming their growth stages. Holding the mystical egg with both hands, Linze smiles in satisfaction when he realizes he has finally obtained his third main pet beast. He plans to use the creature as soon as he leaves the secret realm, heading straight straight to take part in the Beastmaster level assessment. While analyzing the situation with Guo Xinyi, he comments that the rivals had hidden the dragon egg inside that spatial artifact, which perfectly explains why the mother dragon chased their group so relentlessly. Guo Lenyan approaches with open arms in a gesture of deep gratitude, acknowledging that everything worked out thanks to the young man's effort. She explains that the squad talked it over and decided that everything they gained on this trip, including the valuable dragon egg, rightfully belongs to him. Linza tries to politely refuse, saying that the egg and the promised blue ice tier are already more than enough for him, and suggests that the girls divide the rest of the valuable materials among themselves. Upset by the young man's modesty, Zhang Manman steps forward and firmly holds his hands. She argues with a warm smile that, although the collected materials are extremely valuable, nothing compares to the fact that he saved all their lives on the battlefield. Guo Xini and Guan Ning fully agree with their friend, reminding him that they only have one life and would never have survived without his heroic intervention. Surprised by the group's insistence and kindness, Lin Zi is left speechless by so much generosity. Zhang Manman falls into a playful chibi-style scene with the young man, pulling his hands while cheerfully insisting that he has to accept the reward for his great achievements. As the final result of the split, the young master ends up receiving an impressive 80% of the whole harvest, while the four girls organize the rest of the spoils into travel bags. With the division finished, Guo Xini raises her fingers with a clever look and points out one crucial detail: dragons love collecting shiny treasures, immediately suggesting that the group make a strategic detour to explore the nest where the colossal beasts lived. The group enters the depths of the dragon's lair, walking through a huge cave lit by large glowing blue crystals. Looking around with her arms crossed, Zhang Manman comments in disappointment that the place is totally different from novels, since these beasts do not seem to pile up normal treasures. Nearby, Gu Lengyan examines the structure and explains that, since this is a breeding nest, it is common for dragons to store energy replenishing crystals. Hearing this, Lin Zhe looks at the sparkling pink stones and agrees that collecting some of them is definitely worth it. As they continue forward, Guan Ning slows down with an intrigued expression and says she feels an oddly familiar aura coming from there. Zhang Manman looks back in confusion and says she does not feel anything at all, but Guan Ning seriously insists that the feeling is coming from a specific direction and begins touching the stone walls. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoes, startling the girls as a gigantic hidden wall starts to move. The heavy rock barrier opens completely, revealing a secret passage. Guan Ning steps back in surprise and wonders if dragons are really capable of building secret doors like that. Analyzing the entrance carefully, Lin Zhe thinks that the mechanism clearly looks like it was made by human hands and asks if someone lives inside. Intrigued, Gu Lengyan remembers that this secret realm is supposed to be accessible only to people from their school. Curious, Lin Zhe moves closer to the crack to peek inside, but his eyes widen in total shock when he sees something completely terrifying inside. The secret corridor reveals a dark scene, filled with heavy chains crossing the ceiling and talismans covered in mystical writing stuck to the blue walls, giving off a dark mist. In the center of the chamber, on a stone altar surrounded by a large scroll and a glowing magic circle, rests a dark, sharp egg, pulsing with intense purple energy. Lin Zi stares at the place with curiosity and calls out to Gan Ning when he notices her condition. The young woman walks slowly with her eyes fixed on the altar, admitting to the young man that she feels as if the artifact is calling to her. After hearing that, the group analyzes the situation and guesses that it is the egg of a demon-type beast, concluding that it is not safe to stay there for too long and that they should take it before leaving. After collecting what they needed, the group crosses the flame portal and returns to the base camp outside the secret realm, where a supervisor in a white coat is waiting for them. The man is clearly surprised to see them back so early, saying he thought they would spend the full 7 days exploring the place. Go Lenyan steps forward decisively, briefly explaining that the squad will just return to the city and rest. The supervisor watches them walk toward the exit, curious about the young people's sudden hurry after the mysterious expedition. The group safely returns to the luxurious residential palace that serves as their base in the city. In the main hall, Gu Lengyan calmly talks with her companions and explains that she will turn all the collected materials into money, then transfer Lin Zhe and Guan Ning's shares directly to them. She gives the young man the agreed items, which are the blue ice tier and 10 rare ice element essences. Receiving a sincere thank you from him, Gu Lengyan takes on a serious attitude as she changes the subject and brings up the mysterious egg found in the dragon's lair. She warns that the object belongs to a demon-type beast and says it would be a huge mistake to hatch it carelessly. The young woman adds with concern that the hidden and sinister room may be directly connected to the infamous Red Moon Group. Lin Zhe and Guan Ning react in surprise when they hear the name of the feared villain organization. Go Lengyan explains the danger in detail, saying that the Red Moon Group is an evil cult whose main members are known as the Fallen. She dramatically points out that if other factions are only annoying pests, Red Moon acts like the devil itself, determined to drag the whole world into the abyss. The group is responsible for planning large-scale terrorist attacks, carrying a cruel history where countless civilians and beastmasters have lost their lives. She remembers that eggs of this type can only be obtained through specific summoning rituals, which makes their sudden appearance inside the school's secret realm extremely alarming. Intrigued, Lindsay asks if this means Red Moon members are secretly infiltrated inside their own school. Go Lengyan adjusts her glasses thoughtfully and says that this is the worst possible scenario, although there is also a chance that the remains of an old ritual accidentally flowed there. She concludes by saying that the best thing to do is report the discovery to the authorities as soon as there is a chance, to make sure it is destroyed, and Linze and Guan Ning agree right away. Zhang Manman suggests leaving the serious talk aside and says goodbye cheerfully, inviting Linze to visit the Dragonheart Club whenever he wants, and offering to help with anything he needs. The young man politely says goodbye in return, as he and Guan Ning begin walking away through the mansion's halls. Walking under a beautiful reddish sunset, Guan Ning asks what the young man's next plans are. He thinks that since Xiao Shui can finally evolve, his immediate goal will be to buy the materials still missing for the process. Later, already in the privacy of his room in the lit-up city, Linze finds a huge formation of superior ice essence crystals sprouting right in the middle of his bed. He calls out to Xiao Shui while holding one of the glowing fragments, but the playful creature appears by surprise and mischievously bites the fingers of his hand. She takes on a beautiful humanoid form and smiles playfully, making Linze lightly scold her for being naughty again. Sitting thoughtfully on the bed beside the pile of crystals, he feels that something is still unfinished from that mission. In a sudden flash of memory, the young man smiles excitedly when he remembers that he still has not claimed the system's achievement rewards. He recalls that after defeating the two igneous rock dragons, the abyssal ice giant Spirit unlocked a new special achievement, but the rush to leave the secret realm kept him from calmly checking the details at that time. When he opens the system screen, two unlocked achievement notifications appear in front of Linze. The first, titled Dragon Slayer, celebrates the first kill of a dragon-type beast and grants 500 achievement points, 10 low-grade dark elemental essences, along with a dragon fang, blood, and heart. The second, Ants Shaking a Tree, is earned by defeating an opponent at twice the level of his own pet beast, granting an impressive 1,500 achievement points, an explosion seed card, a resurrection potion, an evolution stone, and a growth crystal. The young man celebrates in chibi form with a huge smile, amazed by how generous the rewards are. Looking at the screens in his room, he thinks that the hunter prizes are basically made up of materials for dragon evolution, which will be incredibly useful when the igneous rock dragon egg finally hatches. He also notices with satisfaction that, although he spent an explosion seed card during the recent battle, the system ended up paying him back with a new one through the second achievement. The interface explains the effects of the consumable items he received. The resurrection potion is described as a miraculous elixir filled with powerful life force, capable of instantly healing any injury, working for both beastmasters and their creatures. The growth crystal is a unique item that stimulates a beast's potential and speeds up its development by 10%, applying only to creatures below level 7. Finally, the system shows the evolution stone, a strange crystal that awakens inner evolutionary potential, making the beast instantly reach full growth and evolve, as long as its final level does not go beyond level 5. Linze smiles confidently in front of the glowing panel, knowing that the evolution stone arrived at the perfect time and will be incredibly useful for establishing the contract with his third pet beast. However, while he studies the data, a sudden crack catches his attention. A massive burst of icy energy and white smoke suddenly explodes right in the middle of the room, completely destroying the mattress and making the young man curse in shock at the damage to his bed. Through the blinding flash of shining fragments, a mystical silhouette begins to form grandly, while a pair of eyes with striking pink irises opens with life. The mist fades to reveal Xiao Shou's new form, now evolved into a level 5, stage 1 Frost Blue Maiden. The system panel confirms her transformation into the ice type and points out that her next evolution will be the Arctic Princess, requiring a 100% growth rate, 30 low-grade ice elemental stones, and 1,000-year Arctic ice. Xiao She shows off her stunning new appearance, surrounded by a freezing aura, looking at her master with a calm smile. Linze looks at his creature and asks if there is any unusual resonance between her and the fusion with the Earth Spirit, wondering if her higher level would stop the use of the soul fusion technique. Xiao Shou gently shakes her head in denial, leaving her master relieved when he confirms that, once unlocked, the fusion works even with different ranks. The young man checks the Earth Spirit's panel, seeing that it is a rock and ghost type at level 4, stage 5, with a 73% growth rate toward becoming a rock god soldier. He concludes that, even though it has not evolved yet, both of them are fully qualified to pass the exam. In the crowded courtyard of the Beastmaster Assessment Center, a crowd of candidates talks anxiously until the firm voice of the chief evaluator asks everyone to be quiet. The man, named Ye Zuping, stands with an imposing attitude and tells them to choose the test difficulty wisely, advising them to base the decision on their own strength so they do not waste this valuable chance with goals that are too high. Then he turns to an assistant in a suit and asks if all the participants have already made their selections. The assistant confirms that the choices have been made and points to a huge glowing crystal showing the final registration count: 24 people on low difficulty, 34 on medium, 4 on high, and only 1 on superior difficulty. Surprised, Ye Zuping asks who dared to choose the superior level, and the subordinate says it is Lin Zhe, a first-year student from Jiangning College. The evaluator immediately remembers news from the Pinghai branch 2 months ago, mentioning a prodigy named Lin Zhe who crushed the apprentice assessment on superior difficulty. Ye Zuping scratches the back of his neck thoughtfully, remembering that calling the young man a prodigy would not be an exaggeration based on his record. However, he still shows some skepticism and waits to see if the young man can really pass the bronze level on superior difficulty. In front of the large energy crystal, the evaluator starts the countdown, ordering everyone to prepare for the test to begin right away. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zi is teleported and appears completely alone in the center of a huge deserted arena. Looking around the Colosseum-like structure, he wonders if the test format will still follow the classic duel mode. The exam sound system soon echoes through the place, announcing that the assessment is about to begin, and that the superior difficulty will include a total of 5 different stages. Suddenly, a noisy horde appears in the arena. They are the abyssal fierce rats, dual dark and fire creatures already at level 3, stage 9. The grotesque red-eyed rodents charge forward and leap aggressively toward the young man. Facing the attack, the frost blue maiden steps in front of her master and begins channeling a powerful freezing blast through her hands. She fires a crushing blizzard from bottom to top, completely swallowing the horde of opponents in midair. The system announces the use of the new skill, Snow Maiden's Breath, which creates a cloud of icy mist with extreme cold, capable of dealing fan-shaped area damage. Instantly, all the rats are frozen into sharp blocks of solid ice. With the first level fully cleared, Lin Zhe and Xiaoshou wait imposingly in the arena for the challenge to continue. The arena gates open again with a hissing sound, revealing the creature of the second stage. It is a multi-headed lizard beast, a lizard-type creature with 4 serpent heads that has already reached rank 4, level 2. Without hesitation, the Frost Blue Maiden takes an imposing battle stance and points her finger toward the enemy. She raises her arms and conjures a devastating rain of sharp ice stakes that falls from the sky, piercing and eliminating the giant lizard instantly. In the third level, the challenge presents the Night Shadows, flying dark-type creatures at rank 4, level 5, but they also end up frozen in midair with extreme ease. Right after that, the system announces the completion of the 4th level after Xiaoshu subdues a rank 4, level 8, dark-type demon ghost with freezing chains. In the monitoring room, Ye Zuping watches the broadcast in total shock, unable to believe that a creature as strong as the demon ghost was eliminated in the blink of an eye. He stares at the panel in disbelief and thinks that not only the 4th level boss, but every other beast was wiped out with one clean strike. Curious, the chief evaluator wonders if Lin Zhe's creature has already passed rank 5, especially since the young man is only 18 years old. The assistant in a suit and dark glasses adds that the young man acted the same way in his first assessment, easily clearing superior difficulty. He reveals that the Pinghai Beast Tamer Association even sent Lin Zhe a formal invitation back then, but he refused. Ye Zuping crosses his arms thoughtfully in front of the screens, understanding why the student dared to choose the superior level, but he seriously points out that the final boss, the rank 5 bronze dragon, will not be that easy to handle. On the room monitor, Ye Zuping watches in disbelief as the earth spirit attacks the bronze dragon with ease. With his jaw dropped, he is shocked to see the young man simply summon his second beast and pass the test without the slightest effort. In the waiting room, the other candidates begin complaining about the huge difficulty of the exam, saying their final opponent was a rank 3 level 7 beast. While one young man proudly celebrates becoming a bronze beast master, another brags that he was the only one to succeed among the 4 people who chose the hard level. However, a murmur begins to spread through the hall when the participants look at the main screen and feel that something is very wrong. They point in shock at the image of the huge bronze dragon completely frozen, a massive creature of at least rank 5, stunned that a monster of that level appeared in a bronze assessment. One of the young men recognizes Lin Zi's name and shouts excitedly that he is the same prodigy who easily passed superior difficulty in Pinghai City, leaving everyone around him in complete shock at the reveal. In the arena, the system panel appears in the sky, congratulating the young man for his perfect completion and for successfully passing the superior bronze assessment. The final reward notifications show that Lin Zi's physical attributes rose from 13.5 to 18.5, and his spirit jumped from 15 to 23, while also granting a 30% growth rate bonus to Xiao Shou, raising the Frost Blue Maiden directly to rank 5, stage 3. Lin Zi looks at himself with satisfaction after the result and thinks that his beast's evolution was not bad at all. After leaving the arena and returning to the exam center's main hall, he walks calmly while drawing surprised and curious looks from all the other candidates around him. The chief examiner approaches with a slight smile and formally congratulates him on his success. He introduces himself as Ye Zuping and admits, with open arms, that when he was the young man's age, he only only had 2 level 3 pet beasts. Ye Zuping points out that Lin Zi is the first beast master in the entire Federation to pass the superior difficulty assessment at the bronze level, and asks if he would be interested in joining the Beast Tamer Association. The young man smiles faintly and politely refuses, explaining that he prefers to focus on his cultivation for now. The evaluator understands and admits that he was a little presumptuous, remembering that the student had already refused a similar invitation in Pinghai. He hands over a golden card and makes it clear that, if the young man changes his mind or needs any help in the future, he can contact him at any time. Lin Zi accepts the card and thanks him respectfully. Later, with night already falling over the city's tall buildings, the young man appears comfortably seated on the sofa in his home beside his 2 loyal beasts. He takes out the mysterious and heavy dark egg, which gives off intense purple spiritual energy. Holding the artifact firmly with both hands, he remembers senior sister Ga's advice, recalling that he only needs to inject his spiritual power into the dragon egg for it to hatch and for the contract to finally be sealed. Lin Zi begins injecting his energy, but he feels intense strain when he notices the huge consumption of power. He realizes that even with his 2,300 points of spiritual energy, the process is exhausting, and he concludes that an ordinary bronze beast master would be drained instantly. Suddenly, the dark egg begins shaking violently under his hand, making the young man and his other 2 beasts watch the scene with total expectation. With deep cracks glowing in a purple shade, the shell finally breaks in an explosion of light. From inside, a small purple reptile with glowing eyes appears, letting out a sharp roar wrapped in a huge aura of bluish energy. Hungry, the little hatchling starts biting and devouring the remaining pieces of its own eggshell scattered across the living room floor. The system displays the creature's data panel, revealing that it is a newborn igneous rock dragon, a dark and rock type currently at rank 1, stage 1, with the skills Dragon Breath and Rock Rift Claw. Lin Zi crouches down to pet the little dragon's head. When he checks the glowing bloodline panel, he notices that the creature's original potential is already at king level, and that its next evolution into its juvenile form will require a 100% growth rate, 5 low-grade dark elemental essences, and a dragon fang. The interface points out that there are no hidden evolutionary paths available, but the young man thinks it is fine, since the current bloodline is already excellent. Meanwhile, the little dragon falls on its back on the floor, letting out a loud burp with its belly completely swollen from eating so much. His other creatures watch the scene with comical expressions of surprise. Knowing that pureblood dragons grow very fast at the start, and that he already has the needed materials, Lin Zi uses the system to spend his achievement points, planning to increase the hatchling's growth rate and raise it directly to rank 3. After thinking it through, Lin Zi realizes that starting the process in a closed space would be a terrible idea. In his imagination, he sees the little dragon growing out of control and completely destroying the room. Feeling relieved that he reacted quickly, and decided to go to an open place. He moves to a huge sunny grass field, where he leaves the purple hatchling resting peacefully on a small yellow blanket. In front of the creature, the young man opens the system's holographic screen to give the final command. The panel asks if he wants to confirm spending achievement points to increase the igneous rock dragon's growth rate. He firmly presses the confirmation button, remembering that the hatchling has already consumed the evolution materials and that everything now depends on this advancement. Instantly, a burst of bright purple energy takes over the place, creating a true whirlwind of wind and smoke that shakes the grass intensely. Impressed by the impact, Lin Zi raises his fists to protect himself and is shocked by the scale of dragons, thinking that those energy waves feel like an overwhelming storm. The huge curtain of smoke spreads across the sky, revealing the imposing silhouette of the changed creature. The system warning flashes on the screen, announcing the success of the evolution. The igneous rock dragon reaches its juvenile form, directly reaching rank 3, level 3. Now much larger and more imposing, the purple dragon roars proudly among the clouds of dust, showing its glowing eyes and sharp teeth while staring straight at its master. The young master waves to his transformed beast from a distance, while the huge purple reptile answers with a powerful call in the middle of the field. Lin Zi reaches out and strokes the igneous rock dragon's snout, praising how much it has grown and how well behaved it is. Determined to test his companion's limits, the young man pulls a shining evolution stone from his pocket, a crystal capable of stimulating a pet beast's maximum potential and making it reach full growth instantly, as long as its final level does not go beyond rank 5. The dragon snaps up the item in the blink of an eye and swallows the mystical stone. The data panel appears in the sky, confirming its transformation into its adult form at rank 4, stage 4. Among the listed techniques are the classic Dragon Breath and Rock Rift Claw, along with new powers like Shadow Coil, which controls dark elements to bind the target while ignoring physical defenses, and Death Claw, which creates a giant cursed hand that corrodes and weakens opponents. Lin Zi studies the data and notices that Igneous Rock Blood Mist is still locked by the current level, but he thinks that 2 rank 4 beasts and 1 rank 5 beast already make an incredibly powerful team for now. Curious, the young man asks the giant dragon if it can control its own size, receiving a confirming roar roar. Under its master's command, the creature wraps itself in a mystical glow and quickly shrinks in the air. The little dragon returns to hatchling size and lands happily in Lindsay's palm, making him smile with satisfaction because he knows he can now summon it even indoors without causing any destruction. A few days later, the routine returns to Jiangning Academy. In front of the focused students in the classroom, the teacher stands at the front desk to make an important announcement. She says that the school's annual competition will officially begin in 1 week. The news immediately excites the class, leaving the students thrilled about the tournament. While everyone celebrates, Lin Zi watches silently from his desk when a notification appears in front of him. The system unlocks a special achievement mission: win the Jiangning Academy Championship. As the reward for taking the top spot, he will receive 1,500 achievement points, a spiritual technique scroll, and a random artifact. Interested in the generous prizes, he raises his hand and asks if first-year students can also register. With a welcoming smile, the teacher confirms that, according to the rules, any grade can join. However, she seriously warns that the format is direct elimination, and first-year students are usually easily beaten by the upperclassmen. The mention makes the other students complain about the huge difference in strength, muttering that the teacher could simply say Lin Zai's name as the only real exception there. The room soon fills with rumors about how he flew through the superior difficulty bronze test just a few days ago. After class ends, two girls approach Lin Zai in the hallway, excitedly insisting that they all sign up for the tournament together. The two girls keep pushing Lin Zai to register for the tournament with them right away. The young man stays silent for a moment, making the two look at each other in confusion and curiosity because of his lack of an immediate answer. Right after that, the situation turns into a small comedic fight as the girls start pulling him by the arms, complaining and asking why the other keeps insisting on sticking so close to Lin Zi. The young beast tamer is left completely speechless in the middle of the tug of war. Watching the scene while hiding behind a pillar, one of the students grits his teeth in pure jealousy, crying inside as he sees the girl he likes standing so close to his rival. Right above them, another student also peeks sneakily from the corner of the wall with a focused smile, whispering to himself that this time he will defeat Lin Zi without fail in the academy competition. Meanwhile, the mood changes drastically to a dark scene. Mysterious candles burn on decorative skulls along a staircase made of dark stone, surrounded by occult symbols and strange bottles. Inside that underground base, several masked figures dressed in long black robes gather around a large table lit by blue flames, carrying out rituals and secret talks. One of the members breaks the silence of the meeting by telling the group that he heard recent rumors about the whereabouts of an ally. He directly asks the others if it is true that Zhang Tao disappeared without leaving any trace. At the head of the table, a man with bluish hair and cold features listens to the report with contempt. He is Yan, one of the official deacons of the feared Red Moon group. One of the subordinates tries to calm the leader, explaining that Ningjiang Academy has been holding training sessions in the secret realm over the past few days, which could explain the lack of contact with Jing Tao. Annoyed by the excuse, Yan launches a violent attack that sends the man flying against the steps, spraying blood while calling him an idiot. The lackey stops the bleeding on his face, trembling on the ground before the deacon's overwhelming power. Yan leans against the railing, asking if it is normal to lose the boy's signal, and reminding them that that subordinate had guaranteed the safety of the Red Earth secret realm to hatch the test creature without being discovered. With a cold and threatening look, he demands a good explanation from his men. He stresses that the specimen's aura has completely vanished, and that not even the mother organism can track it. Shouting at the entire hall as everyone bows in fear, Yan says the test subject has been stolen, and the only explanation is that it was either sealed inside a spatial artifact or destroyed. Looking at his subordinates with deep contempt, he calls them a bunch of useless trash. Finally, he turns his back and orders them to investigate every participant in that training session, refusing to believe they will fail to find the culprit inside such a small academy. The hooded cultists bow in perfect unison, shouting that they will faithfully obey Yan's orders. A week passes, and the gates of the Grand Academy open under a clear sky for the long-awaited tournament. The crowd fills the courtyards, impressing the students with the huge number of people gathered to watch the fights. Guan Ming walks beside Lin Ze and asks if he spent the whole week training, and if he has already sealed the contract with his third beast, the igneous rock dragon. The young man acts mysterious and answers that she will see everything once the competition begins, leaving the young woman annoyed by the suspense. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to them in the middle of the courtyard. Senior Ge appears with her glasses-wearing friend, saying with a smile that she already knew Lin Ze would sign up. She rests her arm on the young man's shoulder to wish him good luck, and reveals that this year's prizes are even more generous, including 100,000 and a priceless artifact. Lin Zi quickly does the math in his head. Knowing that the school will give one artifact, and the system will reward him with another for his achievement, he smiles faintly as he realizes that, if he wins the championship, he will walk away with 2 artifacts at once. While walking with his goal in mind, he notices the looks and whispers from other competitors around him, all hoping they will not cross paths with the feared young man in the preliminary rounds. In the middle of the busy courtyard, courtyard, a student roughly bumps into a hooded boy who complains in surprise from the impact. The one who shoved him is Liang Jun, a fourth-year student and former president of the Gaoshan Club. He walks arrogantly while leading a group of veterans, followed closely by Su Li, a third-year student and the club's current president. Liang Jun blocks Lin Zi's group and greets Senior Ge with a cynical smile, calling her President Zhang and saying he hopes she has been well. The young woman responds with instant coldness, asking what he is planning to do there. With fake modesty, the blonde man gestures and says that hurts him, making it sound like she sees him as a bad person when he only wanted to say hello after not seeing each other for so long. Liang Jun's expression suddenly changes into a serious and focused look. He gets straight to the point and asks if, during the recent training in the secret realm, Lin Zi's group happened to run into Luo Han, Xing Tao, and the other missing members. Guanning listens to the question in silence with a worried expression behind Lin Zi. Senior Gu crosses her arms with disdain and pushes back against the provocation, sarcastically asking if someone from the Gaoshan Club got lost, and he came all the way to the Dragonheart Club to report the disappearance. She sharply adds that the former president has terrible judgment and chose a rather mediocre successor, since they cannot even keep an eye on their own members. Her words leave the red-haired brute furious, making him shout in a threatening tone. Liang Jun holds back his angry ally and ends the matter cynically, claiming it was only a casual question and that it is fine if they did not see them. He turns around and tells his group to leave, while Senior Gu watches the rivals withdraw with a sharp look as they blend into the crowd. As soon as the rivals move away, Guanning expresses her concern to Senior Ge, whispering that they are starting to suspect what happened. The young woman with glasses steps in to calm her down, pointing out that, besides being the victims in the situation, no one has concrete proof that there was a real conflict between them and Luo Han's group. Senior Ge agrees, remembering that Liang Jun has always liked causing trouble for no reason, but she stresses that there is something more worrying. She calls Lin Ze's attention and warns him about Su Li, explaining that, despite his flashy style, the current president of the Gaoshan Club has impressive strength. As one of the best third-year students, he controls 3 battle beasts, 2 at rank 4 and 1 that has already reached rank 5. Ge warns that the young man must be extremely careful if he meets him in the tournament, because the opponent loves surprise attacks. Serious, Lin Ze only answers that he understands the warning. In another corner of the courtyard, the Gaoshan Club group walks quickly. Filled with rage, Su Li throws a violent punch that shatters part of a stone wall, yelling about whether they are really going to let the Dragonheart Club get away with it. Liang Jun keeps his flawless posture right behind him and pushes back against his ally, asking what he suggests they should do, since there is no proof against the rivals. The blonde man adds that, instead of wasting time on that, they should focus on Lin Ze. He expresses his irritation that a newcomer from an ordinary background has so much strength and still refuses to join the Gaoshan Club, turning them into a joke among the other students. Liang Jun warns that, if they let the boy steal the spotlight in the competition, the club's reputation will be ruined. Su Li smiles arrogantly and points his finger, sneering that a poor boy will never have money for expensive evolution materials, promising to teach Lin Ze an unforgettable lesson if they meet in the arena. The arena speakers echo through the courtyards, calling the competitors from Group 11 of the preliminary round to get ready. The audio announcement details the next match. The third-year student Su Li will face a first-year student. Hearing the announcement, the red-haired brute smiles with scorn and lets out a sarcastic laugh. He opens his arms and shouts with excitement at the coincidence, celebrating the fact that he was lucky enough to land in the exact same bracket as his target. With a sadistic and determined look, he loudly repeats that he will teach Lin Zi an unforgettable lesson, while the young beast tamer and his companions watch the provocation from afar, at the top of the arena stairs. The speakers announce the official Group 11 match of the preliminary round, Su Li versus Lin Zi. The two competitors step into the huge arena under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Nearby, in the upper courtyards, the blonde teacher suddenly flinches when her colleague points in surprise at an important figure. Lu Koitin, the respected principal of Jiangning Academy, walks over calmly alongside other authorities. His arrival instantly causes a buzz among the students, who are shocked because the principal almost never watches the academy's internal competitions. Another student points out that he is one of the top 10 fighters in the whole federation, so it makes sense that he usually has no time for tournaments, which shows the academy is taking this year's event very seriously. In the VIP stands, Yu Yan, captain of Search Team A23 from the Beast Tamer Association, greets the highest authority and asks what brought him to the tournament. Lu Qixin smiles with satisfaction and explains that the students' overall strength has risen a lot, bringing in many promising talents. Yu Yan laughs and says the principal is usually so busy that he barely has time for the students, but he reveals that a real prodigy has appeared this season. He warns that, if Lu Qixin does not keep an eye on him, someone might end up stealing that young prodigy from the academy. The principal quickly figures out that he is talking about the freshman who passed the high-difficulty bronze test. Mentioning Lin Ze by name, Yu Yan gives him a thumbs up and confirms it, adding with pride that the boy even helped the search team capture members of the symbiosis group before. Lu Qixin then says Yu Yan arrived at the perfect time, because the young prodigy is about to step onto the stage and fight. In the stands, excitement takes over the students as they wonder who will win the match. One of them says it is hard to predict, because Shuli is the top student of the third year, but Lindsay has also shown that he is incredibly strong. Another student argues that the senior has a better chance because he has 3 beasts, including one at rank 5, while his opponent is only a freshman. At the center of the arena, Shuli spreads his arms with arrogance and mocks Lindsay, calling him the genius who rose from the common people. He says he will give the freshman one last chance to join the Gaoshan Club, promising that, in the future, when the club stands at the top, he will give him a few crumbs. Lindsay firmly refuses, saying he has no interest and does not agree with their idea of bullying the weak and looking down on ordinary beast tamers. The answer leaves Shuli deeply irritated, though he tries to hide it by calling the boy's nerve interesting. The arena signal flashes on the screen, showing the official start of the match. Calling Lindsay an ungrateful bastard, the senior charges forward, ready to show the huge gap between their levels, and summons his powerful shark lizard beast, a water and earth creature at rank 5, stage 2, which appears with a furious roar. The crowd is shocked when they recognize the adult beast, knowing it is Shuli's strongest pet. Some spectators point and shout that Lindsay is completely done for against a monster of that level. Confident, the senior yells that just one of his beasts will be enough to crush the freshman, immediately ordering the shark lizard to use its devastating wave crush attack. Facing the incoming attack, Lindsay stays still with his arms crossed, showing no reaction and making no move to summon his creatures. Shuli watches his beast rush forward and wonders, confused, why the freshman is not doing anything. The senior soon lets out a mocking laugh, deciding that the boy must be so terrified that he froze and cannot summon his pet, seeing it as a good way to save energy for his own monster. He shouts in triumph, saying this is the fate of anyone who dares to provoke the Gaoshan Club. In the blink of an eye, Lindsay points his fingers and fires a blazing burst of spiritual energy straight into the monster's chest. The massive impact makes the huge shark lizard spray blood and get thrown brutally backward, collapsing unconscious onto the arena floor. Shuli falls into total panic, breaking into a cold sweat and screaming in horror when he sees his rank 5 beast knocked out so instantly. Shuli stares at the fallen monster, completely unable to believe that his strongest creature was defeated by a simple spiritual technique. The entire stands fall into shock, and the spectators scream in disbelief, wide-eyed at what they just saw. Nobody can process the fact that a freshman wiped out an opponent of that level with a single shot, without even using his battle beasts. While the crowd goes wild, Guan-Ning and Senior Gu cheer excitedly in the stands, praising how amazing the boy is. From the VIP area, Lu Qi-ten watches the scene in surprise. After studying the smoke left behind by the attack, he realizes that the level of that spiritual arrow has probably already passed level 6. In the arena, Shuli grits his teeth in rage, humiliated as he realizes that Lindsay did not summon any creature only because he saw him as an insignificant opponent. Trying to regain his composure, Shuli yells angrily for Lindsay not to get full of himself, claiming that he only underestimated him before and that the accurate shot was pure luck. Determined to crush the freshman, he performs a double summon. The Loso Elephant Man appears, a humanoid-type creature at rank 4, stage 8, along with the Snow Monkey, an ice-type creature at rank 4, stage 6. With a crazed command, the senior orders his beasts to tear him apart, sending both monsters charging forward at high speed. Shuli shouts that the level of his opponent's spiritual arrow does not matter, because condensing such an attack takes a lot of energy, and the previous shot must have used up most of Lindsay's spiritual power. Completely out of control and sweating cold, he screams for the boy to hurry up, summon his beasts, and fight him seriously. However, in a fraction of a second, 2 new blazing bursts slice through the air at the same time, with surgical precision. The energy shots hit the Elephant Man and the Snow Monkey directly, creating explosions of blood. The 2 rank 4 beasts are violently thrown back and collapse on the ground, motionless and smoking. Shuli drops to his knees on the arena floor, completely terrified and in shock, mumbling as he fails to understand how this could be possible. Still calmly keeping his fingers raised through the curtain of smoke, Lindsay coldly throws back the earlier insults. With a calm and powerful look, he points out that there really is a huge gap in power between them. Then he ends it in a crushing way. With only that level of strength, the senior is simply not worthy of making him summon even a single battle beast. Still on his knees in the Group 11 arena, Shuli watches Lindsay turn his back and walk away calmly. The screen above them shines as it announces the official result of the match. Victory for Lindsay. The senior grits his teeth in pure humiliation, his eyes wide with rage and disbelief after being defeated so overwhelmingly by a freshman. Outside the battlefield, the group of girls runs over to congratulate the winner. Senior Gi says with relief that she had been worrying for nothing, while Guan-Ning, excited, explains that beating an opponent from a higher year gives extra points, which should allow Lindsay to advance directly to the official competition. Smiling, the senior takes the chance to invite the young man to watch the rest of the matches together, but he gently refuses with a small smile, revealing that he plans to go to the beast shop to buy some evolution materials. Meanwhile, in a reserved area below the stairs, the mood is extremely tense among the members of the Gaoshan Club. Liang Jun roars in fury that that brat from a common background dared to publicly humiliate the people from his group. With his face twisted by hatred, the former president clenches his fists and swears that he will make Lin Zhe pay a very high price for his arrogance. Sitting on a nearby bench, Xu Li hides his broken expression beneath his red hair, admitting in frustration that the freshman defeated him using only 3 spiritual arrows, and that his spiritual power is truly formidable. Trying to make sense of the defeat, the big brute starts punching his own hand, insisting in a conspiratorial way that the boy must have used some kind of valuable artifact, since an ordinary person could never get such an item unless he had stolen it. Completely shaken and grabbing his own head in despair, he starts screaming over and over that he needs to report Lin Zhe to the tournament authorities immediately. In a quick burst of rage, Liang Jun slaps Xu Li hard across the face, telling him to shut up and asking if he has not embarrassed them enough already. The former president turns to the other members and firmly orders everyone to stay alert and do their best for the rest of the tournament. With a cold and focused look, he stresses that the academy competition is not only about individual duels, promising to find an opening to personally teach that boy a lesson. When night falls, the city lights come on along the busy shopping streets. Lin Zi leaves a local beast shop holding his empty wallet and complaining about how expensive everything is. He thinks that, ever since evolution supplies changed from essence to origin stones, the price of a single item has gone up 5 times, making the huge cost the biggest obstacle to strengthening his creatures. With his little purple dragon on his head making a sad sound, Lin Zhe lets out a long sigh in front of the unreachable prices. Walking alone through the city's dark alleys, Lin Zhe concludes that they urgently need to find a way to make money, thinking that the best option would be to farm those rare resources directly inside the matching secret realms. Firm footsteps echo across the ground of a dark alley as Lin Zhe walks. Suddenly, he stops in confusion and shows surprise when he notices something unusual. In front of him, a brick wall rises up and blocks the path. The young man says he clearly remembers that this street was not a dead end, wondering if he took the wrong way or if he is trapped in an illusion, while the little dragon on his head makes a confused sound. A voice appears, mocking him, and asks if he finally noticed the trap. 2 mysterious figures dressed in black hooded cloaks reveal themselves in the shadows of the alley. Sitting on top of a trash can is follower Mo, a member of the Red Moon Group. She leans forward in a seductive way and calls him a handsome little brother, confirming whether his name really is Lin Zhe. Beside her, standing with his arms crossed in an imposing way, follower Yu, also from the Red Moon Group, seriously demands that she stop playing around and focus on the mission. The woman jumps down from where she was and tells her partner to calm down, complaining that he is always in such a rush. She moves closer in the blink of an eye and asks Lin Zhe if, recently, in the Red Earth secret realm, he took something he should not have. The beast tamer keeps his cool and plays dumb, saying he has no idea what she is talking about. While inside, he judges the pair's amazing speed and tries to figure out who they are. After thinking about their connection to the secret realm, he quickly figures out that the intruders belong to the dangerous Red Moon Group. The follower orders him to stop pretending, revealing that they already investigated everything, and she points straight at the pendant on the young man's chest, identifying it as Xingtao's spatial artifact. With a wicked smile, she says the Lord Administrator became very interested in the fact that someone so young could have so much strength. Mo makes a direct offer and promises that, if he agrees to join the Red Moon Group, anything he did or stole in the past will be completely erased. Mo keeps going with her persuasive speech, admitting that Lin Zhe is smart and talented, but saying that, in this world, talent needs resources to grow. She says with confidence that the Red Moon Group can give him absolutely everything the Academy cannot. Without hesitating for even a second, the young beast tamer gives a short and direct answer, saying he refuses the offer. Mo's expression instantly turns cold and threatening, and she snaps back that he does not seem to understand how serious his current situation is. A powerful magical barrier of purple and pink energy rises up and completely seals the alley's exits. The follower warns him that they have set up a strong isolation cordon around the whole area and that no one will come to save him. She takes slow, firm steps forward, cornering the boy and giving him an ultimatum. Either he joins their group or he dies right there. Several huge monstrous beasts, including a colossal red-eyed dragon, a giant gorilla, and a winged creature, appear from the shadows to support the 2 intruders. Mo stretches out her hand with a sadistic smile and orders him to choose one of the 2 options. To make the threat even worse, she casts a mental illusion showing Lin Zhe's female friends and gives him a hostile reminder that he is probably not the only one connected to that situation. She blackmails the boy by saying that, if he joins the group, the Lord Administrator might consider letting them leave safely. Lin Zhe's gaze turns completely dark when she mentions and indirectly threatens his companions. However, instead of giving in to panic, the young beast tamer places a hand on his head and lets out a faint sarcastic laugh, asking in a mocking tone if they are really trying to threaten him. With overwhelming pressure, Lin Zhe raises his voice and warns them that, if they plan to give him 2 options, actions, he will do the same. In the middle of a huge burst of power, his own imposing battle beasts appear behind him, ready for the fight about to begin. Lin Zi forces his presence into the dark alley and declares without mercy that he will choose a third option, killing all of them. Wasting no time, the followers of the Red Moon Group react at once and order their dark beasts to launch a brutal charge. The huge earthworm rushes forward with a roar, showing rows of sharp teeth, but it is caught off guard when massive earth spikes violently break through the ground, impaling the monster in mid-air as blood sprays everywhere. The young beast tamer commands Xiao Shou in a firm voice. The imposing ice creature takes the front line and controls the cold air currents around her with extreme ease, firing sharp freezing blasts at the enemies. In a fast aerial attack, she appears directly above the huge gorilla with black and red fur, landing a crushing strike that slams it hard into the ground. The dark humanoid creature from the Red Moon Group uses the fall of its gorilla ally to jump onto it with violence. Faced with that brutal action, Lin Zi stares at the scene in complete shock, his eyes wide as sinister chewing sounds echo through the dark alley. He and Xiao Shou watch in horror as the monster mercilessly devours the flesh of its own fallen companion, realizing in shock that their opponents are practicing cannibalism among their own kind. After tearing off and swallowing large pieces of bloody meat, the strange humanoid lifts its head, smoke coming from its mouth as its sharp teeth close. The creature's eyes shine bright red and its veins bulge intensely, showing that it is absorbing that power in a monstrous way to make itself even stronger for the fight. With its muscles swollen and its veins pulsing with a reddish glow, the modified monster roars in fury. Mo watches the transformation in fascination, with hearts in her eyes and drool of admiration, and she exclaims that it is a Class B experimental creature, praising its imposing look and powerful body. Then she points forward and orders the Rift Demon to tear the human apart, showing how foolish it is to challenge the Red Moon Group. Lin Zi takes one step back with a tense and surprised expression, while the monster smiles sadistically and lets out a sinister laugh. Thick, dark blood runs down the walls and across the floor of the isolated alley, creating a muddy puddle that surrounds the battlefield. As the freshman steps back, he feels the sole of his shoe stick to the disgusting, sticky substance and activates his system to scan the creature. Mo mocks the boy's disgust, proudly saying that the abomination is an exclusive creation of the Red Moon Group, designed to surpass any normal battle beast. Lin Zi mutters to himself that, in that case, it is not a conventional demon-type creature. On the data screen, while monsters like the centipede and the bat are easily identified, the main creature's data appears only as question marks. The beast tamer bites his lip, tense when he realizes the system cannot detect any information, name, or attributes for that being, much less its evolutionary paths. He notices that the opponent's strength increased drastically after it devoured its own ally, and concludes that the more casualties there are, the more powerful the monster becomes. Lin Zi knows he has already gathered enough information and needs to act cleanly and decisively, but he worries that Xiao Shou and his other beasts are busy at the moment, and that his own spiritual power is worn down because of the intense duels in the academy tournament. Senior Xiao Shui ends up surrounded by glowing chains that limit her movements, while the huge enemy centipede approaches from above. Even under pressure, Lin Zi stays calm and gently strokes the head of his small purple reptile, saying with a slight smile that, since things have turned out this way, it is time to see what he is really capable of. Mo mocks the boy's reaction, saying that trying to resist is completely useless and that, no matter how much he fights, he will not be able to change his fate. Yu adds with disdain that, although the freshman's strength is good, he could never beat them using only 2 beasts, then immediately mentions that he heard rumors that the boy recently passed the bronze evaluation. Mo studies Lin Zi's small companion and guesses that he formed a contract with the igneous rock dragon, probably bringing the creature straight from the Red Earth secret realm. She notices the reptile's compact size and says with certainty that it is only in its juvenile form. With a firm and mysterious look, the young beast tamer glances sideways at the intruders and calmly challenges her statement, asking who said that was only its juvenile form. A strong purple spiritual energy begins to flow out and surround the small reptile, making the air around them vibrate intensely. In a burst of overwhelming power that makes the tops of the nearby buildings shake from the impact, the creature's body expands brutally inside a thick cloud of smoke. In front of the wide eyes of the Red Moon Group pair, the dragon appears at a colossal size and lets out a thunderous roar that echoes through the entire alley. Mo steps back in total shock, breaking into a cold sweat as she stammers that it is impossible, and asks how an adult form of the igneous rock dragon could appear there. Yu, just as stunned, harshly demands to know how the freshman managed to do such a thing. Showing a confident smile and looking completely in control of the situation, Lin Zi stares at them mockingly and tells them that, unfortunately for them, he has no obligation to explain anything. Without wasting any more time, the young man gives the command and orders his huge beast to attack at once, and it opens its jaws while gathering a destructive blast of blue energy and lightning. The magical purple energy barrier that had sealed off the alley finally fades under the moonlight. With the fight over, the remains of the defeated creatures are scattered across the concrete floor, while the sounds of city movement begin echoing back near the entrance of the alley. A security team led by Captain Yu Yan rushes into the area, sealing it off and ordering the nearby public to evacuate so they can check for injuries. The captain is completely surprised to find Lindsay surrounded by his beasts and standing in front of the two criminals, who are tied up with heavy blue chains. Yu Yan asks if the young man was the one responsible for capturing them, and the boy confirms it right away. Lindsay uses the moment to report a serious discovery. The Red Moon Group successfully infiltrated the academy and is carrying out dangerous experiments with modified creatures. Sometime later, in the investigation team's office, Lindsay receives a cup of hot coffee to recover from the strain. The captain reveals that he had already received earlier reports about suspicious people wandering around the academy, but he admits he never imagined a direct move from the Red Moon Group, much less that they were hunting the freshmen specifically. Yu Yan asks for more details about the internal infiltration, and the young beast tamer repeats his suspicions about spies acting inside the institution. To support his report, Lindsay places a silver ring on the coffee table, seriously explaining that the spatial ring originally belonged to a student named Xing Tao, a member of the academy's own Gaoshan club. Lindsay says he found the spies during his recent training in the secret realm, where a violent conflict suddenly broke out. He explains to the captain that the intruders pushed deep into the territory in search of a dragon egg, eventually attracting a furious igneous rock dragon during mating season, which attacked everyone. However, the criminals failed the mission and ended up being killed by another igneous rock dragon that was defending the place. After defeating the creature, Lindsay and his companions decided to search the monster's lair. To the group's surprise, they discovered a hidden passage and a secret door that led directly to a hidden room belonging to the Red Moon Group itself. Captain Yu Yan reacts in absolute shock to the revelation, shouting in disbelief at the criminal's nerve. Lindsay points out that, from that moment on, he found the whole situation extremely suspicious, questioning why members of a criminal organization would be operating freely inside a secret realm under the direct authority of Ningjiang Academy. He touches the ring on the table and stresses that, during the fight in the alley, the woman recognized Xing Tao's artifact immediately. Based on that, the young beast tamer concludes that Xing Tao and the Red Moon Group were clearly working together. The captain takes in the information with a serious look and promises that he will send agents right away to dig deep into that inside connection. He says the authorities should be able to pull a lot of useful data and valuable answers from the two captured prisoners, who are already handcuffed inside the interrogation room. In the end, Lindsay asks about the experimental Class B test subject he took down. He wants to know if the body of that abomination can be used for scientific research, leaving the captain in a quiet, thoughtful silence. The captain then reveals that this matter should stay under strict secrecy, but because the young man has earned great merit, he admits that the Red Moon Group has been secretly hatching artificial demon-type beasts. Lindsay is surprised and says the Beast Tamer Association also creates creatures. The investigator explains that, while the team's watchdogs were artificially raised years ago, pure demon-type beasts are completely different and can only appear through a dark summoning ritual, with hooded cults standing before creepy altars. With one hand on his head, clearly worn out, the captain stresses that the authorities are moving step by step in the investigation and have already destroyed several secret incubation sites. He warns the young man that the criminal organization has its eyes on him and tells him to be extra careful, handing him a special communicator so Lindsay can contact him right away if anything happens again. Ready to leave, the young man gathers his things and says he will return to the academy. The investigator promises to keep him updated as soon as there is progress in the case, and, before the boy leaves, says he will request a cash bonus for him because of the capture. He only reminds him that everything that happened must remain under absolute confidentiality. Lindsay walks deep in thought through a quiet residential street under the daylight. He stares at the golden bracelet on his wrist and realizes that the Beast Tamer Association communicator is truly advanced, remembering that he only needs to press the button in case of danger to send his exact location coordinates. Determined, the young man mutters to himself that he needs to get back to the academy as soon as possible so he can properly prepare for the official competition the next day. On the day of the match, a huge crowd of students gathers in the main courtyard in front of the stairs of the academy's massive palace. Listening to the instructor's directions through the microphone, a pink-haired classmate runs up to Lindsay and anxiously asks why he did not answer her messages the night before. Awkwardly gesturing in a chibi version, the boy explains that he was so focused on practicing his spiritual techniques that his phone battery died and the device shut off by itself, promising to pay more attention next time. The young woman sighs in relief and says the important thing is that nothing bad happened, admitting that she had even thought he was being bothered by members of the Gaoshan club. She smiles and pulls him over to check the official bracket board for the tournament fights. Nearby, the large electronic board announces the match of the round, Lindsay against Zhao Jie. Determined to support him, the girl raises her fist high with excitement and shouts with all her strength to encourage him to win the duel. With complete presence and seriousness, Lindsay takes his place in the combat arena under the clear sky, while the majestic senior Xiao She appears powerfully behind him, surrounded by ice crystals crystals and ready for battle. Zhao She, a second-year student, enters the arena alongside his rock armor turtle, a rock-type beast at rank 4, stage 1. The referee, wearing dark glasses, gives a sharp signal and allows the match to begin right away in front of the cheering crowd. Without giving the opponent any chance to react, the Ice Senior launches a crushing strike, completely freezing the enemy inside a solid block of ice and securing a technical knockout. The announcer declares Lin Zi's overwhelming victory, sending him straight into the top 32. In the stands, the spectators are shocked, stunned because they could not even see the movement of the ice beast that broke through the turtle's absolute defense in the blink of an eye. The electronic board updates and announces the next official match, Lin Zi against Li Yunyun. The young man waits in a fighting stance with his arms crossed, flanked by his imposing Ice Queen and his colossal armored warrior. His opponent, the third-year veteran Li Yunyun, appears holding a whip beside her swift shadow leopard, a beast-type creature at rank 4, stage 2. Breaking into a cold sweat before the crushing power coming from Lin Zi's side of the field, she hesitates for a moment and loudly declares that she gives up the fight. The audience erupts over the sudden surrender, saying anyone would do the same in front of such intimidating beasts, and remembering that the freshman's strength goes even further, since he defeated Su Li instantly using only his spiritual techniques. Watching the arena grass from an elegant balcony above, a young woman with long purple hair and a fancy dress says Lin Zi's name with curiosity. With her arms crossed and a slight smirk, she murmurs to herself that he is a pretty interesting guy. Meanwhile, the freshman's control over the next duels proves overwhelming, stacking up victories in quick succession. His beasts easily freeze a tree demon and a withered beast of the plant type, securing his path into the top 128. Soon after, a rank 3 giant rock monster is torn apart without mercy, pushing the young man straight into the top 64. Keeping up the ruthless pace, the powerful freezing senior completely locks down a yellow sand lizard man with icy chains, stamping Lin Zi's place in the top 32. In the stands, the students fall into total collective madness, shouting in amazement at yet another instant elimination, and asking in disbelief if he really is only a first-year student. Under a storm of applause and cheers with his name echoing across the academy courtyard, the young tamer remains calm in the center of the arena. Suddenly, 3 floating system screens appear before his eyes, notifying him that he has unlocked 3 achievements in a row for entering the top 128, top 64, and top 32, granting a combined total of 350 achievement points. With one hand on his chin and a satisfied expression, Lin Zi thinks that he managed to unlock some great rewards and figures the remaining matches should give even more points. However, before he can celebrate, the young man is caught completely off guard and becomes stunned as he sees new screens appearing upside down, leaving him only with a confused expression and a frightened question about what the hell is going on. A student with his back turned watches Lin Zi from far away. Right after that, Lin Zi's chubby friend celebrates and praises the young man's performance, proud that he scared the 3rd and 4th year veterans so badly that they gave up, bringing honor to the freshman. The pink-haired girl adds with excitement, reminding him that he is the first freshman in the academy's history to enter the official competition and reach the top 4, encouraging him to keep going like that. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2 veterans complain about their disqualification. One cries heavily, and the other, who has long hair, asks in frustration why the gap between him and Lin Zi only keeps getting bigger. Looking closely at the phone screen, the young woman notices that Lin Zi advanced directly through the last 3 fights because all of his opponents chickened out and gave up, wondering who his next opponent in the top 4 will be. When she sees the name appear on the screen, her eyes widen in complete shock. She immediately runs toward the young man and shows him the device, warning him that the lineup for the afternoon match has been confirmed and that his opponent this time is Liang Jun. When Lin Zi looks at the screen with the duel announcement, he keeps a calm expression and says it is quite the coincidence to run into the Gaoshan Club again. Scared, his chubby classmate blurts out that this is Liang Jun, the former president of the Gaoshan Club himself. He gestures with worry and warns that things have gotten ugly, since the opponent is an extremely formidable guy, making Lin Zi, still sitting, calmly ask him to explain more. The chubby friend explains in detail that Liang Jun is a 4th-year student who ranks 2nd overall in the academy and is classified as a bronze rank beast tamer. On top of that, he has 3 rank 5 beasts with the powerful fire typing. The biggest mystery, however, is that Liang Jun has a family-inherited spiritual technique that has never been revealed to anyone, and it can instantly raise the level of a pet beast. From the top of the palace, a gray-bearded authority watches the arena and murmurs that Lin Zi is an even more impressive boy than he imagined. Beside him, Captain Yu Yan smiles proudly and says his old companion did not believe him before, pointing out that the young man captured 2 high-risk fallen ones wanted publicly by the authorities all by himself. In the stands, the crowd boils with discussion. One excited student declares his support for Lin Zi, pointing out that compared to a real battle against the fallen ones, this academy competition seems like child's play for the freshmen. On the upper balcony, a blonde girl asks Xiao Ro who she thinks will advance in the duel. A 3rd student sitting nearby answers without hesitation that Liang Jun will definitely win because, even though Lin Zi is strong, he is still only a first-year student. Faced with Xiaoru's mysterious silence, the blonde girl gets startled and asks in surprise if her friend really believes the freshman can win. Looking straight at Lindsay in the arena, Xiaoru speaks in an analytical way, stating with confidence that it is clear the boy still has not used his full real strength. Convinced by that statement, the blonde friend sighs and decides to support the young man too, explaining that since Xiaoru is the #1 fourth-year student, she blindly trusts her sharp judgment. In a chibi version, the blonde friend excitedly says that if Xiaoru and Lindsay face each other in the finals, it will be a historic clash between the young prodigy and the monstrous freshman. Xiaoru simply tells her to stay focused on the current match. In the arena, Liangjun opens his arms with an arrogant smile and declares that he is going to win the duel. Lindsay is not intimidated and firmly fires back, asking if everyone in the Gaoshan club likes talking nonsense, since nobody wins with words alone. The veteran's expression shifts, showing deep irritation, and he mutters that this is very good. In an instant, he summons his 3 powerful fire-type beasts, sending intense flames across the arena, and challenging the freshman to keep that same cocky attitude from that point on. In the stands, the crowd is shocked, shouting in fear that Liangjun is really serious. The spectators notice with terror that one of the beasts, the Flame Weaver, seems to be evolving again, declaring that the freshman is completely done for, against 3 rank 5 creatures. Unshaken in the center of the arena, Lindsay only shows a small side smile and quietly thinks about the fact that his opponent has 3 beasts. With a quick and confident snap of his fingers, he decides to show his real arsenal. To everyone's complete shock, thick smoke spreads across the arena while the young man declares that, by a huge coincidence, he also has 3 pet beasts. Right behind his 2 original warriors, a colossal and terrifying dragon with glowing purple eyes begins to take shape. The crowd falls into total shock and panic, cursing and shouting in fear as they recognize the massive creature as the legendary igneous rock dragon. In the stands, the pink-haired girl cheers hard beside the blonde girl, yelling with excitement that it really is the terrifying dragon. Nearby, a girl with glasses studies the situation sharply, pointing out that, judging by its huge size, the creature has already reached adulthood. She feels confused by the boy's ability to hatch and form a contract with a beast of that level in such a short time, raising its strength so drastically. As the dragon roars powerfully behind him, making everyone wonder how many hidden secrets the freshman is carrying, Lindsay takes strategic control of the battle and firmly orders his beasts to move without hesitation or any kind of restraint. The Ice Queen floats gracefully in the air, gathering her mystic energy as she spreads crystal-like shards to cover the aggressive advance of the armored warrior. With its mouth wide open, the massive dragon begins to channel a huge amount of destructive energy in its jaws, preparing a crushing attack. With a fierce roar, the igneous rock dragon fires a colossal, focused blast of red energy straight at the opponents in the arena. The impact of the beam creates an explosion of absurd proportions, forcing Liangjun and his 3 fire-type beasts to retreat desperately before the massive shockwave that sweeps across the battlefield. The attack is so devastating that it shatters the enemy's defensive barrier, scattering dust and bright fragments all over the arena, while red cracks open in the air. Through the thick smoke caused by the clash, Lindsay's armored warrior advances with force and plants himself face-to-face against the enemy's colossal fire giant, starting a direct and brutal fight. Liangjun reacts quickly to the icy offensive and activates his spiritual techniques, summoning his spiritual guardian and raising a massive fire shield to protect himself. The intense flames crash violently against the ice, spreading red fragments and sparks across the arena under the heavy impact. Gritting his teeth with clear irritation, the senior clicks his tongue at the freshman's persistence. Pointing firmly upward with determination, he shouts a direct order to his beasts, declaring that they need to deal with that dragon first. In response to the command, one of the fire entities starts moving fast and stealthily, trying to surprise the enemy from behind. The flaming opponent quickly condenses beside the massive dragon's head, gathering a large amount of destructive energy. In an instant, the fire specter releases a devastating explosion that sends waves of intense heat in every direction. The impact hits the igneous rock dragon head-on, creating debris and bright crystal fragments in the air amid the chain of explosions. Lindsay's majestic Ice Queen watches the situation with a cold and analytical look, stretching out her hand to summon her icy defenses. On the other side, wrapped in a reddish mist, the enemy spiritual guardian shines brightly with its white eyes, keeping a powerful stance while staying focused on the fight. Liangjun stares at the arena in disbelief, unable to believe that the humanoid Ice Queen was able to withstand the full attack of his mist beast. Gritting his teeth, he is shaken when he realizes that Lindsay's icy creature creature has already reached the peak of rank 5, wondering how a mere civilian freshman could have such a powerful monster. He quickly forms a strategic plan, deciding that if he can eliminate the ice beast controlling the battlefield, the rank 4 dragon will become an easy target. Gathering burning purple energy in his right hand, the senior prepares a finishing blow. Without wasting time, Liangjun uses his soul-piercing spiritual technique to target the Ice Queen immediately. The projectile cuts through the air at high speed toward the floating creature. To counter it, a powerful spiritual arrow is fired along the same path. The two beams collide violently in the center of the field, creating a massive explosion of flames and smoke that cracks the arena floor. Appearing calmly in the middle of the chaos, Lin Zhe points at his opponent and warns that trying to directly interfere in the beast's battle with sneak attacks only makes him look pathetic. With a teasing smile, the freshman adds that this cowardly behavior fits the Gaoshan Club style perfectly. Cornered and shaking with rage, Liangjun shouts that his opponent will pay for it. He plants his feet on the ground, activating a glowing magic circle beneath him as he decides to use his family trump card. The forbidden technique begins to take effect, releasing mystic writings into the air while the fire giant roars, wrapped in purple energy that drastically raises the power of his beasts to crush the freshman. The Flame Weaver begins absorbing an overwhelming amount of purple energy, releasing destructive beams as its body goes through a terrifying mutation. In the crowd, the students fall into complete panic and shout in shock, trying to understand what the hell is happening in the middle of the arena. The long-haired senior notices the move and says in shock that Liangjun's other two beasts have been absorbed, while his chubby friend seriously confirms that it is a family inheritance spiritual technique. From the upper balcony, the long-haired authority stands up in fury, declaring that this is an intolerable absurdity and that he needs to stop the match immediately because of the extreme danger. However, Yu Yan asks him to stay calm beside him, showing full confidence that Lin Zhe can handle the situation, even though the older man insists in panic that the enemy now has a rank 6 beast. Gaining a colossal muscular body filled with glowing cracks, the Flame Weaver roars in a terrifying way as it officially reaches rank 6, stage 2, with a 3-minute limit for the devastating effect. Wrapped in a dark aura and with mystic marks appearing on his face, Liangjun lets out a crazed laugh, knowing that the spiritual fusion will drain all his energy and sacrifice his other creatures. He screams with absolute threat in his voice, declaring that no matter the price, he will end the freshman's life that very day. Completely calm and wearing a faint sarcastic smile, Lin Zhe faces the imposing opponent and replies that his proud trump card has a pretty mediocre effect. Looking serious, the young beast tamer says with contempt that a fusion capable of sacrificing the lives of one's own companions is nothing more than cheap black magic. Right after that, he begins calling in his true reinforcements, summoning Xiao Shou and the Earth Spirit. At his command, a bright mystic mist starts to appear around his warriors, preparing the freshman's final answer for the battle. A huge explosion of icy and shining energy takes over the center of the arena, scattering bluish fragments everywhere. As the smoke begins to clear, the freshman's powerful spiritual fusion technique appears, the Abyssal Ice Giant. Watching the transformation with his arms crossed, Lin Zhe calmly notes that the fused form also completed its upgrade after Xiao Shou's evolution, reaching rank 6, stage 4, with a 1-minute duration. He murmurs with confidence that this is more than enough time to end the fight. In the stands, the crowd screams in complete shock and panic after seeing that the freshman's beasts have also fused. The spectators shout in fear that the giant's freezing aura is even more crushing than Liangjun's flaming monster. Nearby, the pink-haired girl smiles proudly and says that her big brother's spiritual technique is much stronger, leaving the seniors around her stunned. From the top of the palace, the gray-haired authority stammers in surprise, while Yu Yan bursts into laughter and repeats that he said the boy would find a way. Completely stunned and sweating cold, Liangjun shouts, unable to understand how this is possible. Desperate, he yells at the freshman to stop bluffing and tells him to go to hell, ordering his fire colossus to attack with everything it has. The flaming creature raises its arms and channels a massive blazing sphere, launching the devastating purgatory meteor explosion. Facing the extreme heat, Lin Zhe remains still and mocks him, pointing out that, logically, fire should beat ice, but before the abyssal cold, the senior's little spark is nothing more than a candle flickering in the wind. Liangjun's huge floating rock instantly cracks into hundreds of pieces under the immense pressure of the cold, exploding in the air. The abyssal ice giant raises its arm with power and channels its maximum energy to summon the devastating ice core collision attack. A colossal pointed blue crystal materializes in the sky and falls like a meteor straight toward the arena. Looking up in total terror, Liangjun's fire colossus finds itself trapped, while the speech panel highlights the senior's absolute despair as he realizes that this is completely impossible. The impact of the ice crystal is cataclysmic, creating a massive shockwave that tears apart the ground and completely destroys the mystic fusion that had been Liangjun's greatest trump card. A crushing blizzard and freezing waves cover the entire arena, swallowing the heat and instantly freezing the whole place. Fallen to his knees on the frost and coughing heavily, the senior feels the terrible backlash from his spiritual fusion. His three beasts appear completely defeated and frozen frozen in the background, their growth rates reset to 0 by the abyssal cold. Frustrated and powerless, he punches the frozen ground, unable to accept that he lost this way to a freshman. The Academy's sound system formally announces that Liang Jun and his pet beasts have completely lost the ability to fight. The crowd watches the announcement on the big screen in tense and stunned silence, waiting for the official confirmation. Soon after, Lin Zhe's name is declared as the big winner of the semi-finals, making the stands explode into deafening celebration. The supporters shout excitedly that he is incredible and that the Gaoshan Club got exactly what it deserved for always looking down on others. After the intense battle, the Ice Queen and the Armored Warrior finally break their fused form apart with a snap of mystical energy. Lin Zhe walks up to his three creatures in the arena and warmly praises the great teamwork they all showed. The young man notices in a calm, analytical way that Xiao Shou and the others did not pass out right after the fusion ended. He concludes that the stronger each one becomes, the less energy the technique consumes. With a calm command, he decides to call them back so they can rest properly and recover their strength. At that moment, a system achievement notice appears floating in front of him, rewarding him with 600 points for reaching the finals of the Academy competition. Feeling satisfied, he thinks that his next step is to win the final duel. Meanwhile, on the upper balcony of the palace, Deng Ru raises her hand with firm resolve and formally tells the referee that she is giving up the match. The announcement echoes across the whole arena, leaving the crowd and her blonde friend completely shocked by the fourth-year student's voluntary withdrawal. Shaking her by the shoulders with a funny and desperate look, the blonde girl asks why she suddenly backed out, saying she had been excited to watch the fight between them. Walking calmly, Deng Ru explains with a peaceful expression that her secret trump card should be saved only for real enemies. She adds with confidence that for junior brother Lin Zhe, the position of #1 student at the academy is only a basic starting point. She reveals that she is much more eager to watch him defeat opponents from the old prestigious schools in the next Beast Tamer League tournament. With steady steps, Deng Ru goes down the long palace stairs and heads straight toward the monstrous freshman, who turns to watch her approach with an attentive look. Lin Zhe meets Deng Ru in the courtyard and sincerely thanks the senior student for handing him the victory in the match. With a friendly smile, she congratulates him on winning the championship and says with confidence that the title of best student in the academy is fully deserved. She suggests that the two of them will meet again in the near future. Reaching out for a handshake, the young beast tamer smiles and answers with excitement that he is also looking forward to the moment when he can fight side by side with her. As they share a friendly handshake, a mystical system notification appears floating in the air for the young man. The glowing screen announces the unlocking of a major achievement for winning the championship in the Academy's grand competition. It grants him a massive reward of 1,500 points, a spiritual technique scroll, and a random artifact package. The grand award ceremony begins right after that on the main stairs of the luxurious palace, with a huge crowd gathered in the courtyard to honor the new champion. The gray-haired director steps into the center of the honor platform and takes a shining golden medal from a velvet tray carried by an assistant. Approaching with pride, the old man places the medal around the young man's neck and praises the boy for bringing so many pleasant surprises to the institution during his duels. The director then says with a firm look that Lin Zhe's current strength is already enough for him to take the next step toward a much bigger stage. The director assures him that the school will do everything possible to support him and nurture his potential from that point on. Finally, with steady hands, the authority figure lifts the official Golden Championship badge proudly in front of every spectator from the academy. The dean stares directly at Lin Zhe and gives his official congratulations, declaring that from that day on, the young man has become the #1 student of Ningjiang Beast Academy. He explains that the medal just handed over is the greatest symbol of his new status. It gives him priority when requesting leave or applying to enter the institution's secret realms, and the young man thanks him politely. The old man adds that the cash prize and the champion's extra artifacts will be available for pickup at the office tomorrow. He gives a knowing smile as he reveals that he personally prepared several high-level artifacts, so Lin Zhe can choose one himself. As the group leaves the central courtyard of the luxurious palace, the hanging sign above confirms the 3-day break for the students. At the front of the group, one of the boys runs ahead, cheering with his arms raised because he can finally get some rest. Right behind him, the pink-haired girl joins Lin Zhe and excitedly shares her plans with Xinyi. She says the two of them decided to train together in the nearby Greenwood secret realm to improve their combat skills. Surprised by this new alliance, the champion asks whether only the two of them are going together. In his mind, he wonders when those two became so close. Lin Zhe thinks silently that, even though the Greenwood secret realm is low level, its terrain is very complex and easy to get lost in. He looks toward the horizon with concern, thinking that between the two of them, one is extremely impulsive and the other is way too excited. Linking arms, the smiling pair tells him to relax and assures him that they will figure things out inside the secret realm. The red-haired girl adds firmly that, since they did not even make it past the preliminaries in the main tournament, they seriously need to step up their training. The young man agrees with a sigh, but he admits that he still feels a little uneasy. Walking in thought, Lin Zhe considers that, with his current combat strength, life. Collecting too many artifacts for his own use would be pointless. He opens his mystical system interface, hoping that the random artifact package he received as a reward will bring something suitable for Aining as a way to protect her. The screen flashes and confirms the use of the package, revealing that he obtained a rare artifact called the Blink Shadow Orb. The mystical description explains that the glowing sphere allows the user to instantly teleport to any place within their line of sight. The system ends by pointing out that the item can be activated up to 3 times in a row, with a standard cooldown of 24 hours. Lindsay looks at the item in his interface and smiles with satisfaction, seeing that it seems perfect for his plans. He walks up to Aining and tells her that he is going to give her a gift, leaving the young woman curious about what it could be. Stretching out his hand to reveal the small shining sphere, Lindsay explains that it is the Blink Shadow Orb, an artifact that can perform short-distance teleports to save her life in critical moments. The young man also firmly warns her to always keep communication lines open and not try to force her way through if she runs into groups of fierce beasts. Impressed and blinking one eye with happiness, Anenig excitedly thanks her brother and promises that she will be very careful on the journey. Beside her, the pink-haired companion looks at the item and says in amazement that the artifact is extremely expensive, praising how good Lindsay is to her. With a proud smile, Anenig asks if she is jealous, since he is her big brother. A little farther away, in front of the Great Palace, the champion watches the two of them and thinks that giving them this trump card makes him feel much more relieved. After that, Lindsay reflects that his next essential step is to prepare the enhancement materials for the Earth Spirit and the Flame Rock Dragon. Analyzing the market situation, the young man thinks that the price of Dark Element Origin Stones is far too high. He concludes that going straight to the source to collect them is the best option available. Later, while enjoying a meal with his friends in the cafeteria, the chubby classmate with his face full of food says that materials of that element are abundant in the Thousand Insects secret realm. However, he swallows his food and warns in an alert tone that the place is very sinister. It is filled with high-level insect-type fierce beasts and dark creatures under a frightening atmosphere. Surprised, he asks if the champion is planning to go there completely alone. The lobby of the Beast Tamer Association is completely packed, full of people moving around beside exotic creatures like giant boars, flying insects, and large birds. Walking calmly through the crowd, Lindsay enters the building wearing a white mask so he can go unnoticed. He heads to the service counter, where a receptionist with glasses greets him politely and asks what service he needs. Without hesitation, the young man hands over his official Bronze Beast Master ID card and says he wants to apply for qualification to explore the Thousand Insects secret realm. The attendant asks him to wait a moment while she checks the data, but when she scans the document in the system, her eyes widen and she lets out a surprised sound. She stares at him in disbelief and asks, stammering with excitement, if he really is the famous Lindsay. The young man quickly raises his index finger in a silence gesture and asks her to be discreet so she does not draw the attention of the people around them. Understanding the message, the receptionist covers her mouth and nods, holding back her excitement. Then, with her cheeks red with joy, she admits that she watched his match and thought it was amazing. She reveals that she is a big fan and secretly asks him for an autograph. Lindsay kindly thanks her for the compliment, but politely asks her to help process his request first. Right away, the employee types commands into the terminal and assures him that she will handle the procedure immediately. Even while covering his face with a scarf, Lindsay notices that people on the streets are starting to recognize him. He realizes that outsiders were also able to watch the Academy's grand competition. He thinks that he has become a real celebrity, getting stopped everywhere to take pictures with fans and pose for social media. Back at the counter, the receptionist blushes while typing his information into the terminal to finish the process. She returns his documents and tells him that the entry permit has already been registered on his ID card. Then she explains that the entrance to the Thousand Insect secret realm is in the basement of the building. The Beast Tamer thanks her politely for the service. In the association's basement, a huge cave holds colossal gates decorated with glowing carvings of mystical beasts. A large number of Beast Tamers gathers in front of the imposing entrance structure. When Lindsay reaches the place, he watches the movement and thinks that there really are a lot of people gathered there. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him and asks if he is also there to explore the secret realm. A young man walks up and invites him to form a team on the spot, but the champion politely turns down the offer. The young man who invited Lindsay scratches his head awkwardly and accepts the refusal. Nearby, a beautiful woman with long red hair watches the scene with her arms crossed and a focused look. Her teammate asks what she is looking at, and she answers dryly that it is nothing. Suddenly, the sound system in the area releases a loud boom and tells the adventurers to get ready, because the Thousand Insects secret realm is about to open. The notices on the screen reinforce the dangers of the place, pointing out that the liability waiver is now in effect and that any losses will be handled by the Beast Tamers themselves. With the gates shining with intense golden energy, the adventurers begin crossing the teleportation portal. As soon as the transition ends, Lindsay appears on top of a grassy hill, looking out over the vast natural landscape, and thinks that this is the inside of the secret realm. home. He remembers the information from Zhou Sheng, which said that his final destination is an area called Scorching Valley. His friend had warned him that the valley is infested with dark-type beasts, but that it also holds rare and valuable bloodline crystals. Looking at the map of the region in his hands, Lindsay realizes that to reach the valley, he will have to cross the whole territory, passing through the prairie, swamp, and tropical forest areas one after another. It will be the perfect chance to hunt creatures along the way. With a snap, he instantly summons his purple dragon and jumps onto its spiked back to take off. Flying high through the sky, the young man decides that watching the terrain and the beast tribes from above is much easier than walking. He thinks strategically that Xiaoshe needs to refine her control, the earth spirit needs to practice frontal attacks, and the flame rock dragon must get used to aerial combat, concluding that each of his beasts still has points that need improvement. Riding his flying beast, Lin Zi gives the command to move out, and the two rise into the air, cutting across the blue sky. As they move through the mystical territory, a swarm of insectoid creatures appears in the vegetation. The system interface reveals that they are spiked blade insects, normal-type beasts classified as rank 3, stage 4. Without wasting any time, the beast master orders an attack, and the earth spirit charges forward, crushing the opponents with its huge rocky fists. Consecutive notifications appear on the screen, confirming an increase in the creature's growth rate. When night falls over the dense dark forest, a campfire is lit to roast a piece of meat on an improvised skewer. Lin Zi sits down to rest and thinks that, although he can use achievement points to directly increase his beast's growth rate, they would become lazy if they never took part in real battles. He feels satisfied as he judges that the flame rock dragon fighting during the day and the earth spirit fighting at night create a perfect rotation system. Stroking Xiaoshe's head, the young man says out loud that the level of the beasts they have found so far is too low to bring major progress. He promises to let her act as soon as they run into higher level opponents, and the Ice Queen gives him an understanding nod. Later, the earth spirit continues its nighttime training in the woods, throwing a devastating punch that sends another giant insect flying through the air and raises its growth rate once again. Suddenly, the imposing armored creature stops among the bushes after hearing suspicious noises in the leaves, becoming fully alert. Nearby, Lin Zhe notices his guardian's reaction and wonders if someone is approaching. Pushing the plant branches aside with his hand, the young man sees a glow in the darkness and guesses that there is a campfire just ahead. He wonders if other adventurers are camping in that isolated part of the secret realm. A group of arrogant mercenaries walks through the dark woods, laughing loudly as they celebrate their luck in finding a ready-made camp for free. One of the men pounds his fists together and agrees with the captain, saying that the Green Forest Squad had already set its eyes on that territory and challenging anyone to try taking it from them. As they approach the cave entrance, one of the intruders notices the earth spirit standing guard and mocks the creature, saying it looks like nothing more than an uneven pile of rock-type stones. In a threatening tone, the brute orders the beast to go back inside, call its master, and have both of them disappear immediately. But the armored guardian stays completely still, its red eyes glowing intensely in the night. Noticing the rocky guardian's reaction, the gang leader asks what is wrong. At that moment, Lin Zi calmly walks out of the shelter with his mystical creatures beside him. The sudden appearance makes the mercenary's expression change drastically into one of pure shock. The man stares in awe at the Ice Queen floating proudly right behind the young beast tamer, exclaiming over the stunning beauty of that humanoid beast, while Xiaoshe only looks at him with disdain. Keeping a firm posture and an analytical gaze, Lin Zhe takes a step forward and coldly asks if there is something they all need there. The muscular captain in a fur coat becomes furious at the boy's nerve and shouts with clenched fists for him to get lost, claiming that the cave now belongs only to his group. However, the companion beside him raises a hand and asks the leader to calm down, pointing out that there is no need to rush before they act. The group's mediator changes his aggressive tone to a softer attitude and explains that it is already getting late, saying they are only looking for a place to spend the night. After noticing that the young beast tamer is alone, the mediator asks with a cynical smile if it would not be convenient for his group to stay at the camp for a while. Looking at them from the corner of his eye, Lin Zhe gives a short and direct answer, saying it is not convenient. The immediate refusal makes the bald captain explode with anger. He shouts through clenched teeth that the boy is an insolent brat and reminds him that they belong to the feared Green Forest Squad, showing total indifference to the threat. The young man cleans his ear with his pinky finger and asks with irony if that group is supposed to be very famous. Right after that, he adds that he has never heard of them. The insult makes the brute leader's temper flare even more, and he roars in fury while being held back by his brown-haired companion. Annoyed at being stopped, the bald man asks why he was interrupted in the middle of demanding payment. Keeping his voice low, the companion asks if he does not think that the boy's beasts and appearance look extremely familiar. The captain scoffs at the suggestion, muttering that the idea is ridiculous. Breaking into a cold sweat, the more observant ally insists and asks if the leader watched the recent school tournament at Ningjiang Academy. He begins mentally connecting the facts as he pictures the opponent's unbeatable combination: a humanoid ice-type beast, a strange stone creature, and an imposing flame rock dragon. The mercenary concludes in terror that this exact formation belongs to the legendary Beastmaster from the rumors, the genius who reached the position of best student at the famous academy in his first year and became the rising star of the beast tamer world. Cold sweat runs down the bald captain's temple as he realizes the terrible mistake he has made. Looking at Lin Zi, the companion with shaved sides also swallows hard, recognizing the young champion's face. However, still trying to keep up his bully act, the thug points his finger aggressively and yells that, since the boy shows no respect, he will not show any consideration either. With an authoritative command, he summons his terrifying ghost-faced spider, a poison-type creature at rank 5, stage 2, and gives the young man a 5-second ultimatum to call back his beasts and leave the Green Forest Squad's cave. To make the provocation even worse, he smiles wickedly and suggests that, if the young man prefers, he can leave that beautiful humanoid beast behind to keep them company. He warns that a lone traveler should measure his own abilities better. Lin Zi's reaction is instant and merciless. In a split second, a crushing combination of skills is activated by his guardians. Mystical energy projectiles cut through the air along with a freezing blast, while huge stone spikes violently burst from the ground. The devastating impact makes the spider's owner start coughing uncontrollably, covering his mouth with his hand. When he pulls it away, he stares in shock at his palm, now completely covered in blood. Totally pale and wide-eyed, he staggers in confusion, unable to understand how that was possible. Looking at the sharp rock spike, he falls into despair when he sees that his rank 5 ghost-faced spider is dead and brutally impaled. With an icy gaze and his open hand stretched forward in a threatening stance, Lin Ze declares that, since the mercenary does not know how to control his own mouth, he simply will not need it anymore. Seeing the situation get out of control, the brown-haired companion quickly steps in and asks for a moment, saying that their captain did not mean any harm. Under the imposing gaze of Lin Ze's guardians, the group shrinks back in the clearing, while the mediator begs for forgiveness, claiming that the leader is always impulsive. Desperate to end the confrontation, the mediator promises that they will leave immediately and asks the young man to just pretend they are nothing and let them go. Behind him, the mercenary with shaved sides tries to whisper in panic to the owner of the dead spider that the opponent in front of them is Lin Zi, the big celebrity of the moment, leaving the ally completely stunned. Realizing the mess he has gotten himself into, the thug completely changes his attitude. He scratches his head with an awkward laugh and tries to soften the mood, calling the young man Brother Lin and saying that everything was just a misunderstanding. He slowly turns around and assures him that they will disappear right away, so they will not disturb his rest anymore. However, Lin Ze's cold voice echoes through the woods, sternly asking if he said they could leave. The mercenary's silhouette freezes instantly in fear. With an aura of purple energy violently flowing from his hands, the young beast tamer gives them a ruthless look and asks if, had the person there today been someone weaker, they would have spared that person and let them leave. Under the tense silence, he answers his own question and concludes that their answer would definitely have been a loud no, leaving the whole gang frozen in fear. Suddenly, a loud sound of heavy footsteps coming from the forest breaks the tension and catches Lin Ze's attention, making him look to the side in confusion. A massive horde of creatures with glowing red eyes bursts out of the low vegetation. The system identifies the swarm as bloodline ants, dark-type beasts classified as rank 4, stage 1. Despair takes over the mercenary gang. One of them panics completely, cursing loudly and unable to understand how so many bloodline ants appeared all at once. The companion beside him, horrified, shouts that there are hundreds of rank 4 creatures and warns that even if they summon their own beasts, it will be completely useless against that number. He gives the order to flee immediately, but the retreat comes too late for one of the thugs. A giant ant brutally strikes him from behind, making blood spray out as he lets out a scream of agony. The bald captain runs desperately through the low forest, shouting that he still does not want to die and urging everyone to run while there is still time. While the mercenaries flee in disorder to save their lives, Lin Ze remains calm and unmoving in the same place. He watches the massive horde surround the area, and with a puzzled expression, wonders in his mind if such a favorable situation can really exist. With a confident smile forming on his face, the young beast tamer concludes that hundreds of dark-type beasts mean only one thing. All the materials he wanted so badly have been delivered right to his door. One of the bloodline ants charges forward with a fierce leap. In immediate response, the earth spirit takes on its imposing ghost general form and unleashes lightning collision, crushing the insect in midair. A chain of electric explosions bursts through the area, wiping out dozens of giant ants at the same time. Watching the fight beside Xiaoshu, Lin Ze analyzes that the earth spirit can handle these rank 4 stage 1 ants. He thinks that fighting opponents at the same level will bring more growth to his beast. Then he tells the Ice Queen to only watch and step in if the Rocky Guardian truly can no longer keep up with the pace. The Flame Rock Dragon lets out an imposing roar and takes flight under its master's command. It cuts across the night sky with its wings spread wide, bathing the forest area below in an intense bright light. Lin Ze jumps onto the dragon's back to leave the place, ignoring the intruders. Desperate as he watches the young man leave, the spiky-haired mercenary mercenary runs through the ants, begging him to wait and not leave him behind. In a panic, the man apologizes for what he did, pleads to be taken along, and argues that, since they are also adventurers, Lindsay should not abandon them there. The beast tamer continues rising, making the mercenary shout in vain for him to stop. Already flying high above the dense forest, the young man thinks that the bloodline ants belong to Fierce Valley, feeling puzzled because there is a distance of 100 kilometers between that camp and the beast's place of origin. A colony of ants going out to hunt normally should not have traveled that far from its territory. Lindsay thinks that this would only make sense if something unusual and very serious was happening in Fierce Valley. Surprised by a sudden sound, he immediately changes his plans and points toward the horizon, ordering his beast to go in that direction first. Farther ahead in the dense forest, the horde of bloodline ants advances in mass between the tree trunks. The fierce insects march in tight lines through the dark vegetation. One of the giant ants stops along the way and raises its mystical head to watch the sky. Under the imposing glow of the full moon, Lindsay crosses the firmament while riding his winged dragon. Suddenly, an ant with glowing red eyes releases a powerful psychic shockwave. The mental attack hits Lindsay directly in the air, making him grit his teeth and show the pain of a strong headache from the impact. Clenching his teeth hard, Lindsay immediately realizes that he was targeted by an invisible spiritual attack that is extremely hard to resist. He knows that, although beasts capable of using mental attacks are almost unbeatable from long range, they become very fragile in close combat. Without hesitation, he orders his dragon to descend and face it up close. Down below, a huge spiritual arrow made of pure energy crosses the battlefield, piercing one of the worker ants with a crushing impact. The mystical attack instantly turns the target to dust. Furious, the commander ant makes its large pink eyes shine and strengthens its dark aura. Lindsay lands firmly in the clearing and notices that the opponent's reaction speed is impressively fast. The system analyzes the monster in front of him. It is a dark-type bloodline ant, classified as rank 5, stage 2. The beast tamer concludes that she is the absolute leader of that group. Looking at his imposing winged partner, Lindsay tells him that this is his time to shine, because eliminating these ants will greatly speed up his growth rate. The dragon roars fiercely and immediately activates Shadow Entangle and Death Grip, summoning dark claws that grab and crush several beasts at the same time. The shadow claws continue crushing the worker ants without mercy. Under the impact of the brutal blows, the creatures' bodies are split in half and fall lifeless onto the grass. Realizing the overwhelming disadvantage, the ant commander decides to retreat strategically. But before escaping, she makes her pink eyes shine intensely and launches another powerful invisible spiritual attack. This time, Lindsay predicts it perfectly and warns that the same trick will not work on him twice. The young beast tamer creates a circular barrier of glowing blue energy around himself, completely blocking the psychic shockwave. He watches the monster seriously, impressed that the creature is smart enough to prioritize eliminating the Beastmaster. Lindsay notices that this specimen's intelligence is much higher than that of ordinary bloodline ants. The flame rock dragon roars right behind its master, ready for the final fight. Lindsay thinks that, although this commander ant has a higher rank, she will never defeat the dragon in a direct close-range fight. He orders a quick attack to settle the situation soon, so he can return and get Xiao She and the other companions. The dragon advances in an intimidating way and opens its colossal jaws right above the leader ant, who retreats in terror under the predator's shadow. In one devastating move, the winged partner unleashes rock-splitting claw, driving its gigantic claws into the ground and wiping out the target once and for all. An icy silence falls over the rocky slope under the night sky, leaving only pools of blood, smoke, and the burned wreckage of the mercenary camp behind. A bloodline ant fiercely attacks the carcass of a scaled beast, tearing it apart and making blood spray out. In the chaos of battle, a wounded and blood-covered ally quickly wipes his mouth and shouts desperately to his captain, warning that there are too many ants and that the eastern defense line will not hold under the pressure for much longer. With a firm and ruthless expression, the red-haired captain immediately fires back, ordering that even if they cannot hold on, they will have to find a way. She keeps her battle stance while judging the grave situation around the camp. Beside her beast, a rank 6, stage 1 electric-type thunder-patterned puppet, she explains the strategy to her ally. The leader points out that the bloodline ants do not fight to the death and will retreat once the colony suffers too many losses. She declares that since they are surrounded, their only chance of survival is to hold their position and fight with everything they have, killing the monsters until they back off on their own. Torn pieces of clothing and the remains of the destroyed camp float in the wind across the clearing. On the ground, the shaved-headed mercenary lies completely knocked out, stretched out on the grass. Lindsay watches the the scene with a cold, blank expression. Walking calmly beside his small purple dragon, he thinks that this tragic ending is only fair payback for someone who was used to taking advantage of the weak and bullying others. When he returns to the main forest, the beast tamer announces his return to Xiao She, who had been waiting anxiously beside the huge earth spirit. Surprised, he checks the new stats. The Frost Blue Maiden has reached rank 5, stage 3, with a 40% growth rate, while the Earth Spirit has advanced to rank 4, stage 6, with 82% accumulated. With a satisfied smile and a thumbs up, the young man praises the two beasts, saying the results went beyond his expectations and thanking them for their hard work. However, he also thinks that ant colonies showing up so far from their natural habitat means something is wrong. He concludes that the group will need to move deeper into Fierce Valley to investigate the mystery. The igneous rock dragon cuts across the night sky under the huge full moon. On its back, Lin Zhe and Xiao She watch the area while the beast tamer reflects that he has already found 4 or 5 colonies led by boss-level beasts. He feels puzzled about what could have happened in Fierce Valley to cause this exodus. Suddenly, a bright flash catches his attention, and he spots a fire in the distance, immediately ordering the dragon to descend and investigate. At the sight of the fire, pools of blood stain the rocks on the ruined slope. A wounded and exhausted mercenary leans among the flames, shouting to his captain that something is very wrong because they have killed dozens of enemies and the bloodline ants are still advancing with no intention of backing down. With his last beast killed in battle, he cries out for orders in front of an endless wall of red eyes. To make things worse, the monsters are eating the bodies of their own kind to heal the wounded beasts, while the humans have no way to recover. The captain orders the attack lightning strike, making a storm of blue lightning crash down from the sky and blast the ground, destroying several worker ants. However, the attack drains the strength of her electric doll, which floats damaged in the middle of the smoke. Cornered and out of energy, the red-haired leader desperately admits that she no longer knows what to do to survive. Sweating cold, the captain laments that they barely managed to handle one wave of ants before another one arrived. The attack from thousands of rank 4 bloodline ants has already killed or injured more than half of the group's beasts. She realizes they have only lasted this long because of her rank 6 electric doll, but it can only hold out for about 10 more minutes at most. Without it, the final line of defense will collapse right away. With the area attack beasts already dead, wiping out the horde has become impossible. As her spiritual power is about to run out, she wonders if she is really going to die there. The spiky-haired ally begs her to run and not let everyone die. Another companion, striking an ant with a club, backs him up and tells her not to worry and to escape while the electric doll still has strength since her other two beasts were already killed. Angry, the captain releases her purple energy and snaps back that she is their leader, and if they are going to die, they will die together. Suddenly, a glowing particle passes by her face, leaving her confused. A thick blue blizzard starts falling from the night sky. Looking up in shock, the mercenaries wonder when it ever started snowing in Fierce Valley, or if it is just a hallucination before death. One of the mercenaries points at the sky, super excited, and shouts that it is no damn hallucination, because someone is coming on a dragon. Lin Zi appears high above with an imposing presence, and his arms crossed, while his Ice Queen shines brightly just below him. With a completely focused and cold look, the creature gets ready for her master's command. The blizzard hits the ant horde head-on, instantly freezing the monsters with a powerful area skill. Seeing that insane scene, the captain breathes in relief and wonders if they have finally been saved. Another guy in the group looks closely at the savior and is shocked when he recognizes his face. The mercenary shouts that it is Lin Zi, the genius beast tamer from Ningjang Academy, who won the championship and passed the higher difficulty bronze level evaluation. The group starts truly celebrating, yelling for God Lin Zi to save their skin because nobody there could hold off the monsters anymore. From above, Lin Zi gives Xiao Xiao a direct order to clean up the area at once. She nods and raises her finger, gathering a giant ice crystal that shines like a star. Activating the attack ice shower, she makes massive ice spikes rain down, crushing and tearing the ants apart against the ground with shocking ease. Lin Zi gets down from the dragon and walks calmly beside Xiao Xiao. The group of mercenaries breathes in relief, thanking him over and over for saving them from a total massacre. The red-haired captain approaches and reaches out for a handshake, thanking him deeply and introducing herself as Ye Fujing. She admits that she had already recognized Lin Zi at the entrance of the secret realm, but she felt too embarrassed to start a conversation earlier. Lin Zi accepts the greeting casually and says there is no need to be so formal. He gets straight to the point and asks if she knows what happened in Fierce Valley, since he was also attacked by several swarms of those ants. Ye Fujing turns serious and says that this is not the best place to talk, but reveals that they came there after following a very suspicious trail. Then she drops the bomb. She suspects that all this bizarre mess has something to do with the Fallen. Lin Zi is seriously shocked by the revelation. After all, it is way too strange to think that these people showed up inside a controlled secret realm, managed by the Beast Tamer Association itself. Ye Fujing points at the ground and explains that they found some very strange drag marks and bizarre footprints while collecting materials, so so they followed the trail all the way to Fierce Valley. She vents that she never imagined they would be attacked by 2 massive waves of bloodline ants right after setting up camp. To her, the attack was staged, as if something had stirred up the monsters. She finishes by saying that this was when Lin Zi appeared at the critical moment to save them. With the small purple dragon on top of his head, Lin Zi falls into thought. He considers that even if the Fallen are not secretly planning something evil, it is very likely they caused these changes in the valley. He remembers that 2 members of the Red Moon group were captured before, but they did not open their mouths or give any useful information. He asks how far the tracks go, and Ye Fujing answers that they stretch for about 2 kilometers toward a canyon in the northwest, but the group did not dare go any farther. She gets startled when she realizes what the young man is thinking and asks if he is really planning to go there. Lin Zi looks at his watch and confirms that he is going to check it out. The mercenary with the bandaged arm tries to stop him, saying it is way too dangerous to face a conspiracy like this alone, and another ally suggests leaving first to report everything to the Beast Tamer Association. Lin Zi stands firm. He warns that if they wait to tell the association only after leaving, it will already be too late. Judging by the bizarre movement, those people's plan is probably almost ready, and just sitting around waiting will only increase the risk. Smiling, he tells them to relax because he has already contacted the investigation team. His idea is to go ahead first and make some noise to stall the Fallen and keep anyone from escaping. Ye Fujing decides to go with him, leaving the ally with the bandaged arm shocked. She tells the rest of the group to take the wounded and retreat along the same path, bringing the investigators over if they run into them. Her companions think it is dangerous, but she insists that she will not let her savior get screwed over alone, and that she is good at tracking. She even jokes with the young man, asking if he thinks she is too weak. Lin Zi smiles and immediately denies it, saying a master with a rank 6 beast can never be called weak. Since she has more exploration experience, she will be great support. He tosses her a spiritual power potion so she can recover her energy and tells her they will leave in half an hour after a quick rest. Happily, she takes the bottle and thanks him. Meanwhile, the dark blue canyon waits for the pair, with ants crawling across the reddish ground. Deep inside the cave, the ant horde piles up in a bizarre way, making a grotesque racket. In the middle of them, a purple muscular creature devours the remains of the ants with blood spraying everywhere. It is a true nest of deformed monsters feeding and crawling in the darkness. The leader of the Fallen, a dark-haired man with a moon mark, coldly asks how the cultivation experiment is going. One of the hooded underlings answers that the vast majority of the flesh beasts have already reached maturity, and that in a few hours they will be fully developed and ready for anything. When questioned about the amount, the subordinate reveals that there are 425 creatures in total, with 389 already mature. The boss loses it right away and yells that this is far too little. He demands that they speed up the incubation process, because he wants to see 1,000 of those monstrous beasts fully developed by the day after tomorrow. The underlings sweat cold and try to explain themselves, scared of his anger. One of them bows nervously and says that the ant colonies went through a mass migration, so they no longer have enough fertilizer to feed the experiment. Truly furious, the leader curses the group of idiots and snaps that if they do not have enough, then they should find a way to get more without needing him to spell it out. Terrified by their master's rage, the subordinates kneel and beg him to calm down already. The underling promises that he will handle it immediately and carry out the order. With a sinister look, the master warns that he had better succeed, or else he will become food for the flesh beasts. He steps near the kneeling subordinates, muttering that those 2 idiots could not even deal with an 18-year-old student and ended up captured by the investigation team. He walks angrily through the bluish cave, complaining that trash is just trash, and that he himself will have to teach the Beast Tamer Association a lesson. But then he adds that the boy, Lin Zi, is pretty interesting. Suddenly, a lackey runs in desperately and warns that things have gone bad. He says that someone has invaded the place, and the outer guards and flesh beasts have almost all been killed, leaving the leader in shock. Outside, a freezing attack crushes the remaining monsters. A system notification says that Xiao She's growth rate has increased, unlocking new skills. 3 strong options appear on the screen. Ice Meteor, which causes an area explosion. Frost Ray, which deals high single target damage and applies a debuff. And Ice Dragon Break, which condenses ice elements into a dragon that locks onto multiple targets. Lin Zi smiles, thinking that real combat is the best catalyst, and since he still has 4,650 achievement points left, he decides to act. Lin Zi decides to go all in and taps the system screen to unlock all the new skills at once, spending his points without hesitation. Sometime later, he and Ye Fujing enter the deep cave and come across the purple monsters already defeated. The captain comments that it was not easy to find the place and that, as soon as they stepped in there, they were attacked by that bizarre thing. Curious, she asks if he has ever seen this creature before. Lin Zi says he has never seen anything like it, but he reveals his suspicion. The Red Moon group is trying to create artificial demon-type pet beasts. Ye Fujing is shocked when she hears the group's name and realizes the situation is much more serious than she thought. Suddenly, the young man becomes alert after hearing a noise coming from deep inside the tunnel. He warns that something is getting closer, and there are a lot of them. Several pairs of red eyes shine in the dark as creepy creatures start crawling toward them. Twisted skeletal monsters with one giant eye on their foreheads, and horned wolf-like beasts come out of the darkness, letting out terrifying roars. Seeing the horde move over the bodies on the ground, Ye Fujing gets into a fighting stance and steps forward, warning Linze that they are rank 5 demons, and telling him to be very careful. The hooded cultists surround the pair together with the demons, calling them filthy rats. One of them angrily complains that they broke into a dead-end place and still dared to touch their valuable test specimens. Another gives a crooked smile and says the timing is perfect, since they had just run out of fertilizer, and says the two of them should feel honored to become food for the flesh beasts. Before they can finish talking, Linze fires a spirit impact. The attack hits the group head-on with insane force, throwing the lackeys backward in complete shock. Ye Fujing raises her hands while gathering energy and tells them to shut up, challenging them to attack already if they are going to do it, because neither of them came there out of fear. One of the enemies fallen on the ground grits his teeth in rage and curses the captain. He tries to get up to counterattack, but Linze is faster and points his finger, firing a precise spirit arrow. The energy arrow pierces through the cultist's chest with a blast, making the man drop dead on the spot beside his moon insignia. The two remaining cultists break into a cold sweat when they see their companion dead, swallowing hard because of the young man's power. Right after that, a notification floats in front of Linze, telling him he has unlocked an achievement for defeating his first fallen, earning 500 points and a spiritual power potion. He thinks it is awesome to find out the system has a whole achievement line focused on that. Without wasting time, he orders Xiao Shui to finish off the demon-type monsters and restrain the two survivors. The mystical creature charges forward and activates her Arctic chains along with the Ice Dragon break skill, summoning huge ice dragons that tear through the air. Then, a real ice meteor explodes over the area with Ice Meteor, freezing and shredding the horde in seconds. Trapped tightly by the freezing chains, the two men scream in panic, unable to understand how a boy who looked so harmless could be so strong. The monsters around them are completely crushed by the icy impact. Stunned by the massacre, Ye Fujing praises his beast's amazing skills, saying in shock that its destructive power is not behind her own rank 6 puppet at all. Linze walks up to one of the cultists trapped by the ice chains. He stares at the man coldly and orders him to talk, asking what kind of monsters those are and what the group's goal is. The enemy tries to resist and yells at him to get lost, insisting that he will not say anything. Losing patience, Linze raises his finger and uses his energy to blow up the man's head right in front of the other survivor. Then he turns to the last cultist and asks whether he is going to talk or not. Terrified and crying hard, the prisoner gives in at once, begging for his life and revealing that they were sent there to breed and train an experiment called Howling Flesh. The man explains that this creature is born from a demonic beast egg and grows in a bizarre way, splitting its own body to multiply and reaching rank 6. Their leaders treated the monster like a precious treasure and ordered them to test it there because Howling Flesh needs to devour a huge amount of blood and flesh to reproduce. Hearing this, Linze puts the pieces together and says the disappearance of the bloodline ants caused a crisis in the colony, which explains why so many of them were fleeing the valley and attacking humans like crazy. Finally, he demands to know the final purpose of all of it. The cultist reveals that Lord Yan's plan was to wait until enough creatures hatched, then launch a full attack on the Beast Tamer Association branch in Ningjiang. Linze and Ye Fujing are furious when they hear about the plan, calling the cultists a bunch of lunatics. The prisoner, crying in fear, begs to be released, saying he has already told them everything. Suddenly, a dark tentacle appears out of nowhere and pierces through the informant's chest. The group leader shows up, stepping on the man's body while yelling that the useless trash could not even guard the door properly. The boss charges forward in rage, accompanied by a fire beast and huge octopus tentacles. He looks around, shocked to see all his specimens dead on the ground. The villain grinds his teeth and rants about the insane amount of resources, manpower, and materials he invested to raise Howling Flesh to that size. He spits out his words, saying everything was wasted because of 2 brats. When his eyes lock onto the young man, the leader explodes with hatred after recognizing him. It is Linze, the same person who had already captured his Red Moon men and was now trying to ruin his plans again. Raising his arms with his monsters ready to attack, he roars that he will skin them alive and that today they will settle both old and new scores. The leader launches his flaming tentacles straight at Linze with full force. Xiao Shui reacts right away and uses her freezing breath, but the enemy's fire clashes with it and breaks the ice, creating an explosion of steam. The young man realizes that, because of the elemental and level disadvantage, a direct attack from her will not work. Ye Fujing joins the fight by ordering her puppet to unleash a storm of lightning that explodes against the fire monster. The captain says she will hold back the flame spirit and tells Linze to focus on the giant octopus. He agrees right away, but decides to call in backup. With a quick command, he summons his armored stone beast, the Earth Spirit, which appears in a powerful stance amid the smoke. With its red eyes glowing, the huge creature punches the ground with all its strength, cracking the entire cave with a deafening boom to lock the battle in place. The tremor from the Earth Spirit's punch is so violent that it echoes all the way outside, scaring the other tamers in the group. Out in the desert, they look around in confusion, until one of them realizes the sound came from the exact direction where the captain and Lindsay went. Inside, the impact destroys the cave ceiling, opening a massive hole that reveals the night sky and the full moon. Lindsay explains that the place was too narrow, giving the octopus tentacles a huge advantage, and stopping them from using area attacks. Yi Fujing smiles and praises the move, agreeing that a wider battlefield will make things much easier for them. The purple dragon flies up and carries the pair out of there, landing on top of a cliff so they can watch the fight from above. Lindsay decides to observe the battle from a distance without interfering. He thinks that even though his spiritual arrow could help Xiao Shou and the others, this is a rare chance for his beasts to face high-level enemies, so he prefers to let them fight on their own and gain experience. Down below, the fight heats up. Xiao Shou takes the front line and fires a powerful frost ray straight at the giant octopus. The freezing ray hits the monster with perfect accuracy, activating Arctic Chains and Ice Dragon Break, which freeze and pin the creature's tentacles in place. Taking advantage of the opening, the Earth Spirit releases its ghost general form, turning its body into a dark mass of pure power with flaming red eyes. It charges forward like a meteor and throws a devastating punch wrapped in bloody energy, breaking through the octopus's defenses with a brutal impact. With that hit, the Earth Spirit reaches its limit and meets the requirements to evolve. System screens pop up for Lindsay, showing 3 new skills available: Mountain Crushing Strike for 300 points, Rock Guardian for 500, and Earthquake Impact for 800. Without hesitation, the young man clicks the option to unlock everything at once. Everything had already been planned, because the beast had eaten the needed materials before they even left. Now it only needed to reach the growth rate to trigger a direct evolution in the middle of the battlefield. A bright light explodes, and the creature takes on its new form as the Rock God Soldier. The panel shows the new data, a hybrid monster with rock and ghost attributes, reaching rank 5, stage 7. The system also explains that the next evolution will require 10 intermediate Earth Elemental Origin Stones and a Heavenly Meteorite. The Red Moon leader panics when he sees the transformation, cursing the boy's absurd luck. Yi Fujing is also stunned by the crushing aura so close to rank 6, shocked that it jumped almost an entire rank at once. While both of them freak out, Lindsay simply watches everything with his usual calm and cold gaze. Lindsay gets excited from the top of the cliff when he sees the transformation, remembering that the rock monster always had absurd potential, reaching a higher starting rank than Xiao Shou with each evolution. Deciding to test that raw strength, he orders the Rock God Soldier to show its current power. The beast roars and leaps with full force, unleashing the Earthquake Impact skill. The ground cracks in golden shockwaves that instantly destroy the giant octopus. At the same time, Ye Fujing's puppet lands a clean lightning strike on the fire monster, wiping it out with a massive explosion. Seeing his 2 main defenses turn to dust, the Red Moon leader trembles and backs away, horrified by the damage. He loses himself in pure hatred, screaming that the filthy brat will not beat him that easily. Terrified and cornered, the villain goes for his final move. The slimy remains of the defeated howling flesh creatures begin to crawl and fuse around him. The bubbling purple mass gathers with full force, raising a giant, monstrous humanoid creature right in front of the leader. The leader points at Lindsay and roars that nobody will leave that place alive today. With a creepy smile, he pulls a small black box from his pocket, and it starts pulsing hard. Yi Fujing notices the movement from the top of the cliff and warns the young man to keep an eye on the object. When the villain opens the lid, he reveals a Blood Origin heart, a bizarre pulsing item. He mocks them, saying he had been saving that trump card to use against the Beast Tamer Association branch, but now he is going to waste it on the 2 of them. The man crushes the heart in his hand, releasing an overwhelming blood mist that spreads through the cave with an unbearable smell of rot. From above, Ye Fujing complains about the stench, and Lindsay realizes there is something very wrong with that red smoke. Several blood specters appear, floating in the air, and rush straight toward the fused flesh giant. The bloody souls bombard the monster and pass through it, being completely absorbed by its body. With that dark energy, the giant goes through a brutal mutation, growing sharp teeth and a strange red flower-shaped bulge on its head, expanding its size and power in a terrifying way. The monstrous mass starts twisting and going through severe mutations because of the energy from the crushed heart. When Ye Fujing notices the beast's strange and fast recombination, she yells for them to stop the process right away. Lindsay reacts fast and fires his spirit arrow, which shoots straight through the monster's chest and opens a huge hole in the creature. Even with that heavy damage, the wound closes almost instantly. Ye Fujing is shocked by how fast it regenerates, but Lindsay explains that it is not healing. It is more like a fluid state of reorganization, which makes any physical or energy attack much less effective. To beat it, the only way is to finish it with one fatal strike. As the mass of flesh stabilizes into a flaming red giant, the Red Moon leader laughs in mockery. He warns them not to get too excited, and reveals that the Blood Origin heart is a rare enhancement item that can break any level limit of the beast itself. The Red Moon leader brags, saying the creature has reached rank 7, stage Stage 4. Ye Fujing panics because of the huge power gap and asks what they should do. Lin Zhe answers calmly, only repeating the enemy's rank. She freaks out, unable to understand why he is so calm, while the villain questions the boy's arrogance. Lin Zhe remembers that the enemy used the flaming rock dragon as a guardian to secretly create monsters. With a mocking tone, he says he has even dealt with 2 adult rank 8 dragons, so a defective lab-made product is nothing. Then Lin Zhe activates the fusion spirit art with his beasts. A storm of elemental energy explodes from the ground, and the abyssal ice giant appears. The system panel shows that it has also reached rank 7, stage 4, with a duration of 60 seconds. Lin Zhe smiles when he realizes he saved an explosion seed card. The Red Moon leader is stunned and screams that the report said Lin Zhe's fusion was only rank 6. The Red Moon leader orders his red giant to hold off the enemy no matter what. Then he turns around and runs away in panic, thinking he has to survive so he can report Lin Zhe's strange behavior to his superiors. Suddenly, the villain tries to run but realizes in horror that his legs are frozen and he cannot move even an inch. The abyssal ice giant had activated Abyssal Frost, earth-binding Arctic domain, freezing the entire battlefield in an instant. Without wasting any time, Lin Zhe's beast casts the final move, Abyssal Frost, Ice Core Crash. A colossal ice meteor falls from the sky, crushing the flesh monster and the Red Moon leader in a devastating explosion. The dust settles, and dawn rises on the horizon, lighting up the desert mountains. Far away, the group of surviving beast tamers walks across the rocky ground, led by an injured man with his arm in a sling, who points toward the exact direction of the battle. The group of beast tamers finally reaches the top of the cliff and looks down, facing the battlefield. One of the men drops to his knees, shaking, and asks if they arrived too late when he sees the huge field of wreckage and white dust covering the ground. Captain Yu watches the destruction with cold sweat on his face, shocked by the insane level of damage. Suddenly, an echoing voice breaks the silence. "Hey, over here!" Yu turns around in shock and finds Lin Zhe waving calmly beside Ye Fujing. The young man greets the captain with a smile, saying things got a little out of control and that he will need help cleaning up the mess. Behind them, the enemy leader is completely tied up, gagged, and defeated. Captain Yu almost falls backward from the shock, shouting in disbelief that they managed to capture another important member alive. He recognizes the prisoner as Xiao Yan, a deacon from the Red Moon group with rank 6 strength, now crying in humiliation on the ground. Captain Yu is still in disbelief as he processes the fact that the pair flattened the mountaintop and defeated a high-ranking Red Moon manager on their own. Ye Fujing quickly makes it clear that all the credit belongs to Lin Zhe, since she barely helped. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yu admits that if they had taken any longer, the whole secret realm would have been torn apart. The agents move into action to seal off the scene, collect the biological evidence from the experiments, and take the prisoner away. While talking to the young ones, the captain repeats that the organization's plan would have thrown Ningjiang into chaos if it had not been stopped in time, and he promises to request a bonus for the team. Finally, he praises Ye Fujing, pointing out that the tracking done by her team was essential to finding the secret base. Captain Yu officially invites Ye Fujing and her team to join the special investigation team of the Beast Tamer Association, praising their counter-espionage skills. Her companions get excited and push her to accept right away, since many people would kill for that spot. Yu even feels relieved by their excited reaction, thinking that after the cold rejection he got from Lin Zhe, the reputation of his department had started to look shaky. When Ye Fujing is asked about it, she looks at Lin Zhe, but the young man makes it clear that she should decide for herself, and that he has no interest in the association. After making up her mind, she accepts the offer and tells Lin Zhe that he can come to her whenever he needs help. The young man accepts with a sly smile as he says goodbye to the group. After giving their real statement, the trip to the secret realm ends earlier than planned. Lin Zhe stops by the exchange station and converts all the rare materials he collected into valuable bloodline crystals. As soon as he gets the money, Lin Zhe spends it all on materials for the evolution of his beasts. He buys so much stuff that even his spatial ring cannot hold everything, and he has to carry several bags in his hands. When he gets home, he collapses onto the bed, exhausted from everything he has done. Lying down, he plans to speed up the growth of his monsters now that everything is ready, remembering that his 3-day break is over and it is time to go back to school. The next day, Lin Zhe arrives in the classroom and finds the place completely empty. He feels lost, thinking he may have gone to the wrong room, until Anning scares him at the door. The girl complains that he never checks his phone and tells him the school sent out a notice 2 days ago, changing the schedule and extending the student's break. Lin Zhe checks his phone and explains that he spent days without looking at it because he was in the secret realm. He quickly figures out that the sudden break must be because of the investigation into Jing Tao's cooperation with Red Moon. Feeling a little bored with the sudden long vacation, the young man wonders if he should go farm in another secret realm, while the girls look at each other with serious expressions. The girls suggest forgetting about secret realms for now and invite Lin Zhe to explore some ruins. Curious, he asks about the place. They explain that ruins are places left in the world after the Great Cataclysm. Unlike secret realms, which require portals to enter and leave, ruins exist directly in the real world. Recent Recently, adventurers discovered a new ruin in Luan City. The place is full of ancient artifacts and rare beast eggs, and it has an environment that greatly speeds up monster growth. They beg the #1 student to join them on the adventure, and Lindsay agrees right away. The two girls celebrate with a high five after they agree to leave the next day. On the chosen day, a huge armored and militarized train waits for passengers at the railway station. The group of students, including the seniors Zongman Man and Gulan Yan, boards the carriage. Lindsay gets on right behind them, thoughtful and focused on what they will find ahead. Before boarding, the train conductor talks with Meng Long, a Federation colonel and gold-rank beast tamer. Curious, the employee asks why someone with his level of authority decided to personally escort that route, since a silver-rank beast tamer usually handled the job. The colonel explains seriously that frequent and unpredictable outbreaks of wild beasts have been happening in the region. Worried about safety, he asks if the weapon systems, armor, and emergency protocols were reviewed, and the conductor assures him that everything was checked 3 times. Meanwhile, the trip continues in a lively mood inside the passenger carriage, with the girls talking loudly while surrounded by snacks. Looking out the window, Lindsay becomes thoughtful about how rare trains are in that world, compared to his old reality. Since there are only a few lines connecting the big cities, traveling by train has become a luxury that ordinary people cannot afford, used only by beast tamers and rich people. The transport has to cross completely dangerous and uncontrolled wild areas. Because of that, the whole train is covered in special heavy armor to handle impacts and protect everyone from possible attacks. Even knowing all the protection the vehicle has, Lindsay rests his head on his hand, deep in thought, and admits to himself that he is worried about what is coming. Looking at the scenery through the window, Lindsay feels the heavy mood of that high-risk desert and has a feeling that something bad is going to happen. The armored train continues its noisy trip across the dry lands. In the carriage, he tells the girls he is going to the dining car to buy some drinks, receiving an excited thank you from them. On the way through the corridor, a long-haired man slams hard into the young man's shoulder. The guy turns around, annoyed, and arrogantly tells him to watch where he is going. Lindsay realizes right away that the man bumped into him on purpose. He notices the shining silver rank beast tamer badge on the man's jacket, and understands the reason for all that attitude. Not wanting to start trouble for no reason during a travel day, Lindsay lets the provocation go and quietly continues to get the drinks. As the train keeps shaking on the tracks, he finally opens the door to the dining carriage and is surprised by shouting and a strange noise coming from inside. The arrogant long-haired man is trying to put his hand on the table where the girls are sitting. One of them snaps back angrily, saying she already rejected him 3 times. With a fake smile, he gestures and says he only wants to make friends, and that, as a real silver rank beast tamer, he can guarantee their safety in the ruins. Senior Gu Lengyan slams her book on the table, loses patience with his lack of boundaries, and tells him to get lost. Aining is furious with the man's insistence, complaining that he simply does not understand the word no. At that moment, she sees Lin Se coming back, and shouts in relief for him to come to the table. The arrogant man turns around and becomes jealous when he notices the boy is with 4 beautiful girls, questioning whether he really deserves all that. Without caring at all about the other guy's resentment, Lin Se walks over, bumps his shoulder back into the man, tells him to move because he is blocking the way, and starts unloading the drinks onto the table. The arrogant man grabs Lin Se's collar, furious that he was shoved, and shouts that he is a silver rank beast tamer. With no patience for drama, the young man answers with a clean punch that sends the bully flying away and crashing onto the carriage floor. Before the fight can continue, the train's speaker system announces that the vehicle has entered a high-risk storm area and orders everyone to stay seated with their seatbelts fastened for the next 10 minutes. Frustrated and humiliated, the man gets up while muttering that he will settle the score as soon as the storm passes. He goes back to his seat with his arms crossed, where his travel partner, Li Xiaojun, asks what happened. Hiding his shame, he plays it down and says it was just the storm warning, then smiles in relief when he sees she did not get scared. He thinks to himself that she must be insanely rich to treat a luxury interstate train like it is just a regular bus. Curious about the girl's excitement, he asks what she is looking at on her phone, and Xiaojun happily reveals that it is the latest news about her idol, Lin Se, the prodigy student from Ningjiang Academy. The cocky long-haired man looks down on Xiaojun's admiration for Lin Se, arrogantly saying that only naive girls like a student with no real experience, while he trains hard every day as a silver rank beast tamer. Suddenly, a violent impact throws all the passengers to the side, spreading panic and screams through the carriage. The students try to grab onto anything they can, and Lin Se pulls Aining close to protect her from the hit. Gulen Yan states that this is not a normal storm, because she has taken this route 5 times before, and no storm has ever caused damage on this level. Outside, lightning cracks through the air, and it becomes clear that the train is under a heavy attack from wild beasts. The cause of the chaos is the terrifying giant Atlas insect, a thunder-type rank 8 stage 4 monster leading a swarm of smaller Atlas insects and rock scorpions, both rank 4 stage 1. With the creature's brutal charge, the armor and axles cannot hold up, causing one of the carriages to violently derail from the tracks. The rollover throws people people on top of each other in the middle of the chaos, leaving everyone unable to understand how serious the problem really is. The carriage fully derails, flipping over amid dust and destruction. Outside, the monster horde gives them no break. Dozens of rock scorpions and atlas insects rush forward and start invading the train's structure. Panic takes over the injured passengers thrown across the floor, and they scream desperately for help, asking where the soldiers or the train's beast tamers are. Meanwhile, Li Xiaojun pressures Liu He, reminding him that he said he was a silver rank beast tamer and begging him to do something, but the arrogant man is completely frozen in fear, curled up under a table. Suddenly, the roof of the carriage is ripped open by a huge claw, and one of the rock scorpions manages to get inside, roaring aggressively with its glowing eyes. The creature focuses on Li Xiaojun, who is trapped on the floor, shaking in terror as she sees the monster about to devour her. She closes her eyes and screams for her life, but a beam of energy cuts through the air and blows the scorpion's head to pieces before it can strike. Surprised by the rescue, the girl looks back and sees Lin Zhe standing in front of her, looking powerful as he casts his spiritual guardian skill to raise a protective barrier around the survivors. With the girl safe right behind him, he firmly tells everyone not to panic and to take shelter near him. Keeping the barrier active, Lin Zhe studies the situation and realizes that the space inside the carriage is too tight, which limits his attack skills and forces the spiritual guardian to act only as passive defense. He quickly concludes that he needs to wipe out these beasts first, and only after that can he move everyone out of the train. Without wasting time, the young man summons Xiao She to deal with the invasion. The powerful creature appears while releasing a devastating snowstorm that instantly freezes the scorpions trying to break through the defense. Then she gathers energy and fires a violent blast of ice, clearing the area and shattering the frozen monsters into pieces. Li Xiaojun watches everything from the floor, completely impressed and amazed by the boy's power. One of Lin Zhe's companions quickly walks over to her to check if she is okay, and asks if she got hurt. Still half in shock, the girl thanks her for the help and says she is fine, while the cowardly long-haired man watches everything from the background, still on the floor and dying of embarrassment. The coward Liu He approaches Xiaojun while stuttering, trying to make the excuse that he was only observing the monster's weak points to find an opening and protect her. Feeling total disgust at the lie, she dodges his touch with a face full of disappointment. Senior Zhang Man does not let it slide and throws the truth in his face, saying he was shaking like a scared little bird under the seat and asking how he has the nerve to open his mouth now. The arrogant man swallows hard, not knowing where to hide his face. Suddenly, another violent jolt shakes the carriage, making everyone lose their balance again. Man holds one of the people firmly and shouts for everyone to stay calm. Feeling the heavy impact on the structure, Lin Zhe realizes the situation has escalated and warns that a high-level beast is trying to flip the carriage over completely. Outside, a giant scorpion with red eyes destroys the metal shell, forcing its way in with its huge pincers. A beam of light cuts through the sky and blows up the scorpion's head. Outside, Colonel Meng appears riding his bright silver dragon, cursing the monsters for attacking the train. A soldier warns that the swarm keeps growing and that the defenses will collapse in 10 minutes. Meng realizes there is a boss controlling everything and takes off to face it, ordering the troops to hold the line. While the battle burns outside, the girls help evacuate the injured passengers safely. Eningen supports an elderly man and carefully guides him, while another member of the group calms a mother and her crying baby, assuring them that they are beast tamers from Ningjiang Academy and will protect them. Very close by, Li Xiaojun is brought inside the spiritual guardian barrier. One of the students tells her to stay there and hold on, assuring her that with Lin Zhe's protection, the wild beasts will not be able to touch her. Li Xiaojun watches Lin Zhe focused on the barrier and realizes that the young man is none other than her idol. She freezes when she understands that the hero from the news is the one who saved her life. While the spiritual guardian barrier holds back the weaker monsters, Lin Zhe realizes this is the perfect moment to farm experience points and decides to send his small purple dragon into battle. He orders the creature to take the front line, protect the perimeter, and use the horde to raise its growth rate. The little dragon takes flight and lets out a loud roar, spreading its powerful presence through the sky. With a firm command, the mystical beast charges at the enemies, making the rock scorpions back away from its overwhelming power. Outside, the passengers look up with their mouths open. A woman celebrates in relief when she sees the legendary dragon in action, happily shouting that everyone is finally saved. The little dragon opens its jaws and fires a shining sphere of energy toward the horde. The attack hits the group of atlas insects and rock scorpions directly, causing a series of massive explosions that tears the wild beasts apart. From the train roof, the soldiers celebrate the unexpected backup, and one of them recognizes the monster, telling the conductor that this is Lin Zhe, the prodigy tamer from Ningjiang Academy. The calm does not last long when a violent bolt of lightning cuts through the cloudy sky. Right after that, a colossal beam of energy falls from the clouds, striking the ground with a deafening boom that terrifies the troops. The brutal impact makes Colonel Meng spit blood, badly wounded by the surprise attack. He collapses to his knees in a crater surrounded by smoke and debris, leaving his men completely horrified horrified by their commander's fall. The conductor runs to Colonel Meng in desperation, asking if he is okay. He cannot believe it. With all that strength and a rank 8 stage 2 bright silver dragon, how could the commander be injured like this? Meng, coughing hard, explains that the boss giant atlas insect is 2 stages stronger than his dragon, and worse, there is not only one of those things, there are 2 rank 8 stage 4 monsters leading the attack. While the two talk in shock, a heavy roar echoes through the sky. A violent bolt of lightning drops from the clouds and hits the silver dragon directly. The creature roars in pain as it is struck in the air and crashes heavily into the ground, raising dust near the tracks. The colonel and the soldiers watch the fall without being able to do anything, knowing the situation has become terrible. The dragon, fallen and weakened, tries to recover from the blow. Its individual attack power is truly impressive, but facing 2 beasts of that level at the same time is proving to be an impossible mission. Lindsay approaches Meng, who is in terrible shape, and offers him a recovery potion to instantly heal his beast's injuries. The colonel, impressed by the gesture, recognizes the young man as the prodigy from Ninjong Academy and comments that he looks even younger in person. Lindsay cuts the conversation short and focuses on the mission, asking them to prioritize the fight against the enemies. He assures them that his friends are already dealing with the gap in the defense line, so there is no reason to worry about what is happening in the rear. Meanwhile, the battle stays intense, with overwhelming flames holding back the beast's advance. On the other hand, Lindsay feels the weight of the fight, admitting that keeping Spiritual Guardian active for too long is draining his energy and demanding a huge effort. With the 2 giant monsters lurking nearby, Lindsay decides to face one head-on and asks Meng to take the other, wanting to end this as fast as possible. He fully trusts the colonel, and both of them charge into the attack. Lindsay quickly feeds his dragon a recovery potion, bringing back the strength the beast needs to return at full power and shine in battle. Lindsay takes tactical command, ordering the rock dragon to focus on distracting the enemy from above. Meanwhile, he summons the rock god soldier in its ghost general form to lead the front line and open a path for Xiao Shui. The ice tamer positions herself strategically, waiting for the perfect opening to unleash a decisive attack. The fight turns into chaos full of powers, with the dragon blocking the monster's strikes while the general pushes forward relentlessly against the horde. The battle reaches its climax when Lindsay unlocks his rock dragon's signature skill, Flaming Rock Blood Mist. He confirms the move, releasing a toxic red mist that surrounds the enemy monster. With the opponent trapped in the mist and weakened, Lindsay takes the perfect opening and orders Cao Shui to attack. She releases the full power of the Snow Maiden, launching a devastating strike that seals the fate of the fight. Lindsay's power rises when he notices that the fusion level between the Blue Frost Maiden and the Flaming Rock Dragon has increased, unlocking a new skill. The technique called Blood Crystal Penetration is a powerful crowd control move that summons blood-colored frost over a wide area. With the slightest contact, this frost freezes the target's defense and energy flow, leaving it slow and cursed. The giant insect takes the hit, feeling its body get taken over by the technique's paralyzing force. Lindsay is surprised and excited by the discovery of the new fusion skill. He starts wondering if this means his 2 pets can also unlock a full fusion form, which would greatly change his options on the battlefield. The young beast tamer analyzes the possibilities of this newly discovered power with excitement, already imagining the damage they can cause together. Lindsay commands Cao Shui and the rock dragon to perform Blood Crystal Penetration, firing a powerful blast of energy at the monster horde. The attack lands directly, paralyzing the beasts inside an intense red mist and giving them a crucial moment of control. The move shocks the people watching, who quickly identify the technique as the young beast tamer's new pet combo. Even with that short success, Lindsay knows it is not enough to defeat the rank 8 boss because of the huge level gap between his allies and the creature. To make sure everyone on the train survives, he decides to use a power boost card to raise his chances. He activates the Fusion Spirit Art, merging Cao Shui and the Rock God Soldier into one unique and powerful form, strengthening the card's buff so they can end the fight for good. The fusion between Cao Shui and the Rock Dragon transforms the fighter into an abyssal ice giant, raising its power drastically to rank 8, stage 8. With this overwhelming strength, the giant charges at the boss monster, ignoring the storm of lightning falling on him. The clash is brutal and direct. The giant throws a precise punch that hits the giant atlas insect and shatters its defensive shell. The blow is devastating and ends the threat, leaving the insect defeated on the ground as the battlefield falls silent. Lindsay, watching the scene with complete calm, raises his hand and declares the battle over. His strategic use of fusion and the power item secures the victory needed to protect the train and everyone on board, sealing the boss's fate with just one clean attack. Lindsay does not leave anything to chance and lands the final blow, taking down the boss with an absurd show of power. The explosion that follows is massive, completely destroying the threat and clearing the battlefield in an instant. The survivors watch everything in disbelief, unable to process the level of skill that boy has. It is impossible not to wonder if he is even human after seeing so much strength. Colonel Meng, relieved and amazed, recognizes the brilliant work that was done. As the dust settles, every sign of enemy resistance disappears, with the remaining creatures running away in panic panic to save their own lives. The clash reaches its peak when Meng challenges the creature trying to escape, summoning his bright silver dragon to block any chance of fleeing. The dragon responds right away, releasing its holy light breath in a direct and precise attack that breaks down the enemy's defense and sends it crashing hard into the ground. The creature tries to get back up among the rubble, but their combined power is overwhelming. In one final move, the abyssal ice giant summons a spear of pure energy and fires it, piercing through the monster and ending the fight with a decisive strike that leaves the battlefield silent. The threat is contained, the enemy is defeated, and the horde falls into total disorder. The danger finally passes, and the survivors can barely believe they are still alive. With the battle over, Lin Zi tells his pets to rest after their intense effort. He receives a new achievement notification for saving thousands of lives in a single disaster. As a reward, he gains 3,000 achievement points, and the item Proof of Heroism, which unlocks Hero Mode. Lin Zi gets excited because the new item is permanent and far better than the power boost cards he used before. Hero Mode greatly increases the attributes of the beast tamer and all of his animals. With 3,450 points saved up, he decides to be more careful and keep his points for real emergencies. Colonel Meng and the other survivors show deep gratitude to Lin Zi, recognizing that without his heroic intervention, every passenger on the train would have been devoured. They give him a formal bow to express their thanks, while Meng points out that the Federation owes him for successfully facing such a high-level beast. He promises to send an urgent report to headquarters to make sure the young man receives the highest honors and compensation possible. Lin Zi accepts the offer politely, keeping his humble attitude even with all the praise. The people around him, full of emotion, treat him like a true hero, even offering small gestures of affection and thanks. Meanwhile, Lin Zi's support group stays modest, saying they only did what had to be done during the disaster. After the chaos, Guan Ning and Lin Zi talk with the people they rescued, feeling real satisfaction from protecting others. The feeling of heroism leaves the group excited, though Lin Zi stays focused on continuing to get stronger so he can keep everyone safe. Among the rescued passengers, a passenger named Li Xiaojun approaches to personally thank them for the rescue. He admits he is not a beast tamer, but asks for the chance to become friends with the group, and the invitation is accepted right away. With the mood lighter, Guan Ning and Li Xiaojun make the new friendship official with a handshake, celebrating the calm moment after the danger. The group talks with Li Xiaojun about their trip to the Luo'an ruins, and confirms that it is their destination. Li Xiaojun introduces himself and hands over his father's pure gold business card, offering help in case they need contacts in the city. Everyone is impressed by the gift. The train suffered heavy damage during the beast attack, forcing everyone to rest while they waited for support. The repair teams worked all night to fix the engine, allowing the trip to continue without any new problems. The group says goodbye to Li Xiaojun at the station, each person going their own way with a simple "see you later." Now in Luo'an, the mood is pure relaxation. They have barely arrived, and they are already super excited to enjoy the local food and culture before dealing with anything serious. The big sister decides that the day is for celebrating and says she will pay for everything for the group, leaving the ruin exploration for the next day. The table gets packed with an absurd feast full of grilled meats, noodles, mushroom soup, and decorated cookies shaped like little bears and pandas. The pink-haired young woman starts a lively toast, warning everyone that nobody is leaving without gaining a few pounds. The rest of the girls waste no time and dig into the food without the slightest ceremony. While everyone enjoys the barbecue on the terrace, Lin Zi says it feels really good to relax a little, since his nerves have been on edge lately. Suddenly, he looks toward the city skyline and notices a very strange building that looks nothing like a regular office. Curious, he asks Senior Gu if she knows what that huge blue tower in the middle of the city is. Adjusting her glasses, she explains that it is the Star Spirit Tower, Luo'an's famous landmark that belongs to the Beast Tamer Association. Lin Zi repeats the name thoughtfully while staring at the imposing building. The Star Spirit Tower is an ancient secret realm famous for its 7-floor trial grounds that test the talents of young beast tamers. Senior Go explains that the place has two main rules that are very different from other realms. Only people under 25 can enter, and summoning any pet inside is forbidden. Challengers must rely only on their own spirit arts. The rule shocks the girls, because without their pets, they would lose most of their advantage in battle. However, they quickly notice that this restriction seems almost made for Lin Zi, since he has a rank 6 spirit arrow and a rank 8 spiritual guardian. Excited, Lin Zi suggests stopping by the tower entrance to take a look. Gu agrees because she is also interested in the place, and the rest of the group gets excited to finish eating quickly and see which floor he can reach. When Lin Zi and the group arrive at the entrance of the Star Spirit Tower, they run into a massive line watched by heavy security. They enter the line to register normally, but the peace does not last long. A very arrogant guy named Song Chengru, the heir of an important family and a silver rank beast tamer, arrives with his lackeys and immediately draws attention. He starts chatting with Yuan Wei, his gold rank bodyguard, who keeps feeding the rich kid's ego by saying that this time he will easily pass the 6th floor and enter the monument's top 10. Acting like he owns the place, the young master complains about all the trash waiting in line and orders his men to clear the way. Yuan Wei immediately starts shouting for everyone to move aside and forcefully open a path for his little boss. The people in line do not like the rich kid's attitude at all and start complaining loudly, asking if he thinks he is the emperor just because he wants to cut in front of everyone. Some people push back and tell him to go act tough at home, reminding him that the association and the army are there and that the city does not belong to his family. But the bodyguard loses patience and decides to use force, summoning a huge skeletal monster with a scythe, the Death Messenger, which is a rank 8 ghost pet. When the crowd finds out the brute is a gold-level beast tamer from the powerful Song family, everyone swallows their pride and backs down right away, opening a path to avoid trouble, while the receptionist watches everything with a very tense expression. Song Cheng-rui keeps acting arrogant, mocking everyone in line and calling the others trash. He walks straight to the table where Lin Zhe and the girls are, and demands that they move so he can go first. The receptionist tries to calm the situation and asks him to wait a little, explaining that the group is already halfway through registration. The spoiled rich kid gets furious at the answer, but the employee does not back down and throws the truth in his face, saying the tower's rules apply to everyone, even the song heir. Seeing the danger, the elite lackey calms the rich kid down, reminding him that picking a fight with association staff is not worth it. Since he cannot touch the woman, Song Cheng-ru turns his anger toward Lin Zhe and the group, calling them miserable outsiders, and making a heavy threat, telling them to disappear quickly if they do not want to leave the plaza straight for the hospital. Lin Zhe only gives a small sideways smile at the threat. Song Cheng-ru completely loses patience, asking what he is laughing at, and whether he has gone crazy enough to want to die. Calm and with his arms crossed, Lin Zhe answers that it is nothing. He is just curious to see how the rich kid plans to keep his promise and break them. The people around them are shocked, whispering that the boy just signed his own death sentence by openly challenging the heir of the Song family. Even while facing Lin Zhe's firm attitude, the bodyguard Yuan Wei warns him that he chose the hardest path and orders his death messenger to attack him without mercy. But in an instant, crushing pressure appears in the air, interrupting the tension and leaving the old man completely shocked, sweating cold as he feels that absurd energy. The crowd moves aside as a warning voice reminds everyone that the area is under the jurisdiction of the Beast Tamer Association, and that private duels are strictly forbidden there. The one who appears to put things in order is Ren Hongqiu, a legendary beast tamer and association elder, accompanied by his imposing rank 9 Sunbird, making it clear that anyone who causes trouble there will face a severe and merciless punishment. Song Cheng-ru and his lackey are still huffing with anger over the interruption, while Ren Hongqiu gives a short and harsh warning. If anyone causes trouble again, their qualification will be cancelled on the spot. Right after that, the elder notices Lin Zhe and the girls and asks if they are from out of town, making the group wonder who that man really is. He introduces himself as an elder of the Luoan Beast Tamer Association and, in a friendly way, decides to explain a little about how the Star Spirit Tower works. The veteran says the challenge is individual, and each floor lights up as the challenger moves forward, allowing the crowd outside to follow everything in real time. He points to the Star Steps Monument, a giant crystal board that works as the official ranking of the place. The top 100 challengers in the tower's history appear there automatically. The girls are shocked when they notice that even the person in first place only managed to reach the 6th floor, which means nobody has ever cleared the 7th level since the tower appeared. The elder confirms it and explains that banning pets is like cutting off a beast tamer's arms, so getting past the 6th room already defines someone as a supreme genius. With their registration ready, he wishes them good luck so they can get a good score. Super excited, the girls push Lin Zhe to go first and show what he can do, and he accepts the challenge right away. The receptionist curiously asks what brought Elder Ren personally to the tower. He explains that he heard from Yu Yan about a young prodigy who arrived in the city, and he came on purpose just to see what the boy is capable of. The employee quickly realizes that the genius is the young man who just entered, and Ren gives a slight smile, eager to see the results. Inside, on the first floor, Lin Zhe receives the notice that he only needs to step on the stairs to advance, but he already suspects the trial will not be that simple, and he is right. A colossal black dragon with red eyes suddenly appears out of nowhere, blocking the path. Without showing even a little fear, he realizes it is a spiritual pressure test, something he can handle easily. Outside, Song Cheng-rui relaxes in a chair and mocks him, betting with his guard that the poor outsider will not even pass the first floor. But he eats his words that very same instant, because the base of the tower explodes in a bright flash, showing that the challenge has already started at full speed. Song Cheng-ru gets badly startled by the boy's speed and shouts in shock. His bodyguard tries to calm him down, explaining that the first room is only a basic spiritual strength test that any bronze rank beast tamer can pass without trouble. The rich kid quickly covers it up with a laugh, saying he already knew that and that it was only beginner's luck, then comments that the real challenge starts on the 2nd floor with real beasts. But he eats his words again right away when the 2nd floor of the tower lights up in a snap. The spoiled young master's jaw drops, and he screams in panic when he sees the boy cleared the next level in just a few seconds. The crowd outside completely loses it, unable to believe believe the newcomer passed 2 trials in less than 10 seconds, since that floor has rank 3 beasts that would make even silver rank beast tamers take much longer. Inside, Lindsay calmly walks through a sea of defeated blue-manned tigers and heads toward the next staircase. He thinks it is all too easy, since the rank 3 monsters fell to a single spiritual arrow and were much weaker than the dragon pressure from the start. The tower screen confirms the insane result, congratulating him for clearing the second floor in just 3 seconds and asking if he wants to keep going up. As he climbs the stairs, Lindsay grows curious to see what is waiting for him on the 3rd floor. Right away, 2 obsidian cheetahs, rank 4 earth-type beasts, appear and leap at him with full force. Without even flinching, the young man stays calm and pierces both monsters in the blink of an eye with his spiritual arrows. Once again, he destroys the floor in record time, taking only 5 seconds to clear the room. When he reaches the 4th floor, the scene suddenly changes into a creepy abandoned amusement park under a starry sky. Lindsay notices that this place feels completely different from the previous levels and realizes things are about to get truly complicated. And he is absolutely right, because before he can even make a plan, a creature with a huge black hand and sharp claws appears out of nowhere and surprises him from behind. The shadow beast lunges straight at Lindsay's back, but the young man reacts fast and activates his spiritual guardian. A barrier of energy appears instantly, sending the creature flying back from the impact. Then the beast's information appears on the screen: a strangling demon, a rank 5 darkness type monster. The goal is to defend himself and defeat it. The young man realizes the monster uses the complex setting for surprise attacks, and that one mistake there could be fatal. However, the creature has very weak defense. When the demon charges again, Lindsay fires a shot that pierces through its chest. The beast turns into dust while he comments that if hundreds of insects could not break through his defense before, this monster definitely would not be able to do it. The tower screen shines and confirms another crushing victory. Lindsay cleared the 4th floor in an impressive 18 seconds. As he moves forward, he remembers Senior Guling Yan's advice that the 5th floor starts giving star spirit points, which can be exchanged for treasures. Since the challenge requires the use of soul techniques, he gets really excited, wondering if the prizes will also follow that same style. Outside, Song Cheng-ru swallows his pride and admits, while sweating cold, that he underestimated the boy because he passed the 3rd floor, but the spoiled young master quickly gets his arrogance back and opens a nasty smile, convinced that his rival's progress ends there. He says the 4th level test with the strangling demon destroys anyone, wiping out 99% of people in the very first wave of surprise attacks. The rich kid adds that even if someone survives the first scare, they still end up dying because the level of their spiritual defense technique is usually too low. Annoyed, he takes it out on the wall and mutters that even a genius like him failed there several times, so he refuses to believe the newcomer will pass. Nearby, the receptionist asks Elder Ren if he believes the boy can really pass the 4th floor. With a confident smile, Ren crosses his arms and tells the truth, revealing that he just checked Lindsay's academy competition record and found out that the boy's spiritual arrow level is absurdly high. The receptionist points out that having a strong attack does not guarantee good defense, thinking it is almost impossible for someone his age to master both techniques. But before she can even finish that thought, the tower shines intensely. The young woman is completely shocked when she sees that he cleared the 4th floor in less than half a minute. Outside, the girls start celebrating right away. The 2 younger ones hug each other while cheering for Lindsay's success, while the senior proudly says they could not expect anything less from their junior brother. On the other hand, Song Cheng-ru falls into total despair. Sweating cold, the rich kid cannot understand how his rival passed so easily through a level that usually blocks everyone. To make his nightmare even worse, the tower makes another sharp sound, and the 5th floor lights up in the blink of an eye, leaving the villain and the crowd with their jaws on the ground at such an outrageous performance. The people in the crowd are completely shocked, saying they really cannot judge a book by its cover, and that they are watching history being written live. Soon, someone realizes that because he passed the 5th floor, his name must have already risen on the Star Steps monument. Curious, one of the girls scans the ranking on the crystal board until she finally finds it. Lindsay has taken 39th place, clearing the level with the unbelievable time of 52 seconds. The people outside almost fall backward at the shattered record, since he is the only one in the entire top 40 to finish in under 1 minute, leaving everyone wondering what kind of monster he is. Inside, the 5th floor challenge shows its real purpose, making it clear that after defense, it is time to test the challenger's attack power. This time, the opponent is the Vajra giant elephant, a rank 5 level 6 rock-type monster, famous for being a true moving fortress. But all that stone toughness means nothing against the boy's rank 6 spiritual arrow, which cuts straight through the beast and makes it explode into shining particles in the blink of an eye. With the target completely erased, the screen flashes and congratulates him for completing the 5th floor, releasing the maximum reward of 500 star spirit points. The system gives an important warning, explaining that this prize can only be claimed once, and if he takes it now, he will lose the right to stack the much bigger rewards from the higher levels. Without showing even the smallest doubt, Lindsay refuses the claim and tells the the panel to continue the challenge so he can keep climbing the tower. As he climbs the steps, Lindsay focuses on the tower's logic. The higher the floor and the shorter the time, the bigger the point reward. Since he is already in the game, he decides that the only acceptable goal is to go after the maximum prize. When he steps onto the 6th floor, the big screen announces that the mission is to eliminate every beast in the room. He comes face to face with a strange army of puppet swordsmen, rank 4, level 8 rock-type creatures. The young man judges the situation with complete calm, realizing that their level is not even that high, but the real danger is their number, since there are several hundred robots ready for battle. Suddenly, a mechanical click breaks the silence, and the whole battalion charges together with their swords raised. Surrounded on every side, Lindsay immediately understands that the true trial of this floor is testing the challenger's ability to handle large-scale group combat. But instead of getting trapped by the encirclement, Lindsay put on a show of agility, dodging with ridiculous ease and moving like the wind while the enemy strikes missed completely. The puppets were left confused, creating the perfect opening for a counterattack. Lindsay began firing his spiritual arrows, smashing the head of one puppet after another, but he soon noticed a big problem. Since it was a single target technique, using it to clear hundreds of enemies was way too slow. He did have the spiritual guardian to defend himself, but he knew it would be very easy to get cornered and forced into a passive position if he let that robot army surround him completely. Doing the math in his head, the boy realized that each swordsman needed at least one full arrow to go down. Since he was fighting solo, without support from any pet beast, spending one arrow per target would burn more than 1,000 points of his spiritual energy. With that absurd rate of consumption, he started sweating cold, afraid that he would not have enough energy left to handle the pressure when he reached the feared 7th floor challenge. That was when something clicked in his mind. Wait, doesn't he have an area attack technique? Without wasting a second, he pulled up the system screen and found the Spirit Impact skill, which was still at level 2. Without caring about the cost, Lindsay immediately spent 1,200 achievement points to raise the technique straight to level 6. With the stone army charging at him with everything it had, the boy opened his arms and cast the new power, releasing a brutal purple shockwave that exploded outward and instantly pulverized dozens of puppets into tiny pieces. The protagonist could barely believe that he had almost forgotten about that technique, Spirit Impact. In the past, when he faced large hordes of enemies, Xiao Shou was usually the one who dealt with them. And he was right. Area attacks were extremely useful for clearing rooms full of enemies, destroying the entire stone puppet army in an instant. He won the 6th floor, and the reward panel appeared, offering 1,500 points. But the system gave the warning again, claiming the reward now would stop him from stacking more in the next levels. Without hesitating, he refused to claim it, and decided to continue the challenge, heading up to the next floor. Outside, his opponent was desperate. He could not even process that the rookie had passed the 6th floor, remembering that he himself had only managed to get close to the 5th after years. Furious, he demanded to know which powerful family that monster came from. The servant then brought the shocking answer. He had no parents, came from an ordinary family in Pinghai, and had no powerful family background at all. Song Chengru was completely unable to accept that Lindsay came from a common family, wondering how someone like that could have such bizarre strength. Elder Yuan explained that the turning point in the boy's life started right at the first qualification test. From the beginning, the kid passed the apprentice evaluation on the higher difficulty, smashing the record of Pinghai City. The list of shocking achievements only made things worse for the rival's ego. Lindsay entered Ningjiang Academy with an absurdly high score on the entrance exam, chose the maximum level in the Bronze Master test, and passed it perfectly, then took first place in the academy competition with absolute strength, becoming the youngest elite student in the academy's history. The scariest part was when the old man dropped the final bomb. He had achieved all of that in less than half a year, making him a genius with no equal. Song Chengru went into complete shock, unable to accept that an orphan had grown so much and so fast. Yuan guaranteed that the sources were completely reliable and that everything there was the pure truth. Thinking deeply, the spoiled rich kid questioned what a prodigy from Ningjiang was doing in Luan City, suspecting that it was not just because of the tower. The elder confirmed his suspicion and revealed that the subordinates had discovered that Lin Zhe and his companions had come specifically for the newly discovered ruins in the region. Hearing that made the rich kid furious, since the Song family had invested heavily and poured huge amounts of money and manpower into that place. He swore that he would not let his rival get his hands on anything, and that he would block his entry no matter what. Seeing his master's desperation, Elder Yuan put a sinister smile on his face and told him not to worry, because he already had the perfect solution. He explained that deep inside the ruins, space was complete chaos, full of wild beasts, with many of their men strategically positioned there. In a place like that, even if the rival was Ningjiang's #1 student, dying in an accident along the way would be the most normal thing in the world. Song Chengru understood the evil idea right away, and asked if the plan was to erase the boy for good inside the ruins. The old man poured out his arrogance and reminded him that it was easy to dodge an open attack, but impossible to defend against a strike from the shadows. He stressed that no matter how strong Lin Zi was, he was still only an 18-year-old boy. To make the success of the plan feel certain, Yuan bragged that he was a gold-rank beastmaster, guaranteeing that he had more than enough tricks to leave the protagonist buried there forever. The idea hit the spoiled rich kid's ego perfectly. He changed his attitude right away, opened a wicked grin, and agreed to the plan without thinking twice. Looking sideways at the glowing tower, he completely mocked his rival's fame as an unmatched genius, and declared with full arrogance that he would make the intruder understand once and for all that in Luan City, the Song family was the one in charge. Lin Zhe finally stepped onto the 7th floor of the Star Spirit Tower and came face to face with the terrifying Oni-faced samurai. After judging the enemies, he realized they were rank 6, level 2 humanoid beasts with one very strange detail. All of their attributes were perfectly balanced. They had no elemental skill or special power that stood out, making them the exact definition of mediocrity. But that lack of specialization hid a deadly trap. If they faced someone at the same level or stronger, that mediocrity was an obvious weakness. But against a weaker opponent, the game turned completely in their favor, because having no standout strength also meant having no blind spot. The result was total and ruthless suppression from every side. Surrounded by those perfect combat machines, Lin Zi finally understood why no one had ever cleared that tower since it was created. The challenge demanded everything at once: spiritual strength, defensive power, long-term combat, and area attacks. Since a human's time and energy were limited, most beastmasters put all their resources into their pet beasts, making it simply impossible to master the 6 major areas needed to survive inside that place. Reaching a level where his techniques could handle a rank 6 beast before the age of 25 was something completely beyond normal talent. Right away, one of the samurai rushed forward like lightning using the agile shadow step, but Lin Zhe did not panic and instantly countered by firing his spiritual arrow. The problem was that the beasts were way too fast and began surrounding him from 3 sides at once, forcing the young man to dodge while looking for a way to make them show a weakness. To stop their coordinated advance, he released Spirit Impact. The power worked perfectly, leaving one of the enemies completely stiff and frozen in place. Without wasting time, Lin Zi launched another spiritual arrow and blew up the first opponent, celebrating the takedown. But the breathing room did not last long, because the other 2 samurai leaped from above, aiming straight at his back. With bloodlust in their eyes, they combined their blades into a brutal cross-shaped slash to try to finish everything at once. Facing the double cross attack, Lin Zi reacted quickly and activated Spiritual Guardian, creating a shining shield that blocked the strike on the spot. With a cold and calculating look, he used the opening and fired a precise spiritual arrow straight into one of the samurai's face. The monster was knocked out and began breaking apart into particles of light, leaving only one final enemy standing in the arena. Looking at the survivor, the young man said with total coldness, "Come on, let's end this quickly." The Oni-faced samurai actually started sweating from nervousness, trapped by the pressure, but it decided to go all in and charged forward with a violent burst. In the blink of an eye, the beast moved so fast that it seemed to split into 3, surrounding the protagonist from several angles at the same time. One of the clones jumped from above, unleashing a brutal vertical slash meant to cut Lin Zi in half, but the young man showed off his agility, dodging the fatal blow with a clean movement, and at the same moment he pointed his fingers upward and released a deadly shot of energy right into the opponent's forehead, blasting the creature apart before it even touched the ground. The system panel appeared, flashing congratulations on the screen. Lin Zi had cleared absolutely every floor of the tower in a record time of 4 minutes and 28 seconds, securing the maximum reward of 3,000 points. As if that were not enough, because he was the very first challenger to achieve that historic feat, he also unlocked another 2,000 bonus points. Without wasting time, the young man accepted the prize and celebrated when he saw that he had also received a surprise reward of 5,000 points, already imagining how many good things he could trade for with that huge amount he had gathered. Meanwhile, outside, tension took over the crowd watching the challenge with their eyes glued to the structure. The people waiting in suspense commented that the test was way too difficult, remembering that the tower had been standing for years and no one had ever even reached the 7th floor. On the other hand, the protagonist's allies showed unshakable faith as they cheered, stating with absolute certainty that their brother would definitely overcome the trial. Suddenly, the light on the 6th floor went out, but the 7th floor did not light up right away, making the crowd whisper in fear, wondering if the young man had finally failed right at the end. Seeing that, Song Chengrui exploded with joy, climbed onto a chair and started laughing like a madman, mocking that a poor country bumpkin from outside could never get past that point or compare to him. But his celebration was interrupted by a colossal boom and the sound of a heavy bell that made the whole ground tremble, leaving everyone off balance as they thought it was an earthquake. In shock, a young man pointed upward and shouted for everyone to look, right as a giant beam of golden light exploded from the top and tore through the sky with full force. The crowd was left with their jaws dropped by the beam of light, and the arrogant rich kid swallowed his own laughter, frozen in total shock after seeing that his rival had had done the impossible. Right after that, the entire arena exploded into insane celebration, with people screaming and applauding the rookie's historic achievement. Even one of the important figures in a cloak, extremely excited, started laughing from the corner of his mouth and admitted that he had never imagined he would live to see someone clear the tower. He decided to rush off and report the achievement immediately. He praised the boy's absurd strength and declared that he was destined to become a pillar of the Federation's defense on the dimensional battlefield in the future. Inside, the system confirmed the 5,000 points he had gathered and asked if he wanted to make an exchange, warning that items redeemed inside the tower could not be transferred to other people. Lindsay accepted right away. The panel announced that the Star Spirit treasure was opening for him, and giant mechanical gates opened, releasing smoke and revealing a glowing path. When the protagonist entered, he found himself facing an endless hall under a galaxy-like ceiling, packed with display cases full of scrolls, potions, and rare relics. He let out a very sincere wow, completely amazed by what he saw. One of the first things he checked was the Star Spirit Stone, a 50-point crystal used to increase spiritual strength after being melted and absorbed. Lindsay kept looking through the treasure and noticed insane items, like Star Dragon Blood for 50 points, which boosted physical attributes, and Spiritual Awakening Herb for 500 points, excellent for calming the soul and improving cultivation. He quickly understood why everyone fought so hard for that tower, since any relic from that place was priceless. The only problem was that everything was expensive, and he realized that his 5,000 points would not go as far as he had hoped. Thinking strategically, the young man decided to prioritize spiritual techniques, which were exclusive broken skills impossible to find in the outside world. Since he was already well covered in attack with the arrow and impact, and in defense with the guardian, he immediately ruled out those categories. His focus now shifted completely to the control and support scrolls that were missing from his arsenal. He glanced at the 9 luminaries bind, which trapped targets with beams of light, and the silent cross, which cut off the enemy's energy and sealed their abilities, making them exactly the weakening combo he needed. Satisfied with his choice, the young man opened the system menu, confirmed the total cost of 2,600 Star Spirit points, and clicked the exchange button to get the 2 new manuals. As soon as the exchange was confirmed, the knowledge of both techniques entered Lindsay's mind directly like a beam of golden light. He closed his eyes to absorb the new concepts, and even without testing them in practice yet, he could already feel how absurdly powerful those abilities were. Since that place was not the best spot to play around with them, he decided to test them later and planned to use the rest of his points to prepare items for his pets, Xiaoxia, the rock god soldier, and the fiery rock dragon. After walking a little farther, the young man noticed a glowing sphere inside one of the display cases and discovered the Star Spirit fruit, a relic grown by an ancient tree that deeply refined the body and soul of beasts, breaking through their own talent limits. Seeing that overpowered item that only existed inside the tower, he got excited and spent 2,000 points to secure 4 of them. The idea was to give one to each of his current allies and save the leftover one as a backup for a future 4th pet beast. With the 400 points he had left, he remembered that spiritual strength was the foundation of everything for a beast master, and decided to scrape the bottom of the barrel by exchanging everything for 8 Star Spirit stones. With the small glowing purple crystals shining in the palm of his hand, he decided to take care of it right away and consume them on the spot. The energy dissolved into bluish smoke directly in his hand, with the system instantly confirming that his spiritual strength had successfully increased. Taking a look at his updated panel, Lindsay saw that his attributes had risen nicely. His spiritual strength had reached 31, which meant he had already reached the early level of a gold rank Beastmaster. With all that power, he knew that passing the silver level test on higher difficulty would be easy. He decided that right after exploring the ruins, he would go straight to complete that evaluation. Outside the structure, a loud boom echoed, and the crowd finally saw the young man walking out through the gates. Everyone went into shock, impressed that he was much younger than they had imagined, and that they had witnessed the first person in history to clear the entire tower. At the same moment, the system beeped with a brand new achievement for clearing all 7 floors, giving him 1,500 points, a spiritual power potion, a body strengthening crystal, and a spiritual crystal. He smiled, seeing that the generous reward perfectly made up for what he had spent on the previous upgrade. Before he could take another step, a young woman came running and threw herself into a tight hug, shouting that she knew he would make it, and praising how incredible he was. Right after that, another classmate approached with pride all over her face, saying how much he had made them proud and making fun of the young master of the Song family, who had been nearby looking down on him, and had now been completely humiliated by that historic slap in the face. Guo Xinyi noticed from the corner of her eye that the arrogant rich kid had quietly slipped away without saying a word as soon as the challenge was won. She crossed her arms, very annoyed, muttering that she hated people who only knew how to look down on others and show off their connections. Lindsay gently patted her head to calm her down, saying that he did not even care about that guy, and that it was not worth getting stressed over someone so insignificant. After that, the other classmates suggested that they head back to the hotel soon to rest, and leave the discussion about the route for exploring the ruins until the next morning. The protagonist protagonist agreed with a light smile, thinking that this would be the perfect chance to finally share the star spirit fruits with Xiaoshu and the other pets. Later that night, after settling into the large hotel, Linzei gathered his beasts and placed the red glowing fruits on the table. He handed one to Xiaoshu, explaining that the relic was meant to break through the limits of her potential and give a crucial push to her future evolutions. The frost blue maiden swallowed the fruit right away, while the young man became thoughtful, curious to see how far her level would rise, since her original evolution ceiling was only king rank. Xiaoshu bit into the glowing fruit without hesitation, while the rock god soldier and the small fiery rock dragon also devoured their portions at once. Sitting on the hotel bed, Linzei crossed his arms, full of expectation, closely watching the effect of the relic on his companions. In the blink of an eye, intense freezing energy began to flow out of Xiaoshu, who glowed under the effect of the boost. Curious, her master asked how she was feeling, and pulled up the floating screen with her new data. The panel revealed that she was now a rank 6, level 3 frost blue maiden, listing the rare items needed for her next form, the Arctic Princess. Looking at the attributes there in the room, the young man was completely shocked by how overpowered the effect was. Xiaoshu had been rank 5 level 4 before eating the fruit, which meant she had broken through her limits and jumped a whole rank at once. He realized that breaking the talent limit made the level shoot up instantly, going far beyond the ceiling that had been tied to her current growth rate. The rock god soldier's panel showed that he had reached rank 6, level 5, ready to become a general in the future. Right after that, the adult Fury rock dragon also updated to rank 5, level 6. Seeing the trio's evolution in the room, Linzei celebrated a lot because all three of his beasts had completely broken through their talent limits at the same time. Before heading toward his next goal, the young man decided to absorb the 2 reward crystals to fully stabilize his foundation. He placed the relics in the palm of his hand and let the energy flow into his body in a bright whirlwind. The system updated the data right away, showing that his physique had gone up from 18.5 to 19.5, while his spiritual power had jumped from 31 to 31.5. He noticed that his physique had gained 1 point, while his spirit had only gained half a point, which showed how much harder it became to raise stats at higher levels. Even so, the gain went beyond his expectations and gave him much more confidence to face the risks of the ruins. The next day, while having breakfast in the hotel restaurant, the protagonist asked his companions if senior sister Gu and Jinyi were sure they were not going with them. The pink-haired senior explained that Leng Yan had found a market of rare old books in Luan City and had become stubborn about not leaving it anytime soon. The other classmate added that Jinyi had decided to go to the local auction house to see if she could find some useful artifact, and that they also planned to challenge the Star Spirit Tower, confirming that they would be missing from the group. Linzei quickly understood the situation and asked if only the 3 of them would be going on the mission, receiving a positive nod. He stood up with confidence and said that he had already checked the exact location of the ruins entrance and the access rules, deciding that it was the perfect moment to march out, which made the youngest girl cheer over how reliable he was. When they arrived on the outskirts of Luoan City, where the secret realm portal was located, they came face to face with a real camp set up among the trees. The mood there was pure chaos, packed with merchants and trainers walking around with their pet beasts. The whole place was wild. There were burly mustached guys shouting to form a 5-person group and demanding beasts of at least rank 4, a guy with a megaphone recruiting people to hunt black wolves with fair loot sharing, and even a silver rank master selling spots for 100,000 coins to carry people through. Walking through that human anthill, the light-haired girl said excitedly that the place was so alive, it almost looked like the lobby of an online RPG. Linzei watched the movement and agreed, admitting that he had been caught by surprise because he had imagined that access to the ruins would be a militarized zone, full of restrictions and extremely tight security. As the trio walked through the noisy crowd, a young man wearing a hat came over with a smile and gave them a cheerful good morning. Linzei asked who he was, and the guy introduced himself as Ma Li Wei, a bronze-rank beastmaster who worked as a local guide in the Black Wolf Forest ruins. The guy revealed that he had recognized the protagonist immediately because he had cleared all 7 floors of the Star Spirit Tower, and he insisted that since it was their first time in the area, they would need an experienced guide. The youngest girl found that strange and immediately pushed back, reminding him that the place was not some tourist attraction that needed a guide. Ma Li Wei defended himself by explaining that the terrain was complex and infested with strange beasts and dangerous traps, making it easy for rookies to get into trouble. To prove his worth, he showed off the pet on his shoulder, the Forest Walker, a bluish reptile able to perfectly memorize any place it passed through and guide the group even with its eyes closed, guaranteeing that he had already led dozens of teams successfully. He added that he knew Linzei was strong and was not afraid of danger, but pointed out that avoiding the wrong paths would save a ton of effort. Thinking that the logic made sense, the protagonist asked the price of the service. Ma Li Wei asked for 200,000 coins, but then put on a fake special discount act and lowered it to 150,000. Linzei accepted and set the rules. He would pay 50,000 up front and the remaining 100,000 only after they got out safely, leaving a very dark warning that if the guide failed or tried to trick them, the deal would be over and he would want the deposit back down to the last coin. Molly Wei accepted the conditions right away, telling young Master Lin not to worry. He gestured for the three of them to follow him, explaining that they first needed to go to the Federation inspection post to register, and only after passing the inspection would they be able to enter the ruins directly. As they moved along the trail, the guide said that some time ago, a few fallen ones had invaded the place and caused many casualties among the adventurers, which made inspection mandatory for everyone. Intrigued, the girl asked about those fallen ones, and Lindsay added that new and fierce species of beasts often appeared in ruins, including demonic types. He thought that the origin of those strange creatures used in experiments probably came from those ancient ruins. Beside him, the classmate looked at the youngest girl and thought that since Aining only had a big demonic flame owl for now, this trip would be the perfect chance to help her find an ideal second beast. Lin Zhe, staring at the vast valley, also made his own plans. As soon as he finished this exploration, he would take the silver rank master test and would be able to seal his fourth pet, so he already wanted to use the journey to map out any interesting possible targets. Farther ahead, isolated in the forest, there stood a colossal and majestic tree with golden leaves shining brightly under the light. Among the glowing branches, where feathers floated softly through the air, a bored voice grumbled about how dull everything was. There, resting calmly on a trunk, a creature with long white wings sighed, hoping that someone interesting would finally show up around those parts. Deep inside the ruins of the Black Wolf Forest, the guide moved ahead, clearing the path and carefully checking the thick plants with a focused look. The reptile on his shoulder made strange little noises while he waved cheerfully at the people behind him, assuring Lindsay and the two girls that the route ahead was completely safe. The group continued in a single line, facing the heavy fog and dense wilderness. It did not take long for the girl with the star-shaped hair clip to scratch her head and admit that she had only taken a few steps and was already completely lost. The pink-haired girl quickly agreed, complaining that the strange arrangement of the trees had even confused her spiritual senses. She also praised the protagonist for being smart enough to hire a guide, admitting that without him, they would probably be walking in circles in the same place. The guide chuckled and explained that before the ruins appeared, the forest had only been a small hill that anyone could cross in half a day. He said the appearance of the relic had twisted the entire land, causing the plants to grow out of control and making the area more than 10 times larger. The girl was shocked by how much the place had expanded, while Lindsay thought that any ruin capable of changing the map that much could not be simple. The guide proudly added that it was the largest ruin discovered near the city in the last 50 years. Pointing at the map, he explained that the territory was divided into 4 major areas. They had started in the Black Wolf Forest, would move toward Mist Canyon, and then reach the Hurricane Ring, a wide plain surrounded by a massive wall of wind where most explorers tried their luck. At the center of the Hurricane Ring stood the Shining Forest, the restricted and most dangerous area in the entire ruin. With a much more serious expression, the guide ruined the group's growing excitement by revealing that many brave adventurers had entered that glowing forest since the ruins were discovered, but not a single person had ever come back out. Hearing about the restricted area made everyone swallow nervously as they continued through the woods. Soon, the fog became so thick that the girl with the star-shaped clip complained that she could no longer see the path. The guide told her to stay calm and explained that the thick fog meant they had already reached the outer edge of Mist Canyon, where the air became heavier with every step. When someone asked whether special beasts lived in the area, he paused dramatically before saying that only one beast existed in the entire canyon. Everyone was surprised that there was only one creature, but the guide revealed with a serious expression that the monster was the 9-headed Mist Shadow Hydra. He explained that all the fog around them came directly from the monster's body, and that the entire canyon was its absolute territory. To make the story even more frightening, he said that the legendary master Ren Hong Q had once tried to fight the creature, but had been defeated. He had lost one of his pets during the battle, while the Hydra had escaped without a single scratch. The girls immediately panicked, while Lin Zhe silently studied the situation and concluded that if even a legendary master with a rank 9 pet could not defeat it, the Hydra had to be a saint-level beast. Knowing that he could not beat such a monster even by cheating, Lin Zhe asked how earlier explorers had managed to pass through the canyon. The guide calmed the group by explaining that the creature did not attack people randomly. It only focused on people with high spiritual power, so anyone below gold rank master level should be safe. The girl sighed in relief, but Lin Zhe made a priceless expression when he realized that his spiritual power was 31.5, placing him exactly at gold rank. When the guide noticed the cold sweat on the young man's face, he turned around in shock and stuttered as he asked whether Lin Zhe's spiritual strength had really reached gold rank. At that exact moment, a powerful gust of wind suddenly began blowing around them. Without warning, a silver whip sliced through the air, forcing Lin Zhe to jump back while pulling his companion with him. A female figure made completely of mist stepped out of the fog, holding the whip in one hand. Lin Zhe immediately questioned the guide, asking why he had claimed there was only one monster in the canyon. The guide swallowed nervously and explained that the creature was a mist nightmare, a rank 5 clone created by the Hydra itself. Its appearance confirmed to the guide that Lin Zhe's spiritual power had truly reached gold rank. Without wasting time, Lin Zhe fired a spiritual arrow that passed through the clone's head and destroyed it instantly. However, the celebration did not last long because the attack drew even more attention. Two identical figures immediately formed in front of them. The guide panicked and begged Lindsay not to use any spiritual technique above rank 6 or summon any high-level pets. The guide warned that stronger powers would only attract more clones and make them even more dangerous. There was also a chance that they could wake the Hydra's real body deep inside the canyon and get everyone killed. To make things worse, a huge crowd of mist spirits carrying spears and swords began rising from the ground, surrounding the group from every direction. Unable to use his strongest abilities or summon his beasts, Lindsay realized that their only choice was to break through the crowd by force and escape before the Hydra noticed them. At that exact moment, a loud explosion shook the entire area. The guide completely lost his calm when he realized that the disturbance had already angered the nine-headed Hydra. The girl with the star-shaped clip stared in shock, unable to understand how the giant beast had become so angry when they had only defeated a single clone. The guide quickly calmed the group after realizing that the violent shaking was not their fault. Instead, it meant that someone else was fighting the nine-headed Hydra at that very moment. His guess was completely correct. In another part of the canyon, beneath the frightening gaze of the giant serpent rising from the fog, two mercenaries were running desperately for their lives. Their bearded leader shouted that they needed to forget the assassination mission because their only goal now was to stay alive. When his partner was struck with great force and rolled across the ground, the bearded man ordered him to summon his pets immediately and hold the monster back. Without thinking twice, the mercenary summoned his rank 5 night owl and ordered it to launch shadow blades directly at the monster's head. The owl tried its best and fired its projectiles, but the blades did not even scratch the beast. The Hydra immediately fought back by releasing a brutal beam of energy. The pet was destroyed in the blink of an eye, making its owner scream in despair as all 9 of the Hydra's heads emerged from the smoke. Realizing that they had no chance left, the two mercenaries could only release a terrified scream that echoed through the entire valley. Back with Lindsay's group, the ground began shaking even more violently, and thick smoke covered the area. The pink-haired girl complained about the sudden shaking and heavy fog. Still in complete shock, the guide explained that it was teleportation mist, the powerful ability the Hydra used to clear the area and throw everyone outside when it became completely furious. The guide did not hesitate and immediately ran, desperately shouting for everyone else to follow. He warned them that touching the mist would randomly teleport them to any part of the ruins. Trying to keep the group together, Lin Zhen reached toward Aeon and Senior Zhang Monmon, quickly activating his spiritual guard and ordering both girls to hold his hands tightly and never let go. However, the magic of a saint-level beast completely ignored the young man's efforts. The mist covered all 3 of them and swallowed them at once. When the smoke finally cleared, Lin Zhen found himself completely alone in a different part of the forest. He shouted the names of Aining, Senior Zhang Manman, and even the guide Ma Li Wei, but only the silence of the forest answered him. Impressed by the monster's power, Lin Zi accepted that even his spiritual shield had been unable to resist the attack. He realized that having the entire group scattered across the ruins would become a huge problem. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, near a tree filled with glowing spiritual fruits, tension was rising between 2 groups. An angry adventurer pointed his finger and shouted that even though their rivals belonged to the powerful Song family, everyone still had to follow the rules of explorers inside a ruin. His team had discovered the verdant spirit tree first, so it belonged to them by right. However, the young man wearing a headband, Song Chengru, only gave him a mocking smile. He told the adventurer that the Song family followed only one law in the world, the law of the jungle. The adventurers became furious at the rich young man's arrogance. They shouted that he was openly stealing from them, and asked whether he felt any shame for abusing his power and damaging his own family's reputation. The arrogant young man then made it clear that he had no intention of allowing them to leave the ruins alive and spread stories about what had happened. Realizing that they had been trapped, the adventurer's leader panicked and warned everyone that the villain planned to erase all evidence by killing them. Refusing to give up the treasure without a fight, the group summoned their pets, a stone monster, a fierce feline, and a giant praying mantis, and charged into battle. They rushed directly toward the old man accompanying the young master of the Song family. Facing the group's full attack, the old man in the tall hat did not look worried at all. He mocked his enemies and warned them that they were seriously overestimating themselves. With a simple movement of his hand, a dark and terrifying figure dressed like a reaper appeared behind him, carrying a giant scythe. Without showing any mercy, the old man ordered his death messenger to quickly finish off the annoying adventurers. The horrifying creature immediately rushed forward with full force. While the battle continued, Lin Zai walked alone through the dense forest, carefully listening to every sound around him. Suddenly, the noise of fighting and frightened birds flying away caught his attention. Realizing that a battle was happening ahead, the young man decided to check the situation, hoping that he might find some clue that could help him reunite with Aining and the rest of the group. The death messenger moved like a storm, and in the blink of an eye, the adventurer adventurers' bodies were already lying on the ground in the middle of the fog under the old man's cold gaze. One injured man still tried to limp away and escape with his life. He looked back in terror as the dark figure raised its giant scythe behind him and declared that the battle was over for his group. The adventurer cursed the Song family with all his strength and shouted that none of them would have a peaceful death. However, he had no time to react before the final blow struck him. The scythe tore through the air, sending blood in every direction, and the man collapsed unconscious on the grass, while the deadly weapon continued spinning through the air to finish the attack. With the ground covered by fallen enemies, the old man stared at the scene without blinking and complained that the group had been pathetically weak. Stretching without the slightest concern, the young man with the headband asked whether the old man had already taken care of everything. The elder respectfully confirmed that not a single enemy had survived. He added that it was the fate they deserved for daring to offend the mighty Song family. Song Chengru casually scratched his head and praised Elder Yuan's work, saying that he had done an excellent job. Then he looked toward the tree filled with herb spirit fruits and suggested that the old man should also take a share of the harvest. Elder Yuan happily thanked the young master for his generosity. Elder Yuan picked up one of the glowing fruits and admired the rare treasure in his hand, remembering that it was an extremely valuable heavenly item that only produced fruit once every 100 years. He explained that when a pet beast consumed it, the fruit could strengthen its body and even improve its natural talent. Although it had no effect on undead-type pets, he believed it would be perfect for his other two beasts. While admiring the treasure, the old man suddenly heard the bushes moving and immediately became alert. Both he and the young master turned toward the plants and shouted for whoever was hiding there to come out at once. A mysterious figure slowly appeared through the fog and bushes, revealing none other than Lin Zhe, who walked forward calmly. Everyone was shocked, and Song Chengru could hardly believe what he was seeing. He asked in disbelief how Lin Zhe had ended up there. Lin Zhe studied the scene and realized that he had run into the young master of the Song family, the same person he had met at the Star Soul Tower. He thought it was a huge coincidence that they had crossed paths again. The rich young man wearing the headband quickly lost his patience, pointed at Lin Zhe, and angrily shouted that the brat still had the nerve to appear in front of him again. Lin Zhe found the whole situation completely ridiculous. He remembered that he had only crossed paths with the man once outside the Star Soul Tower and could not understand where all that hatred was coming from. After looking behind them and seeing the bodies lying under the glowing tree, Lin Zhe finally understood what had happened. He had walked straight into a robbery followed by murder. With no survivors left to tell the story, and with him now knowing too much, he realized that the two men would never allow him to leave alive. The old man in the tall hat remained calm and mocked him, saying that the young man was only still alive because the hired assassin had been completely useless. Lin Zhe asked whether Song Chengru had really hired a killer just because of their argument at the tower, and Song Chengru did not even try to deny it. He accused Lin Zhe of stealing the attention, taking away his glory, and humiliating him in public, shouting that the young man should have died a long time ago. Surrounded by a dark aura, Elder Yuan stepped in and warned that since Lin Zhe had discovered the robbery and the truth behind the murders, he would not leave that plane alive. He promised to make him suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Zhe looked around, noticed that the canyon fog was gone, and realized that even all that fighting had not attracted the nine-headed Hydra. After concluding that he was already far away from the dangerous part of the canyon, he decided that there was no longer any reason to hold back his power. Without hesitation, he summoned two of his strongest beasts. Elder Yuan remembered that the young man had only owned rank 5 and rank 4 beasts, and laughed, saying that pets of that level were nothing compared to his rank 8 death messenger. Without wasting any time, the old man raised his hand and ordered his frightening scythe-wielding creature to attack and tear Lin Zhe apart. The death messenger charged forward at incredible speed and raised its deadly scythe. The ice dryad immediately reacted by creating an ice crystal shield to block the attack. However, the giant weapon struck the barrier with so much force that the shield shattered into thousands of pieces, shocking even the frozen creature. Lin Zhe used the opening to fire a soul arrow, hitting the enemy directly and causing its scythe to disappear for a moment. To his surprise, the creature regenerated in the blink of an eye as though nothing had happened. The old man in the tall hat laughed at the student and mocked him, saying that a rank 8 death messenger was not something that could be defeated so easily. The Reaper returned at full strength and rushed forward again, while Elder Yuan declared that the young man would finally learn the price of offending the Song family and daring to challenge people stronger than him. To make things worse, dark tentacles rose from the ground and wrapped around the feet of Lin Zhe's two beasts, completely trapping them. Without losing control, the ice dryad fired a sharp blade that knocked away the scythe heading toward her master. The attack passed so close that it almost cut Lin Zhe's ear. As he stepped back, Lin Zhe tried to stay calm by remembering that this was not the first time he had faced the pressure of a rank 8 opponent. He had fought brutal beasts before, including the petrifying stone dragon and the giant worm leader. The problem was that during those battles, his beast Xiaoshu had managed to reach rank 8 by merging with the stone divine soldier with the help of a berserk card. Without that card now, the situation was much more difficult. It was even worse because the death messenger was was an undead-type creature that could simply allow physical attacks to pass through its body, making it several times harder to deal with than any monster Lindsay had ever faced. The old man placed his hands behind his back and proudly asked whether Lindsay had finally learned what fear felt like. He mocked him for acting so confident outside the Star Soul Tower. The young man with the headband crossed his arms and pretended to be generous, saying that he would give Lindsay one final chance. He declared that if the young man knelt down, slammed his head against the ground, and admitted his mistake, he might consider leaving his corpse in one piece. Lindsay did not even blink and calmly asked what would happen if he simply refused. Furious that the student was still acting tough while standing so close to death, Song Chengru shouted for Elder Yan to destroy him and tear him into pieces. Without hesitation, the old man raised his hand and activated his soul art, the soul-devouring domain, spreading a massive purple barrier across the entire area. Elder Yuan proudly explained the ability, saying that inside the domain, all of Lindsay's soul power consumption would double, while the levels of his beasts would be completely suppressed. At the same time, the Death Messenger would receive a complete boost, becoming immortal and impossible to destroy. As the purple cage closed around them, Lindsay finally understood the trick. He realized that the domain ability was the true reason the earlier expedition team had been completely wiped out. Without wasting time, the Stone Divine Soldier activated its Ghost General form, glowing with red flames as it broke the dark restraints around its legs with pure strength. The giant then crouched down and ripped away the black vines holding the Ice Dryad's feet, freeing its companion for battle. Lindsay brought his hands together and activated his soul protection, creating a glowing round shield around himself and both of his beasts. After studying the situation, he realized that he could compress the reach of his spiritual defense until it covered the surface of his body. This gave him direct protection and allowed him to stop worrying about being left defenseless for the moment. With his defense adjusted, Lindsay ordered an immediate counterattack. Xiaoshu appeared in the air and summoned two giant ice dragons that rushed furiously toward the Dark Reaper. The Death Messenger spun its huge scythe and destroyed both ice dragons into thousands of pieces in the blink of an eye, without any difficulty. At the same time, the Stone Divine Soldier charged forward and launched itself directly at the terrifying creature. It activated its Ghost Spirit form and created several Ghost Spirit clones to attack together. The group of clones rushed forward at extreme speed and traded brutal blows with the Reaper, which tried to block the attacks with the handle of its scythe. Xiaoshu quickly joined the attack by releasing a freezing rain filled with several ice spears that pierced the enemy from one side to the other. After being struck by the frozen spikes, the Death Messenger froze for a moment and released a dark glow before fully recovering. Standing safely behind it, Elder Yuan laughed proudly and warned that inside the soul-devouring domain, his creature was immortal and impossible to destroy. He told the young man to stop wasting energy because defeat was already certain. In a violent counterattack, the creature delivered such a heavy blow that it sent the stone giant flying away, making it slide across the ground as it struggled to recover. While the old man mocked the scene, Lindsay remained calm and studied the battle. He knew that undead-type beasts were difficult to defeat with normal attacks, but that did not mean they were truly unbeatable. Since the Black Fog had managed to injure the Stone Divine Soldier while it was in spiritual form, he concluded that his own soul arts and Xiaoshu's abilities could cause real damage to the Death Messenger's body. The greatest secret of any undead pet was its soul core, and in the case of that Reaper, it was hidden deep inside the Black Fog forming its body. Lindsay remembered what had happened moments earlier and connected the clues. When Xiaoshu's ice rain struck the monster, it had stopped moving for a brief second. That proved the attack had truly disturbed the enemy's structure and showed him exactly where he needed to strike to change the battle. Surrounded by a powerful blue aura, Lindsay concluded that if the creature's wounds could no longer regenerate instantly, the fight would become much easier. Without wasting time, he ordered Xiaoshu and the Stone Divine Soldier to hold the enemy back and create an opening for his attack. The stone giant moved forward while the Ice Dryad prepared to provide full support from above. Staring directly at his enemies, Lindsay asked whether they had ever wondered how he had cleared the Star Soul Tower and become the first person to complete its challenge. At that moment, he opened the system interface and spent 1,400 achievement points to upgrade Silent Cross directly to level 6. The system confirmed the improvement and unlocked a new effect that allowed him to inject more soul power beyond the basic cost of 60 points. This dramatically increased the strength of the soul art up to a maximum limit of 500 points. Ready to show them the result, Lindsay announced that he would give them the answer right then. He gathered a massive amount of energy, creating a magic circle beneath his feet as a huge flaming golden cross appeared in the air. He launched the full power of the ability toward his enemies. Elder Yun immediately recognized Silent Cross and completely panicked, desperately shouting for the Death Messenger to block the attack at any cost. The dark creature threw itself in front of them, but the glowing cross of fire struck the Reaper directly, freezing its movements and cutting off its energy connection instantly. Covered in cold sweat, the old man stared in shock as he realized that the soul power link between him and his rank 8 beast had been completely destroyed. He could not understand how the young man had raised the level of an exclusive tower ability, which he had only unlocked 2 days earlier, to such an unbelievable level. With the enemy trapped inside the golden flames, Lindsay exposed the old man's trick. He explained that the creature creature's supposed immortality only depended on a constant supply of soul power that kept its healing ability active. Now that the monster's source of energy had been cut off, Lindsay mockingly asked how it planned to remain immortal and impossible to destroy. He then opened the way for Xiaoshu and her ice dragons to finish the battle once and for all. Xiaoshu's storm of freezing attacks moved forward together with the soul arrow fired by Lindsay, surrounding the death messenger from every direction. Several ice spikes pierced straight through the dark creature's body, while the golden energy of Silent Cross purified the air and kept the Reaper completely frozen in place, blocking every attempt to regenerate. As the monster's black mist faded among the steam and flames, the smoke began to clear and revealed the weak point fully exposed in the creature's chest. Lindsay aimed with perfect accuracy and spotted the red glow of the soul core, celebrating that he had finally found the beast's weakness. Seeing disaster coming, Elder Yuan widened his eyes in pure despair and screamed for the creature to defend itself, no matter what. However, it was already too late. Lindsay fired a fully powered soul arrow directly at the monster's dark heart. The attack passed through the Reaper's chest and struck the core with full force. The impact was so violent that the soul core shattered into countless pieces in the air, destroying the death messenger's entire structure in a brutal explosion of light and mist. The destruction of the creature was felt directly by its summoner. Elder Yuan began shaking uncontrollably, coughing up blood and stumbling backward from the spiritual backlash. He could not believe that a single soul arrow had been able to destroy the core of his rank 8 pet. Covered in cold sweat, the old man shouted that it had to be some kind of sick joke, since Lindsay was supposed to be only a bronze-level tamer. As a new spiral of purple energy formed around his hand, Lindsay calmly explained everything to the old man. He said that his soul arrow had already reached level 6 and could now compress soul power. As for his spiritual strength, the student added that it had already reached the level of a gold-level beast tamer. Without giving the old man any chance to react, Lindsay launched the purple projectile directly at him. The magical arrow passed straight through Elder Yuan's chest, making the old man spit out a stream of blood before collapsing unconscious onto the grass. The rich young man with the headband watched the scene in complete shock, frozen as he stared at his protector's body lying at his feet, and realized that the situation had completely escaped his control. The young master with the headband completely panicked, unable to believe that Elder Yuan had gone down so easily without even getting the chance to summon his other 2 beasts. Terrified by the unbelievable spiritual power of that bronze-level student, he realized that his protector was finished and immediately ran away across the grass. However, his escape plan did not last long. The stone divine soldier suddenly appeared in front of him like a massive wall, making the rich young man run straight into the giant's chest and fall backward onto the ground. Trembling from head to toe, the young master begged the monster not to come any closer. Lindsay slowly walked toward him and warned young Master Song that anyone who hired killers, stole treasures, and tried to erase witnesses had to be ready to face the consequences. Desperate, the rich young man shouted that Lindsay could not kill him and threatened that the Song family would hunt him to the ends of the earth. Lindsay remained completely calm and asked whether that was really true. He reminded the young master that he had never even had a real grudge against him, yet the man had still insisted on sending assassins and chasing him all the way into the ruins. Lindsay concluded that if he allowed the rich young man to live, he would only return with his family's army and try to wipe everyone out. Without showing any mercy, Lindsay gathered his soul power, launched a deadly attack to end the conversation, and said goodbye as the young master released one final scream before turning to dust. As the dust settled, Lindsay sighed in relief, glad that the whole mess was finally over. He thought about how annoying undead-type monsters were to fight, and decided that making a contract with a light-type pet in the future would be extremely useful. At that exact moment, the system interface made a sound and announced a new achievement for defeating a gold tamer for the first time. The reward included 500 achievement points and a soul power potion. The system also reported that Xiaoshu's growth had increased by 3%, while the Stone Divine Soldier's growth had increased by 4%. Even with all the danger, both beasts had become stronger, and a new achievement had been unlocked, making the trip completely worth it. Lindsay praised the 2 pets for their hard work and told them to rest for a while. He reminded them that the herb spirit fruits could strengthen the body, heal injuries, and were perfect for treating their wounds. Walking toward the glowing tree filled with treasures, Lindsay picked a large number of golden fruits and gave them to both pets. He explained that the fruits were treasures on the same level as star spirit fruits, making both creatures' eyes shine with excitement. Xiaoshu and the stone giant quickly ate everything, and the stone divine soldier noticed that the healing effect was truly excellent. Looking across the land, Lindsay concluded that the ruins were far too dangerous and decided that he needed to find Aining, Senior Lu Man, and Molly Wei as soon as possible. At that moment, the petrifying stone dragon flew down and landed nearby. Lindsay remembered that Molly Wei had said there was a wind barrier above the hurricane ring, filled with air currents so violent that they could tear rocks apart. Although his dragon could not fly extremely high, it was still much faster than traveling on foot. The dragon approached while snorting, clearly upset about being left out of the battle. Lindsay gently patted the large creature's head and explained that besides the difference in rank, its huge body would have made it an easy target for the Black Mist. He made it clear that he had not left left it out because he did not trust it. To calm the dragon down, Xiaoshu walked over, carrying the largest herb spirit fruit and offered it as a special gift, asking the dragon not to stay upset. The dragon opened its mouth, tossed the fruit into the air, and swallowed it in one bite. Satisfied, the large beast accepted Linzei's affection as he praised it for being a good girl. With everything ready, the student climbed onto the dragon's back and continued his journey through the ruins. Linzei took off on the back of the dark dragon, determined to find Aining, Senior Lu Man, and Mali Wei as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the southwest part of the Hurricane Ring, a dark cave covered in spiderwebs and scattered bones hid a very dangerous situation. Aining woke up feeling dizzy, with a sharp pain pounding inside her head as she tried to understand what kind of dark hole she had fallen into. When she touched the walls around her, she felt an extremely tough material and quickly realized the nightmare she was trapped in. It was pure spiderweb, which meant that she had been wrapped like emergency food inside a giant cocoon hanging from the ceiling. Without losing her confidence, Aining summoned her scarlet demonic flame owl and ordered the creature to control its fire carefully, burning through the cocoon without roasting her along with it. The owl released its flames and melted the structure in an instant, causing Aining to fall from the ceiling and land on her feet like a cat. Breathing in relief, Aining admitted that the situation had been extremely dangerous and that she had been incredibly lucky to have the owl with her because things had almost become truly serious. She tried to remember what had happened and recalled that after the teleportation, she had fallen directly onto a cliff where she was immediately surrounded by a group of windwing spiders. Looking around at the webs and bones inside the cave, she concluded that she had definitely landed inside their nest. The sound of the burning cocoon echoed through the walls, and glowing eyes and strange legs began appearing from the darkness. Giant spiders with white wings marched forward hungrily, and Aining immediately realized that the noise she had made while escaping had attracted the creatures that owned the cave. As danger closed in, memories from the past passed through Aining's mind. She remembered every time Linzei had treated her injuries, stayed by her side, and rushed to the front line to protect her. Filled with determination, Aining decided that she would not keep hiding behind him this time. She needed to face the fight with her own strength, survive the ambush, and find a way to reunite with her protector. While she prepared for battle, Linzei flew over the massive hurricane ring on the back of his dark dragon. From high above the clouds, he carefully watched the land below and tried to cover as much area as possible during the search. Even with the advantage of flying, Linzei grew frustrated after searching for 3 straight hours without finding a single clue about the others. The powerful winds of the ruins continued hitting his face as he remained high in the sky with a worried expression. He realized that the range of the teleportation mist was enormous, and there was still no sign of Lu Man or Mali Wei. To make things worse, the number of fierce beasts inside the hurricane ring was more than twice as high as in the Black Wolf Forest near the outer area. This made him even more worried because Aining only had the scarlet demonic flame owl as her pet. If she ran into a high-level beast, the situation could become extremely dangerous. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the area and caught the student's attention. Looking down, Linzei saw complete chaos below. An entire herd of mutant boars was running wildly through the snow in terror. He found their fear strange and noticed that the whole group was fleeing from the southwest. He immediately understood that something very serious must have happened in that direction. Seconds later, an unbelievable purple flash exploded in the distance, creating a massive blast near the mountains and sending a huge column of black smoke into the sky. Without wasting a second, Linzei ordered the petrifying stone dragon to fly at maximum speed toward the cliff in the southwest. As they rushed toward the location of the explosion, he feared that all the chaos could mean his companions had been unlucky enough to run into a gold tamer like the old man he had just fought. Back on the floor of the cave, a pile of defeated spiders showed how brutal the battle had been. Heavy breathing echoed through the darkness while the remaining creatures slowly backed away, terrified by the destruction they had just witnessed. Panting heavily and holding a torn-off spider leg as a weapon, Aining could barely believe that she had defeated so many windwing spiders and even taken down the leader of the group. However, her relief did not last long. A strange burning sensation suddenly spread through her body, and flame-shaped marks began appearing across her face and neck, making her body feel as hot as an oven. Leaning against the cave wall to keep herself from falling, she felt unbearable pain, as though fire was rushing through her veins and her heart could explode at any second. Dizzy and struggling to stay conscious, she called out Linzei's name with the last bit of strength she had left. At that exact moment, a desperate shout calling Aining's name echoed from the entrance of the tunnel. Before the monsters could understand what was happening, a massive ice waterfall crashed down from the ceiling, freezing and shattering the remaining spiders into countless pieces in the blink of an eye. As the frozen dust faded, Aining looked forward and saw Linzei appearing through the smoke, arriving at the exact moment he was needed. Linzei held Aining in his arms and gently shook her, trying to wake her up. She slowly opened her eyes, confused about what he was doing there and wondering whether she was dreaming. In terrible pain, Aining cried and said that her chest hurt badly and that her soul power was disappearing quickly. When Linzei saw the flame-shaped symbols burning across her face, he recognized the pattern and tried to remain calm so he could solve the problem. Realizing that she was losing energy far too quickly, he pulled out the soul power potion he had received from the system and desperately hoped that the medicine would work. Linzei Lindsay poured the entire bottle into her mouth. Within moments, Aining's breathing became steady, and the flame marks stopped spreading across her body. Realizing that they were inside the spider's main nest, and that other tunnels might lead to Lu Man, Lindsay ordered the Stone Divine Soldier and Xiaoshu to carefully search the surrounding paths. Meanwhile, at the ancient book market in Luan City, Guo Xinyi flipped through a massive book and complained that she could not understand any of the strange symbols. Gu Lenyan walked over to take a look and explained that they were ancient writings from the Beast Spirit Empire, something she had studied before. She said that while beast tamers controlled pet beasts and gained strength from them, the people of that empire took power directly from creatures known as spiritual beasts. Guo Xinyi remembered reading about that empire in history books. Gu Lenyan confirmed it and explained that 20 years earlier, they had invaded the plane through a spatial crack. During battle, the spiritualists went through physical mutations that made them much stronger than beast tamers of the same rank. She added that the war had taken the lives of nearly 100,000 beast tamers and countless civilians, making it one of the greatest invasions since the Great Cataclysm. Shocked by the amount of destruction, Guo Xinyi began connecting the clues about that mutation power. She wondered whether Guan Ning's condition could be that exact kind of mutation, and concluded that she needed to tell Lin Zhe as soon as possible. Aining woke up leaning against the wall of the spider nest, looking like she had just returned from the dead. Lin Zi and Senior Lu Man appeared carrying wood for the fire, and celebrated when they saw that she was awake. As Lin Zi checked her condition, Aining asked how long she had been unconscious. He explained that around 8 hours had passed, and asked whether she still felt sick. She answered that she was only tired, and tried to remember what had happened. She could only recall fighting the group of spiders, and suddenly feeling her body change. She said that she had become incredibly powerful, and released the same flames as her scarlet owl, using them to burn the monster's leader, but she could not remember anything after that. Lin Zi gently patted her head and suggested that she might have awakened some hidden potential during that desperate moment. He explained that after she passed out, Xiaoshu and the Stone Divine Soldier found Lu Man deep inside the cave without a single injury because Ning had attracted almost all the spiders toward herself. Lu Man agreed and thanked her, revealing that Lin Zi had been extremely worried when she lost consciousness. Ning lowered her head and apologized for causing trouble. Lin Zi then explained that she had developed a high fever after passing out, and had only improved after taking another soul power potion. He warned that until they discovered why her energy had gone out of control, her contract with a second beast would have to be delayed. Lin Zi decided that the next day, Aining and Lu Man should leave the ruins for their own safety. Lu Man immediately agreed, promising to stay with Aining and use the opportunity to search for Lengyan and Xinyi. Lin Zi thought about how Mali Wei had arranged to meet them at the entrance of the Hurricane Ring, if they became separated. Since the guide knew the area well, he was probably already waiting there. Lu Man told Lin Zi to be careful on his own, and the group prepared to say goodbye. The next day, at the entrance of the Hurricane Ring, Mali Wei suddenly jumped out of the bushes and cried with relief when he saw that everyone was alive. He rushed forward for an emotional hug, but Lin Zi stopped the excited guide by placing a hand on his head before he could crash into them. Looking miserable, Mali Wei pressed his fingers together and apologized for failing in his duty as a guide because of the teleportation mist. Lin Zi reassured him that it had been an unexpected event and that none of it was his fault. To make up for everything, the student offered him an extra 100,000 to safely escort Ning and Lu Man out of the ruins. The guide immediately became excited, accepted the mission without hesitation, and promised that with the 9-headed serpent staying quiet, the outer area was completely safe. He proudly guaranteed that he would take the 2 beautiful girls outside without leaving a single scratch on them. Lin Zi placed both of them in the guide's care. Before saying goodbye and continuing on his own path, he remembered to ask whether Ma Liwei had a map that led directly to the Radiant Forest. Ma Liwei pulls out the scroll and confirms that the map clearly shows the path from the Hurricane Ring to the Radiant Forest. There is only one small problem. Nobody knows anything about the land inside because to this day, anyone who has entered that forbidden forest has never returned to tell the story. With the paper in hand, Lin Zi thinks the sketch is already more than enough for the price. Before saying goodbye, Aining walks closer, gives the boy a sweet kiss on the cheek, and shyly asks him to be careful. She tells him that they will wait for him outside. Lin Zi gently pats his childhood friend on the head, promises that he will come back, and watches the 3 of them leave. Following the map to the magical entrance of the Radiant Forest, the young man finds a huge crowd staring at the glowing portal. He notices that everyone there seems interested in the Forbidden Zone. Even though the place is insanely dangerous, it is also filled with secrets and opportunities, so it makes perfect sense that it attracts so many people. Just then, a man wearing a beanie spots Lin Zi from a distance and excitedly runs toward him. The man introduces himself as Shen Hong, captain of the Hongtu squad, and reveals that he is a huge fan man who was even there when Lin Zi cleared the Star Soul Tower. After giving the boy an enthusiastic handshake, Shen Hong introduces the rest of his teammates. When Shen Hong realizes that Lin Zi is alone, the captain puts his hands together and begs him to join the group. He admits that his team is not very strong, but he promises that everyone can help by scouting the path and providing support. Lin Zi politely gives him a small smile and turns down the offer, explaining that he prefers doing his missions solo. Shen Hong accepts the rejection without getting upset and admits that his squad was being a little too bold. Still, he makes sure to warn Lin Zi to be careful because the forest is said to be extremely dangerous. The boy returns the warning and wishes them good luck. Before Lin Zi can take a single step toward the portal, an arrogant man in gray armor walks over with a proud look on his face. He calls Lin Zi by name and brags that he knows about the boy's reputation as the best student at Ningjiang Academy and the person who cleared the Star Soul Tower. He introduces himself as Yi Nan, the second young master of the Yi family, clearly expecting the prodigy to bow before his noble name. Lin Zi greets the overdressed man out of basic politeness, but when the young noble walks away, Shen Hong quickly runs over with a worried expression and asks whether Lin Zi really does not know who that man is. When Lin Zi asks why he should know that guy, Shen Hong nearly loses his mind. He explains in shock that Yi Nan was the person ranked first on the Star Stele before Lin Zi knocked him down and completely cleared the tower. The boy only responds that he understands, showing no interest at all. From the other side, Yi Nan watches the scene with a mocking smile, thinking it is ridiculous that some nobody from a forgotten place believes he is so important. His servant asks whether they should do something about the Hongtu squad, but Yi Nan tells him to ignore them. He thinks it is actually better to have more cannon fodder to clear the way for his group. He then orders his men to enter the portal right behind them and not lose sight of the others. After crossing through the glowing doorway, Lin Zi and the Hongtu squad find themselves in a breathtaking magical land filled with glowing plants, giant mushrooms, and shining trees. The members of the squad stare in amazement at the beautiful scenery, saying that the air inside is so pure that the place feels like a real paradise. Right behind them, Yi Nan's group also enters the enchanted forest. Even with the beautiful view around him, the second young master remains careful. He orders his men to spread out and search the area, telling them to retreat immediately if they notice anything strange in the air. Lin Zi and Yi Nan continue walking through the glowing area until a golden whirlpool suddenly begins spinning on the ground. The servants panic, thinking they have activated some kind of trap. Without warning, radiant water explodes upward, and a massive golden tree rises from the ground, covered in bright spheres hanging from its branches. Yi Nan recognizes the creature immediately and shouts in shock when he sees the legendary light spirit, a rare creature capable of evolving all the way to king class. Lin Zi notices his rival's surprise and activates the system analysis to check the information on the level 7 stage 4 entity. The interface displays two evolution paths. The first is the Valkyrie path, which awakens the origin of light and leads to the king class dark light angel. The second is the glory path, a secret route created by the silver sage. Under this option, if the creature is harvested by force, it turns into a light glory guardian to destroy the attacker before becoming an egg again. As Lin Zi reads the information on the glowing screen, he realizes that he has just discovered an extremely dangerous secret evolution path. Staring at the system screen, he finally understands why nobody has ever escaped the radiant forest alive. Lin Zi notices that if a light spirit is harvested by an outside force before naturally withering, the creature is forcibly evolved into a light glory guardian. It then uses all of its life energy to unleash a deadly judgment. The boy concludes that the adventurers from the past were completely wiped out by this defense system. On the other side, Yi Nan stares at the glowing tree while nearly drooling with greed. The noble thinks out loud about how ancient records say the creature has king-class potential. He plans to obtain one at any cost so he can surpass his older brother and become the official heir of the Yi family. Putting on the fake smile of a generous man, Yi Nan turns towards Shen Hong and Lin Zi and claims that his family does not believe in keeping treasures for themselves. The overdressed noble suggests splitting the light spirits equally among the three groups, leaving the members of the Hongtu squad shocked by his supposed generosity. However, the noble's real plan is to make the others harvest the creatures first and test whether the tree is hiding any danger. If something goes wrong, they will die and save his skin. If everything goes well, he can simply take what remains afterward. Yi Nan asks what Lin Zi thinks about the idea, and the boy casually replies that they do not need to save any for him. He tells the other groups that they can divide everything among themselves. Lin Zi also gives them a sarcastic warning, saying that harvesting something completely unknown without thinking could bring a massive disaster. Shen Hong hesitates after hearing the advice, while Yi Nan becomes furious that someone is questioning him. Refusing to waste any more time, the second young master declares that every opportunity comes with risks and orders his servant Ali to summon a pet and test the harvest. Ali summons his level 6 wind sparrow and orders the bird to fly toward the tree and grab one of the glowing spheres. The bird heads straight for the branch and carelessly pulls off one of the shining fruits. The reaction is immediate and brutal. The sphere explodes in a blinding golden light and releases a massive wave of energy. The attack tears the bird apart and sends the damage directly back to its tamer. Ali coughs up blood and groans in pain while Yinan watches the destruction with his jaw hanging open. From the middle of the golden explosion, a blonde female warrior appears while holding a shining spear, ready to punish the forced harvest. The guardian wastes no time and immediately drives the spear straight into Ali's chest, mercilessly knocking the poor man to the ground. Seeing how serious the situation has become, Shen Hong and his squad take a frightened step back. Meanwhile, Yinan's bodyguard shouts for the young master to be careful. After noticing that the warrior has a level 8 aura, Yinan panics and orders everyone to summon their beasts and attack together before the situation gets even worse. The order is followed immediately. A giant lightning spider, a blue-scaled dragon lizard, a gale wolf king, and a swarm of giant insects appear and charge at the guardian at the same time. Shen Hong's squad decides to join the battle as well, knowing that if the Yi family falls, nobody there will make it out alive. Despite the massive attack, the spear-wielding guardian does not even blink. She begins tearing through the monsters one by one as though they were made of paper. When the muscular bodyguard sees that the level difference is too great and that the weaker beasts cannot handle her, he decides to step in. The bodyguard summons the terrifying level 8, stage 6 Crimson Flood dragon. The giant dragon appears with a roar and unleashes a devastating blazing flame breath, covering the guardian in a raging sea of fire. The heat wave is so intense that the crimson flame seems to burn the sky itself, creating a massive explosion across the battlefield. The crimson fire consumes the guardian down to the last strand of hair, causing her body to break apart into tiny glowing particles. However, instead of truly dying, the lights fly straight back toward the tree and reform the glowing sphere among its branches. Shen Hong wipes the sweat from his forehead, believing that the danger is finally over. However, Lin Zi watches the scene with a thoughtful expression, knowing that the guardian's energy only returned so it could be reborn. He wonders what could possibly be required for the creature to wither naturally. Furious over the loss of his pet, Yinan storms toward Lin Zi and accuses the boy of knowing exactly what was going to happen. Completely calm with his hands in his pockets, Lin Zi replies that it is his first time there and that he could not have predicted anything. He adds that even the Yi family failed to discover the truth after studying the records for years. Unable to come up with an answer, Yinan becomes even angrier and prepares to start a fight, but Shen Hong steps between them and orders both sides to stop arguing. The captain suddenly hears a strange noise coming from above, and the entire team panics, afraid that more guardians are about to emerge from the tree. To everyone's surprise, an imposing hooded figure holding a staff appears among the golden leaves. Taking a step forward with the powerful presence of a true leader, the mysterious man welcomes them to the radiant forest and calls everyone there a group of rude invaders.